Xiaoyu traversed into the world of Pokemon, binding himself to the invincible system. His initial task was surprisingly to achieve victory without combat. Faced with a stream of challengers, he calmly asserted his prestigious lineage. My father is the gym leader of the Bug-type gym in Starlight City, and my brother is the gym leader of the Fire-type gym in Crimson City. Are you sure you want to battle? The challengers, intimidated, forfeited on the spot. With his eloquent words, Xiaoyu secured 10 consecutive victories. Finally, the system rewarded him, but the real challenge was just beginning. Those he had conquered with his aura included not only trainers, but also the school beauty, teachers, and secretaries. Was he destined to become a Pokemon master or the king of a harem? Chapter 1. The Real Pokemon World. Are you certain? Xiaoyu gazed at the young boy with an icy demeanor, chin raised as he looked up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. My father is the gym leader of the Bug-type gym in Starlight City. My brother is the gym leader of the Fire-type gym in Crimson City. I have been training Pokemon since I was 3, mastered the strategies of Pokemon battles by 5, defeated my peers by 7, and withdrew from the battle world at 11. Are you really sure you wish to duel me? If you insist, stake all your pocket money on the line. Wow, I won't challenge anymore. The young boy, upon hearing he must wager all his pocket money, burst into tears and fled the square, wailing. Xiaoyu is at it again. He doesn't even have a single Pokemon and comes here to show off every day. He's disgracing the Xia family, even deceiving children. Xiaoyu remained unfazed by the whispers around him, his expression devoid of embarrassment, as if nothing were amiss. Having the psychological maturity of a nearly 40-year-old man, his resilience to ridicule had reached an impregnable state. As long as he could complete the system's tasks, their insults meant nothing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. Victory without combat. Victory without combat. A powerful trainer can triumph over adversaries purely through their aura, achieving 10 victories without using any Pokemon. Progress. 1010 completed. Congratulations, host, for receiving the novice gift package. Upon hearing the long-awaited system notification, tears filled Xiaoyu's eyes. He had manipulated and deceived 10 children in several nearby squares, paying a notorious price, and had finally completed the novice task. Finally finished the task. Hand over my reward. I would be content with any Pokemon, be it Mewtwo or Arceus. I am not greedy. Open the novice gift package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time use Pokemon detector and a one-time use rare treasure detector. Huh, is that it? Xiaoyu stared blankly at the items in the system's space, unable to believe it. He had paid such a hefty price, becoming infamous over the course of a month, only to receive these 2 items? Why not at least give him a Tyranitar or a Dragonite? Even a shiny Charizard would suffice. And yet, this was all he got. Xiaoyu's face twisted in anger. He felt utterly cheated by this so-called master system. In his current life, he had reincarnated into a parallel world similar to Earth, aided by a system. While it wasn't a heavenly start, he at least had a decent one. His father was the gym leader of the Bug-type gym in Starlight City, ranked last among all gym leaders in the province, but he was still a gym leader. Later, his father captured a Volcarona, significantly boosting his strength. With such a solid foundation laid by his father, his brother's prospects were much brighter. By his 20s, he had already become the gym leader of the Fire-type gym in Crimson City, with his signature Pokemon being a Volcarona as well. Compared to the Bug-type gym leader, the Fire-type gym leader held much more prestige, given that Fire-types were a popular attribute, with a number of Fire-type trainers being more than tenfold that of Bug-type trainers. His brother's rise to gym leader was a testament to his considerable skill. Given the advantageous lineage, Xiaoyu should have been able to acquire a Torchic as his initial Pokemon, paving the way for a bright future. However, the wretched system had thwarted his desires. Upon binding to the system, he received a passive ability, Master's Aura. A Pokemon Master must possess their own aura. The Pokemon captured by the host must have a minimum qualification of champion level. Qualification levels include Ordinary, Rare, Elite, Lord, Overlord, Gym Leader, Champion, Master, Legendary 10 levels in total. Champion level Pokemon mean that with normal training, they can achieve champion status. It is worth noting that up until now, his father had not a single champion level Pokemon, while his brother had only a near champion level Volcarona. Where could Xiaoyu possibly procure a champion level Pokemon? He had seen a few gym leader level Pokemon around. This passive ability, Master's Aura, had left Xiaoyu unable to capture even a single Pokemon. At his current age of 18, many aspiring professional trainers had already captured 2 to 3 Pokemon, while he had none, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. Feeling a tinge of regret, Xiaoyu lowered his hat and adjusted his mask, quietly leaving the square while examining the two rewards in his hands. Champion-level Pokemon Detector, one-time use. Can locate the nearest uncaptured champion-level Pokemon. Rare Treasure Detector, one-time use. Can locate the rarest undiscovered treasure within 100 kilometers. Upon seeing the two items, a smile of delight broke across Xiaoyu's face, dispelling the earlier gloom. At least the system has a semblance of conscience. Although the champion-level Pokemon Detector is a one-time use item, its effectiveness is remarkable. Just in time, my brother is home this week. I'll have him accompany me to capture it. Xiaoyu thought, knowing that without a single Pokemon to his name, he would struggle to venture into the wild alone. Xiaoyu pressed the signal on the Pokemon Detector, and the system promptly generated a map, pinpointing the nearest uncaptured champion-level Pokemon. That's quite far, Xiaoyu mused, glancing at the map, which indicated it was nearly 200 miles away from his current location. I'll need my brother to take me there on his Charizard. Brother, are you free? Would you accompany me on an outing? Xiaoyu returned home and saw his brother, Xiao Luo, lounging on the sofa. Xiao Luo, 28 and unmarried, was handsome and quite popular among young women, though he had a childhood sweetheart with whom he shared a close relationship, having reached the stage of discussing marriage. I'm busy. Xiao Luo lay on the sofa, engrossed in his alternate account, liking videos of beautiful women. Xiaoyu glanced at the screen, which was indeed captivating. Brother, I remember your alternate account has like thousands of beautiful women. Xiaoyu mused aloud. Never would have guessed, brother, that you have a penchant for blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls. No wonder you always criticize sister-in-law for being flat. Where are you going? Xiao Luo, having stood up and donned his coat, was preparing to put on a mask. Aren't you the one who wanted me to accompany you? Hurry up. Sure thing, brother, Xiaoyu replied. Earlier, Xiao Luo hinted. Brother, did something happen earlier? Xiaoyu asked, confusion etched on his face. Nothing. Xiaoyu, are you managing your allowance well? Here's 10,000 yuan for you to spend. Boys should be generous when they're out. Chapter 2, Zubat. What brings you here? Xiao Luo inquired, his curiosity piqued. I want to capture a Pokemon, Xiaoyu replied candidly, revealing his intentions to his brother. You came to a place like this to capture Pokemon? Xiao Luo chuckled incredulously. This area has been cleared multiple times. There are very few quality Pokemon left. If you truly want to start a Pokemon, I can give you one of the 3 starters. Though you're starting a bit late, there's still a chance. No need, brother. I'm quite aware of what I'm doing. Xiaoyu firmly declined his brother's kind offer and proceeded toward the cave nestled halfway up the mountain. As you wish, Xiao Luo said, refraining from further persuasion. His younger sibling had always been resolute and independent. Besides, with both him and their father, the two masters, overseeing matters, even if Xiaoyu were to lead a carefree life indulging in pleasures and trivial pursuits, he would still be free from worry for a lifetime. Upon entering the cave, enveloped in darkness, Xiao Luo summoned the fire god Moth for safety, its brilliant flames illuminating the cavernous entrance. Xiaoyu gazed at the fire god Moth with a tinge of envy, recalling a time when a master-level burning insect had been presented to him, which he failed to cherish. Only after its loss did he feel regret. Had it not been for this troublesome system, he would have long possessed the fire god Moth, capable of wreaking havoc. Venturing deeper into the cave, they disturbed a colony of bats, which were startled awake by the flickering flames emanating from the burning insect. Fire god Moth, deal with this swarm of Zubat, Xiao Luo commanded. Zubat, a common type of bat Pokemon, was deep blue with purple-hued ears and wings. Its wide-open mouth revealed 4 white teeth, while its eyes were conspicuously absent. Zubat detested sunlight, often hanging upside down in caves or the eaves of old houses during the day. When disturbed, they would launch an attack on intruders. In this cave, hundreds of Zubat resided, and Xiaoyu also spotted a few rare Golbat, though not a single Crobat was in sight. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Zubat were merely a disorganized throng. Coupled with the confined space, Xiao Luo's fire god Moth stood resolute, embodying the might of a lone warrior holding back the tide. We're just 300 meters away, Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at the single-use Pokemon detection device, which indicated they were nearing a Pokemon of champion-level quality. This revelation spurred him to hasten his pace. After traversing an underground river, the brothers arrived at an expansive clearing that resembled a Zubat nest, where Xiaoyu beheld a multitude of Pokemon eggs. We're here, Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight, as the detection device confirmed that the location matched the nest before them, implying that among these eggs lay one of champion-level quality. Brother, there's so many Pokemon eggs here, you'll choose one. Do as you wish. Most of these eggs belong to the Zubat species, which aren't particularly powerful, but if cultivated in a Crobat, they could possess decent strength, Xiao Luo replied, glancing at the eggs with little interest. He was currently preparing to challenge for the champion title, so only Pokemon capable of reaching that level piqued his interest. Kneeling down, Xiaoyu utilized the system's identification ability to discern the eggs one by one. Pokemon Egg Zubat Gender. Female type, Poison, Flying Quality, Elite Ability. Inner focus prevents flinching due to opponent's attack skills. Unknown. Not this one. Just as Xiaoyu was searching for the coveted champion-level Pokemon, a piercing howl echoed through the cave. A purple figure darted toward him like a specter. Fire God Moth, Flame Vortex. Recognizing the purple figure, Xiao Luo immediately commanded the Fire God Moth to unleash a searing flame vortex, enveloping Xiaoyu in a protective embrace. Charizard, intercept them. Simultaneously, Xiao Luo retrieved Charizard's Pokeball from his waist, summoning it to confront the suddenly appearing Crobat. Crobat. Gender male. Type, Poison Flying. Quality, Ruler Level. Ability, Infiltrator allows attacks to bypass barriers or substitutes. Skills, Leech Life, Tailwind, Supersonic, Hypnosis, Bite, Air Slash, Cross Poison, Air Cutter, Drain Punch, Toxic Bite, Mean Look, Scare, Quick Guard, Dark Fog, Liquidation, Wing Attack, Psychic Terrain. The numerous skills exhibited by this Crobat suggested it was not a wild Pokemon, but rather one meticulously bred by humans. After a missed attack, the Crobat retreated to the opposite end of its nest, its crimson eyes scrutinizing Charizard and the Fire God Moth, refraining from launching an immediate assault. Chirp, chirp. The Crobat emitted a sharp, high-pitched sound, continuously releasing a sonorous supersonic wave that resonated through the cave's entrance. Hey, Xiaoyu, have you made your choice? This Crobat is already calling for reinforcements. If too many Zubat arrive, I might struggle to handle them. As Xiao Luo spoke, the sound of flapping wings echoed from all directions. Thousands of Zubat surging toward the brothers. Hurry up, Xiaoyu urged, feeling the pressure as the plethora of Pokemon eggs overwhelmed him, causing him to momentarily lose focus on the champion-level egg. Almost done, just give me a few more minutes. Time is of the essence, Xiao Luo replied, somewhat helpless. In truth, the Zubat posed little threat to him, but their sheer numbers could potentially lead to one or two slipping past and attacking Xiaoyu. With no time to waste, Xiaoyu immersed himself in searching. Finally, upon reaching the last area, he discovered the coveted champion-level Pokemon Egg. Pokemon Egg. Noctowl. Gender male. Type, Flying Dragon. Quality, Champion Level. Ability, Telepathy. Skills. He found it. After a brief glance at the Pokemon Egg to confirm he hadn't made an error, Xiaoyu cradled the egg to his chest and retreated to his brother Xiao Luo's side. Upon seeing the egg, the Crobat let out a furious, high-pitched shriek, its anger palpable as it swooped towards Xiaoyu. Charizard, Unleash Flamethrower. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Charizard's maw, intercepting the charging Crobat. Have you made your selection? Xiao Luo asked, his gaze fixed on Xiaoyu, particularly on the egg cradled in his arms. The design of this egg was notably distinct from the others, and it did not resemble a typical Zubat egg. Yes, Xiaoyu nodded. I've made my choice, so let us prepare to leave. Xiao Luo shielded Xiaoyu behind him and commanded the Fire God Moth. Fire God Moth, unleash the strongest heat wave. The torrid gust surged forth, and the sudden blast of heat repelled the Zubat, sending a multitude crashing to the ground, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the scorching winds. Chapter 3. A family. The Wubbit bears a resemblance to a purple bat, possessing bat-like wings and remarkably sensitive ears. However, it also exhibits certain characteristics akin to those of reptiles. Its ears are disproportionately large, layered with intricate structures, while its eyes are adorned with striking patterns. This Pokemon is highly attuned to sound, classifying it as a sound wave-type creature. Notably, within the realm of Pokemon games, Wubbit holds the distinction of having the lowest base stats among all Dragon-type Pokemon, totaling a mere 245 points, with its evolutionary form, Noivern, not being particularly formidable either. Despite this, Xiaoyu remains quite content with her first Pokemon. After all, reality diverges from the gaming world where every trainer possesses a complete Pokédex and a gifted shiny Rayquaza. In contrast, in the real world, even semi-divine Pokemon are exceedingly rare, making Xiaoyu's acquisition of a Dragon-type Pokemon quite commendable. Xiaoyu, remember to take good care of your egg. Xiao Luo admonished upon returning home. This egg doesn't appear to be that of a Swoobat. I can't tell exactly what Pokemon it is until it hatches. Fortunately, I'm on vacation these days, and I can have my Volcarona assist with the incubation. Xiaoluo's words brimmed with affection for his younger sibling. The flame body ability of Volcarona undoubtedly makes it an excellent choice for hatching eggs, expediting the process. Xiaoluo lending his prized Pokémon to Xiaoyu underscores just how much he dotes on his brother. Alright, thanks, brother. Xiaoyu gently placed the Pokémon egg into the incubation box at home, a smile gracing her face as she admired the purple patterns adorning the shell. The process of hatching Pokémon in reality diverges from that in games. In games, one merely needs to walk continuously to hatch an egg, while in reality, it requires maintaining suitable temperature and humidity, and, when conditions permit, supplementing with nutrient solutions to enhance the Pokémon's physical attributes. Should one be particularly affluent, they might even use attribute-specific nutrient solutions. As Xiaoyu gazed at the egg within the incubation box, she contemplated where to procure a bottle of mixed nutrient solution for dragon and flying types. Ordinary nutrient solutions retail for around 150,000 per bottle, which is generally sufficient for hatching standard Pokémon. In contrast, attribute-specific solutions are considerably more expensive, ranging from 750,000 to 1,500,000 depending on the energy type. For instance, the dragon-type nutrient solution required by Wubbit is priced at 1,500,000 per bottle, while the flying-type solution costs 1,100,000. Even a compromise would still amount to around 1,200,000. This exorbitant price left Xiaoyu astounded. Such a sum could easily purchase a commendable starter Pokémon. Spending so much on nutrient solutions was, to be frank, beyond her means. While her family is relatively well off, it hardly compares to the affluence of true aristocratic families. After all, her grandfather was an ordinary man. And it was only when her father seized the opportunity to become the gym leader of Starlight City that they began to ascend into the ranks of the wealthy. Money is tight, Xiaoyu couldn't help but lament. Indeed, whether in my past life or this one, money holds significant importance. Where can I earn some? She began to ponder potential avenues for income, realizing that the most lucrative opportunities in this world are invariably linked to Pokémon, such as Pokéball manufacturing, berry cultivation, and energy cube production. Xiaoyu's father had secured vast tracts of forest for growing berries and producing energy cubes. A creak echoed as the door swung open, and the couple, Xiaoyong and Lin Xuemei, entered. Xiaoyong, at 53, had graying temples and a sturdy build, while the middle-aged woman beside him, Lin Xuemei, was Xiaoyu's mother and a Pokémon nurse, serving as the deputy director at the largest Pokémon medical center in the city. Upon entering, they noticed Xiaoyu beside the incubation box, and Lin furrowed her brow, having keenly observed the new purple egg nestled within the box. Where did this egg come from? I brought it back from the wilderness today, Xiaoyu explained. It's my starter Pokémon. Yours? Xiaoyong exclaimed in surprise, recalling his numerous attempts to gift Xiaoyu a starter Pokémon, all of which had been declined. He didn't expect her to have captured one today. Old Lin, come take a look at this egg. In her youth, Lin Xuemei was not only beautiful but also held a doctoral degree. Moreover, her entire family was academically gifted. For instance, Xiaoyu's uncle was a Pokémon researcher, and her grandparents were Pokémon professors, establishing a lineage steeped in scholarly pursuits. Xiaoyong considered himself fortunate to have married such an accomplished woman. Their marriage had caused quite a stir, and Xiaoyong often claimed that his greatest pride in life was marrying Lin. Their bond remained strong over the years. Xiaoyu? Lin Xuemei set down her bag, glancing at Xiaoyu with surprise. What has gotten into you today? Weren't you always reluctant to become a Pokémon trainer? Although surprised, Lin refrained from questioning further and instead encouraged Xiaoyu. There is still a year left until the college entrance examination. If you wish to pursue being a trainer, it's not too late. I'd like to see what kind of egg this is. Approaching the incubation box, Lin Xuemei scrutinized the egg carefully. The purple patterns interspersed with black lines were quite rare. The egg was plump and glossy, with vibrant and thick markings, suggesting that this Pokémon possessed commendable potential. Where did you acquire this egg? She inquired, her mind already formulating hypotheses about it. From a cave in Qinlian Mountain, 200 miles away, Xiaoluo interjected from the sofa. I encountered a frillish with impressive strength. This egg should be its offspring, though it doesn't resemble that of a Swoobat. This is indeed not a Swoobat egg. Lin Xuemei replied with a smile. This is a Wubbit egg. You're in luck. It's a rare dragon-type Pokémon. Dragon-type Pokémon are inherently scarce, so this Wubbit should possess excellent qualities. The evolutionary form of Wubbit, Noivern, is a remarkable dragon-type Pokémon, particularly formidable in battles during the night or in darkness. Noivern is known for its fierce temperament. However, when offered its favorite ripe fruits, it becomes remarkably affectionate. In darkness, Even the three-headed dragon would avoid confrontation with it, steering clear before dusk. Known for its combative nature, it reigns supreme in battles shrouded in shadows. Old Xia, fetch that bottle of nutrient solution. This is my son's first Pokémon, and we must ensure it has a solid foundation. Chapter 4. Terrestrialization with the application of the energy nutrient solution. The little creature within the egg thrived, causing the egg to shake with increasing vigor. A week later, accompanied by a crisp sound, the shell shattered, and the purple wubbit emerged. Welcome to this world. Xiaoyu beamed at the newly hatched wubbit, her eyes sparkling with joy. She retrieved the prepared Pokéball and captured the wubbit instantly. Following that, she released it and offered the energy cube she had set aside for it. The diminutive wubbit gazed at Xiaoyu with a glimmer of affection. Although wubbit is not known for its gentle demeanor, it found Xiaoyu, its first sight, undeniably endearing. The enticing aroma of the energy cube only heightened its affection, leading it to eagerly climb onto Xiaoyu's hand and indulge in the treat. The hidden task, Initial Pokémon, has been completed. Initial Pokémon. Capture a Pokémon, Progress 11. Reward. Rare item level, Dragon Scale, level, Dragon Scale. A powerful Dragon-type Pokémon's shed scale, infused with surging energy. When worn by a Dragon-type Pokémon, it accelerates its growth and enhances its mastery over Dragon-type energy. The classification of items is also a characteristic of the real world. After all, items in games are not differentiated by level. For instance, the water stone in the game can evolve EV into Vaporeon regardless of its type. However, in reality, a high-level water stone contains a significant amount of water-type energy, which not only allows EV to evolve but also enhances Vaporeon's mastery and aptitude for water-type energy. Conversely, a lower-level water stone may barely facilitate EV's evolution into Vaporeon, without providing any additional benefits, while the lowest-level water stone could even lead to a failed evolution. This illustrates the disparity in item levels. The level, Dragon Scale, that Xiaoyu acquired likely originated from a formidable Dragon-type Pokémon, possibly a powerful quasi-divine like Dragonite or Salamence. On the other hand, a lower-level Dragon Scale could have come from a relatively weaker Dragon-type Pokémon, such as a Dratini or Swablu. The effects of the same item can vary greatly due to their levels, and Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction upon obtaining a level Dragon Scale. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu retrieved the Dragon Scale from the system space and adorned it on his Woobat, hastening its growth in hopes of evolving it into a Swoobat soon. Woobat, gender, male type, flying, dragon aptitude, elite level ability, telepathy skills, gust, moonlight, tackle, absorb, supersonic, mist clear. Woobat, having just been born, already possessed 6 skills. While none were particularly powerful, a few were quite commendable. For instance, moonlight is a formidable healing skill, while supersonic can confuse opponents upon hitting them. As Xiaoyu played with Woobat to nurture their bond, he pondered ways to earn money. Raising Pokémon is an expensive endeavor, and as he was about to enter his senior year of high school, he realized he could no longer rely solely on his parents. Before he had Pokémon, he did not require much money, but now, with the expenses of nurturing Pokémon, he needed to devise a means of earning for himself. Xiaoyu had already contemplated 2 paths to earn money. The first was leveraging the system to assess Pokémon aptitude for quick financial gain, though it carried significant risks. If someone with ill intentions were to discover his ability, it could pose a grave threat to his life. The second path was to engage in legitimate entrepreneurship, particularly focusing on the collection of stones. Evolution, moves, Gigantamaxing, and Terrestrialization all require auxiliary items to accomplish. To date, only one move has been publicly disclosed, announced 2 years prior. The price of a pure crystal has skyrocketed to over 100 million, yet availability is scarce. The moment a pure crystal appears on the black market, it is instantly snatched up, with only trainers of at least quasi-elite status eligible to compete for it. The allure of pure crystals is enough to drive elite trainers into a frenzy, and the potential revelations of Gigantamaxing and evolution would undoubtedly create an uproar that Xiaoyu could scarcely imagine. However, for Xiaoyu, this presented a remarkable opportunity, a chance to amass wealth through his foresight. Yet, Xiaoyu harbored concerns. If he were to continuously gather evolution stones and keys, when the day of their announcement arrived, lacking the corresponding strength or social standing could lead to disaster for him, dragging the entire Xia family into an abyss. In comparison to evolution and Gigantamaxing, Terrestrialization is undoubtedly more common and suitable for an initial announcement, as its threshold is lower, requiring only a terrestrial orb for completion. The commotion caused by the announcement of Terrestrialization would be significantly smaller, making it the ideal candidate for the first reveal. Once he accumulated sufficient wealth and power, He could then unveil Gigantamaxing, followed lastly by evolution. As Xiaoyu contemplated his future financial strategies, he recognized that apart from terrestrial orbs, replenishing terrestrial energy also presented a long-term revenue stream. After undergoing terrestrialization, a terrestrial orb would become depleted, rendering it unusable until recharged. Providing energy for terrestrial orbs thus represented another avenue for financial gain. Selling terrestrial orbs is a one-time transaction, whereas recharging them offers a sustained source of income. Xiaoyu pondered this and opened his phone to search for news regarding terrestrialization. Jiangzhou Province discovers crystal onyx, accidental discovery of crystal EV with a mysterious diamond-like object on its forehead in Altamira Cave. Crystal Gyarados found in Valencia sparks tourism boom, attracting trainers from around the globe. As Xiaoyu searched for entries related to crystal Pokémon, he indeed uncovered several useful pieces of information. The majority of terrestrialized Pokémon were reported around the vicinity of the Pyrenees Peninsula, encompassing the territories of both Portugal and Spain, while a couple of reports concerning crystal Pokémon had emerged from Jiangzhou Province in his own country. After the college entrance examination, a trip to Jiangzhou Province might yield fruitful results. Xiaoyu considered this and simultaneously posted a message online seeking various rare stones, particularly aesthetically pleasing ones. High prices paid for various unique stones. Interested parties please send photos and prices via private message. No scammers, please. After completing this, Xiaoyu played with his little Woobat for a while before opening his books to study diligently. As he was about to enter his senior year, he had only a year left before the college entrance examination, and he needed to make the most of his time to study effectively. In this reborn life, he placed greater emphasis on education, particularly since he had not captured a single Pokémon due to the system's constraints over the past few years. In the absence of becoming a top-tier trainer, he determined that becoming a Pokémon researcher was a viable alternative. It is worth noting that Pokémon researchers hold significant status in this world, especially those studying cutting-edge topics such as Pokémon breeding, abilities, and moves, who are regarded as elite talents protected by their respective nations. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu's financial plans were closely intertwined with his academic pursuits. If he could secure a position in academia, the threats and obstacles he might face when terrestrialization is revealed would be substantially reduced, potentially serving as a protective shield for him. Thus, Xiaoyu set his sights on a goal from an early age, meticulously planning his life. He was determined to gain admission to one of the best universities in Huaghua, Sushio University. In his previous life, Xiaoyu had performed commendably in his studies and gained admission to a double first-class university in the country. Having repeated 18 years in this life, Xiaoyu brimmed with confidence. Sushio University was merely a stepping stone, while his ultimate aspirations lay with Capital University and Magic City University. Chapter 5. First victory. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Xiaoyu was still playing with his little Woobat when the doorbell rang. Standing at the door was a robust, plump individual, his forehead dotted with beads of sweat, his fair face glowing with a rosy hue, and his skin as delicate as that of a young girl. Hurry and open the door. Old Wu, this early? Xiaoyu opened the door, greeted by the sight of the chubby boy, and smiled warmly. It's scorching. Wu Yaozu skillfully stepped into the room as if he were entering his own home, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of soda, drinking it greedily. Refreshing. It's still enjoyable in your house. My parents never allow me to drink soda. Wu Yuzu couldn't help but complain. All right, enough of the complaints. Uncle and Auntie are only looking out for your health. Just look at your weight. It's over 200. Xiaoyu laughed as he playfully patted Wu Yaozu's belly, producing a crisp sound. Don't touch my belly. Wu Yuzu swatted Xiaoyu's hand away, his eyes darting. School starts in a few days. Let's hit the internet CAF today. I'll play mid lane, and you can assist me to victory. No way. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. Having been reborn, he held little interest in gaming, especially since Wu Yaozu was both inexperienced and stubborn, which further diminished Xiaoyu's enthusiasm for playing. I need to focus on studying. Stop pretending, all right? Wu Yaozu remarked teasingly. Then his eyes brightened upon seeing the Woobat lying in the temperature-controlled box. Is that a Woobat? A dragon-type Pokémon? Is it your brother's or your father's? Wu Yuzu had not even considered that it might belong to Xiaoyu, knowing that Xiaoyu's family was quite affluent in Starlight City. However, since Xiaoyu had never captured Pokémon, he simply overlooked him. This is my Pokémon. Don't joke around. It must belong to your brother. Wu Yaozu muttered to himself. Your brother must be aiming for the champion title to raise a dragon-type Pokémon. But Woobat isn't particularly strong among dragon types. Your brother would surely choose a semi-divine Pokémon. What a pity. As he spoke, Wu Yaozu suddenly noticed Xiaoyu feeding the Woobat an energy cube, and his tone shifted to one of astonishment as he looked at Xiaoyu. This is really your starter Pokémon? Has the young Master Xia decided to embark on the path of a trainer? It's just that I hadn't encountered a Pokémon I liked before. And now that I have, I naturally captured it. Xia Yu fabricated a casual excuse. How about a battle? Didn't you just capture a Charmander? Bring it on. Wu Yaozu was eager for a challenge, his eyes gleaming. Academically, he was no match for Xia Yu, but in battles, he considered himself somewhat gifted. Although he couldn't compare to some prodigies, taking on a novice like Xia Yu was well within his capabilities. Today, let Master Wu give you a lesson. The two made their way to the basement in the backyard, which had been transformed into a battleground. Xia Yu and Wu Yaozu stood at opposite ends. Releasing their Pokémon. Wu Yaozu had two Pokémon, a Rockruff he had raised since childhood, and a recently captured starter Charmander. Go Charmander! Charmander is one of the most renowned Pokémon in the Pokémon world, and its final evolution, Charizard, is among the most popular Pokémon. In the Pokémon anime, champions like Dato, Alan, Dan D, and Ash all possess a Charizard, making it almost a standard for champions. Xia Yu also admired Charizard greatly, but regrettably, he had never encountered one of the caliber required to be a champion. Xia Yu naturally sent out the newly hatched Woobat. Task triggered. First victory. First victory. Win the first battle. Failure penalty. None. Reward. 1 random draw. Seeing the system issue the task, Xia Yu's spirits soared, and his gaze fell upon the Charmander across from him. Sensing Xia Yu's seriousness, Wu Yuzu confidently stated, Brother Yu, today I, Old Wu, will teach you that the path of a trainer is not an easy one. Woobat, use tackle. Xia Yu wasted no time in commanding his Pokémon to attack. Woobat's ability, telepathy, is designed for double battles, allowing it to read its allies' attacks and evade damage. However, reality differs from the game. In truth, telepathy is exceedingly rare. Possessing additional effects, such as allowing direct mental communication without the trainer's command, akin to a minor superpower. Woobat, having a strong bond with Xia Yu, flapped its tiny wings and charged at Charmander. You're not playing fair, ambushing me while I'm still talking, Wu Yaozu exclaimed, simultaneously ordering Charmander to execute its signature move. Charmander, dodge. Upon hearing Wu Yaozu's command, the orange-hued Charmander swiftly leaped back, evading Woobat's assault. Witnessing this, Xia Yu couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, evasion was the true hallmark of skill, effortlessly sidestepping an opponent's attack. Reality and the game were, as expected, starkly different. In the game, evasion was simply not a tactic. Charmander, use Dragon Tail. Wu Yaozu, displaying considerable combat talent, promptly directed Charmander to execute Dragon Tail after it dodged the attack. As a Dragon-type move, Dragon Tail is super effective against Woobat, inflicting double damage and forcing the opposing Pokémon to switch out. Woobat, fly up and evade the attack. Xia Yu remained composed in the face of Charmander's onslaught. Despite his limited battle experience, having been influenced by his brother and father, both gym leaders, he possessed considerable theoretical knowledge of battles. For instance, against a non-flying Pokémon like Charmander, his flying Woobat held a natural advantage. As long as Woobat took to the skies, Charmander's Dragon Tail would be rendered ineffective. This was not like the turn-based mechanics of the game. In reality, flying-type Pokémon, once airborne, had no counter to Pokémon that lacked long-range attacks. Charmander, Ember. Wu Yaozu quickly grasped Xia Yu's strategy and commanded Charmander to use Ember, one of its few ranged attacks. The scorching embers flew toward the airborne Woobat. But as a fire-type attack, it would only inflict half damage, proving limited in its effectiveness. Woobat, use Moonlight. In response to Charmander's assault, Xia Yu instructed Woobat to utilize Moonlight, as fairy-type energy enveloped him, healing Woobat's wounds. Woobat, use Supersonic. Once Woobat was healed, Xia Yu ordered it to unleash Supersonic. Supersonic emits special sound waves from its body, causing the opponent to become confused. Being a soundwave Pokémon, Woobat excelled at this skill, accurately hitting Charmander and leaving it in a state of confusion. Charmander. Wu Yaozu, witnessing his Charmander fall into confusion, felt an ominous sense of defeat, realizing that the tide of battle had turned against him. Chapter 6. Wu Yaozu, this match doesn't count. I want to use Rockruff for a rematch. Wu Yaozu shouted, eager to regain his lost pride. No way. Xia Yu was not foolish. Woobat's victory over Charmander was simply due to the low strength of both Pokémon, as their battle power was merely at the ordinary level. Battle power levels include ordinary, rare, elite, lord, overlord, gym leader, champion, master, divine beast, classified in accordance with their aptitude levels. Wu Yaozu's Rockruff, having been trained since childhood, had already reached the elite level, even if Woobat had superior aptitude. A 2-level disparity in battle power meant it stood no chance against Rockruff. Your Rockruff is about to evolve. What form do you plan to evolve it into? Xia Yu changed the subject. The dusk form, Wuyuzu seemed to have made up his mind. The dusk form of Lycanroc has the ability Keen Eye. A very powerful trait. Xiaoyu nodded. If it were him, he would also evolve the Rockruff into the dusk form of Lycanroc, combining high speed and attack with the Keen Eye ability, which is quite impressive. Xiaoyu, are you not going online today? After their battle, Wu Yaozu's playful spirit was stirred, and he began to urge Xiaoyu to join him online. Not today, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head. The Wurmple has just hatched, and I need to take care of it. You should go alone. Playing solo will better showcase your skills. Don't be ridiculous. With your skills, you couldn't possibly lead me. Wuyuzu retorted. Just watch. Without you holding me back today, I guarantee I'll reach gold rank. Motivated by Xiaoyu's words, Wuyuzu dashed off to the internet CAF, determined to prove that Xiaoyu was the one lagging behind. After Wuyuzu left, Xiaoyu was home alone, tending to the little Wurmple while studying and reading. The college entrance examination in this world was quite similar to his previous life, with the addition of a Pokémon exam, which was a mandatory subject for trainers and Pokémon researchers, and also the most challenging one. What is the optimal dosage of metal coating for a Scyther with a height of 1.5 meters and a weight of 56 kilograms when evolving into a Scyther? Which Pokémon cannot learn normal type moves? What is the standard weight of its final evolved form? Please list all Poison Ground type Pokémon under normal circumstances. Some questions were relatively simple, while others posed significant challenges. In addition to mastering these peculiar facts, Xiaoyu also had to review conventional subjects, language, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, and biology. This made him feel as if he had returned to his high school days, experiencing both pain and joy. After studying for a considerable time, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have completed a system task. First victory, win the first battle. Failure penalty, none. Reward, 1 random draw. The lottery system has been activated. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Draw. Xiaoyu silently recited draw, and before him appeared a large spinning wheel. Stop. As he mentally commanded it to halt, the lottery wheel gradually slowed and finally pointed to a disc. Congratulations, the host has drawn a one-time move tutor, Water Pulse. Water Pulse, a water-based attack that creates vibrations to strike the opponent, with a certain chance to confuse the target. The move tutor allows Pokémon to learn skills. And in this world, they are categorized into 2 types, one-time use and permanent move tutors, with their values vastly differing. Most move tutors are controlled by prominent families, and these tutors are the foundation of their power, widening the gap between them and ordinary people. Outsiders wishing to use these move tutors must pay a significant price. Xiaoyu's family possessed a permanent move tutor, Bug Resistance, which was publicly priced at 150,000 for one use. Only 1 Pokémon could learn it per day, and if operated year-round, it could provide a stable income of around 50 million. This was due to Bug Resistance being a relatively weak move. Had it been a skill like Protect or Swords Dance, the price would soar to around 500,000 per session, and prior reservations would be required, with additional fees for those attempting to cut in line. Possessing a move tutor was akin to controlling a continuous stream of wealth, provided one had the requisite strength to match. Xiaoyu recalled a sensational news story from the previous year, where the chief family, who possessed the Shadow Ball move tutor, was tragically wiped out, with no survivors among the 13 family members. Since then, the whereabouts of the Shadow Ball move tutor remained unknown. With only a few one-time use tutors circulating, their prices skyrocketing. The chief family had even boasted an elderly champion-level trainer, yet they could not escape their fate, much less the emerging Xia family, were it not for his older brother, the youngest quasi-champion trainer. Xiaoyu speculated that they might not have been able to safeguard the Bug Resistance move tutor. Xiaoyu took out the Water Pulse move tutor. While Wurmple could not learn Water Pulse, its evolved form, Swablu, could. However, by the time Wurmple evolved into Swablu, it would have already learned many powerful skills and would no longer require Water Pulse. Thus, Xiaoyu intended to sell the one-time move tutor instead. As a popular skill, Water Pulse was also a highly sought-after one-time move tutor, with reported purchase prices around 300,000. Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. With a simple draw, he had secured 300,000. He accessed a trading platform, comparing offers before contacting the most reputable buyer, selling the Water Pulse one-time move tutor for 320,000. With 320,000 in hand, Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. He also noticed several private messages in response to his post seeking various rare stones. Are you there? I have exquisite rare stones for sale. Grade A Thunderstone. Expert certified. A fair price of 399,999. Premium Light Stone. A family heirloom. Reluctantly parting with it for 288 million due to my mother-in-law's demands. After quickly reviewing the messages and responding to each, Xiaoyu realized that while some offered aesthetically pleasing rare stones, others, like the Thunder Stone, were special evolution stones that did not align with his goals. Moreover, trading on the platform made the quality of goods difficult to guarantee. After some consideration, Xiaoyu revised his purchasing post to limit the scope to the province of Shishu and emphasized that he was only collecting various sparkling stones. Stones such as evolutionary keys, evolution stones, wish stars, and crystalline pearls all share a notable characteristic. They sparkle. As soon as Xiaoyu posted the update and prepared to log off, he promptly received a private message. I have a peculiar stone. Chapter 7. The Black Market. Upon reading this message, Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. The mysterious seller, named Crazy August, attached a photo. The small stone emitted a dazzling light. Is that an evolutionary key? Xiaoyu was astonished by his good luck, having encountered an evolutionary key online in just one day. Suppressing his excitement, Xiaoyu began to negotiate with Crazy August. This stone is beautiful. Where did you find it? Xiaoyu inquired. It's a family heirloom, Crazy August replied. Do you want it? Yes, Xiaoyu responded eagerly. What's the price? I'm not sure what the market rate is. Why don't you offer a price, and if it's reasonable, we'll make a deal. 50, shipping included. Xiaoyu suggested. That's too cheap. This stone is too beautiful for that. It should be at least 500, Crazy August countered. A smile crept onto Xiaoyu's face. He wanted to agree on a price immediately, but he also knew that not negotiating would raise suspicions. 500 is too high. I can go up to 100. That's not feasible. Look at the stone's luster. Brother, my girlfriend's birthday is coming up, and I want to buy her a necklace. As a student, I'm short on cash. Can we settle at 500? I'm also a student and don't have much money, Xiaoyu replied. 480. That's my final offer. After a lengthy back and forth, they finally settled on a price of 399. To be safe, Xiaoyu requested Crazy August to send another photo of the stone. After completing all his tasks, Xiaoyu gazed at the substantial sum of 300,000 in his account, and a different thought crossed his mind. He resolved to venture into the black market of Starlight City that very night. With such a considerable amount of money, he could procure numerous intriguing items, especially with the aid of his system, which would allow him to seize opportunities. His only concern was his personal safety. Previously, he had visited the black market in Starlight City once, accompanied by Xia Luo, a formidable trainer, ensuring his safety. This time, however, he would navigate the black market alone, necessitating a cautious approach. He decided to take along his father's scyther. As night fell, Xiaoyu, having dined, made his way to the black market with his father's scyther and a borrowed Gyarados for added security. Although he initially planned to bring only the scyther, he opted to borrow the Gyarados for precautionary measures. The scyther possessed only average strength, classified as a Lord-level Pokémon, while the Gyarados was a powerful asset. One of his father's main Pokémon, boasting gym leader-level prowess, making it a formidable creature even in a smaller city like Starlight. The underground black market of Starlight City was located on a bustling street lined with bars in the Old Town, a favored gathering place for the youth, where revelers freely indulged in libations. Dressed in black attire and wearing a mask, Xiaoyu entered a bar named Night Star and descended directly to the second underground level. The first underground level served as a conventional bar, while the second level was the actual black market, often showcasing valuable items and hosting monthly auctions featuring peculiar treasures. During his last visit, Xia Luo had mentioned the bar's formidable background, noting that the major shareholder was the Leaf family of Starlight City, who also shared in the profits with the Xia family. The Leaf family was a local powerhouse, nearly monopolizing the breeding and energy cube industries in Starlight City, having amassed considerable wealth. However, in recent years, the Leaf family had experienced a slight decline, as their older generation of top trainers aged and weakened, while the middle generation had only produced one gym leader-level trainer who was yet to establish a gym. This situation had intensified the Leaf family's urgency, prompting them to invest resources heavily in the younger generation, determined to cultivate any talent. The Leaf family was in desperate need of a trainer of gym leader level or above, and the emergence of a top-tier trainer would be nothing short of a boon. Consequently, they had expressed their interest in an alliance with Xia Luo more than once, offering a lavish dowry with the singular aim of making Xia Luo, the youngest aspiring top-tier trainer, their son-in-law, as Xia Luo's potential to evolve into a fire-type top-tier trainer was almost guaranteed. Yet, Xia Luo rejected the proposal outright, being devoted to his childhood sweetheart, with whom he shared a profound bond. As for material wealth, the proud Xia Luo firmly believed that once he attained the status of a top-tier trainer, everything would fall into place. Coincidentally, the auction was scheduled for that very day. Upon reaching the entrance of the second underground level, Xiaoyu was halted by two suited guards at the door, who conducted a cursory search before granting him entry. Once inside, he was greeted by a vast expanse with stalls lining the streets, offering a myriad of items. As he wandered, he hoped to stumble upon hidden treasures. His footsteps paused before a stall displaying Pokémon eggs, prompting him to utilize his system to assess their potential. Regrettably, none of the eggs possessed a quality exceeding that of a top-tier Pokémon. Xiaoyu had anticipated this outcome. If top-tier Pokémon were so readily available, he would not have gone years without an initial Pokémon. After traversing the egg section, Xiaoyu entered the Pokémon area, which was divided into two categories, juvenile and adult Pokémon. The adult Pokémon were shackled and confined in cages, emaciated and starved, fed merely once a day to control their strength and prevent excessive aggression. The combat capabilities of these Pokémon were generally lacking, with the most formidable being only at the verge of Lord level. Moving through the adult Pokémon section, Xiaoyu arrived at the juvenile area, which housed the most numerous Pokémon. Here, the juvenile Pokémon were often of inferior quality, stunted, or flawed. As he stepped into this area, his eyes brightened. Kirlia, gender, male type, psychic, fairy quality, Lord-level combat power, rare ability, telepathy skills, growl, charm, shadow clone, psychic, hypnosis, draining kiss, teleport, dark glare. Mysterious light. What a fortuitous beginning. His first Pokémon was of Lord-level quality, sparking a glimmer of hope that he might indeed discover a top-tier Pokémon here. Hey there, looking to select a Pokémon? The vendor, donning a mask, remarked. This Kirlia is quite impressive, and its final evolution, Gardevoir, is exceptionally beautiful. The vendor chuckled lewdly. Xiaoyu held a fondness for Gardevoir but was not obsessed. His admiration was healthy and normal. Really, this Kirlia has remarkable potential, is visually appealing, and possesses great power. I can let it go for just 300,000, the vendor insisted. Xiaoyu couldn't help but scoff internally at the price, feeling as though he were being treated as a fool. Do you take me for a pig to slaughter? Sorry, but I can't afford that. He flatly rejected the vendor's pitch. 298,000, just a couple thousand less, the vendor urged. Even if you were to lower it to 298,000, I wouldn't buy it, Xiaoyu replied, turning away from the stall. Hopper, wasting my time, the vendor muttered as Xiaoyu continued to wander through the black market. As night deepened, the crowd swelled, with more vendors appearing. During this time, Xiaoyu spotted several Pokémon with decent potential, but none surpassed the level of Dominator. And he saw no Pokémon of Gym Leader level or above. This revelation left him somewhat disheartened, and upon inquiry, he learned that the better quality Pokémon had already been taken by the black market management in preparation for the auction. With no other recourse, Xiaoyu meandered through various stalls, hoping to unearth some hidden treasures. Suddenly, while passing a stall, he noticed a seemingly unremarkable stone, black and coal-like in appearance. However, the information relayed by his system set his heart racing. Xiaoyu paused, his gaze sweeping over the items at the stall. He casually picked up a dive ball and inquired, "How much for this?" 30,000, came the reply. Is it really that expensive? Xiaoyu was taken aback by the price. Official shops sold dive balls for only 21,000 each, making this black market price seem exorbitant. Are you new here? This is an anonymous dive ball. The vendor explained that every Pokéball is assigned a unique number. Once a Pokémon is captured, the data within the ball is automatically uploaded to the Trainer Association as long as it is connected to the internet or taken to a Pokémon Center for healing. Only illegal Pokéballs, such as this one, remain unrecorded. As long as you remain silent, no one will ever know what lies within your dive ball. They can serve numerous purposes, and at 30,000 each, they are indeed considered a bargain. Nevertheless, it is still too expensive. Sushio waved his hand dismissively, deeming it unnecessary to purchase such an overpriced Pokéball. What about your other items? Just name a price. These are treasures passed down from my ancestors. They do not come cheap, the vendor replied cautiously, unwilling to quote a price for fear that Sushio might seize an opportunity. If you want to buy something, bring it to me, and I will give you a price. Seeing the vendor's careful demeanor, Sushio felt helpless. These stall owners were as shrewd as they come, making them difficult to deal with. I'm just browsing. He casually picked up an oddly shaped stone and inquired, "How much for this stone?" This stone is quite special. It is a family heirloom passed down from my great-grandfather. Do you see how the white stripes resemble the character for Cloud? This is indeed a stone inscribed with characters. If sold outside, it would fetch at least several tens of thousands. Today, I'll let you have it for just 10,000. The vendor rambled, as those in his line of work often embellish their wares with grandiose claims. That's far too expensive. What about this one? Sushio feigned indifference as he picked up a dark stone nearby, asking, "What about this stone?" The vendor frowned as he observed Sushio. Realizing that he was primarily inquiring about prices without any intention to buy, he couldn't help but grumble internally. Brother, if you are sincere about purchasing, I will give you a sincere price. This was found on Thunder Mountain. You know Thunder Mountain, right? The battlefield of Zapdos and Raikou, which produced quite a few exquisite thunderstones. Though this stone may not look impressive, it might contain a high-grade thunderstone within. It's worth no less than 50,000. Sumeryu's heart tightened. The vendor was indeed knowledgeable, and the dark stone did resemble what he described, concealing a high-grade thunderstone within. However, the stone was encased, and were it not for Sumeryu's system, he would not have noticed. The more he desired it, the more nonchalant he pretended to be. He gently set the black stone down and could not resist a jibe. I see that everything at your stall is a treasure. Just touching it is worth several tens of thousands. I genuinely wish to purchase something, so please give me a fair price. No more of this exaggeration. What do you want? Do you have any unmarked standard Pokeballs? I don't want a dive ball, Sumeryu asked. Yes, they are 11,000 each. The vendor rummaged through his stall and retrieved a red and white Pokeball, tossing it to Sumeryu. Is it really that expensive? Sumeryu's face darkened. Standard Pokeballs usually cost 5,000 each, yet this one was priced at 11,000, an entire doubling. This is the market price. We engage in honest transactions with fair prices, the vendor insisted. Fine, I'll take one. After receiving the Pokeball, Sumeryu's gaze wandered back to the high-grade Thunderstone, and he casually asked, can you reduce the price on this stone? 50,000 is already the lowest price. The vendor showed no intent to lower the price, speaking fluently. Think about it. If this reveals a high-grade Thunderstone, there is currently none available on the market. One would sell for over 10 million. 50,000 could turn into 10 million. You would be profiting immensely. Are you complaining about the price? Young man, do you understand gambling? Win big and enjoy the company of beautiful women. Lose and work hard. Sumeryu felt a wave of frustration. Indeed, those who could sell goods in the underground market were quite eloquent. If it truly could yield a high-grade Thunderstone, why would you sell it? I genuinely wish to buy. Please give me a fair price. Would you sell it for 5,000? Brother, is this a Dragon Slayer's blade? At least 48,000. Impossible. I can offer a maximum of 6,000. There are so many stones on Thunder Mountain that you could sell any random one for several tens of thousands. How could this be different? Young brother, you can eat your fill but should not speak recklessly. This stone is unlike the ordinary. Experts have examined it and believe there is a high probability of a thunderstone within. Here's the deal. If you genuinely want to buy, I can lower it a bit to 45,000. After a lengthy negotiation that left Sumeryu parched, they finally settled on 38,000. Although Sumeryu felt the price could still be reduced, the ongoing bargaining had drawn a crowd, and to avoid further complications, he opted to conclude the transaction. Both the vendor and Sumeryu were satisfied. The vendor felt he had made a windfall, while Sumeryu had acquired a top-tier Thunderstone, delight evident on his face. Observing Sumeryu's departing figure, the vendor retrieved another identical black stone from his bag and placed it in the now vacant space, grinning maliciously. Fool. You think you can uncover a Thunderstone? I have plenty of these stones. Chapter 9. Sushio having acquired a high-grade Thunderstone. Sumeryu had no intention of selling it. Instead, he planned to keep it for personal use. Such high-grade items are rare and invaluable, often exceeding 10 million in market value. Once missed, one might wait an eternity for another opportunity. Among all known Pokémon, only 7 can utilize a Thunderstone. Pikachu evolves into Raichu with a Thunderstone. Eevee evolves into Jolteon. Magneton evolves into Electrode. Electabuzz evolves into Electivire. Ampharos evolves into Ampharos. Shuckle evolves into Shuckle. Plusle evolves into Plusle. All 7 Pokémon possess formidable strength, and Sumeryu is not particularly picky. It ultimately depends on which one he encounters first. From this point forward, he must keep an eye out for these Pokémon. If he encounters any with king-level potential, he would undoubtedly capture them without hesitation. As he is in dire need of Pokémon, finding a high-grade Thunderstone seemed to have exhausted all of Sumeryu's luck. Thereafter, he encountered no more lucky finds until the auction commenced, at which point he entered the auction hall with the crowd. Having attended an auction previously, Sumeryu knew that entry required a 1,000 yuan fee, and all auctioned items would incur a 10% commission. After paying the entry fee, he secured a designated spot for himself, patiently awaiting the start of the auction. As a sultry woman clad in a red, thigh-high slit gown took the stage, the auction officially commenced. The woman wore a sparkling mask, concealing her face entirely, leaving only her alluring figure visible. Welcome to the August auction. I am your host, Hong Jie. Her voice, slightly cold yet enchanting, was the epitome of a mature woman's charm. The first auction item is a Pokémon of exceptional potential. Please take a look. As her words faded, a transparent box was wheeled onto the stage, revealing a blue and white Pokémon, a rare Gummy from Huagua. Gummy's popularity has always been high, and coupled with its formidable combat prowess and its unique design reminiscent of Ash's Greninja, it is adored by Pokémon enthusiasts. Naturally, Summeryu is no exception. Who wouldn't he love a handsome and capable Pokémon? However, it was regrettable that this Gummy's potential was merely at the gym leader level, failing to meet his minimum capture requirement. Gummy is a Pokémon that many have encountered rarely. It is virtually non-existent in the wilds of his country and is a unique Pokémon exclusive to Sakura country, with each one commanding an exorbitant price. We paid a hefty sum to acquire this one, the host continued. The Froakie, which hatches within a week, is an ideal choice for novice trainers. If there are children at home, Froakie will undoubtedly become their most loyal companion. The starting bid is set at 500,000, with a minimum increment of 50,000. Ahem. Xiaoyu nearly choked on his own saliva. Despite his dismissive view of Froakie's qualifications, his total cash fell short of the starting bid. How unfortunate. 550,000. 600,000. Xiaoyu clearly underestimated the affluence of the crowd, as Froakie's price soared from 500,000 to 1 million, a figure akin to that of a near-gym leader Pokémon. However, due to Froakie's uniqueness, the price was expected to continue rising. As anticipated, after a flurry of bidding, Froakie was ultimately acquired by a portly buyer for 140,000. Congratulations to the buyer for successfully securing Froakie. You may continue participating in the auction, and Froakie will be delivered to you upon your departure. Now, we shall proceed to the second item for auction. Items like Froakie are quite rare. The subsequent auction items are of more standard value, with starting prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands, reflecting the typical state of the underground black market. Truly valuable items are usually sold at legitimate auctions, while precious auction items with dubious origins, like Froakie, remain scarce. During this period, Xiaoyu did not bid on any items, as he found them unnecessary, until the auction neared its conclusion, when another valuable item finally appeared. The next auction item consisted of 3 Pokémon eggs. All 3 eggs contained rare Pokémon, but due to certain reasons, they had sustained some damage, making the hatching process significantly more challenging. 3 boxes covered in red silk were brought to the auction stage. Hong Jia approached the first box and dramatically pulled down the red cloth, revealing a transparent glass container. Inside lay an egg marked by cracks. While I cannot divulge the origin of this egg, I can reveal that it houses a Yaya. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the cracked egg, and he instantly scanned its information. Pokémon egg, Yaya gender, female type, dragon qualification, lord level, gym leader level, damaged, ability, exceptional skills. The prospect of a lord-level Yaya stirred Xiaoyu's heart. Were it not for the system's restrictions, he would have sought every means to acquire this Yaya. Even with its damaged qualifications, with proper care, it could undoubtedly be restored. Once this Yaya matures, it will evolve into a formidable dual-headed Axu, comparable to a near-elite Pokémon. The mere fact that such a specimen is up for sale speaks volumes about the extravagance of this underground market. However, recalling Hong Jia's words, it is evident that this Pokémon egg has questionable origins. Otherwise, it would not have found its way to the black market. Is this indeed Yaya's egg? A dragon-type Pokémon, and a dual-headed Axu at that. Wait, 2 months ago, a transport vehicle in Dragon Valley was ambushed by the Dawn Association, and a batch of Pokémon eggs went missing. The appearance of this Yaya egg has sparked a commotion among the crowd, yet Hong Jia seems entirely unfazed, moving on to the second and third eggs. Pulling off the red cloth with vigor. The starting bid for the first egg is 1 million, and compared to the first, these 2 eggs are somewhat inferior, yet still remarkably rare. If anyone is interested, now is the time to seize the opportunity. The starting bid for these 2 eggs is 200,000. Xiaoyu's gaze lingered on the remaining 2 eggs. The second egg appeared noticeably smaller, resembling an underdeveloped specimen, while the third egg was dull in color, its shell speckled with black spots, indicating that the Pokémon inside was evidently in a state of illness. Pokémon egg, Hohut gender, male type, fire qualification, lord level, gym leader level, underdeveloped, ability, blaze skills. Pokémon egg, Magikarp gender, male type, water qualification, elite level, near king level, at risk of life due to viral infection, ability, timid skills. Upon seeing the Magikarp egg, Xiaoyu's spirits momentarily soared, only to be swiftly replaced by disappointment. Why couldn't this Magikarp have slightly better qualifications? While near king level Pokémon do not equate to true kings, Xiaoyu realized he was still unable to capture any of the 3 Pokémon. Given the nature of auctions, even with the flaws present in these eggs and their dubious origins, they were beyond the 20,000 he possessed. As the 3 rare Pokémon eggs were unveiled, the auction heated up instantly, particularly for the Yaya egg, which began at 1 million and was quickly disregarded by the crowd, soon surpassing the 2 million mark and continuing to climb. causing Xiaoyu's blood pressure to rise. Nevertheless, given the rarity of dragon-type Pokémon, coupled with the egg's extraordinary qualifications, even with cracks in the shell, a price exceeding 2 million is entirely reasonable. Xiaoyu sat in his chair, observing the bidding like a spectator, showing no inclination to place a bid himself. His acquisition of a Thunderstone was already a bountiful gain. 3 million. Just then, Xiaoyu noticed a figure clad in a black cloak, whose raspy voice called out a bid of 3 million. Curiosity piqued. He glanced at the mysterious bidder and was surprised to see a black Houndoom beside him. Houndoom, gender, male type, dark, fire qualification, Near King level combat power, Near King level ability, flash fire item, charcoal skills, glare, ember, mist, thunder fong, howl, trick, roar, bite, incinerate, beat up, fire fong, flatter, revenge, flower gift, flamethrower, crunch, roar, dark pulse, overheat, heat wave, trick, protect, mud bomb. The luxurious panel left Xiaoyu in awe. A Near King level trainer at this underground auction was certainly cause for concern. It was time to leave. Xiaoyu no longer wished to remain a spectator. Despite having a Scyther and a Shuckle for protection, it was evident they were no match for the Houndoom. A Near King level Pokémon in Starlight City ranks among the top-tier combatants, and this enigmatic individual's presence here undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu rose and discreetly exited the underground black market, while simultaneously searching for information regarding the Near King level Houndoom on his phone. In this digitally connected world, Near King level Houndooms are exceedingly rare. Fugitive, Sushio gender, male age, 48 Near King level trainer. Signature Pokémon, Zoroark, Croconaw, Houndoom. Sushio is a formidable force, having been a Near King level trainer for a decade, possessing 3 Near King level Pokémon, Zoroark, Croconaw, and Houndoom. Due to his lack of a true King level Pokémon, he has been unable to ascend to King level status. 3 years ago, he murdered the Zhao family in Fengtian City, Shengjing Province, and absconded with the egg of the semi-divine Pokémon, Bangiris, which remains missing to this day. Chapter 10, The Secret Realm. Upon returning home, Xiaoyu lay on his bed, his mind consumed with thoughts of Sushio. He pondered what could possibly draw a trainer of Sushio's caliber to the small starry city. Perhaps he had misidentified the person. Could it be someone else? It seemed implausible, as there were only a handful of quasi-king level black Houndooms, and the others had no reason to conceal their identities. Eventually, fatigue overcame his anxiety, and he drifted into a restless slumber. Suddenly, in the dead of night, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout Starry City, illuminating the dark sky as if it were day. Xiaoyu, who had been sleeping lightly due to his preoccupation with Sushio, jolted awake. He quickly dressed and exited his room, only to encounter his elder brother Xiaoyong and Xiaoluo, both wearing grave expressions. "Father, what on earth is happening?" Xiaoyu could not restrain his curiosity. Seeing his son's concern, Xiaoyong managed a strained smile, urging him, "Nothing to worry about. Just stay home and don't venture outside." With that, he turned to his elder son with a serious demeanor. "Xiaoluo, come with me." "All right, let us go, father," Xiaoluo replied, his face also somber. Abandoning his usual playful demeanor, "Xiaoyu, you must stay home. I'm leaving you my Scyther and my Beedrill for protection, and I'll also give you my Charizard. Under no circumstances should you leave the house." Xiaoluo handed Xiaoyu one of his primary Pokémon, a Charizard. The concern of both his father and brother evident in their actions. Each left a powerful Pokémon with Xiaoyu for his safety, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. "Brother, father," Xiaoyu felt a swell of gratitude but could not help but ask, "What exactly is going on?" "I encountered a mysterious figure in the underground black market last night," he recounted, omitting the detail of purchasing a Thunderstone, only mentioning that he had met someone resembling the infamous wanted criminal, the Dark-type Quasi-King level trainer Sushio. "What?" Xiaoyong and Xiaoluo exchanged grave looks, evidently aware that this situation was far from ordinary. "It's clear now. That individual is indeed Sushio. He must have received intel about the sudden emergence of a small secret realm in Starry City, and that is his objective." The secret realm, a unique phenomenon of this world, functioned as a miniature universe. Typically, these realms were filled with rare treasures, berries, items, and move tutors, alongside the potential for encountering extraordinary Pokémon of high quality. It was also possible for legendary Pokémon to materialize within these realms, reminiscent of the Dark Nightmare realm 3 years prior, where the formidable Darkrai appeared, claiming countless lives before vanishing into the dreamscape. A secret realm is akin to a treasure trove, brimming with opportunities yet fraught with peril. In the Nightmare realm 3 years ago, many perished, including a Quasi-King level trainer. Despite its untold dangers, the allure of the secret realm was undeniable, attracting trainers like Sushio. Xia Yong reasoned calmly, given the 3 years since. Sushio may very well have ascended to king level. Just 3 years ago, he annihilated an entire family for a Bagon egg. In that time, a Bagon could easily evolve into a Salamence. We must exercise caution, he continued. Even if Xia Luo and I join forces, our chances of victory remain slim. However, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity for you, Xiaoyu. If we can secure a king-level Pokémon, your brother could ascend to that rank. Xia Yong's eyes gleamed with determination. The leap from gym leader to king level was a monumental challenge, one that many could not surmount even after years of effort. Sushio himself had spent a decade without achieving that elevation, ultimately risking everything for a single Bagon. Now that the secret realm had manifested above Starry City, Xia Yong and his son could not let this opportunity slip away. Xiaoyu, you must stay home and not venture out, he cautioned. The emergence of the secret realm could cause many Pokémon to escape, creating chaos for ordinary people. Lin Xuanmei, please keep an eye on Xiaoyu. I must head to the Pokémon Center immediately. I just received word that many will be injured and require assistance, Lin Xuanmei remarked, casting a worried glance at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, stay safe at home and be cautious. Her tone was filled with affection, for Xiaoyu was the weakest among them, and the family's concern for his safety was palpable. Understood. With a click, the door closed, leaving Xiaoyu alone. He observed the agitated Woobat in its temperature-controlled case and fed it a bit of energy cube before returning it to its Pokéball. Soon after, Xiaoyu changed into a different outfit, preparing to step outside. Although danger loomed, he felt somewhat secure with his father's Scyther and Beedrill, along with his brother's Charizard, which offered him a measure of protection. As long as he avoided Sushio, he hoped he would be safe. However, the allure of the rare items and Pokémon within the secret realm was irresistible to Xiaoyu. The rarity of such realms was extraordinary, and the fact that one had appeared directly above Starry City presented an unparalleled opportunity. Soon, he anticipated, all the powerful trainers from the region would converge here. If Xiaoyu wished to seize the treasures, he needed to act swiftly. Newly emerged secret realms often brimmed with bounty, and he could not afford to miss this chance. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a dazzling white light illuminating the sky, a silver vortex brightening all of Starry City. Summoning his Charizard, he climbed onto its back, soaring into the sky where the entrance to the secret realm awaited. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, and the secret realm in the sky pulsated, unleashing a powerful gust that engulfed Xiaoyu and Charizard. After a whirlwind of chaos, Xiaoyu found himself in a strange new world. A gentle stream meandered through the picturesque landscape, vibrant with life. The air was fragrant with the scent of grass and the towering trees, resembling a paradise. Is this the secret realm? Xiaoyu wondered, gazing up at the vast silver vortex above, just as in the real world. It served as the gateway between the secret realm and reality. If he wished to return, he could simply have Charizard ascend into the sky. Yet, having infiltrated the secret realm, Xiaoyu was determined not to return empty-handed. He recalled his father's Scyther and began to cautiously explore this mysterious territory. Chapter 11. The Grass Insect Secret Realm. Every secret realm typically harbors a strong concentration of specific elemental energies, and it was evident that this realm was rich in grass energy. The surroundings were adorned with blooming flowers and lush trees, teeming with vitality, hallmarks of a grass-type realm, where one could encounter numerous grass-type Pokémon, often of superior quality compared to those outside. In addition to the abundant grass energy, there was also a noticeable presence of insect energy, which Xiaoyu discerned from the reactions of the Scyther. The Scyther, inherently a bug-type Pokémon, exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity to bug-type energy. When Xiaoyu summoned it, the Scyther appeared exceedingly exhilarated, finding the secret realm to be incredibly comfortable. While it was apparent that the realm was imbued with grass and bug energies, Xiaoyu could not discern the presence of any other elemental energies at that moment, compelling him to delve deeper. As he pondered, voices suddenly echoed ahead, prompting Xiaoyu to halt abruptly and cautiously investigate. "Liao San, we've struck gold," exclaimed a young man in a black shirt with a buzz cut, his face brimming with excitement as he addressed his bald, burly companion, Liao San. "So many rare Pokémon, this is a fortune." Liao San's face, marked by excess flesh, curled into a grotesque smile, his eyes gleaming with greed. Indeed, secret realms are truly places of immense wealth. "Mouse, let's act swiftly. We mustn't be discovered by others. If we secure this bounty, we can leave this realm." Before Liao San and Mouse lay 4 treecko, indicating a thriving treecko population within this secret realm. Ding. Task activated, Grass-type Overlord. This realm primarily harbors grass-type energy, with bug-type energy as a secondary source. Two significant grass-type clans reside within the forest, the Lizard King clan and the Venusaur clan. These factions have engaged in numerous skirmishes over territory, with no clear victor emerging. As the secret realm begins to converge with the real world, the existing dynamics will inevitably be disrupted. Please capture one Pokémon from the realm before it is completely claimed and cultivated into a grass-type overlord. Task requirements. Capture either a Treecko or a Bulbasaur. Task rewards. 1. Varying rewards based on the captured Pokémon. 2. Clue to a mysterious treasure. Failure penalty. Randomly reduce the Pokémon-less potential by 1 level. The sudden assignment left Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. The penalty for failure sent a chill down his spine. Should he fail, his Zubat's potential would plummet to that of a gym leader, an outcome Xiaoyu could not abide. He resolved to complete this task at all costs and turned his focus to the 4 Treecko before him. Overlord level, Lord level, Lord level, Lord level. The potential of all 4 Treecko was commendable, their abilities enhanced by the grass energy of the secret realm, with none below Lord level and even one at Overlord level. However, they still fell short of Xiaoyu's minimum requirements for capture. Despite their admirable qualities, all 4 Treecko exhibited only rare-level combat capability, rendering them relatively weak. At that moment, Liao San and Mouse summoned their respective Pokémon. Liao San's was a dark flying type, the Honchkrow, while Mouse's was a fairy type, the Florges. Honchkrow, gender, male type, dark, flying potential, Lord-level combat power, Lord-level ability, insomnia skills, wing attack, dark mist, intimidate, quick attack, night slash, gust, peck, dark pulse, pursuit, taunt, trick, dazzling gleam, superpower. Florges, gender, female type, fairy potential, Lord-level combat power, Lord-level ability, serene grace skills, fire fong, thunder fong, tackle, tail whip, charm, bite, lick, headbutt, growl, taunt, electroweb, play rough, heal bell. While both the Honchkrow and Florges possessed commendable combat strength for a small city like Starlight City, Xiaoyu was unfazed. His trio of Pokémon, consisting of a Scyther with Overlord-level power, a Charizard, and a Heracross, were all of gym leader caliber, placing them among the elite in Starlight City. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu remained vigilant. The secret realm would undoubtedly attract various skilled trainers, and with the arrival of elite-level opponents, his current Pokémon would be insufficient. Thus, he needed to complete the task expeditiously. Scyther, Heracross, prepare for action, Xiaoyu commanded, summoning both Pokémon. Their bond was strong, forged through shared experiences, ensuring they would heed his commands without hesitation. At that moment, Liao San and Mouse ordered their Pokémon to attack. The Honchkrow and Florges charged toward the 4 Treecko, launching their assault. The Honchkrow executed a wing attack, and the disparity in combat power, combined with the type advantage against Treecko, resulted in it swiftly taking down 1 Treecko with a single blow. Meanwhile, Florges unleashed a fire fong, its flaming fangs incinerating another Treecko instantaneously. In mere moments, 2 Treecko lay defeated. Honchkrow, pursue them. Florges, don't let them escape. With Liao San and Mouse's commands, the Honchkrow and Florges chased after the remaining 2 Treecko, while they prepared Pokeballs to capture the fallen ones. Attack. Scyther, use Bullet Punch on Florges, Heracross. Deliver a headbutt to Honchkrow. Scyther struck first, its massive pincers imbued with silver steel energy, as its crimson form darted through the forest. Bang! The Bullet Punch's speed was astonishing, catching Florges off guard and delivering a decisive blow. Bullet Punch, a steel-type physical move that delivers a quick and hard punch akin to a bullet. It guarantees a priority attack. In the game, Scyther's Bullet Punch, due to its priority nature, possesses relatively low power at 40. However, being a steel-type move, it inflicts 15 times the damage due to type advantage, compounded by the Technician ability, which enhances the power of low-damage moves, resulting in a staggering 15-fold increase. Furthermore, steel-type moves deal double damage to fairy types like Florges. Given that Scyther's combat power is Overlord level, exceeding Florges by 1 tier, this strike should have been sufficient to eliminate Florges in 1 hit. Yet, reality diverges from the game. While the type advantage and Technician ability were effective, damage output was not guaranteed. Some Pokémon, through rigorous training, could mitigate type disadvantages, akin to the animated Sandshrew that overcame its water vulnerability. Clearly, Florges exhibited remarkable stamina and resilience, as Scyther's strike merely left it severely wounded rather than vanquished. Though Xiaoyu was taken aback by this turn of events, he remained undeterred. After all, another Bullet Punch would suffice. Meanwhile, Heracross's headbutt was equally formidable, boasting 90 base power and a 15-fold increase due to its type, enough to severely damage Honchkrow. Importantly, Heracross's combat power, being gym leader level, was 2 tiers above Honchkrow, and despite no type advantage, the substantial disparity in power enabled her across to dispatch Honchkrow with a single blow. Headbutt, a high-power bug-type physical move that can only be successfully executed immediately upon entry. In a mere exchange, the stark contrast in their combat capabilities became abundantly clear. One side lost a key combatant while the other sustained serious injury. "Brother, we concede. These Pokémon are yours. Spare us." Liao San raised his hand, surrendering without hesitation. He had witnessed the disparity in strength between both sides and realized that capturing the 4-wood gecko was futile. The pressing concern now was how to preserve his life. In this secret realm, death was a common occurrence. The rat's eyes were bloodshot. The wealth he had nearly grasped had slipped away, and he felt a profound sense of loss. 4-wood geckos, even if just one could be sold for 100,000, amounted to 400,000, a significant fortune. "You must leave the secret realm through the exit above immediately," Xiaoyu instructed, surveying the 2 men before ultimately deciding to spare them. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, and he recognized that these 2 posed no threat to him. The fear of being seen committing murder loomed large. Liao San and the rat exchanged a glance, a flicker of unwillingness evident in their eyes. The secret realm was replete with treasures, and they were reluctant to depart empty-handed, especially with the added burden of medical expenses. However, the circumstances were beyond their control. Under the intimidation of the Scyther and the armored warrior, they could only summon their flying Pokémon and flee the secret realm. Once the 2 had departed, Xiaoyu turned his attention to the 2 injured wood geckos lying on the ground. The other 2 had long since vanished, likely taking advantage of the moment when Xiaoyu and Liao San were conversing to escape. Left were these 2 severely wounded wood geckos, and fortunately, Xiaoyu had brought a small supply of healing ointment, which he promptly applied to their injuries. Just as he finished administering the medicine, the Scyther emitted a warning cry. Not far off, a dozen wood geckos appeared at the edge of the forest, accompanied by 4 or 5 forest lizards, with 2 lizard kings leading the group. The densely packed lizard king clan dazzled Xiaoyu, his gaze fixed on the 2 leaders, 1 male and 1 female, with qualifications of gym leader and quasi-elite respectively, both possessing gym leader-level combat prowess. The few forest lizards also boasted qualifications above the lord level, with 1 reaching gym leader status. The dozen wood geckos, while slightly inferior in qualifications, had a minimum rank of elite and averaged at the lord level, with 1 exceptional wood gecko astonishingly qualifying as elite. Wood gecko gender, male attribute, grass qualification, elite ability, overgrow skills, leaf blade, leaf storm, grassy terrain, dragon breath, grass whistle, seed bomb, magical leaf, photosynthesis, leech seed, critical hit, tackle, glare, absorb, quick attack, mega drain. It appeared that this particular wood gecko was Xiaoyu's target. Piquing his curiosity about the qualifications of the Bulbasaur within the Bulbasaur clan. It should at least be elite. Otherwise, the system would not have permitted him to capture it. While Xiaoyu was lost in thought, the leading lizard king launched an attack, its leaf blades erupting with green energy, slicing towards him. The armored warrior, in a moment of urgency, could only execute a counterattack to interrupt the lizard king's assault. The bug-type counterattack had a type advantage over the grass-type leaf blades. And given that both combatants were of gym leader level, the armored warrior held the upper hand. "Wait," Xiaoyu interjected amidst the clash, "we mean no harm. These 2 little ones were not harmed by me. I was saving them and just applied medicine." He clearly wished to dispel any misunderstandings, hastily presenting the 2 wood geckos to the lizard king. At that moment, the previously vanished wood geckos reappeared, stepping forward to explain that Xiaoyu was their savior, not their attacker. Upon hearing the wood gecko's words, the leading lizard king halted its aggression, standing resolutely with an air of haughty pride as it regarded Xiaoyu. The lizard king was indeed a striking Pokémon, ranking among the top 3 in beauty within the grass type. The lizard king emitted a low growl, seemingly expressing gratitude. Yet Xiaoyu could not comprehend its words and could only speculate. After a lengthy discourse, the lizard king prepared to depart back to its clan's territory. Reluctant to let the opportunity slip away, Xiaoyu called out, "Wait, lizard king. I wish to capture a wood gecko to be my companion." The lizard king paused, its gaze turning icy and filled with menace. "I harbor no ill intentions. I will not forcibly capture any wood gecko. However, I hope you can grant your offspring a chance to accompany me out of the secret realm and witness the outside world. Moreover, this realm is soon to merge with the real world, and many humans will discover your existence. Regardless of your strength, your kin will not escape capture." Sensing the hostility in the lizard king's eyes, Xiaoyu attempted to persuade it, presenting the benefits and consequences with a blend of emotional appeal and rational argument. The lizard king emitted a cold sound, making Xiaoyu scratch his head in confusion. Clearly, the language barrier was a significant hindrance, and he contemplated the necessity of capturing a psychic-type Pokémon to serve as a translator. Continuing, Xiaoyu addressed the Lizard King. Your home will face human invasion, presenting you with two paths, capture and removal from this place, or confinement here. I believe neither outcome is desirable for you. Thus, if any of you wish to leave with me, I assure you that I will treat you as companions. Xiaoyu spoke earnestly to the Lizard King. As he stated, Pokémon discovered in the secret realm faced only these two fates, and even he lacked the power to alter that reality. The leading Lizard King, upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, was filled with fury, its gaze fixed on him with lethal intent. Xiaoyu pressed on. How about granting me a chance? Let your Lizard King battle my armored warrior. If you win, I shall depart immediately. If you lose, I hope you will allow me to capture a wood gecko. Soon, stronger trainers will arrive, and their Pokémon will far surpass my armored warrior. They will not negotiate, but will resort to forceful capture. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's proposition, the Lizard King's gaze locked onto the armored warrior, and it issued a roar to its companions. The other Lizard King, alongside the forest lizards and wood geckos, retreated to provide ample space for the duel between the Lizard King and the armored warrior. The most formidable Lizard King glared at the armored warrior, its wrists enveloped in grass-type energy, poised to strike. Do you accept? The Lizard King nodded, initiating the confrontation. Chapter 13, Lizard King vs. Armored Warrior. The Lizard King's body was a vivid green, boasting a large tail and leaf-like blades on its wrists that were as sharp as daggers. Its back contained seeds rich in nutrients that invigorated the forest's trees. The Lizard King was a Pokémon dedicated to nurturing the flora of the forest, basking in sunlight to regulate its body temperature. It was unmatched in its domain, agilely navigating the jungle and leaping between branches with finesse. It would ambush foes from above or behind, using the lethal leaves sprouting from its arms to dispatch its prey. These leaves were so sharp they could slice through even the mightiest of trees. The Lizard King's signature move was Leaf Blade. The vibrant green energy enveloped the blades on its wrists, resembling emerald scythes capable of cleaving through rock. The Lizard King struck first, unleashing its Leaf Blade skill. The grass-type scythe slicing towards the armored warrior with ferocity. Armored Warrior, Dance of the Sword. Faced with the onslaught of the Lizard King, Xiaoyu implemented an enhancement strategy, directing the armored warrior to unleash its Dance of the Sword technique. Dance of the Sword, a transformation skill that involves an intense battle dance, elevating one's momentum and significantly amplifying one's attack power. This skill is among the elite enhancement techniques, capable of raising attack levels by 2, making it a favored ability among physical attackers. Another beloved skill for physical attackers is Dragon Dance, which enhances attack and speed by 1 level, offering a more balanced enhancement but lacking the sheer ferocity of Dance of the Sword. Moreover, the Dance of the Sword skill is ideally suited for the armored warrior, a quintessential physical attacker whose appearance resembles that of a colossal isopod standing upright, adorned with a tough exoskeleton and numerous legs. However, the limbs in the abdominal region are relatively smaller, and its body exhibits a segmented distribution, with the shells on either side arching upward and claws on its arms being remarkably sharp. The formidable exoskeleton boasts a strength comparable to diamond. In the game, the armored warrior possesses an attack of 125, while its special attack stands at a mere 60. Its defense is exceptionally high at 140, with a special defense of 90. The sole criticism lies in its speed, which is a mere 40, a stark contrast to its imposing appearance. In reality, the armored warrior bears little disparity from its game counterpart. Taking Xiaoyu's armored warrior as an example, its physical attack and defense remain consistently impressive, which is a primary focus of Xiaoyu's training. The special defense is somewhat lacking and special attack has been entirely forsaken, similar to its representation in the game. The armored warrior is ill-suited for special attack training, yielding minimal results. The only difference lies in speed. The game's armored warrior possesses a speed of only 40, primarily to balance the base stats of all Pokémon, ensuring each has a chance to shine. However, unlike its game portrayal, the real-life armored warrior is notably swift and agile, excelling in close combat. Speaking of base stats, Xiaoyu could not help but scoff at the numerous inconsistencies within the game. For instance, the life deity, Xerneas, boasts a base stat of 126, which is lower than Snorlax's 135. While Snorlax is indeed a tank, the disparity is perplexing, particularly when considering the absurdity of NTI, whose special defense is merely 75, lower than that of the humble CATERPIE at 85. It is preposterous that the legendary beasts fall short of such a diminutive creature. Thus, base stats in the game merely serve as a reference, real-world applications differ significantly. Confronted by the ferocious Lizard King, the armored warrior heeded Xiaoyu's command and opted to withstand the assault, executing the Dance of the Sword. Leaf Blade, a grass-type move, inflicts normal damage on the insect and water dual-type armored warrior, yet, due to the same type attack bonus, the damage remains substantial. Crucially, Leaf Blade possesses a greater likelihood of striking a critical hit compared to ordinary skills. However, this critical hit potential is relative. For an armored warrior employing Dance of the Sword while using its hard shell to shield against the attack, landing a critical hit becomes exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the armored warrior's exceptional defensive capabilities were on full display, absorbing the Leaf Blade attack with minimal effect. Its robust exoskeleton offers remarkable protection, making it arduous for typical assaults to inflict meaningful damage. To truly harm the armored warrior, two strategies emerge, targeting the softer underbelly and lower back, where the shell is thinner, or employing special attacks. While Leaf Blade is the Lizard King's signature move, its proficiency lies in special attacks. However, wild Lizard Kings, untrained by a trainer, struggle to capitalize on such tactics. After enduring the Leaf Blade, the armored warrior completed its enhancement, enveloped in energy, significantly boosting its attack power. Now, it was time for the armored warrior to counterattack. The armored warrior unleashed Leech Life against the grass-type Lizard King. Xiaoyu commanded the armored warrior to utilize the bug-type Leech Life attack, ensuring a same-type attack bonus, while also exploiting the type disadvantage against the Lizard King. Leech Life. The armored warrior, moving its massive body, lunged towards the Lizard King, simultaneously releasing a needle enveloped in bug-type energy from its mouth. The Lizard King, as the sovereign of its kind, showed no signs of retreat in the face of the armored warrior's assault. With agility, it leaped and darted through the forest, evading the armored warrior's strike. The forest, undoubtedly the Lizard King's domain, provided a significant advantage, and with its inherent speed, the Lizard King outmaneuvered the armored warrior, rendering its attacks futile. Amidst the trees, the Lizard King seized the opportunity, pouncing from above towards the armored warrior, its wrist radiating with grass-type energy as it executed Leaf Blade again, targeting the armored warrior's vital points. The Lizard King exhibited an affinity for Leaf Blade, a hallmark of its arsenal, and nearly every Lizard King is equipped with this skill, excelling in close-quarter combat. Yet, when matched against the armored warrior, the Lizard King found itself at a disadvantage in terms of close combat prowess. The armored warrior, utilizing Rock Tomb. This time, Xiaoyu did not instruct the armored warrior to use Leech Life, but instead opted for Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb. This move involves hurling rocks to attack and immobilize the opponent, thereby reducing their speed. Although Rock Tomb lacks the potency of Leech Life and does not possess a same-type attack bonus, its greatest advantage lies in its ability to hinder the opponent's speed. The armored warrior's only vulnerability was its speed, and the Lizard King's swiftness was overwhelming. In the forest, the armored warrior could not keep pace with the Lizard King. Thus, Xiaoyu had to devise a strategy to mitigate the Lizard King's speed advantage. Rock Tomb was undoubtedly a commendable choice. Chapter 14. Lizard King vs. Armored Warrior. End. In the face of the incoming boulders, the Lizard King wielded its grass-type sickles, executing Leaf Blade with precision to shatter each flying stone. This scene caused Xiaoyu's brow to furrow, despite the Lizard King's lack of tactical understanding. Its raw strength was formidable, resulting in a stalemate. Xiaoyu needed to devise a breakthrough strategy. How to bridge the speed gap between the two combatants left Xiaoyu yearning for Dragon Dance and agility, both of which could enhance speed. Unfortunately, the armored warrior lacked compatibility with these skills, preventing its acquisition. The only priority move available could only be executed upon entry, rendering the current situation somewhat precarious. Then, an idea struck Xiaoyu. The armored warrior's other move could be the key. Armored Warrior, Water Jet. Water Jet, a water-type physical move that allows the user to dash towards the opponent with lightning speed, ensuring a priority attack. Although Water Jet is a low-power priority move and the water type is not particularly effective against the grass-type Lizard King, its swift execution is its primary virtue. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the armored warrior wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of water from its rear, propelling itself toward the Lizard King with incredible speed. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the armored warrior closed the distance, and the Lizard King failed to react in time. As the armored warrior executed Water Jet with astonishing velocity, colliding forcefully and causing the Lizard King to stagger back a couple of steps. Following the Dance of Swords, the armored warrior's attack power had reached a terrifying level. Even though water-type skills were halved in their effect against the grass-type King Lizard, they still managed to inflict damage. More crucially, Thanks to the skill Water Jet, the armored warrior successfully closed the distance to the king lizard. Once in close proximity, the armored warrior's formidable attack strength placed it in an invulnerable position. Armored warrior, leech life. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu commanded the armored warrior to unleash the leech life skill. Given the bug type's advantage over grass types, coupled with its own enhancements, a successful hit would surely deal a devastating blow to the king lizard. This time, the armored warrior did not disappoint Xiaoyu. At such close range, the king lizard could not evade in time and was struck directly by the bug-type leech needle. This attack inflicted significant damage, far exceeding the earlier water jet. Despite the injury, the king lizard showed no signs of retreat, instead launching a fierce counterattack. In response to the leech life attack, the king lizard executed a powerful grass-type skill, Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm, a storm of sharp leaves, is whipped up to assault the opponent. However, as a result of the recoil, the user's special attack will be significantly reduced. Leaf Storm is the ultimate skill among grass-type moves, showcasing immense power, but with the notable drawback of lowering the user's special attack by 2 stages. Typically, this move is employed as the final resort by grass-type Pokémon to dominate the battlefield. Yet, this skill is the signature move of the superior, which possesses the ability contrary. When its stats drop, they instead rise by 2 stages, transforming the adverse effects of Leaf Storm into a boon, allowing superior to become even more formidable, potentially wiping out the opponent in one fell swoop. Observing the king lizard unleash Leaf Storm, Xiaoyu felt a surge of delight. Although Leaf Storm was indeed powerful, he was confident that the armored warrior could withstand it. Once the armored warrior absorbed the blow, the king lizard, now with its special attack reduced, would stand no chance against it. Moreover, the armored warrior had learned a defensive skill at considerable expense. Armored warrior, defend. Defend completely nullifies the opponent's attack, though repeated use may lead to failure. In the game, the defend skill is almost a cheat, regardless of level or species differences. Attacks from even the mightiest Pokémon can be blocked by a simple CATERPIE's defend skill, making it quite a nuisance. However, in reality, the defend skill can only block attacks of similar power levels. If the disparity is too great, the shield will be shattered. Fortunately, the strength of the armored warrior and the king lizard were closely matched, so Xiaoyu had no reason for concern. A surge of bug-type energy enveloped the armored warrior, forming a transparent shield before it. The Leaf Storm, infused with grass-type energy, unleashed a green tempest that enveloped the armored warrior, with sharp leaves relentlessly slicing at its protective barrier. The display was grand and powerful, yet it failed to breach the armored warrior's shield. A smile spread across Xiaoyu's face. This exemplified the difference between wild Pokémon and those trained by trainers. While wild Pokémon might possess raw strength, their skills were limited. Without access to TMs, they could not learn defensive moves like defend. The shallowness of their skill pool, combined with a lack of tactical synergy, rendered wild Pokémon at a disadvantage against trained ones. As the king lizard felt the backlash from Leaf Storm, its special attack had plummeted. Now was the perfect moment for the armored warrior to strike back. Armored warrior, leech life. The armored warrior surged forward, unleashing a burst of bug-type energy as it shot a fine needle into the king lizard's body. The torrent of bug-type energy once again inflicted heavy damage on the king lizard, healing the armored warrior's wounds in the process. Pursue it, give it no chance to breathe. After several exchanges, the superiority of the armored warrior was evident. The king lizard was undeniably at a disadvantage. If the king lizard had initially relied on the geographical advantages of the jungle, employing a strategy of rapid movement, and utilizing special grass-type attacks like Energy Ball, it might have stood a better chance against the armored warrior. Yet, lacking a trainer's guidance, the king lizard only engaged in direct confrontation, which proved futile against the armored warrior's prowess. Armored warrior, finish off the king lizard. The armored warrior prepared to launch the leech life skill again, while the king lizard's wrist glowed with vibrant green grass-type energy, activating Leaf Blade in a desperate bid. Armored warrior, ambush. In the face of the king lizard's last-ditch effort, Xiaoyu commanded the armored warrior to execute the ambush skill. Ambush allows one to attack before the opponent. If the opponent uses a non-attacking move, it will fail. Dark energy enveloped the armored warrior's formidable claws, allowing it to strike first. Its sharp claws slashed down upon the king lizard. Simultaneously, the king lizard's leaf blade successfully struck the armored warrior, inflicting a deep wound upon its sturdy shell. Both attacks landed. However, the armored warrior's robust defenses mitigated the damage. While the king lizard, lacking any protection and having already suffered from 2 previous leech life attacks, was nearing its limits, panting heavily. You have lost. Chapter 15. Capturing the treecko despite its injuries. The king lizard maintained an air of pride, still appearing indignant. Yet it honored its promise, emitting a call towards Xiaoyu, then communicating with the treecko behind it, urging it to step forward. Are you agreeing to let me capture a treecko? Xiaoyu's smile widened, realizing that such a proud Pokémon as the king lizard indeed kept its word. The king lizard nodded. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu chose the formidable treecko, the very one he had long coveted. In that moment, excitement radiated from Xiaoyu's face. I want this one. The treecko, pointed out by Xiaoyu, displayed little emotion, holding its head high in a proud gaze as it met Xiaoyu's eyes. This marked the first direct encounter between Xiaoyu and the treecko. At the same time, the king lizard observed the direction Xiaoyu pointed, recognizing the treecko he had chosen as its favorite offspring. It turned to the treecko, engaging in a fervent exchange. After a moment, the treecko approached Xiaoyu. Witnessing this scene, even without words, Xiaoyu understood its intent. He retrieved a Pokéball from his bag, gently tapping it against the treecko's head. Let's work well together, treecko. The treecko responded affirmatively. After successfully capturing the treecko, Xiaoyu felt elated, perceiving himself as having gained a significant advantage. He generously left the majority of his dragon-type energy cubes and healing items to the king lizard's group, retaining only a small portion for himself. This gesture immediately garnered the favor of the king lizard's clan. Ding! Grass-type overlord, task completed. This secret realm is predominantly infused with grass-type energy, with bug-type energy second. Two major grass-type clans inhabit the forest, the King Lizard clan and the Venusaur clan. These two factions have frequently clashed over territory, with no clear victor emerging. As the secret realm merges with the real world, the existing order will be disrupted. Please capture one Pokémon from the realm before it is fully claimed and train it to become the grass-type overlord. Task requirement: capture a treecko or Bulbasaur. Treecko captured. Task rewards: 1. Different rewards based on the capture of various Pokémon. 2. Clues to mysterious treasures. Penalty for failure: randomly decreases Pokémon aptitude by 1 level. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations on receiving task rewards. 1. Aptitude enhancement. You may choose to enhance either Woobat or Treecko's aptitude, limited to 1 Pokémon. So decide wisely. 2. Lizard King Evolution Stone. Must be obtained from the Lizard King's territory. 3. Pure Crystal Clues. Ding! Pure Crystal Clue. Within the secret realm lies a location rich in grass-type energy known as the Wanshan Ancient Tree, which serves as the heart of the entire secret realm, where a grass-type pure crystal is preserved. The generous rewards brought joy to Xiaoyu, as the system finally proved to be reliable. Although only the first reward was credited immediately, the other 2 rewards were exceedingly precious treasures that Xiaoyu could seize at an opportune moment. Particularly, the Lizard King Evolution Stone was a cause for great excitement. Acquiring it would elevate Treecko's potential to unprecedented heights, making it a cornerstone of Xiaoyu's future battles. As for the pure crystal, Xiaoyu held little hope. It was likely that Sushio had set his sights on it, and with Sushio's strength, none could rival him without a champion-level trainer present. However, their limited perception led them to overlook the true treasure, the Evolution Stone. Xiaoyu eagerly anticipated the day when the evolution would be announced, curious about their feelings upon realizing they had missed out on the Evolution Stone. After capturing Treecko, Xiaoyu's thoughts became invigorated, especially upon learning that a Lizard King Evolution Stone resided within the Lizard King's territory, further fueling his desire for it. Just as he pondered how to approach the Lizard King to obtain the Evolution Stone, the Lizard King unexpectedly turned towards its territory, beckoning Xiaoyu to follow. Overjoyed, Xiaoyu quickly complied, releasing Treecko to allow it to bond with its family for a while longer. The Lizard King's territory was a towering jungle, not far from the core location of the secret realm, the Wanshan Ancient Tree. This proximity explains why the Lizard King's kin chose to nest among the great trees of the forest. The closer one approached the Wanshan Ancient Tree, the larger the surrounding trees grew. Their nests were situated among the tallest trees nearby. Upon entering the tree hollow with the Lizard King, Xiaoyu immediately commenced his search for the Evolution Stone. Regrettably, he found no traces of it within the treehouse. Just then, another female Lizard King emerged from the entrance, clutching a shimmering stone. The Lizard King Evolution Stone. Xiaoyu's heart raced with excitement at the sight of the gleaming stone. Simultaneously, the female Lizard King approached him, offering the Evolution Stone while gesturing towards the energy cubes and healing potion Xiaoyu had previously provided, indicating that the stone was a gesture of gratitude for his gifts, hoping he would take good care of their offspring. Fortune favors the bold. Xiaoyu was astonished that the Lizard King's kin would willingly present him with the Evolution Stone. Indeed, wild Pokémon tend to be pure-hearted and kind. Especially the wild starter Pokémon, who generally harbor trust and gratitude towards humans. To exchange merely a few energy cubes and healing potions for an evolution stone was an extraordinary bargain. Thank you, Lizard King. Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion and reached out to pat the recently captured treecko, resolutely deciding to nurture it into the strongest Pokémon. Rest assured, I will take great care of treecko, ensuring it becomes the mightiest Pokémon. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Lizard King displayed an expression of pride. Gently touching its child, eyes filled with reluctance. It understood that this offspring possessed the finest aptitude among its lineage. After battling the armored warrior, it recognized that Pokémon raised by humans often exhibited more comprehensive strengths than their wild counterparts. Being alongside Xiaoyu would offer treecko a brighter future than remaining with its family. The young treecko and the Lizard King exchanged fist bumps like warriors, as if promising that it would one day surpass its father. Ding, would you like to enhance treecko's aptitude? Yes. Treecko's aptitude has been elevated from champion level to near master level. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu silently chose to apply the aptitude enhancement opportunity to treecko, raising its aptitude to near master level. Just a step away from master level. Chapter 16, Grass Pure Crystal. With treecko at near master level and the Lizard King evolution stone in hand, Xiaoyu felt a surge of confidence. Once treecko matured, achieving a champion would be within reach, enabling him to contend for the title of the 4 Heavenly Kings in the Southwest region. Ding. Task triggered. Master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Due to the capture of Woobat and treecko, with Woobat's final evolutionary form being Noivern, which possesses the Flying Dragon attribute, and the Lizard King's attribute being Grass Dragon, a hidden task has been activated. Become the strongest master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Task requirements. The final evolutionary forms or forms of the first 6 captured Pokémon must possess dragon attributes. Task rewards. Rewards will be distributed based on task progress. Capture 3 Dragon-type Pokémon to receive a permanent move learning machine for Dragon Pulse. Capture 4 Dragon-type Pokémon to receive Dragon Pure Crystal. Capture 5 Dragon-type Pokémon to receive 6 Grade Dragon Scales. Capture 6 Dragon-type Pokémon for a comprehensive aptitude enhancement for all Pokémon. Champion level to near master level. Near master level to master level, and so forth. Current progress, 26. Penalty for failure, none. The sudden emergence of this task startled Xiaoyu, having captured only 2 Pokémon. How was he to embark on the path of becoming a master of Dragon-type Pokémon? This was completely at odds with his life's ambition, which was to become a master of Steel-type Pokémon. Dragon-type Pokémon would merely fall prey to Fairy types. Steel-type Pokémon were not only aesthetically pleasing but also the strongest, the premier attribute of the universe. Steel types possess resistance to 10 types and immunity to 1, with weaknesses limited to fighting, ground, and fire. Such a powerful attribute is unparalleled in the Pokémon world, especially for Pokémon like Ferrothorn and Metagross, which have only fire as their weakness. Furthermore, when it comes to appearance, Pokémon like Scizor, Dragapult, Lucario, and Aegislash are both striking and formidable. And let us not overlook the Steel-type deities. While we may not mention the likes of Karaki and Registeel, we can certainly acknowledge the grandeur of Dialga, Solgaleo, and the 2 sword and shield deities, Zamazenta and Zamazenta, along with the legendary Pokémon, Eternatus. This showcases the Steel-type's prominence. In Xiaoyu's heart, Steel-type reigns supreme. Why must the system impose this task upon him? His dream was to become a master of Steel-type Pokémon, not a master of Dragon-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu felt a tumult of emotions, yet he promptly accepted the task. After all, the rewards offered were too tempting to resist. Simply capturing 6 Dragon-type Pokémon would enhance the aptitude of all his Pokémon, making it a necessity. It was indeed worth it, if need be. He could later capture a Steel Dragon-type Pokémon to fulfill his dream. However, there were only 2 Steel Dragon types available, Dialga and Megastelix, both of which were notoriously difficult to capture. Dialga, the legendary Pokémon, is absent from the boundaries of Huagua, indicating that my aspirations of becoming a master of Steel-type Pokémon are drifting further away. Farewell to my youth, farewell to my dreams. I shall no longer keep in touch with Metagross, for I fear Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Glisker, Dragapult, and the formidable Tyranitar may misunderstand my intentions. Meanwhile, at the core of the secret realm lies the ancient Wansong tree. The silhouette of Houndoom emerges at the roots of this ancient tree, with Sushio holding the freshly acquired grass crystal, a smirk gracing his lips. The mission is accomplished. It is time to retreat. Sushio lifts his gaze to the sky, retrieving a Pokéball to summon his trusty Talonflame, preparing to depart from this secret realm. His identity is precarious. Should he be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Just as he is about to leave, a piercing sound wave accompanied by bug-type energy launches a surprise attack on Talonflame. Bug Buzz. Bug Buzz, a bug-type special attack skill that emits sound waves through vibrations. It may sometimes lower the opponent's special defense. The forms of two Volcarona appear amidst the foliage, having just unleashed their formidable Bug Buzz attack. Talonflame, defend. Sushio, interrupted by the sudden assault, turns around, shrouded in a black cloak, and gazes at the intruders. The Bug-type gym leader of Xinguang City, Xia Yong, and the Fire-type gym leader of Honglian City, Xia Luo. Sushio recognizes them. Having prepared thoroughly before arriving in Xinguang City, he naturally identifies Xia Yong. As for Xia Luo, the youngest aspiring champion of Huagua, a universally acknowledged future champion-level trainer, how could he not know him? An unwelcome complication has arrived. Sushio is indifferent to Xia Yong, his focus solely on Xia Luo. Xia Yong is the weakest among all gym leaders in the province. His strongest Pokémon merely a gym leader-level Volcarona, posing no threat to him. The only concern lies with Xia Luo and his Volcarona. Gazing at Xia Luo, Sushio sees a reflection of his younger self from a decade ago, equally spirited, an aspiring champion-level trainer. Yet he himself has never ascended to the ranks of a champion-level trainer. Ultimately, he betrayed the Pokémon Association, annihilating the Zhao family. All for the sake of that champion-level qualified Larvitar. Given a second chance, Sushio would undoubtedly tread the same path without hesitation, perhaps even embarking on it sooner. Simultaneously, Xia Luo and Xia Yong noticed the grass crystal in Sushio's grasp. They were already aware of Sushio's identity before their arrival and are filled with trepidation towards him, but their duties as gym leaders compel them to confront him. Loudly commanding, "Drop the crystal." "Oh." Sushio regards the Xia duo with a mocking expression. "Anyone can talk big. Let us see your prowess as the fire-type gym leaders of Xinguang City." Sushio, with a playful smirk directed at Xia Luo, retrieves two Pokeballs from his waist and tosses them into the fray. "Go, Zoroark and Croconaw." The appearance of the champion-level Zoroark and Croconaw, along with the watchful presence of the champion-level Houndoom, significantly raises the stakes for the Xia duo, particularly for Xia Yong, whose Pokémon are predominantly gym leader level, with the sole exception of his newly trained Shiny Scyther, which has only recently been developed. Bug-type gym leaders have historically been the weakest among all gym leaders, primarily due to the inherent deficiencies of bug-type Pokémon. Dragon types naturally overpower bug types. Only a handful of bug-type Pokémon can rival their dragon-type counterparts. Scyther is one of the few strong bug-type Pokémon and serves as Xia Yong's trump card. "Let us go, Shiny Scyther." Xia Yong recalls his Volcarona and releases his Shiny Scyther, as the gym leader-level Volcarona can scarcely contribute in a battle of this caliber. A shiny Pokémon. Sushio observes the Scyther with keen interest. "Is this your ace up your sleeve, your secret weapon for this year's gym leader ranking tournament?" In the real world, shiny Pokémon are not merely visually appealing. They symbolize exceptional quality and unparalleled power. Shiny Pokémon represent mutations, and they are typically the monarchs of their species, the most formidable among them. "And you, Xia Luo?" Sushio turns his gaze towards Xia Luo. "What is your secret weapon? I cannot believe you possess only a single champion-level Volcarona. As expected, you have seen through me. In that case, I shall no longer conceal it. Go, Groudon." Xia Luo's declaration astonishes Sushio, who gazes incredulously at Xia Luo, his mind racing with disbelief. How could Xia Luo possibly possess a deity of such caliber? Just as panic begins to stir within him, he focuses on the Pokémon Xia Luo has thrown, only to realize it is Blaziken. Sushio's realization dawns upon him, followed swiftly by fury at the mockery on Xia Luo's face. The memory of his earlier panic and embarrassment only fuels his anger further. Chapter 17, Bangiris. On the surface, it appears that the Xia duo holds a slight advantage, yet the reality is far from it. For Sushio still has a champion-level qualified semi-divine Bangiris yet to be unleashed. Should he summon it, the tide of battle would undoubtedly shift drastically. Bangiris, possessing strength nearly at the level of a champion, would face the semi-champion level Pokémon with minimal effort. Sushio observes the Pokémon summoned by the Xia duo, his brow furrowing as time is not on his side. If he delays any further, the arrival of other champion-level trainers from nearby cities may trap him. Thus, Sushio retrieves a luxury ball from his waist, gazing at the Xia duo, and slowly states, "Time is of the essence. Let us conclude this swiftly. Go, Bangiris." With a radiant flash, Bangiris emerges, its body encased in a green, armor-like shell, adorned with spikes of varying sizes protruding from its head, neck, and shoulders, with a ring of smaller spikes at the end of its tail. Its jaws are lined with sharp teeth, and its limbs each sport 3 claws. Banjira's shell features triangular holes on each side of its chest, along the central back, and at its knee joints, revealing the same coloration as its shell. As a second-generation semi-divine Pokémon, Banjira's is one of only 2 non-dragon-type semi-divine beings, the other being Metagross, and it wields immense power. Although its rock and dark typing is not particularly outstanding, its Sandstream ability combined with remarkable durability has solidified Banjira's status as the core of sandstorm teams throughout the ages. Upon its arrival, Banjira's stirs a tempest of sand, its fierce gaze surveying all present Pokémon, instantly dominating the atmosphere with its regal presence. The expressions of Xiaoyong and Xiaoluo darken as they behold the powerful Banjira's, recognizing that it has been cultivated with utmost dedication. Its strength at least at the champion level. Banjira's, use Stone Edge. Sushio commands. The ground beneath them fractures as countless rocks levitate, enveloped in rock-type energy, hurtling toward the Pokémon summoned by the Xia duo. At this moment, Xiaoyu is unaware of the unfolding battle. After bidding farewell to the Lizard King clan, he hesitates but ultimately decides to head toward the Wansong tree, still harboring a sliver of hope to see if the grass crystal has been taken by Sushio. Hoping for a stroke of luck, the territory of the Lizard King clan is not far from the Wansong tree, only about a 10-minute journey. As Xiaoyu traverses the path, a tremendous explosion resonates from the direction of the Wansong tree. The flames soared into the sky, and wild sands danced in the air. The tempestuous sandstorm obstructed Xiaoyu's vision, with the swirling grains stinging his skin. A sense of dread washed over him as he recalled Sushio and his formidable Banjira's. If Sushio had deployed Banjira's, who could possibly be battling against it? The blazing inferno was undoubtedly the work of his elder brother, Xiaoluo, and their father, Xiaoyong. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu quickened his pace towards the ancient Wansan tree. As he braved the winds and sands, upon reaching the Wansan tree, he spotted the cloaked figure of Sushio, poised to mount the back of the vulture-like creature, Aina, preparing to depart. The ground was littered with fallen Pokémon. Aside from Xiaoyong's shiny Scyther, which struggled to maintain its stance in front of Xiaoyong and Xiaoluo, the fiery chickens of Xiaoluo and his father's fire moth lay lifeless, blood staining the earth. The vivid crimson hue constricted Xiaoyu's heart, leaving him no time to assess the fallen Pokémon as he rushed to support his father and brother. Scyther, Charizard, protect them. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu unleashed 3 Pokémon, confronting Sushio head-on. These gym leader-level Pokémon represented the pinnacle of strength, yet they appeared woefully inadequate against Sushio at that moment. Oh, an old adversary followed by a young one? Sushio cast a dismissive glance at Xiaoyu, seemingly unconcerned with his feeble strength. Is this your little son? Xiaoyu, don't go. Xiaoluo, wounded and clutching his abdomen, reached out to restrain Xiaoyu, signaling him not to interfere with Sushio's escape. Sushio, seated upon Aina, regarded Xiaoluo with a mocking smile. You should consider yourselves fortunate. My time is limited today, so I shall let you go for now. Xiaoluo, I am quite curious. Having lost your 2 strongest Pokémon, what will you do? How will you fare in this year's gym leader ranking competition? The sneer on Sushio's face reflected his delight after having vanquished Xiaoluo's ace Pokémon, Fire Moth and Fire Chicken. The thrill of extinguishing a prodigy filled him with uncontrollable mirth. He relished the thought of Xiaoluo, once the favored child of the Pokémon Association, now grappling with the loss of his 2 prized Pokémon and potentially losing his gym leader status. Let us go. Aina. Sushio patted the creature beneath him, signaling it to take flight. With a powerful flap of its wings, Aina soared into the air, carrying Sushio toward the silvery vortex above, vanishing from the secret realm in an instant. As the sandstorm gradually subsided, tranquility enveloped the scene. Xiaoyu applied healing ointment to his father and brother, as well as to the shiny Scyther. Meanwhile, the 2 fire moths and the fire chicken lay lifeless, their bodies marred by grievous wounds, a testament to the fierce battle they had endured. Xiaoluo sat against a tree, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance. Lost in thought, Brother Xiaoyu's heart ached at the sight of Xiaoluo, whose usually bright demeanor had dimmed under such a heavy blow. This was the first time Xiaoyu had witnessed his brother so profoundly affected by defeat. He yearned to offer comfort, but found himself at a loss for words. The loss of 2 longtime companions weighing heavily on Xiaoluo's spirit, especially the fire moth that had grown alongside him. I'm fine. Xiaoluo snapped back to reality, turning to Xiaoyu, forcing a smile onto his pale face, a facade of cheerfulness. Xiaoyong also placed a hand on Xiaoluo's shoulder, his pride in his eldest son mingled with a sense of helplessness. Recognizing the magnitude of the blow Xiaoluo had just suffered, although Xiaoyong had also lost a Pokémon, his maturity and experience allowed him to handle the situation with greater composure. Meanwhile, The silver vortex above trembled once more, and a colossal Aerodactyl descended from the sky, speeding towards the trio. With a thunderous crash, the Aerodactyl landed, and a man in his mid-30s disembarked. It was Li Yunyao, one of the 4 kings of the southwest region, known as the Storm King. King Li, 2 gym leaders, I rushed here upon receiving your message. Li Yunyao, with a stern expression, surveyed the scene, noting the fallen Pokémon scattered around. Whereas Sushio, he had clearly grasped the severity of the situation. Witnessing the demise of 3 Pokémon, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. He just fled. Xiaoyong managed to utter, we were no match for him. His Bangilas is extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, Li Yunyao sighed, then inquired with a serious tone, I need you to recount the details of the battle without any concealment. Of course. Xiaoyong elaborated on the events, explaining that Sushio's objective was to grasp pure crystal. They had fought valiantly to obstruct him, but their efforts proved futile, as evidenced by the 3 bodies lying beneath them. Li Yunyao's expression grew more solemn with each word, recognizing that Sushio had ascended to the ranks of a king-level trainer. Although he possessed only 1 king-level Bangilas, it did not diminish his formidable prowess. The grasp pure crystal? Li Yunyao's heart filled with regret upon hearing of the lost crystal. Ever since the development of the technique, pure crystals had been regarded as strategic weapons by nations. A single powerful technique could turn the tide of battle. If they could have intercepted Sushio and secured the grasp pure crystal, it would have been a remarkable achievement. The Pokémon Association might even have rewarded the Xia family with a quasi-divine Pokémon. Alas, it was not meant to be. Though Li Yunyao felt immense disappointment within, his demeanor remained composed, offering consolation to Xia Yong and Xia Luo. He understood that the strength of the Xia family was insufficient to thwart Sushio. If they had encountered a less responsible gym leader, the situation might not have even escalated to a confrontation, and such behavior should be encouraged. You did your best, and this is not your fault. The Pokémon Association will not forget your contributions. They will make efforts to compensate for the Pokémon that perished, ensuring you can select new Pokémon eggs. Thank you, King Li. Hearing his words, Xiaoyong felt a sense of relief, fearing that the Pokémon Association might place blame on them despite their sacrifices. This is the duty of the Pokémon Association. They are dispatching personnel to take over this secret realm. You may rest for now. It may take several days for the realm to stabilize. Although the grasp pure crystal is lost, the inherent value of the secret realm remains high. You have done commendably. Once the value of the secret realm is assessed, rewards will be issued to you. Li Yunyao encouraged them. For now, go home and get some well-deserved rest. Upon returning home, Xia Luo went straight to his room, locking the door behind him and isolating himself within. Xiaoyong observed this scene, unsure of how to console his eldest son, letting out a sigh as he retreated to his study. This time, the adventure in the secret realm has inflicted significant losses upon the Xia family. Without a doubt, Charlotte, having lost 2 ace Pokémon, is no longer capable of serving as the gym leader of the Fire-type gym in Honglian City. It is anticipated that the Pokémon Association will soon announce his resignation, which will undoubtedly be a considerable blow to the spirited Charlotte. Even with the compensation from the Pokémon Association, training a new Pokémon to the near elite level will take no less than 1 or 2 years, given all the necessary conditions. These upcoming years will be the most arduous for the Xia family. Fortunately, Xiaoyong's shining scyther remains alive, otherwise, he too might risk losing his position as the Bug-type gym leader. If he cannot even retain his role, enemies who have long coveted the Xia family will undoubtedly emerge, ready to tear them apart and seize everything. Alas, I forgot to inquire how Xiaoyu ended up in the secret realm, that child. In stark contrast to the worries of his father and the demoralized Charlotte, Xiaoyu's journey in the secret realm has yielded substantial rewards. Not only did he capture a treecko, but he also acquired a Lyron evolution stone, marking one of the few good pieces of news. Lying on his bed, Xiaoyu gazed at the ceiling in a trance, while Treecko exercised on fitness equipment beside him, and Woobat flew freely in the air, frolicking like a child. The personalities of Treecko and Woobat are entirely dissimilar. Woobat is innocent and carefree, displaying a childlike spirit despite possessing the inherent ferocity of a dragon lineage. Recently born, it behaves like a child in Xiaoyu's presence, showing great affection towards him. In contrast, Treecko, having experienced separation from its parents, is resolute and persistent, embodying the spirit of a child who has emerged from the mountains. Its determination to grow stronger is unparalleled, driven by its own dreams and aspirations. So it immediately began training upon being released from its Pokéball. Woobat, you should learn from Treecko and train alongside it, Xiaoyu advised, gently ruffling Woobat's head. Woo. Woobat chirped joyfully in response, flapping its wings and flying over to join Treecko in its training regimen. At that moment, Xiaoyu's thoughts drifted back to his elder brother, filled with concern. In this new life, he values family above all. Family means selfless devotion, deriving joy from each other's happiness and pride from one another's successes. Typically, it is his brother and parents who quietly give of themselves. But this time, Xiaoyu resolved to take action. Determined, he retrieved the box containing the Thunderstone, quietly clutching it in his hand as he approached his brother's door. Due to the nature of the Dragon-type Pokémon Master Quest, Xiaoyu would most likely only capture Dragon-type Pokémon, rendering the Thunderstone unnecessary for himself. It would be better suited for his brother. He knocked on the door to his brother's room. "Who is it?" came Charlotte's weary voice from within. "It's me, Xiaoyu," he replied. Creak. The door opened to reveal Charlotte, his face etched with fatigue. "What is the matter, Xiaoyu? Is there something you need?" Seeing his brother force a smile, Xiaoyu felt a pang of emotion. Despite his own struggles, Charlotte always presented the best version of himself to the family. "Brother, the Pokémon Association will compensate you, allowing you to select a Pokémon. I want to accompany you," Xiaoyu said earnestly. "Let us talk about it later. We can go together then," Charlotte replied nonchalantly, his thoughts elsewhere. "Brother," Xiaoyu insisted, gazing intently at Charlotte with sincere gravity, "you must choose an electric-type Pokémon this time. This is a treasure I found in the underground market last night, a gift for you. I hope it helps you regain your spirits." As he offered the box, even without knowing its contents, Charlotte felt a flicker of warmth in his heart and affectionately ruffled Xiaoyu's hair. "Xiaoyu, I'm fine. I just need some time to gather myself. Besides, I'm quite wealthy. If you found this treasure, you should keep it for yourself. No need to give it to me." "Brother, please open it and take a look," Xiaoyu insisted, his demeanor mysterious. "It's a remarkable item. I'm parting with it with great reluctance." "What is it that is so secretive?" Charlotte inquired. Curiosity piqued as he opened the box. As the lid slowly lifted, it revealed the Thunderstone. A Thunderstone? Charlotte examined the item carefully, noting its excellent condition, likely of at least an elite grade, though its exact classification would require further appraisal. "It's in good condition, at least elite grade. Thank you for your kindness, Xiaoyu." A Thunderstone of such quality does not come cheaply, indicating that Xiaoyu truly found a remarkable treasure. "Brother," Xiaoyu exclaimed, exasperated yet amused as he looked at Charlotte. "This Thunderstone is an elite item." Elite. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Charlotte, previously downcast, instantly perked up. If this Thunderstone is indeed an elite item, it is a rare treasure, as elite Thunderstones have a certain probability of enhancing the potential of electric-type Pokémon. "Really?" "Indeed." After some hesitation, he picked up his phone and dialed his sister-in-law's number. "Hello?" came a cheerful voice on the other end. "Xiaoyu, what can I do for you?" Xiaoyu lowered his voice, discreetly sharing Charlotte's predicament in the secret realm with his sister-in-law, Yu. "Sister-in-law, this is what happened today. Brother is not in a good state right now, and I thought you might have a way to help him. I'll be right over." Yu, Charlotte's childhood friend, despite being an ordinary Pokémon breeder with humble parents, shares a deep bond with him. Upon hearing of Charlotte's plight, she immediately expressed her intent to come. "Keep encouraging your brother. Don't let him do anything foolish." "Okay, please hurry," Xiaoyu replied. "When you arrive, don't knock. Just call me, and I'll let you in discreetly." "Sure." 15 minutes later, the phone rang, and Xiaoyu quickly opened the door for Yu. Despite her hurried arrival, she wore light makeup and carried several boxes. "Xiaoyu, these are energy cubes for dragon and flying-type Pokémon. I heard your brother captured a Woobat, so I brought them for you. This honey and moo milk are for Auntie, and this is a gift for Uncle." Even in haste, Yu brought gifts for everyone, demonstrating her impeccable manners, which made Xiaoyu reflect on how fortunate his brother is to have found such a wonderful partner. "Sister-in-law, we're all family. You don't need to be so formal. Please go check on my brother." "Right." Yu was also anxious. "I'll put these on the table. You tell Uncle and Auntie about them later." "Okay, go ahead." Yu knocked on Charlotte's door. "Xiaoyu, what is it now?" came Charlotte's voice from within. The door soon opened, and upon seeing Yu at the threshold, Charlotte's weariness vanished, replaced by surprise. "What brings you here? Why didn't you tell me something like this happened?" "Xiaoyu had to inform me," Yu said, her tone teasing yet concerned. "I didn't want you to worry," Charlotte replied. "Do you expect me to stand at the door while Xiaoyu watches?" "Come in." As their conversation unfolded, Xiaoyu naturally could not hear their exchange. He had no inclination to eavesdrop on the intimate whispers of a couple and quietly returned to his room. Xiaoyu casually checked to see if there were any new replies to his post seeking various stones. The evolution keystone he had purchased was still in transit, and given the current situation in Starlight City, external deliveries were temporarily halted, leaving him with no choice but to wait a few days. After browsing through his private messages, he found them filled with trivial and useless content. Some were scams involving fake stones, while others were petty advertisements or local dating services. Naturally, Xiao Luo dismissed these. With his looks, he had no need for such services and promptly closed the post. Having hardly rested the previous night, Xiao Luo felt somewhat fatigued and lay down to catch up on sleep, not awakening until dinner time. "Xiao Yu, it's time to eat." "Coming," he replied. Hearing his sister-in-law Yumingyu's voice as she busily cooked alongside their mother, the two women chatting and laughing about skincare products and clothing sales. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes that made Xiao Yu's mouth water. After being encouraged by Yumingyu, Xiao Luo, though still somewhat haggard, appeared in much better spirits. Their father had opened a bottle of white wine, pouring a glass for both Xiao Luo and Xiao Yong. "So much has happened today. Let us all have a drink. Old Lin, take good care of Xiao Yu. You can help yourselves to juice or red wine," Xiao Yong said. "Let us have juice. We're resting today, and I have duty tomorrow." Lin Shuamei smiled, adding, "Xiao Yu is still studying. He should drink less." "Agreed, juice it is." "Well, listen to Aunt Lin." Yumingyu nodded and promptly got up, saying, "I'll get it. Aunt Lin, you just sit tight." As the culinary skills of Yumingyu and their mother were quite impressive, Xiao Yu spent most of the meal eating, occasionally chatting with his family. After finishing a small cup of wine, their mother insisted that Xiao Yu refrain from drinking further. "Dad, Mom, I want to tell you something." When everyone had nearly finished their drinks, Xiao Luo suddenly raised his glass, holding Yumingyu's hand as he stood up. "Mingyu and I have been in love for 12 years, and now I wish to marry her." "What wonderful news." Their mother beamed with a radiant smile. Her eldest son was now 28, and it was high time he settled down. Xiao Yong was also quite pleased with Xiao Yu's choice of a daughter-in-law, finding little fault except for her family's slightly lesser financial standing. However, given the diminished status of the Xiao family, he secretly wished for his son to marry someone from a more affluent background to help the family through these trying times. Yet, Xiao Yong was not a materialistic man. He prioritized his family's well-being and truly desired his child's happiness. The old adage about marrying a virtuous wife rang true, and Yu Mingyu, being both familiar and wise, was indeed a fitting companion for Xiao Luo. With a smile, Xiao Yong encouraged, "Once you've made your decision, hurry and propose. Arrange a meeting with Mingyu's family to finalize things." "Thank you, Dad, Mom." In a family where gratitude was seldom exchanged, Xiao Luo realized that his thanks were more appropriately directed towards Mingyu, for she had chosen him. The once despondent atmosphere of the household transformed into one filled with joy due to Xiao Luo's unexpected announcement of marriage. 3 days later, the secret realm had stabilized. With its entrance fixed in the eastern part of Starlight City, the Pokémon Association had dispatched personnel to guard it around the clock while commencing extensive construction around the entrance. A large number of grass and bug-type Pokémon were being moved into the realm to establish it as a lush, vibrant area, as well as to construct a breeding facility. The rich energy of grass and bug types within the secret realm would significantly enhance the breeding of these Pokémon, resulting in substantial profits annually. The emergence of the secret realm heralded a boon for Starlight City's development, where tax revenue alone could make a significant impact. Additionally, the Pokémon Association would assign a champion-level trainer to oversee the secret realm. Due to his exceptional contributions, Xiao Yong was exempted from participating in this year's Gym Leader Ranking Tournament, a grim development for bug-type trainers in Shishu Province, who would now have to wait another 3 years to ascend to leadership positions. For the time being, Xiao Yong would continue as the bug-type gym leader of Starlight City. As for Xiao Luo, due to not meeting the required qualifications, he was relieved of his position as the gym leader of Honglian City, but was rewarded with 2 opportunities to select any Pokémon from the breeding facility within the secret realm, excluding demigod-level Pokémon. Ultimately, the Pokémon Association estimated the realm's value, offering the Xia family the opportunity to purchase a 20% stake in the secret realm, allowing them to enjoy dividends and providing them with the first choice of a Pokémon from the realm for the first 2 years. Beginning in the 3rd year, they would have an annual opportunity to capture a Pokémon from the secret realm, with the right to sell or transfer this opportunity. As the delivery services in Starlight City resumed normal operations, Xiaoyu received a genuine evolution keystone from the seller. In the days that followed, Xiao Luo visited the Yu family to propose, and both families met to agree on a wedding date set for October 1st, 2 months hence. Chapter 20. The Fiery Secret Realm. Gradually, Starlight City returned to its usual rhythm, though the streets were now bustling with vehicles bearing out-of-town license plates. It was evident that many were drawn to the newly discovered secret realm, either to capitalize on real estate or to engage in various projects related to its development. The construction surrounding the secret realm would undoubtedly stimulate numerous industries, particularly real estate, with property prices in Starlight City soaring daily. At this juncture, the Xia family's 20% stake in the secret realm was a coveted asset, the realm's value surpassing all expectations. Apart from the substantial initial investment, the future profitability promised remarkable returns, making it a virtually risk-free venture. Under normal circumstances, gym leaders within the district would only have a 10% purchasing priority. But due to the valor displayed by the two Xia family leaders, this was increased to 20%. Particularly noteworthy was that this secret realm was the only one in Shishu province boasting both grass and bug-type attributes, its uniqueness presenting immense potential profits. As of today, 3 groups had approached the Xia family, expressing a desire to purchase their priority rights, offering exorbitant amounts. Most importantly, these individuals possessed significant influence and connections. The weakest among them had at least 2 quasi-champion-level trainers backing them, while the other 2 had a champion-level trainer, albeit one without a formal title. In the entire southwestern region, there were only 4 officially recognized champion-level trainers, all of whom were the strongest in the area, commonly referred to as the 4 great champions. Li Yunyao was among the recognized champions, while Sushio, had he not defected, would have been classified as a champion without a formal title. The disparity between the two was vast, possessing a Pokémon of champion-level strength qualified one as a champion-level trainer. While those like Li Yunyao typically had teams composed entirely of champion-level Pokémon, often including at least one quasi-divine Pokémon. In a confrontation, Sushio would stand no chance against Li Yunyao, which was why he had made a timely exit. The matter of the secret realm's purchasing priority weighed heavily on Xia Yang's mind these days. He was reluctant to relinquish the shares, yet worried that the Xia family might lack the capacity to manage such an investment, causing him considerable stress. Xia Yu was eager to participate in the endeavor to acquire shares in the secret realm. Yet he was acutely aware of his lack of qualifications and strength to do so. Recently, he has been quite occupied, diligently training 2 Pokémon. The hard-working trainer's treecko does not require Xia Yu's concern, as its strength is progressing rapidly, having already mastered the ability to see through moves. In contrast, the growth of the Woobat is a tad slower. It is still in the early stages of development. Although it cannot compare to treecko, its progress remains within the normal range. Xia Luo's voice echoed from outside the door. "I'm here, brother." Upon opening the door, Xia Yu found Xia Luo standing outside. After a few days of rest coupled with the engagement event, Xia Luo appeared notably refreshed, having emerged from the shadows of the previous days. In his hands, he held a box containing a thunderstone, which he solemnly presented to Xia Yu. "Xia Yu, this thunderstone is for you. Upon reflection, I realized that I am not adept at training electric-type Pokémon, and I have a preference for fire-type Pokémon instead. This item is of no use to me, so it is better in your possession." "Brother, I must decline," Xia Yu replied, recognizing that the thunderstone would not serve him well. His mission required him to capture dragon-type Pokémon, unless he were to acquire a Thunder Dragon or an Electrike. The thunderstone would be of no utility. "Xia Luo's tone turned serious. "Listen, I am, after all, a soon-to-be champion-level trainer with some resources. This thunderstone will only hinder my path to becoming a fire-type champion. If you refuse to accept it, I will not take you with me today to select Pokémon." Ultimately, in order to assist his brother in finding a Pokémon of good quality, Xia Yu yielded and accepted the thunderstone. Thus, this thunderstone found its way back into Xia Yu's possession. The two set out, boarding a flying-type Pokémon, and proceeded towards the Flame Secret Realm in Shishu Province, which is renowned as the province's signature secret location and the largest of its kind. Teeming with rare fire-type Pokémon, the realm is home to the fire-type starters found across Huagua's territories. Situated in the capital city of Tiandu, as they approached the Flame Secret Realm, a trainer aboard a flying-type Pokémon signaled them, indicating they had entered the no-fly zone of the realm and prompting them to land immediately. "Here we are." This was not Xia Luo's first visit, and he navigated the area with ease. Xia Yu had been here once before, but lacked the qualifications to enter the core region. "This is your second visit, right?" "Yes." Xia Yu nodded. His previous visit had been at the age of 10, accompanied by his father, who had intended to select an initial Pokémon for him. The Flame's secret realm is vast, with its grand entrance exuding an imposing aura, bustling with traffic, and even forming a long queue at the entrance. This time, the two did not need to jostle through the crowd. They utilized the exclusive VIP passage, requiring only to undergo security checks before entering. Xia Yu, you may enter." As they walked through the corridor, the transparent insulating glass allowed them to glimpse numerous fire-type Pokémon within the secret realm. They were still in the peripheral area, where the quality of fire-type Pokémon was limited. The true core areas are the Fire Mountain, Sunlit Valley, Blazing Jungle, An inferno plane, Xiao Luo explained to Xiaoyu. The outer region is akin to an exhibition hall, showcasing somewhat inferior Pokémon. Of course, inferior is relative. These Pokémon are still significantly stronger than the majority of wild Pokémon. The Fire Mountain is home to high-temperature Pokémon like the Charizard, Lava Snail, and Fire Duck. It is rumored that the Flame Secret Realm is planning to introduce the Flame Lizard and Explosive Turtle Pokémon. The Sunlit Valley harbors Pokémon such as the Charizard, Blaziken, Darmanitan, and the Fire God Moth. The Blazing Jungle houses Pokémon like Blaziken, Infernape, and Flame Eagle. Meanwhile, the Inferno Plane is inhabited by Pokémon such as Houndoom, Manectric, and Rapidash. 2 years prior, the elite group of the Flash Flame Pokémon was introduced, and this year they have successfully bred Flash Flame Pokémon eggs. As the Fire-type gym leader, Xiao Luo meticulously keeps track of the Flame's secret realm's developments and is well acquainted with the distribution of Pokémon within it, serving as a guide while continuously updating Xiaoyu. Let us first head to the Inferno Plane. Compared to older Pokémon, Xiao Luo expressed a heightened interest in the newly introduced Flash Flame Pokémon, engaging in conversation with Xiaoyu as they walked. I particularly admire the unique Fire-type Pokémon from Ojo, Charcoal Knight. Both of its evolutions are impressive. Whether it's the Crimson Armor Knight or the Azure Flameblade Ghost, they are formidable Pokémon. It's a pity we don't have them here. I still prefer Charizard and Blaziken, and Houndoom is also quite appealing, Xiaoyu deliberately remarked. For Charizard, Blaziken, and Houndoom are Pokémon capable of evolving. When their evolutions are announced, their market value will undoubtedly surge, especially for Charizard and Blaziken. Let us discuss that later, Xiao Luo sighed, reminiscing about the Blaziken he had lost. Raising another Blaziken would inevitably bring back memories of their past together. Let us first check out the Flash Flame Pokémon eggs. Chapter 21. Jiang Qinglan. Xiao Luo led Xiaoyu on a tour of the Inferno Plane, visiting several Pokémon activity areas before heading directly to the Incubation Chamber. Their primary purpose for visiting was to select Pokémon eggs, with sightseeing merely an ancillary benefit. The Incubation Chamber on the Inferno Plane is one of only 2 such facilities within the Flame Secret Realm. The other is located in the Fire Mountain, dedicated to hatching eggs of high-temperature Pokémon like Lava Larva, Fire Duck, and Charizard, which are less numerous, approximately 1/10 of those found in the Inferno Plane's chamber. Most Pokémon eggs are housed within the Incubation Chamber on the Inferno Plane. As Xiao Luo and Xiaoyu approached the entrance, a young, attractive woman greeted them. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Incubation Chamber. Inside the chamber, numerous young and beautiful women, all appearing to be in their 20s to 30s, were present, embodying the peak of youth and beauty. Standing at least 168 meters tall and clad in matching attire, they formed a striking visual presence within the Incubation Chamber. I am Jiang Qinglan, the guide for this Incubation Chamber and your assistant in selecting Pokémon eggs. Gym Leader Xiao Luo, it is a privilege to serve you. I am a fan of yours. With a sweet smile, Jiang Qinglan introduced herself and turned to lead the 2 brothers, showcasing her exquisite profile. Jiang Qinglan was specifically assigned as a guide for Xiao Luo by the Flame Secret Realm's officials, having recognized him immediately due to her waiting since 9 in the morning. At this moment, Jiang Qinglan was in high spirits. A junior at Sushio University, she was set to advance to her senior year in September and soon face employment challenges. To enhance her resume, she had applied for an internship at the Flame Secret Realm before the holiday break. Given her background, she would typically have no chance of interning at the Flame Secret Realm, where numerous connections existed and outsiders competed fiercely for positions. However, during the interview, her status as a top student in the Pokémon breeding program at Sushio University, combined with her remarkable looks, allowed her to succeed in her internship application. Subsequently, she was assigned to the Incubation Chamber on the Inferno Plane, responsible for introducing guests to the facility while promoting high-end egg hatching services. The egg hatching business constitutes a core revenue stream for the Flame Secret Realm, as many affluent individuals pay to have their Fire-type Pokémon hatched here. The abundant Fire-type energy within the realm can slightly enhance the Pokémon's potential, and dedicated breeders oversee the process, minimizing the risk of any mishaps. Of course, the fees are not affordable for ordinary families. Each Pokémon egg in the incubation room is housed in its own individual incubator. As Jiang Qinglan walked alongside them, she introduced the features with a radiant smile. These incubators are the latest high-end models manufactured by the international brand Devon. Each incubator can independently control temperature, humidity, light exposure, heart rate monitoring, and eggshell assessment around the clock. Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the rows of incubators, and he noticed that many of them contained nutrient solutions, including several that were enriched with rare fire-type energy nutrients. This made Xiaoyu marvel at the wealth of some individuals who could so easily afford million yuan energy nutrients. Mr. Xiaoluo, the Pokémon eggs with blue labels are those entrusted by customers for incubation. You are not permitted to select the blue-labeled Pokémon eggs. Jiang Qinglan explained earnestly, her smile as bright as the stars. The eggs with red labels are from the Flame Secret Realm. If you wish to select a Pokémon egg, you may only choose from the red-labeled ones. This area contains Pokémon eggs available for purchase. You can buy them with money. Your quota for selecting Pokémon eggs is quite precious, and I would advise against wasting it on the Pokémon here. If you have a particular interest, you can purchase them. It is recommended to use your quota in the collection room instead, where the Pokémon eggs are not for sale and are exclusively for rewards. Understood, I'll take a look first. Since I've come all this way to the Flame Secret Realm, I should see if there are any good Pokémon eggs to buy. Xiao Luo replied with a smile, as he needed to replenish his battle strength after losing 2 of his ace Pokémon. He approached the incubators of the blazing ace Pokémon, scrutinizing them closely to assess the qualifications of the eggs. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu began swiftly selecting Pokémon for his brother. As for the 3 blazing ace Pokémon eggs, he glanced at them before moving on. For their qualifications were rather poor. 2 were merely elite level, and 1 was at the Lord level, which was quite subpar among the starter Pokémon. Of course, this was not the fault of the Flame Secret Realm officials, as the blazing ace Pokémon were imported from abroad. It was to be expected that their qualifications would be lacking, especially since these 3 eggs were first generation, thus their potential was limited. After bypassing the 3 blazing ace Pokémon eggs, Xiaoyu utilized the system's identification capability to scan the area, searching as if he were browsing a street market. The gym level Black Lija? Not good enough. It must be at least elite level. How can this cutty dog have such poor qualifications? It's only elite level. And they dare to display it? The Pokémon Association still has some gems. This fire-type Pokémon's qualifications are indeed commendable. Within just a fifth of the area, Xiaoyu discovered 3 gym-level Pokémon and 1 elite-level Pokémon, a feat unimaginable in other places. He couldn't help but feel that the Flame Secret Realm truly was a paradise for fire-type Pokémon, as even a slight enhancement in their qualifications was enough to entice fire-type trainers to spend their money. Unfortunately, there were no Pokémon with qualifications above elite level. It seemed that regardless of the location, elite-level Pokémon remained exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinglan was explaining to Xiao Luo about the 3 blazing ace Pokémon eggs. These 3 eggs are the first batch produced by the imported blazing ace Pokémon. Under normal circumstances, we do not sell them to the public, primarily because their qualifications are not suitable for starting Pokémon. Secondly, the Secret Realm aims to incubate these eggs to strengthen the blazing ace Pokémon population. However, if you, Master Xiao Luo, wish to acquire them, it can certainly be arranged. What a pity, Xiao Luo sighed, clearly recognizing the poor qualifications of the eggs. He genuinely admired the blazing ace Pokémon, but the qualifications were too lacking for him to justify a purchase. The selection quota awarded by the Pokémon Association was far too precious for him to waste on those 3 eggs. Where's Xiaoyu? Xiao Luo then noticed that his brother had wandered off quite a distance. Miss Jiang, you don't need to follow me. It's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. You should accompany my brother. Of course, Master Xiao Luo, she replied. Xiaoyu continued to select Pokémon, when suddenly a fragrant breeze wafted by. Turning around, he saw Jiang Qinglan approaching elegantly. Mr. Xiaoyu, are you helping your brother select Pokémon eggs? The collection room has a few eggs from this year's rare elite-level fire-type Pokémon. Their qualifications are certainly commendable. You may want to take a look. No hurry. I'll check these Pokémon eggs first. You don't need to follow me. I'll browse on my own. You should go back to my brother. Although Jiang Qinglan was quite attractive, Xiaoyu was entirely focused on the Pokémon eggs and had no time to engage with her. Jiang Qinglan felt a bit speechless, wondering about her charm. After all, she was the belle of Shishu University. Why were these 2 brothers so indifferent to her? Chapter 22, Daruma Monkeys as Xiaoyu strolled. His gaze landed on a specific Pokémon egg, and he began to examine it closely. This was the first Pokémon with elite-level qualifications he had discovered in this area. Pokémon Egg, Crimson Daruma Gender, Male Type, Fire Qualification, Elite-level ability, mental strength skill. The Crimson Daruma resembles a plump red-furred monkey. Its body covered in fluffy red fur that can retract its limbs to become a round, roly-poly figure. Its eyebrows are cloud-like in yellow, with 3 yellow spots on its belly and yellow stripes on its back resembling seagulls. This Crimson Daruma possesses the hidden ability of mental strength, indicating that upon evolving into a Daruma monkey, its secondary ability will be the Daruma mode. In the game, a Daruma monkey with the Daruma mode ability will transform into its Daruma mode when its stamina falls below half, reducing speed and attack, but significantly boosting defense, special defense, and special attack, while also altering its type from pure fire to a fire-psychic hybrid, making it a rather versatile ability, though it may appear flashy. Its practicality in the game is quite limited. Players still prefer to use the Daruma Monkey's other ability, Force, which eliminates additional effects of moves while increasing their power by 30. In turn-based gameplay, where each player takes one turn, a 30-point increase in power can often lead to an opponent's swift defeat. However, reality differs from the game. In the real world, Daruma Monkeys with the Daruma Mode ability are highly sought after, often priced several times higher than those with the Force ability. This is because, in reality, Daruma Monkeys can voluntarily enter Daruma Mode, rather than only when their stamina is low. This means that a Daruma Monkey can switch to Daruma Mode to bolster its defenses while absorbing attacks, then revert to its normal form for offense, making it exceptionally adaptable and powerful. Another Pokémon with this ability is the Steel Ghost Sword Shield, whose combat switching feature is quite notorious. In shield form, its dual defenses are both 140, and in sword form, its dual attacks are also 140, with a speed of 60. Theoretically, the sword shield could boast a total base value of 680, which was still reduced by the officials, as initially, both forms had dual defenses and attacks of 150 each, summing up to an astonishing 720. What does a base value of 720 signify? It is equivalent to that of the legendary Arceus, with its remarkable ghost steel attributes. This Pokémon possesses merely 4 double weaknesses, yet boasts 3 immunity attributes, 8 resistance attributes, and 1 quadruple resistance. Each time this crosses Xiaoyu's mind, he is compelled to exclaim, "Steel types reign supreme." Mr. Xiaoyu, do you fancy this exquisite Pokémon egg? It is the egg of a Daruma monkey, not a native Pokémon of Huagua. The Daruma monkey population in the Flame Secret Realm has been introduced for 15 years, and the quality of this batch of eggs is quite commendable. Furthermore, this Pokémon egg is available for external sale. Payment will not consume any of the 2 selection slots allotted to Master Xiaoluo. Jiang Qinglan observed that Xiaoyu lingered longest before this egg, her eyes sparkling as she elaborated. The introduction of the Daruma monkey to the Flame Secret Realm has spanned 15 years. During this time, multiple batches of fiery Daruma dolls have been bred, yet the quality of their hatchlings has been generally low. It was only with the last batch that the highest quality reached the pinnacle level. The emergence of this unexpected Pokémon of the King level took the Flame Secret Realm officials by surprise, which is why it is available for sale at a surprisingly modest price of 1,288,888. Wait, 1.28 million? While this price is indeed reasonable for a Pokémon of King level quality, it is worth noting that the Flame Secret Realm assessed this egg to possess merely the quality of a Dominator level Pokémon. To demand 1.28 million is quite audacious. Xiaoyu was tempted to purchase it outright, yet regrettably, he lacked the funds. However, his older brother was affluent. Please package this egg. We shall settle the bill together shortly. Certainly, Jiang Qinglan responded, a radiant smile illuminating her face, envisioning the hefty commission she would earn. Xiaoyu then meandered around the exterior, encountering no other King-level Pokémon, though he did find 3 Pokémon of nearly King-level quality. At that moment, Xiaoluo also surveyed the area and approached. What Pokémon egg is this? He inquired, looking at the egg Jiang Qinglan had prepared. Brother, this is the egg I selected for you. It does not occupy a selection slot and costs only 1.28 million, Xiaoyu quickly replied. 1.28 million? Xiaoluo appeared bewildered. He had recently considered a few decent eggs, but the prices had deterred him. He had not anticipated that his younger brother would be so generous, directly selecting an egg and having it packaged. Nevertheless, Xiaoluo refrained from commenting, recognizing Xiaoyu's exceptional skill in discerning Pokémon eggs. His secret weapon, the Flame Chicken, and their father's shiny scyther were both discoveries made by Xiaoyu. Let us proceed with the purchase then. Over 100,000 is not a significant sum for me. Miss Jiang, could you kindly escort us to the collection room? Of course. Right this way. As they entered the collection room, they found it less crowded than the outer area. Aside from the Xia brothers, only a young man and a middle-aged man were present, who had arrived merely a minute earlier. The scarcity of visitors meant that the Pokémon eggs in the collection room were also few, each meticulously cared for, with the lowest quality being Dominator level and most being Gym Leader level or even nearly King level Pokémon. Xiaoyu was awestruck, reflecting, this is the backbone of the Great Secret Realm. With so many high-quality Pokémon, they could easily cultivate a King-level trainer. For my brother to have 2 selection slots, the Pokémon Association is indeed making a grand sacrifice. The Pokémon here possess remarkable quality, and they are not for sale to the public. Only those who have made significant contributions to the Pokémon Association are granted selection privileges, Jiang Qinglan stated earnestly. You may now select at your leisure. This time, the brothers did not separate but walked together, discussing their options. Brother, the quality of the Pokémon eggs here is impressive. Even the size of the eggs surpasses those outside, Xiaoyu remarked. Indeed, Xiao Luo nodded. Also curious, as it was his first opportunity to choose. He gazed around the collection room like an inquisitive child. I believe this egg has excellent potential, he said, pointing to an exaggeratedly sized egg with a pale red shell, faintly adorned with fiery patterns. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyu discerned that, while the egg appeared formidable, it was merely a FAIMY, with its true quality being that of nearly king level. Since arriving in Tian City, Xiaoyu had noticed his standards had risen significantly. Previously, he could not even find a single nearly king-level Pokémon in Xinguang City, yet now he found himself dismissing them. He realized he had become rather presumptuous. Excuse me, could you please make way? At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly interrupted Xiaoyu's wandering thoughts. Please, go ahead, Xiao Luo said. Having noticed the elegantly dressed individuals, he was unconcerned, stepping aside to allow them to approach the egg for inspection. The middle-aged man scrutinized the egg before turning to whisper a few words to the young man beside him. He then addressed their guide. Please package this egg for us. We will select this one. Chapter 23. Zhao Shan. The smile faded from Xiao Luo's face as he turned to the middle-aged man. Sir, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. We are currently examining this egg, and you must wait until we have finished before you proceed with your selection. To simply demand that it be packaged without any regard is quite presumptuous. Oh, is this not the youngest nearly king-level trainer, Master Xiao Luo? The middle-aged man spoke with a tone of mockery. His eyes filled with envy and animosity as he regarded Xiao Luo. Oh, I forgot, you are no longer a gym leader. I heard you lost 2 nearly king-level Pokémon. What a pity. So, you've come here to select a Pokémon egg? It's all about being quick. The slow shall be left behind. Since you haven't made a claim, we shall select first. The middle-aged man, named Zhao Shan, was a member of the Zhao family, a prominent local family in Tian City. Though supported by his family's legacy, he lacked talent and had faced defeat in several gym leader ranking battles, failing to become the strongest fire-type trainer. Naturally, he lacked the qualifications to lead a fire-type gym. In truth, Zhao Shan and Xiao Luo were not acquainted. They had never crossed paths in the gym leader ranking battles. However, upon witnessing the young Xiao Luo ascend to the position of the strongest fire-type gym leader in Shishu province, Zhao Shan's jealousy and resentment towards him festered. He celebrated when he learned about Xiao Luo's losses, even popping a bottle of champagne in delight. Today, Zhao Shan accompanied Zhao Jingyi, the third-generation heir of the Zhao family, to select the Pokémon egg. Zhao Jingyi's grandfather had made significant contributions to the Pokémon Association, sacrificing himself in the process. Ever since, every firstborn heir of the Zhao family was permitted to select a Pokémon egg. Zhao Shan had not anticipated encountering Xiao Luo and instinctively sought to humiliate him, seeking to vent his pinned-up frustrations from the past few years. As for seizing Xiao Luo's Pokémon egg, that was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Despite Zhao Shan's intense animosity towards Xiao Luo, he was astute enough to discern the gravity of the situation and refrain from trivializing the significant matter of selecting a Pokémon egg. His motivation was solely driven by the exquisite appearance of the card dog egg. Observing the middle-aged man's brazen demeanor and arrogant tone, Xiao Luo felt a surge of anger. Fire-type trainers are often known for their fiery tempers, and he retorted directly, I've come to realize that you are intentionally provoking me. Who do you think you are? Barking like a dog here? Xiao Luo's outburst left Zhao Shan's face flushed with fury. What did you say? Zhao Shan trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Xiao Luo as he spoke coldly. What? Do you wish to fight? Xiao Luo's temper flared as he raised his voice. The tension between the two was palpable, startling the two guides nearby. The younger guide beside Zhao Shan dared not speak, while Jiang Qinglan bravely interjected, Gentlemen, please calm down. Physical altercations are prohibited within the Flame's secret realm. Otherwise, the authorities will revoke your rights to select Pokémon eggs. How dare you speak out of turn? A mere servant, Zhao Shan, unwilling to confront Xiao Luo, directed his aggression towards the guide. He struck Jiang Qinglan across the face with such force that she staggered back, nearly dropping the Pokémon egg of the Dharma baboon she was holding. Fortunately, she clutched it tightly, preventing it from escaping her grasp. But her left cheek quickly became red and swollen. What have you done? Xiaoyu swiftly helped Jiang Qinglan to her feet, a surge of anger igniting within him. This was a Dharma baboon of the king level. You can hit people, but what if you injure this egg? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Unable to restrain himself as he shouted, You cowardly bully, do you want to fight? Come, let us have a go. It was worth noting that both Xiao brothers stood over 1.8 meters tall, robust young men, making Zhao Shan and his companion no match for them should a physical confrontation ensue. Jiang Qinglan, sheltered in Xia Yu's embrace, found herself in a whirlwind of thoughts, wondering if he was angry on her behalf. Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? The warmth of Xia Yu's concern made her heart flutter, diminishing the pain on her cheek, and she gazed at him, her eyes shimmering. Xia Luo, equally astonished, recognized the stark contrast between himself and his brother. Where he was impulsive, Xia Yu was mature and composed, demonstrating a calm demeanor in the face of adversity. Why was Xia Yu so incensed over an incident involving a guide? Was it possible that Xia Yu had truly taken a liking to Jiang Qinglan? Although she was undeniably beautiful, they had only just met. However, their father had recently been discussing potential matches for Xia Yu, seeking a powerful family to navigate the challenges ahead. If Xia Yu had developed feelings for this girl, it would complicate matters. Unbeknownst to the brothers, Xia Yu's focus remained solely on the Dharma baboon egg, which was no ordinary egg, but one valued at 1.28 million. With a cold gaze fixed on Zhao Shan, he turned to another guide, commanding, "Call your supervisor over." "Yes, sir," the other guide stammered in response. "Are you all right?" Xia Yu inquired with concern, glancing at the egg in Jiang Qinglan's arms. "I'm fine," she replied, her cheeks flushed, heart racing uncontrollably as she looked at the handsome Xia Yu. One could not deny that Xia Yu was remarkably handsome, having inherited the beauty of his parents. After all, it was partly due to his looks that Xia Yong, once a poor young man, managed to woo the illustrious Lin Xiaomei. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from outside as a mature and alluring woman entered. She glanced at Jiang Qinglan's swollen cheek and addressed the tense group, "Young Master Zhao." "Mr. Xia Luo, I am the supervisor of the Flame Secret Realms hatchery. You may call me Supervisor Chain." What seems to be the issue? The dense fire energy of this realm seems to have heightened everyone's tempers. Supervisor Qin first greeted the four men before inquiring of the other guide, Shaolin. What transpired here? Shaolin, the guide, succinctly recounted the events. Mr. Xia Luo and his companions first spotted the card dog egg and were observing it without making a decision. Then, Mr. Zhao and young Master Zhao also took an interest in the egg, and after a brief observation, they selected it. Mr. Xia Luo insisted on taking turns, and an argument ensued, leading to a physical altercation. Jiang Qinglan intervened to dissuade them, warning that fighting could result in the loss of their selection rights. At which point Mr. Zhao struck her. Having conveyed the incident succinctly, Shaolin stepped back, remaining silent as he awaited Supervisor Qin's response. Chapter 24. Extraordinary Pokémon. Zhao Shan dared to strike Jiang Qinglan, a mere guide, but he could only present a facade of deference before Supervisor Qin. With neither background nor strength to rival others, he had no choice but to submit. He was a bully to the weak and a sycophant to the strong. Supervisor Qin, having pieced together the situation, recognized that Jiang Qinglan had indeed been wronged. As her superior, she felt compelled to defend her, lest she lose the trust of her team. "Mr. Zhao, she is correct. If you engage in a fight within the collection room, the Flame Secret Realm does have the authority to revoke your selection rights. Of course, Supervisor Qin's warning was merely to uphold the authority of the Flame Secret Realm. Revoking the Zhao family's privileges was out of the question, as Jiang Qinglan was merely an intern without connections. We shall let this go this time. Since you have selected your Pokémon egg, please vacate the collection room. Shaolin, please package this egg for Mr. Zhao." Upon hearing Supervisor Qin's dismissal, Zhao Shan's face flushed with embarrassment. But he dared not challenge her authority and left in shame. Once Zhao Shan departed, Supervisor Qin donned a smile, turning to Xia Luo with an apologetic expression. "Mr. Xia Luo, I sincerely apologize. There are no strict rules about the order of selection here. It ultimately reflects individual character. Regrettably, we are unable to manage individuals like Zhao Shan. I see Jiang Qinglan is holding the egg you purchased outside. Within my authority, I can offer you a significant discount of 40. It is worth noting that Supervisor Qin's ability to navigate such situations, balancing fairness and authority, allowed her to uphold the dignity of her subordinates while deftly resolving the conflict between Xia Luo and Zhao Shan, ensuring that Zhao Shan left with the egg while also compensating Xia Luo. "Mr. Xia Luo, please continue your selection. I shall not disturb you further." "Jiang Qinglan, do you need a moment to rest?" "No, I'm fine, Supervisor Qin," Jiang Qinglan quickly replied. "Very well. I shall return to my duties. Work hard. And after accommodating Mr. Xia Luo, you may take a half day off this afternoon." "Thank you, Supervisor Qin." "Brother, do not be upset. I believe that egg's qualifications are subpar. We should aim for one of better quality." Xia Yu consoled his older brother. "Now that they are gone, we can take our time to select a Pokémon egg of superior quality." "I'm not upset," Xia Luo sighed suddenly. "In the past, the Xia family would not have been treated with such disrespect by Zhao Shan. Now, weakened, he faced insolence from all sides. Let us keep looking. The two brothers resumed their search. The collection room was not expansive, and they swiftly examined the several dozen Pokémon eggs within. Xiaoyu soon discovered two Pokémon of king-level qualification. One was a small lion cub, and the other, a dazzling little fire dragon possessing the solar power ability. Two Pokémon stood before them, and without a shadow of a doubt, Xiaoyu would choose the little Charmander. For it was the only Pokémon in the entire gathering with qualifications that could be deemed championship-worthy. To speak candidly, the exceptional aptitude of this Charmander even stirred Xiaoyu's own heart. Pokémon Egg Charmander Gender, Female Type, Fire Qualification, Championship Level Ability, Solar Power Skills. The ability of Solar Power undoubtedly made this Charmander more suited for a special attack route. Under sunny weather, the Solar Power ability would allow Charizard to unleash devastating power. Furthermore, Charizard could evolve, and whether into Charizard or Mega Charizard, its strength would remain formidable. Upon evolving into Charizard, its ability would shift from Solar Power to Tough Claws, transforming the special attacking Charizard into a physical attacker, catching opponents off guard, and making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Alternatively, evolving into Mega Charizard would change its ability to Drought, a weather ability that requires no further elaboration. Every Pokémon with such an ability is the nucleus of any team. Brother, take a look at this Pokémon egg, Xiaoyu exclaimed. The Charmander egg? Xiao Luo, trusting in Xiaoyu's discerning eye, examined it closely. However, he couldn't discern anything particularly special about the egg, especially since he already possessed a Charizard and thus felt little interest in this Charmander-S egg. I already have a Charizard. Do I need to nurture another? Your Charizard's qualifications are lacking and its strength has reached its peak. It can only aspire to gym leader level. It must be said that Xiaoyu was indeed getting a bit carried away. To deem gym leader level qualifications insufficient was rather audacious, especially considering that just a month prior, he had been a novice with no Pokémon at all. Now, though he had two high-aptitude Pokémon, he still had much to learn and grow. You're quite bold for your age, questioning the quality of my Charizard's qualifications, Xiao Luo chuckled, ruffling Xiaoyu's hair. My Charizard possesses gym leader level strength. Perhaps when you achieve gym leader level prowess, you can make such claims. Xiao Luo, unable to identify any uniqueness in the Pokémon egg, found it rather ordinary amidst the array of high-quality eggs. Are you really certain this egg has good qualifications? I find it rather average. Come, take a look at the one I chose. Xiaoyu was speechless at Xiao Luo's reaction. He felt like shouting, this is a championship-level Charmander egg. However, he was unable to resist Xiao Luo's pull as they shifted their focus to another egg. Xiaoyu, I believe this little Monferno egg is quite promising. Firstly, its size is impressive, and secondly, the coloration of its patterns is vibrant, imbued with rich fire energy. Although it may not compare to that exquisite Arcanine egg we just saw, it is still commendable, Xiao Luo analyzed with conviction. Yet, when Xiaoyu checked the qualifications, he found it to be merely gym leader level, inferior to the previous Arcanine. What a waste to settle for a gym leader level Pokémon with such a precious opportunity. Brother, this egg is truly not as good as the one I selected. Trust me, that Charmander egg is absolutely the right choice, Xiaoyu asserted with firm conviction. Really? Xiao Luo remained skeptical. Come on, when have I ever deceived you? Xiaoyu replied. Remember back in middle school when you pretended to be a girl online with a female penguin account and tricked me for a month, stealing my living expenses? Xiao Luo suddenly recalled. Puffed, Jiang Qinglan, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, leaving Xiaoyu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, that was an exception. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Honestly, I believe this egg is quite remarkable. You must trust me. Are you truly certain? Xiao Luo inquired. Absolutely and unequivocally, Xiaoyu affirmed. Then it shall be this one. Given Xiaoyu's unwavering confidence, Xiao Luo made his decision without hesitation, as trust among family members is paramount. Since Xiaoyu was so assured, Xiao Luo promptly supported his choice. If it turns out the qualifications are poor, the other slot will be mine to choose. However, if the qualifications are good, how about I gift you the other slot? Xiaoyu longed to suggest that Xiao Luo simply give him the Charmander egg, but he refrained, knowing that this egg could very well be the key to his brother's ascension to elite trainer status. With the aid of the system, he was bound to encounter even more powerful Pokémon in the future. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu resolved to acquire his own Charizard, evolving it into a fearsome Mega Charizard that would dazzle all, perhaps even showcasing a Gigantamax form. Then it's settled. We shall take this Pokémon egg. Chapter 25. Birds of Prey Pokémon. After applying healing ointment to her face, Jiang Qinglan's swelling had subsided, and with a sweet smile, She earnestly addressed the two brothers. Hatching 2 Pokémon eggs within the Blazing Plains will cost 1 million for regular nutrient solution and 2 million for energy nutrient solution. Should we hatch them together, we can offer a discount. At 88 off, you will receive an additional 10 discount, making it a total of 79 off. Xiaoyu scowled. The Fire Secret Realm was truly shameless. They could simply rob their patrons outright, yet they also demanded payment for hatching Pokémon eggs. 2 million to hatch 1 egg meant 4 million for 2. Even with a 79 discount, it would still amount to around 16 million plus 1. 28 million for the Pokémon egg at 60 off, totaling approximately 4 million. How outrageous. However, for trainers aspiring to compete in the Fire-type gym leader ranking, most would begrudgingly invest this sum. If they didn't spend, other Fire-type trainers would, placing them at a disadvantage right from the start. Fortunately, Xiao Luo had been prepared. After 3 years as a gym leader, he had managed to save a bit. Let us hatch them here. I'll cover the costs, he said, wincing as he swiped his card for over 4 million. By the way, you can download the Shishu Fire app on your phone. We will provide you with an account, allowing you to monitor the hatching status of your Pokémon eggs throughout the process. When we detect that the eggs are close to hatching, we will call you in advance so you can witness the hatching as it happens. It must be said that while the price was steep, the services rendered were quite commendable, something the Grassbug Secret Realm could learn from. Xiaoyu secretly resolved to convince his father to propose improvements to the Pokémon Association, aiming for the Grassbug Secret Realm to outshine the Fire Secret Realm. All the money you've taken from me shall be repaid. After settling the bill, Jiang Qinglan received a generous commission, her smile growing even brighter. After sending the two brothers out of the Fire Secret Realm, they exchanged contact information, assuring each other that they would be notified as soon as the Pokémon eggs hatched. Once the brothers left the Secret Realm, they prepared to fly back to Starlight City on a flying-type Pokémon. Yet, while their journey to the Secret Realm had been smooth, the return might not be as peaceful. Xiaoyu, you'll ride my Charizard. I'll take another Steel Wing. Xiao Luo offered his Charizard to Xiaoyu, opting to ride a rented Steel Wing himself. He sensed that the return journey might be fraught with peril and wanted to ensure Xiaoyu had a means of self-defense. Be cautious on the way back. Stay close to me while flying. Understood. Xiao Luo's serious demeanor made Xiaoyu realize that something was amiss, and he responded earnestly. Let us go. Departure. With a powerful flap of their wings, the Steel Wing and Charizard soared into the sky, heading towards Starlight City. As they ascended, 2 others mounted their own Pokémon, the Brave Eagle and the Maitaiana, and followed suit. Sitting atop the back of a Charizard, Summeryu gazed down from the heights upon the sprawling forests, mountains, and rivers, while the Bobo tribes soared gracefully through the air, feeling the wind whisper past her ears. In this moment, her heart was enveloped in tranquility, a sensation that every Pokémon enthusiast might yearn for. However, this serenity was soon shattered by Charlotte's urgent voice. Xiaoyu, hold on tight. We're about to change direction. Charlotte's expression was grave. We're being followed, and we have strayed far from the West City district. They are likely to make their move soon. Understood. Summeryu clutched the Charizard tightly, gripping the rope firmly. Charizard, Skarmory, are you ready? Accelerate. At Charlotte's command, Skarmory and Charizard spread their wings, summoning a fierce gale as their speed surged dramatically. Simultaneously, in the distance, the valiant Talonflame and the fierce Honchkrow ceased their concealment and began to chase after the 2 brothers with increased velocity. Both Talonflame and Honchkrow were sovereigns of the sky. Talonflame, a large avian Pokémon, sported a white crest composed of 3 feathers atop its head, with a reddish-brown base. 3 white feathers adorned either side of its cheeks, while a tuft of white down graced its nape. Its upper body and wings were clad in reddish-brown plumage, while its chest, abdomen, legs, and the inner sides of its wings were a deep navy. The tail feathers, ending in a yellow and a blue stripe, contrasted with its yellow beak and feet. Talonflame exhibited a courageous demeanor, unflinchingly facing danger for its companions, fighting on regardless of injury, and taking pride in its bravery. The more wounds Talonflame bore, the greater the respect it earned from its peers, while those who suffered injuries on their back faced disdain. It was a valiant warrior of the skies. Legends tell of humans once threatening their habitat, prompting Talonflame to unite in resistance. In ancient times, the people of Alola revered it as the warrior of the sky, its gallant form often inspiring the design of emblems. Honchkrow, equally formidable, possessed a striking appearance, characterized by its sharp gaze and formidable claws. Its tail feathers fanned out like a fan, while a distinctive black shape resembling a letter adorned its chest. The white portion of its abdomen extended downward, forming an inverted triangle. Notably, Honchkrow's head was crowned with feathers, black at the back and red at the front, with females displaying smaller markings upon their foreheads. Known for its fierce temperament, Honchkrow took great pride in the shape of its crown and possessed the ability to live independently, often separating from its flock. Its muscular legs and powerful wings allowed it to easily carry smaller Pokémon, and even a robust human could be lifted effortlessly, making its aerial prowess a significant threat. Talonflame and Honchkrow were both ferocious raptor Pokémon, serving not only as means of flight, but also as powerful physical attackers among flying-type Pokémon. Talonflame, Brave Bird. Charge forward, commanded the man seated atop Talonflame. Brave Bird, fold your wings and dive low to strike at the opponent, incurring damage to yourself in the process. Talonflame folded its wings, enveloped in flying-type energy, radiating a dazzling light as it lunged toward Charizard and Skarmory with ferocious intent. Honchkrow, Tailwind, shouted another man, perched on Honchkrow, issuing his command almost simultaneously. Honchkrow flapped its wings vigorously, generating a visible gust that propelled both Pokémon forward with newfound speed. Tailwind, whirl up a fierce wind to enhance the speed of all allies. The combination of Brave Bird and Tailwind launched Talonflame like a cannonball toward Charizard and Skarmory, creating an imposing spectacle. Charizard, Flamethrower, Charlotte calmly directed. Responding to the command, Charizard dove sharply downward, executing a stylish drift while enveloping its maw in flames, unleashing a torrent of fire shaped like a giant letter toward the rapidly approaching Talonflame. Upon impact, the flames erupted, yet Talonflame maintained its speed, piercing through the inferno and charging toward Charizard, undeterred by the heat. Charizard, Skarmory, descend. Observing that they could not intercept Talonflame, Charlotte swiftly commanded Charizard and Skarmory to drop toward the dense jungle below. Heeding the order, both Pokémon angled their wings inward and plunged toward the ground, landing seamlessly amidst the foliage. Chapter 26. The Sandstorm Brothers. The Magcargo bore a shell, encrusted with lava. For millennia, this creature has resided within volcanic craters, its body transforming into molten rock. It is said that its temperature can reach approximately 10,000 degrees, causing steam to rise upon contact with raindrops, enveloping it in thick mist. Its shell, formed from the cooling of magma skin, shatters upon a mere touch, only to restore itself in the molten depths, constantly undulating. Its body resembles lava, with high-temperature flames periodically erupting from the fissures of its hardened shell. In the realm of gaming, Magcargo is not particularly formidable, suffering from a fourfold weakness to water-type moves, compounded by its already low special defense, resulting in its infrequent appearances. A single water-type attack can spell its demise. However, in reality, Magcargo performs significantly better, especially under the command of the fire-type champion, Alicon, whose ace Pokémon is a Magcargo. During the Elite Four ranking battles, when trailing by 3 Pokémon, he executed the remarkable feat of overcoming all 4 opponents with his Magcargo, thus elevating the creature's worth exponentially. It is said that his Magcargo possesses champion-level potential, with a body temperature so high it resembles a walking volcano, rendering ordinary Pokeballs ineffective. Only specially designed ones can contain it. Any Pokémon achieving champion-level potential undergoes a qualitative transformation. Of course, Charlotte's Magcargo is not particularly strong. It is merely one of his many Pokémon, with limited potential and only gym leader-level strength, making it unremarkable among fire types. Nevertheless, it is quite suitable for countering Talonflame and Honchkrow. The other Pokémon, the Seeking, is specifically chosen by Charlotte for gym leader ranking battles, serving as one of his mainstay Pokémon. Participation in fire-type gym leader battles necessitates at least 3 fire-type Pokémon, implying that his opponents are likely to have similar compositions. Thus, the water-ground-type Seeking can effectively counter fire types, though its quadruple weakness to grass-type moves poses a significant threat, particularly against fire types that have learned Solar Beam. However, Seeking's ability is exceptionally advantageous, featuring the rare Water Absorb trait, which draws in water-type moves, preventing damage while simultaneously boosting its special attack. This makes Seeking not only capable of countering opposing fire types but also a formidable deterrent against water types, rendering it a highly functional Pokémon. Almost simultaneously as Charlotte summoned his Pokémon, the Warrior Eagle and the Muck Eagle descended, landing before the 2 individuals. 2 masked men dismounted from the warriors. Return, Warrior Eagle. Return, Muck Eagle. The 2 men recalled their Pokémon and each threw out a Pokéball. Champion-level Diglett. Champion-level Hippowdon. The moment Hippowdon appeared, it unleashed a colossal roar, causing a sandstorm to erupt, clearly indicating its sand force ability. The arrival of the champion-level Sandstorm Brothers sent a chill down Xiaoyu's spine. He knew this battle was unwinnable and that he must find a way to survive. Dealing with just the champion-level Hippowdon with its sand force was already a significant challenge. Not to mention the champion-level Diglett with its sand force ability that doubled its speed in sandstorm weather. Together, these two Pokémon could easily overwhelm even the most formidable of champion-level Pokémon. If you surrender, you may suffer less. One of the taller men with a hound mask remarked, his voice deep and resonant. Who are you? What do you want from me? Charlotte asked, maintaining his composure as he coldly scrutinized the two. You'll find out once you come with us, replied the other man, adorned with a monkey mask. He was slightly leaner and taller, his voice softer and imbued with a sense of age, suggesting he was perhaps older than the hound-masked individual. Stop wasting time with him. Attack directly. Diglett, use Drill Run. The monkey-masked man commanded, and the sandstorm-enhanced Diglett moved with astonishing speed, a dark blur darting through the tempest. Launching an assault on the lava snail. Drill Run, a ground-type physical attack skill that spins like a drill while colliding with the opponent, making it prone to strike critical hits. If the 4 times weak lava snail were to be struck by Diglett, even its formidable shell would not prevent it from sustaining severe damage. Seahorse, use Rain Dance. Rain Dance, a water-type status move that changes the weather to rain. Lava Snail, use Yawn. Yawn, a move that prompts the opponent to fall asleep in the next turn. Charlotte commanded his Pokémon with calmness, first instructing the Seahorse to use Rain Dance to alter the weather and neutralize the sandstorm, aiming to nullify Diglett's sand force ability. He then directed the Lava Snail to use Yawn, whereupon a cloud of energy formed rapidly and shot toward Diglett. However, in the midst of the sandstorm, Diglett's speed was far too swift, allowing it to effortlessly evade the cloud. In the game, Yawn is a guaranteed hit unless the opponent is airborne or underground. But reality is far less forgiving. Skills only count if they land. Hippowdon, use Tackle. The hound-masked man ordered. Hippowdon surged forward with its massive bulk, charging at the Seahorse with an astonishing momentum, intent on crushing it. Boom. At that moment, a brilliant sphere of light soared from a distance, striking Diglett squarely and sending it flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt, a visible dent marking the spot of impact, illustrating the sheer power of the attack. Is that or a sphere? Xiaoyu followed the trajectory of the light and soon spotted a Lucario leaping from the jungle, positioning itself protectively in front of the Seahorse and Hippowdon. Lucario, gender, male type, fighting, steel qualification, champion level, upgradable, combat power, champion level ability, justified skills, mimic, feint, assist, rock smash. Aura sphere, vacuum wave, detect, revive, howl, quick attack, life dew, double team, swords dance, heal pulse, comet punch, dragon pulse, extreme speed, close combat, bite, flying knee, cross chop, bullet punch, body slam, tackle, hard hit, reversal, metal claw, rock tomb, low sweep, brick break, mind reader, thunder punch, ice punch, drain punch, earthquake, spikes. In ordinary circumstances, I would refrain from listing stats to avoid accusations of padding, but this character's entrance is notably significant. A sense of unparalleled security enveloped Xiaoyu as Lucario stood before him. Champion-level Sandstorm Brothers, take a good look at how Lucario handles you. Chapter 27. Wei Yechin. Xiaoyu also turned his curious gaze towards the newcomer, eager to discern the identity of the champion-level Lucario's master. He beheld a man clad in a coarse long robe, bare-chested, with a notably shiny bald head and a gourd of wine at his waist, prompting a pang of disappointment in Xiaoyu. He had envisioned the master of a champion-level Lucario to resemble figures like Dawu or Dandy. Old Fourth. It's been a long time. Wei Yechin, an unremarkable man of about 35 years, with small, single-lidded eyes and a slightly robust physique, greeted. In a crowd, he would be utterly inconspicuous. I rushed over upon receiving your message. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Old Fourth. Is that my brother's nickname? Why not Old Sixth? Xiaoyu mused, scrutinizing Wei Yechin, searching his memory for renowned trainers in this world, but none matched the individual before him. He was certain he had never seen this man in the news or on television, and none of the 6 champions from the 6 major regions of Huagua bore the name Wei Yechin. This shouldn't be, after all. This was a champion-level Lucario. How could there be no information on him? The 2 masked men observed the sudden appearance of Lucario with growing unease, particularly after witnessing how a single aura sphere had severely injured Diglett, underscoring Lucario's formidable strength. Champion level or near champion level. They speculated that this Lucario possessed at least the strength of a champion. Old Fourth, let me deal with them before we reminisce, Wei Yechin stated, turning his attention to the 2. He and Lucario shared a profound bond, requiring no verbal commands. A mere gesture unleashed their combined mental prowess. Lucario soared into the air with grace, its form fluid, while its left hand shimmered with steel energy, targeting Hippowdon with a bullet punch. And its right hand glowed with a blue light as it simultaneously unleashed Ice Punch. Xiaoyu was left in utter astonishment. What sorcery is this? Is he the old trickster Jobot? One hand drawing circles, the other drawing squares, employing the art of dual-hand combat? A left bullet punch and a right ice punch, delivering unerring strikes. What next? A flying knee kick from below and an iron head from above? Why not unleash 4 skills in one turn? Good heavens, is this what champion-level Pokémon are capable of? Bang! Even more astonishing was the speed of Lucario. Xiaoyu barely caught a glimpse of the blue figure as it zipped past, appearing before Hippowdon in the blink of an eye. Delivering a powerful left punch that crumpled Hippowdon, sending it crashing to the ground in agony. Immediately following, Lucario's ice punch landed in the same spot. Roar! After taking 2 blows, the Hippowdon let out a pained roar, its massive body collapsing to the ground, swiftly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Just 2 punches, a bullet punch and an ice punch, were sufficient to defeat the quasi-elite Hippowdon. Is this the disparity between the quasi-elite and the champion level? It was essentially a one-sided massacre. Yet, it was evident that Lucario had not delivered a lethal blow. It merely defeated the Hippowdon rather than killing it. With the Hippowdon dispatched, Lucario wasted no time in launching another attack, swiftly gathering energy into a wave missile, which it hurled directly at the Doug trio. Boom! The wave missile traveled at an astonishing speed, tracing a perfect arc through the air, striking the already injured Doug trio with precision. The outcome was decided in an instant, leaving Xiaoyu unprepared for the rapid conclusion of the battle. So, this is the quasi-elite Sandstorm brothers? Really? It seems almost too weak. If the Xia family possessed such a Lucario, they could dominate the entire Shishu province. The 2 masked men were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the origins of this exceptionally powerful Lucario. There was no way this Lucario was merely at the elite level. It was at least quasi-champion level, if not outright champion level. Otherwise, it could not have so effortlessly vanquished their Pokémon. The thought that the Xia family had a champion-level trainer backing them sent chills down their spines. They must have been truly impatient to seek trouble with the Xia family. Return and inform your associates not to meddle with the Xia family again, Wei Yechin's voice boomed, resonating with authority as he admonished the 2 men. The 2 masked men hastily withdrew their Pokémon and fled, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Lucario, it has been a while. Xia Luo called out, waving and smiling at Lucario. Awo, Lucario responded in kind, indicating a prior acquaintance. Xiaoyu felt a twinge of curiosity about when his older brother had forged such a significant connection. What have you been up to these past few years? Xia Luo casually inquired, settling down in a nearby spot and turning to Wei Yechin. Wei Yechin sat cross-legged on the ground in a standard meditative posture, mirroring Lucario's stance, which piqued Xiaoyu's curiosity about Wei Yechin's identity. He seemed reminiscent of a martial artist, still the same, entangled in worldly matters, striving to accumulate virtue and good deeds to find resolution in this tumultuous life. I have traversed the rivers and mountains, witnessing the endless currents of life, drawing my sword to right wrongs, acting bravely in the face of injustice. Without regard for fortune or misfortune, Wei Yechin proclaimed, his voice echoing as he rose to sing, his face alight with a carefree demeanor. As he spoke with fervor, he unscrewed the cap of a wine gourd and drank deeply. Let me have a sip, Xia Luo said, unabashed as he seized the gourd and took a hearty drink. So, what do you plan to do next? To make the world my home. To rectify the injustices of the realm. To aid those suffering, Wei Yechin replied. Come, Old Fourth, I will take you back to Starlight City. On the journey back to Starlight City, Xia Luo and Wei Yechin reminisced about their past adventures, while Xiaoyu listened intently, growing increasingly intrigued about his brother's experiences. Soon, the 3 arrived home. Since we're here, shall we share a meal? Xia Luo urged, attempting to persuade Wei Yechin to stay for dinner. Wei Yechin shook his head, declining. No, I have other matters to attend to. When the 2nd and 3rd arrive, we shall gather then. With that, Wei Yechin turned without a backward glance, his figure exuding an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a parting remark. Old Fourth, I will pay a visit to those who wronged you. And once I have resolved my affairs here, I will seek justice for you from Sushio. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to message me. The 2nd and 3rd are also assisting you. They will return to Shishu province when they can. With that, he and Lucario vanished into the depths of the night. Watching Wei Yechin's retreating figure, Xia Luo's expression was complex, filled with emotion. Chapter 28. The speaker cricket hero. His name is Wei Yechin, a remarkable individual whom your elder brother admires greatly. Xia Luo sat on the couch, his gaze distant, as if lost in recollection. Remarkable, a term both familiar and foreign. Seldom can anyone truly embody such an accolade. Please, tell me how you met. Xiaoyu pressed further. That story begins long ago, Xiao Luo began. Wei Yechin's childhood was fraught with tragedy and hardship. His father passed away from heart disease when he was 6, and his mother, unable to bear such immense grief, succumbed to a stroke shortly after. Orphaned, he had no choice but to rely on his elderly grandmother. His aged grandmother, scraping by collecting scraps and doing needlework, managed to raise him, and the dutiful Wei Yechin honored her sacrifices by excelling in his studies, consistently ranking at the top of his class, which alleviated much of his tuition burden. Ultimately, at 18, he fulfilled expectations by gaining admission to a prestigious university. He had thought his life would finally take a turn for the better, but on the very day he received his acceptance letter, his grandmother tragically passed away in a car accident while heading to sell scrap. From that moment on, Wei Yechin found himself utterly alone, with no family left. In the wake of losing all his relatives, Wei Yechin dedicated himself to his studies even more fervently at university. Having tasted the bitterness of life, he harbored grand aspirations. Since he could not honor his family, he would serve humanity. With a newfound sense of purpose, he worked diligently. While others partook in leisure, he immersed himself in his studies. While others pursued romance, he remained focused on his education, consistently achieving the highest marks. At 22, having just graduated, Wei Yechin made the resolute decision to enlist in the military. It was during this time that he encountered a spirited girl, short-haired and vibrant, who also sought to enlist. She was a girl who dreamed of traversing the beautiful landscapes of her homeland, always proclaiming the desire to wield a sword alone and become a hero, dedicated to serving her country. A girl who aspired to right the world's wrongs without regard for personal gain. The two kindred spirits quickly fell in love, and after 3 years of courtship, they became engaged at the age of 25. His fiancée gifted him an egg, the first and only Pokémon he would ever possess. Yet, fate has a cruel way of selecting its targets. Just a month after their engagement, his fiancée tragically lost her life in a car accident while heroically saving a child. The blow struck Wei Yechin profoundly. Whenever he closed his eyes, her image haunted him. Nevertheless, to honor their shared dreams, he completed his military service and, at 27, returned to civilian life. Upon his discharge, he vowed never to marry, dedicating his life to upholding the ideals they had cherished together. From that day forth, he wandered with a backpack, exploring the world by day and serving justice at night. Accompanied by the Lucario given to him by his late fiancée, carrying her photograph, Wei Yechin traversed city after city, spending 3 months in each, dispensing justice as he went, just as he had sung. Entangled in worldly matters, striving to accumulate virtue and good deeds to find resolution in this tumultuous life. I have traversed the rivers and mountains, witnessing the endless currents of life, drawing my sword to right wrongs, acting bravely in the face of injustice, without regard for fortune or misfortune. A year later, at the age of 28, Xiao Luo encountered Wei Yechin. At that time, Xiao Luo was merely 18 years old, struggling academically and unable to secure a place in university. Although he could have leveraged his father Xia Yang's connections to gain admission to a mediocre institution, his strong-willed nature led him to drop out of school and embark on a journey as a wandering trainer. At the age of 18, Xiao Luo was at the peak of youth, brimming with vigor and ambition. Throughout his travels, he encountered numerous individuals, faced many deceptions, and endured various hardships, until he crossed paths with Wei Yechin, along with Lao Er and Lao San. Young people are often filled with fervor and lofty aspirations. Xiao Luo, Lao Er, and Lao San were deeply inspired by Wei Yechin's experiences, prompting them to pledge brotherhood with him, vowing to undertake endeavors that could affect change in the world, to uphold justice, to drink and sing together, and to traverse the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland. However, as time passed, Xiao Luo, Lao Er, and Lao San found themselves tethered by family and friendships, unlike the solitary Wei Yechin, unburdened by attachments. After 6 years of shared travels, Xiao Luo, Lao Er, and Lao San gradually parted ways. Only Wei Yechin remained, steadfastly pursuing his ideals alongside his powerful Lucario, the strength of which was a testament to his decades of dedication to nurturing this singular Pokémon, akin to his lifelong devotion to a single cause. As Xiao Luo reminisced about those illustrious days, he reflected, Yechin, he is the person I admire most in my life. With his prestigious university degree and the formidable prowess of his Lucario, he could have ascended to the upper echelons of society. Yet, he chose the arduous path dictated by his convictions. I believe it is precisely this commitment that has allowed him to cultivate such a powerful Lucario. In an age where many pursue fame and fortune, individuals like Wei Yechin are indeed exceedingly rare. Who would have thought, brother, that you possess such a profound history? I am truly in awe, Xiaoyu remarked, deeply inspired by Wei Yaqin's tale, particularly the cultivation of his Lucario. There was also a rather foolish episode back in the day when we were all rather naive, Xiaoluo chuckled, recalling a memory. We each gave ourselves nicknames. Wei Yaqin was dubbed Lucario Knight, while I became Blaziken Knight, as our signature Pokémon were Lucario and Blaziken, respectively. Lauer's signature Pokémon was the Soundbug. Hence he was called Soundbug Knight. Lauer hails from a wealthy family in the metropolis and is rumored to have become a renowned musician, working in an opera house. And what of Lao-san? Xiaoyu inquired. Lao-san was known as Ladybug Knight, Xiaoluo laughed. I know. His signature Pokémon must surely be the Ladybug. Xiaoyu immediately conjectured. The Ladybug Pokémon is often regarded as lackluster, with scarcely any notable recognition, much like the Soundbug. Not quite. His actual signature Pokémon is the Dusknoir. Xiaoluo smiled at Xiaoyu, anticipating his thoughts of the Ladybug. Then why is he called Ladybug Knight? Xiaoyu questioned in confusion. Because Lao-san has a peculiar penchant for rescuing wayward women. In every city he visited, he would promptly use his resources to aid those in distress, leaving behind tales of his deeds in each place, Xiaoluo recalled, his smile broadening as he reminisced about the past. They often teased Lao-san for his infatuation with ladybugs, which made his nickname quite distinct. What is Lao-san up to now? Xiaoyu could not help but ask. Lao-san's family is quite affluent. It seems he has become a businessman, investing in the city of Shanghai, Xiongzhou province, where he has built a substantial enterprise. Chapter 29, a late-night visit in the preceding days. The battles between the two had all ended in victory for Wu Yaozu, largely due to his elite-level, evolution-bound Rockruff. While both the Treecko and Zubat possessed high potential, Zubat remained at a standard level, and Treecko at a rare level, both significantly inferior to Rockruff. After each defeat, Zubat would cling to Xiaoyu, seeking solace, while Treecko, driven by an indomitable spirit, requested intensified training, fostering a relentless desire to improve. Today, however, Xiaoyu finally triumphed over Wu Yaozu. He first utilized Zubat to defeat Wu Yaozu's Charmander, then sent out Rockruff to vanquish Zubat, and ultimately, Treecko emerged victorious against Rockruff by a narrow margin. Despite being mere friendly sparring, this victory brought immense joy to both Xiaoyu and Treecko, particularly Treecko, whose elevated head and perked tail betrayed its exhilaration. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding Xiaoyu is Wu Yuzu's look of utter disbelief, struggling to accept his defeat as he gazed incredulously at Treecko. What is the potential of your Treecko? Wu Yaozu asked, his expression a mixture of complexity and confusion. The rapid progress of Treecko was simply astonishing, evolving almost overnight. Take a guess, Xiaoyu replied with a grin. It should be of higher caliber than your Rockruff. I would wager at least it is near champion level. Wu Yaozu asserted with conviction. Xiaoyu merely smiled in silence, recognizing that Wu Yaozu's estimation was a gross underestimation. Treecko was, in fact, of champion caliber. Pokémon at the near elite level were not even worthy of joining Xiaoyu's ranks, as the aura of a master cannot be concealed. However, Xiaoyu did not deny it outright, understanding the importance of discretion. If word got out that Treecko was of champion caliber, elite trainers would soon arrive, eager to procure Xiaoyu's prized Pokémon by any means necessary. Discretion is key, Xiaoyu said. All right, Wu Yuzu, school starts the day after tomorrow, and you'll have one more chance for revenge tomorrow. The summer vacation was drawing to a close, and in these 2 months, so much had transpired that Xiaoyu almost forgot he was still a senior in high school. Just you wait, Xiaoyu. Tonight, I will prepare my secret weapon. Tomorrow, I will definitely defeat you, Wu Yaozu declared defiantly. Not long ago, he had mocked Xiaoyu for being a novice in battles, yet today, he found himself defeated, struggling to accept the reality that his pride had taken a hit. With that, Wu Yaozu departed, likely anticipating a sleepless night as he devised strategies to ensure victory in their upcoming encounter. After Wu Yaozu left, Xiaoyu assigned training tasks to Zubat and Treecko before retreating to his room to study. Before delving into his studies, Xiaoyu opened a post seeking rare stones, regrettably. Since he had procured an evolution keystone, he had not encountered any noteworthy finds. Nevertheless, Xiaoluo remained undeterred, recognizing that collecting stones was a lengthy endeavor. Once he closed the post, Xiaoluo picked up his books and began reviewing diligently, aware that the college entrance examinations loomed just a year away, and the academic workload was substantial. Fortunately, Xiaoluo's prior knowledge afforded him some advantage, allowing him to balance Pokémon training with his studies. As night fell, his father, reeking of alcohol, returned home, wearing a broad smile that contrasted sharply with his earlier worries, his voice boisterous and lively, indicating a remarkably improved mood. In the past 3 days, numerous significant events had unfolded, the most sensational being the news about Wei Yaqin. 3 days prior, Wei Yaqin had ventured alone to West City to pay a visit to the Zhao family. The Zhao family, known for their fierce opposition to the Xia family, particularly Zhao Shan, has relentlessly sought to acquire the Xia family's preferential shares through various means. Rewind to 3 nights ago, after escorting Xia Luo home, Wei Yaqin, accompanied by Lucario, embarked on a 4-hour walk to Tian City, visiting the Zhao family in the dead of night. Upon arriving at the Zhao family's doorstep, Wei Yaqin and Lucario consumed a modest meal before sitting cross-legged in a meditative pose before the Zhao residence, remaining completely still and with their eyes closed, as if in deep concentration, silently regaining their strength. This peculiar behavior immediately drew the attention of many onlookers, who, upon noticing the wine gourd at Wei Yaqin's waist, assumed he was merely a drunken troublemaker. They speculated that he had overindulged and was causing a ruckus at the Zhao family's door. The presence of such a rare Lucario, dirty and unremarkable in appearance, only added to their dismissive amusement. It was only a matter of time before the Zhao family would send someone out, and the crowd anticipated a spectacle. As expected, a security guard in uniform soon emerged from the Zhao family's luxurious home. "Who is this drunken fool? Leave at once," he commanded, attempting to shove Wei Yaqin away. However, Wei Yaqin's strength was formidable. He swiftly seized the guard's wrist with an iron grip. "Please relay a message, Wei Yaqin. On behalf of the former Red Lotus Dojo master Xia Luo, has come to visit the Zhao family," he declared, his voice booming like thunder. The guard, unable to free himself from Wei Yaqin's grasp, was taken aback by his extraordinary strength. "I can't help you. You need to make an appointment in advance," the guard replied. Understanding the challenges faced by those in lower positions, Wei Yaqin released the guard and turned his gaze skyward. At that moment, Lucario, standing behind him, also looked up, suddenly unleashing a tremendous surge of dragon-type energy, creating a tempest that illuminated the night sky over Tian City. The nearby crowd faintly heard the roar of a dragon, the powerful energy sending ripples through the air and causing the garments of onlookers to flutter wildly. All nearby dragon-type Pokémon abruptly awoke, their eyes drawn to the sky. As the dragon energy dissipated, Wei Yaqin sprang to his feet. Inhaling deeply before bellowing towards the Zhao mansion, Wei Yaqin, on behalf of former Red Lotus Dojo master Xia Luo, has come to visit the Zhao family. His voice rang out, piercing the stillness of the night. At that moment, everyone understood that something significant was about to unfold, and many began recording the event on their phones. "Is this the so-called unremarkable Lucario? It's at least a champion-level Lucario," one exclaimed. "Nonsense. I attended the champion ranking battle 3 years ago, and this Lucario seems stronger than any champion Pokémon," another interjected. "Could this Lucario be approaching champion level?" someone else speculated. The previous Dragon Pulse had evidently attracted the attention of the Zhao family. Zhao Xuesong, the current head of the family and a champion-level trainer, arrived quickly in response. In his 40s and at the zenith of man's prime, he regarded Wei Yaqin and Lucario with a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor. "Who are you?" he inquired. "It matters not who I am, but rather that I come on behalf of Xia Luo, the former master of the Red Lotus Dojo," Wei Yaqin replied with a smile. "So, you are here to stand up for Xia Luo," Zhao Xuesong observed coldly. "Indeed. Let us proceed to the Dragon-type dojo in Tian City. This is not the place for a confrontation. I accept your challenge." As the decisive figure of the Zhao family, Zhao Xuesong exuded authority. Regardless of Wei Yaqin's abilities, he, as the strongest of the Zhao family, was compelled to respond. Winning or losing was secondary, preserving face was paramount. It was of no consequence to be outmatched. What mattered was having the courage to confront the challenge. "Very well," Wei Yaqin responded loudly, taking a swig from his wine gourd before following Zhao Xuesong towards the Dragon-type dojo. This night was destined to be one of unrest. Chapter 30, Zhao Xuesong vs. Wei Yaqin on the battlefield. Zhao Xuesong stood on one side, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Yaqin, who appeared equally serious. The referee in the arena addressed both combatants. "You may choose to compete in singles or doubles. Whatever suits you. I am indifferent," Wei Yaqin replied nonchalantly. In truth, the battle format was inconsequential to him, as he possessed only one Lucario. In a life-or-death confrontation, there were no such things as rules, only the resolution of strength and the determination of fate. It had always been Lucario against all. "Then let us proceed with the most common format. 3v3 without restrictions," Zhao Xuesong declared, exhibiting a grand demeanor by opting for the standard 3v3 singles. His composure made it hard to believe he had attempted to coerce the Xia family. The referee nodded and announced, "This match will be a 3v3 singles battle, allowing Pokémon exchanges and the use of any items, including crystals. Prepare for the countdown to begin the match. 3, 2, 1. The match commenced. Go, Blaziken! Zhao Xuesong called, sending forth his classic fire-type Pokémon, Blaziken. This was a strategic choice, given that Wei Yaqin had revealed only one Pokémon, Lucario, a fighting steel type with 3 vulnerabilities: ground, fire, and fighting. Blaziken, being a fire-fighting type, possessed a significant advantage over Lucario, especially with its potential as a quasi-champion level Pokémon with the ability Speed Boost. Meanwhile, the audience had filled the stands, including several top-tier trainers, many of whom were aware of this confrontation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Look, even water-type champion Tan Yongsan has arrived. Someone exclaimed. Champion Tan? I heard he has been re-elected as the champion of the Southwest region, marking his 4th term. If this continues, he will have held the title for 12 consecutive years. He is likely to challenge for the championship next, as his strength is nearing that level. The stir in the crowd did not perturb Wei Yaqin. He sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating with his eyes closed, entirely unconcerned with directing Lucario in battle. This display drew discontent from the audience, resulting in a chorus of boos. This is outrageous. His opponent is champion Zhao Xuesong. One shouted. He doesn't even direct his Pokémon. Does he believe he has already won? Another added. Who is this person? Zhao Xuesong is personally confronting him. And he is acting so arrogantly. Meanwhile, backstage at the Dragon-type dojo, the Master Lin Long commanded, start the live broadcast. Let the West City TV station air this battle. Master, the station is currently broadcasting the preliminary rounds of the Master Ranking Tournament. They may not be able to switch, and Aide hesitated. Do not concern yourself. I will handle the arrangements, Lin Long asserted decisively. He had his own intentions, while others might not perceive the true strength of Lucario from the earlier Dragon Pulse. As the master of the Dragon-type dojo, he certainly could. This Lucario undoubtedly possesses championship-level prowess, and it stands at the apex of its class, poised to transcend into the realm of the semi-masters at any moment. What an extraordinary strength this is. A championship-level Lucario means it can virtually dominate the entirety of Shishu province. Apart from a select few, no one else stands a chance against it. Zhao Xuesong, however, displays commendable spirit by daring to challenge it. Yet, without such courage, he would not have had the opportunity to initiate this live broadcast. Lin Long, contemplating this, dialed the number of the director of the Shidu City television station. Hello, Old Yang. Ah, Old Lin, what a surprise to hear from you. Came the deep voice from the other end. I wish to arrange an impromptu live battle on the Shidu City TV station's battle channel, Lin Long stated plainly. Who was battling? Old Yang was hesitant to agree outright. Although there had been precedents, both combatants needed to be of formidable strength. He needed to ascertain the details before making a decision. Zhao Xuesong against an unknown challenger, Lin Long replied. This individual is exceptionally strong. The recent dragon wave emanating from Shidu City was produced by his Pokémon. An unknown challenger? Old Yang didn't rush to confirm, instead asking, can you guarantee viewership? I cannot assure it, Lin Long admitted, but I must emphasize that this person's Lucario possesses at least semi-champion level strength, and the water-type champion, Tan Tianwan, is present in the audience. Just a glance at the audience will ensure decent ratings. Is that so? Then let us proceed. I will arrange the broadcast immediately. Soon, the ongoing gym leader ranking battle on the Shidu City TV battle channel was switched to a live broadcast. The viewers watching were initially outraged. Yet they were quickly captivated by the battle unfolding on screen, for it was evident that both combatants were far superior to those participating in the gym leader ranking match. Within the Dragon-type gym, the battle was about to commence. To everyone's astonishment, the first to launch an attack was the uncommanded Lucario, its body emanating waves of energy, akin to blue lightning, as it charged toward the Blaziken. Spectators witnessed Lucario's assault, but were left in the dark regarding the skill it employed. Blaziken, use Protect. With uncertainty surrounding the opponent's skill, Zhao Xuesong decided to utilize the versatile Protect to weather the initial onslaught. The accelerate ability of Blaziken made Protect a standard choice, as it would boost Blaziken's speed each turn. With this in mind, the skill was undeniably well suited for Blaziken, representing a common tactical approach. An aura of energy surged forth, swiftly forming an invisible shield before Blaziken, aimed at blocking Lucario's attack. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The shield seemed ineffective, and Blaziken was struck by a powerful punch from Lucario, propelling its body backward with force. A feint. How astute of Lucario to employ the feint skill without any command. No, you missed it. This Lucario switched hands during the attack. Initially, it raised its left hand, but upon realizing Blaziken had used Protect, it struck with its right hand. As the crowd continued to speculate, Lucario leaped, launching itself like a cannonball, aiming its head directly at Blaziken. All were left guessing which skill Lucario would employ this time. Bam! Lucario's head, enveloped in psychic energy, executed the Mind Hammer, a move effective against Blaziken, crashing into its body with a thunderous sound, sending Blaziken crashing into the wall and rendering it unconscious, stripped of its fighting capability. Mind Hammer concentrates the power of thought at the forehead for an attack. It may occasionally intimidate the opponent. 2 skills dispatched a semi-champion level Blaziken, and that was achieved while the latter hadn't even retaliated, having only employed Protect. The vast disparity in strength left the audience astounded, glancing at Wei Yechin, who sat in meditation, silently speculating on the origins of this formidable newcomer in Shidu City. With Blaziken incapacitated, the first round concluded with Lucario's victory, the referee raising the flag to declare Lucario the winner. In truth, it was evident to all that Lucario had triumphed with absolute dominance. Chapter 31. Lucario vs. Crobat. Red side represented Zhao Xuesong, who, after much contemplation, produced an Ultra Ball, releasing his second Pokémon. I entrust you with this, my strongest partner, Crobat. The audience had anticipated Zhao Xuesong would indeed summon Crobat, as it was his only publicly acknowledged champion-level Pokémon, serving as his ace and signature Pokémon. However, Crobat's type was completely countered by Lucario, and despite its champion-level strength, the spectators were less optimistic about Crobat's chances. Lucario regarded the purple Crobat with an air of superiority, its gaze sharp and fierce, resembling a human martial artist. Suddenly, it assumed a stance reminiscent of a martial arts move, and before anyone could fully grasp the situation, Lucario launched the first attack. With dazzling flashes of electricity and the rumble of thunder, Lucario's fists crackled with electric energy. Against the poison and flying-type Crobat, Lucario opted for the electric-type Thunder Punch. Lucario propelled itself off the ground like a sprinter, moving gracefully, and before the crowd could comprehend, it was already upon Crobat. Ascend, soar into the sky. Zhao Xuesong commanded urgently, knowing that if Crobat were struck by the Thunder Punch, it could very well be defeated in mere moments again. Crobat, known for its speed, despite the strength disparity that rendered it slightly slower than Lucario, still had a fighting chance. With a vigorous flap of its 4 wings, Crobat ascended rapidly, evading Lucario's initial assault. This marked the first instance in the battle where Lucario's attack had missed. Almost instantaneously upon witnessing Crobat's ascent, Lucario reacted, crouching low and channeling its power, delivering a devastating punch to the ground that shattered it into massive boulders. Simultaneously, a torrent of rock-type energy surged from Lucario, manipulating the debris like cannonballs aimed at the airborne Crobat. Countless fragments floated in the air, controlled by Lucario, completely obstructing Crobat's flight path. With a firm squeeze of its hand, Lucario sent a barrage of debris hurtling towards Crobat from all directions, leaving it with no avenue for escape. Rock barrage. Crobat desperately attempted to evade, leveraging its speed to escape the onslaught of rocks. However, under Lucario's command, the barrage seemed endless, overwhelming Crobat in an instant. Crobat. After sustaining such a blow, it was severely injured. Zhao Xuesong's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized that the tide had turned. This Lucario's strength far exceeded his expectations, and even his champion-level Crobat was no match for it. He understood he had to act decisively, or he would become the laughingstock of Tiandu the following day, and the Zhao family would face disgrace. He had to devise a plan. Even if he could not win, he must not suffer a complete rout. As long as he could swap out this Lucario, there remained a glimmer of hope. Blow it away. Zhao Xuesong had meticulously devised his strategy, calmly directing his Crobat. He intended to utilize Crobat's whirlwind ability to forcibly swap out Lucario, subsequently employing the move Mean Look to prevent the incoming Pokémon from escaping. Finally, he planned to rely on Roost to recover stamina, as Crobat undoubtedly still possessed the strength to continue the battle. Whirlwind, a move that forcibly switches the opponent, bringing forth the Pokémon in reserve. If the opponent is a wild Pokémon, the battle concludes immediately. Mean Look, with a gaze that seems to ensnare the very soul, the user fixates on the opponent, rendering them unable to flee from the battle. Roost, a move that allows the user to land and recuperate. Here it comes, Zhao Xuesong's classic strategy, a combination of Whirlwind, Mean Look, and Roost, capable of allowing Crobat to single-handedly target the opponent's Pokémon. However, it remained uncertain whether the other Pokémon of his adversary could match the prowess of this Lucario. Yet, despite Zhao Xuesong's confident calculations, the outcome was unexpectedly unfavorable. His strategy faltered at the very first step, as Crobat executed Whirlwind. Even the champion-level Lucario could not disregard such a powerful move from a Pokémon of the Elite Four, and was promptly blown back into its Pokéball. However, Almost instantly, Lucario emerged once more onto the battlefield. Spectators in the stands and viewers at home were left bewildered. Why had the whirlwind move seemingly failed despite its execution? How could Lucario re-enter the fray? Was it perhaps due to its willpower and bond with its trainer, a manifestation of the aura's strength? How foolish, some mused. It was evident that the blue side, Wei Yaqin, possessed only Lucario, which explained why it returned to the Pokéball only to emerge again. The crowd gasped, but soon realized this was indeed the only logical explanation. Bringing but a single Pokémon to a 3-on-3 battle clearly indicated an audacious intent to triumph against overwhelming odds. Yet, this Lucario truly possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. With a fierce roar, Lucario summoned shards of rock from the ground, launching them towards Crobat. Surrounded by the onslaught of debris from all directions, Crobat found itself unable to evade, becoming ensnared and battered by the barrage. For the second time, the same move was employed, and Crobat could not escape its fate, plummeting to the ground, rendered unconscious and utterly devoid of combat power. 1 against 2. Crobat was incapacitated. Lucario emerged victorious. Please send out the third Pokémon for the red side, the announcer declared. At this moment, Zhao Xuesong was drenched in sweat. As one of the top trainers in Tian City, he understood all too well the implications of the recent events. It was evident that this disheveled drunkard had only Lucario, and that singular Pokéball explained the peculiar situation. What to do now? Was he truly to be bested in a 1 versus 3 scenario? The match had already lost its significance. Just as Zhao Xuesong pondered his next move, the Water-type Elite Four member, Tan Yongxing, abruptly rose from his seat. Zhao Xuesong, you are no match for him. This Lucario is a champion-level Pokémon. You should concede. Tan Yongxing's words sparked a considerable stir. This Lucario indeed possessed champion-level strength. In the final round, I will face him. Tan Yongxing strode onto the battlefield, allowing Zhao Xuesong a moment of relief. With Tan Yongxing's assurance, he could depart with dignity. Facing a champion-level opponent, even a humiliating defeat would not be disgraceful. Tan Yongxing exuded an impressive aura, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the essence of humility and virtue. I know you have been directing Lucario. Tan Yongxing spoke again. The bond between you allows for a unity of thought. There is no need for verbal communication, as you can convey your intentions directly through aura. Am I incorrect in my assessment, Aura Guardian? Aura, a form of spiritual energy, described as the essence of every living being. Thus, I shall be your opponent in this final round. Tan Yongxing addressed Wei Yaqin. Wei Yaqin suddenly opened his eyes wide, rising abruptly to face Tan Yongxing. How fortuitous. I was enjoying this battle. Let us engage once more. Very well. I shall give it my all, Tan Yongxing replied earnestly, revealing the bracelet on his wrist, the implications unmistakable. Moves, you ask? Wei Yaqin felt a surge of excitement. It was his first encounter with someone who possessed moves. Come forth, Tan Yongxing urged, leaving the referee in a rather awkward position, yet he dared not interject, retreating to the sidelines as an observer. However, before we begin, I must ask any unrelated parties to vacate the area. Chapter 32. Wei Yaqin's meteoric rise. Some claim that Tan Yongxing secured victory in the match for that night. The Dragon-type gym was ablaze with the dazzling move, Hydro Vortex, a display of power felt by all. Yet, others insisted that Lucario was the true victor, as its strength was undeniably apparent, decisively dispatching an elite-level Pokémon with overwhelming force. Ultimately, regardless of the victor, the result was inconsequential. What mattered was that everyone acknowledged Wei Yaqin's prowess, a man who had suddenly emerged within the public eye, showcasing formidable strength alongside his remarkable Lucario. Thus, Wei Yaqin rose to prominence, becoming a sensation online, with the following day's news headlines dominated by stories about him. Mysterious champion-level powerhouse king of Lucario. Aura Guardian, the mightiest Aura warrior shock. The homeless king returns, revealed as a champion trainer, engaging in battle with water-type elite Tan Yongxing. The headlines grew increasingly sensational, and discussions about Wei Yaqin flourished among netizens, with many claiming to have encountered him previously, recounting tales of his heroics alongside Lucario, unveiling numerous photos of the duo. Simultaneously, as Wei Yaqin's fame soared, the dynamics surrounding the Xia family became delicate. Those who once coveted Xia Yang's priority purchasing rights for the secret realm began to conveniently forget the matter, remaining tight-lipped, even adopting a more reserved demeanor. In the days that followed, the attitude of many in Xinguang City towards Xia Yang became notably warmer, with several probing subtly for information about Wei Yaqin. Of course, Xia Yang would not divulge a single word, merely smiling as he replied, "He is the dear friend of my eldest son." Finding themselves unable to extract useful information, The inquiry shifted, with questions directed towards the marriage prospects of Xia Luo and Xia Yu. Though in good spirits, Xia Yong understood that the family's favorable treatment was entirely due to Wei Yaqin's influence. Should anything untoward occur to Wei Yaqin, or should he have a falling out with his eldest son, the Xia family would likely revert to their previous predicament, or perhaps face an even graver situation. Thus, Xia Yong's plans for a union remained unshaken, though his aspirations had evolved. He now sought an even more suitable match for Xia Yu. In Xia Yong's estimation, everything would hinge on the conclusion of Xia Yu's college entrance examination. Should Xia Yu gain admission to the nation's finest institution, showcasing talent in Pokémon research, more prominent families would be inclined to seek a union with the Xia family. Amidst this complex atmosphere, time progressed to the final day before the commencement of the new school term, marking the last day for Xia Yu and Wu Yaozu to engage in their long-anticipated battle. In the afternoon, Wu Yaozu arrived as promised, his face adorned with a radiant smile and his eyes brimming with confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. Dispelling the despondency from his defeat to Xia Yu the previous day, it seemed that after a night of contemplation, Wu Yaozu had undoubtedly prepared his secret weapon. Xia Yu, today marks the day of my vengeance, he declared confidently as they stood on the small battlefield. Let us not speak too boldly. After all, you lost to me yesterday. Xia Yu replied with a chuckle. That was merely a lapse in judgment on my part. Wu Yaozu retorted stubbornly. I am no longer the same. Having specifically prepared a secret weapon for you, you shall find yourself no match for me today. Is that so? If you cannot win, then you cannot win. After all, I have only just obtained my first Pokémon this summer. Unlike you who has trained yours for several years, Xia Yu remarked nonchalantly, adding salt to Wu Yaozu's wounds. Stop. Xia Yu, how cruel you are, stabbing your good brother in the back like this. Wu Yaozu exclaimed in frustration. I am determined to take my revenge today, and you shall witness the prowess of a seasoned trainer. As they exchanged banter, they simultaneously released their Pokémon. Xia Yu unleashed his ever-reliable Zubat, while Wu Yaozu called forth his Charmander. Wu, your Charmander has never once triumphed over my Zubat, Xia Yu teased, launching a psychological attack on Wu Yaozu. One must admit that Wu Yaozu's Charmander had indeed suffered greatly, having faced Xia Yu's Zubat multiple times, each encounter ending in defeat. Your Zubat is too devious. How can it possess the horrid move Supersonic? It's simply unfair. Wu Yaozu exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as his Charmander repeatedly succumbed to Zubat's disorienting attack. This is strategy, no more chatter. Let me see what secret weapon you have prepared, Xia Yu replied with a grin, directing his Zubat to initiate the attack. Let the battle commence. Zubat, create a gust. Zubat soared into the air, flapping its delicate wings and summoning a tempest that swept toward Charmander. Through rigorous training over the past few days, Zubat had honed its gust move, enhancing both its power and speed. Charmander, Ember. As Zubat ascended to evade the attack, Wu Yaozu called for his Charmander to unleash its only ranged move. A small flame erupted from Charmander's mouth, hurtling towards Zubat. Zubat, take flight and dodge the Ember attack. With remarkable agility, Zubat demonstrated its innate combat prowess, deftly evading the flames while Charmander struggled to land a hit. Simultaneously, Zubat's gust successfully struck Charmander, giving it the upper hand in this initial skirmish. I knew I wouldn't hit you. Wu Yaozu had anticipated Zubat's capabilities, recognizing the difficulty Charmander faced in landing a hit unless they closed the distance. Now, behold my secret weapon. Charmander, use smokescreen. Upon receiving the command, Charmander exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the battlefield, concealing its presence. Oh, have you learned a new move? Xia Yu expressed mild surprise, realizing that Charmander's rapid progress would make today's battle all the more intriguing. A triumphant smile spread across Wu Yaozu's face as he glanced at Xia Yu. My Charmander and I are continuously growing stronger. I told you today would be my day of revenge. Zubat, unable to locate Charmander amidst the billowing smoke, hovered uncertainly in the air, unsure of how to proceed. Ember. Just then, a small flame burst forth from the smoke, striking Zubat directly. The sudden attack caught Zubat off guard, but fortunately, its dragon typing afforded it some resistance to fire-type moves, resulting in only minor damage. Zubat, are you alright? That was just a minor wound. You can endure, Xia Yu reassured his Zubat, which was still akin to a child, unlike his Grovyle, which had already developed a strong sense of resolve and tenacity. It was crucial at this stage to cultivate Zubat's character. A formidable Pokémon not only requires inherent strength, but also a keen battle awareness and courage. Succumbing to minor injuries or shying away from battle renders even the strongest abilities futile. This brings to mind Xia Yu's Grovyle, which epitomized the perfect temperament, disciplined and brave. Upon hearing Xia Yu's encouragement, Zubat responded with a determined sound, focusing its gaze on the smoke below. Chapter 33. Lorantis, clear smog blows away the opponent's reflect and light screen, and also reduces their accuracy. Faced with the thick smoke, Xiaoyu commanded Zubat to use clear smog to dispel the smokescreen that Charmander had released. Speaking of smokescreen, it is worth noting that in the game, its effect is to spray smoke or ink at the opponent, reducing their accuracy. In reality, while it also obstructs visibility, it can be blown away, resembling more of a field effect than a one-time move as in the game. Now, regarding clear smog in the game, it can eliminate reflect, light screen, mist, or aura veil, and other similar effects, making it a highly functional support move, and in reality, it can similarly clear away smokescreen. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Zubat flapped its wings vigorously, generating a fierce wind that quickly dispersed the smoke, revealing Charmander's silhouette. Ember. This was the first time Wu Yuzu witnessed Zubat utilizing clear smog, and he hadn't expected Xiaoyu Zubat to possess such a move. Unfortunately for him, his secret weapon had been countered. However, Wu Yuzu reacted quickly, instructing Charmander to use Ember once again, taking advantage of the last remnants of smoke for cover to weaken Zubat's health. Zubat, Moonlight. At this moment, Zubat's ability to recover health with Moonlight became evident, providing it with sustainability, thereby negating the damage from Charmander's 2 embers. Wu Yaozu, now visibly frustrated, realized that his secret weapon had been so easily unraveled by Xiaoyu, and he was all too familiar with the ensuing situation. Zubat would restore its health with Moonlight, then use Supersonic to confuse Charmander, subsequently tormenting it relentlessly. There was no other option. At this stage, both Charmander and Zubat were of average combat capability, limited in their skills and tactical options. As anticipated, Zubat restored its health with Moonlight, followed by using Supersonic to disorient Charmander, leading to its drawn-out suffering. Wu Yuzu, witnessing the all-too-familiar scene, felt his eyes redden with anger as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Xiaoyu. Once my Charmander evolves into Charizard, I will seek vengeance on your Zubat. Just wait and see as my Charizard wreaks havoc. Haha, Wu, I look forward to that day. Xiaoyu laughed heartily, questioning whether Wu Yaozu had mastered the art of making bold claims, as he consistently uttered them with an astonishing degree of bravado. Every day, tormenting Wu Fatty and listening to his harsh words brings a certain joy, as it seems that one's happiness is often built upon the suffering of others. However, for Xiaoyu, the smokescreen ability is merely a small secret weapon of mine. Wu Fatty quickly regained his composure, a confident smile reappearing on his face. Today, I shall undoubtedly achieve victory and showcase the secret weapon I have prepared for you. Go, Lycanroc. As Wu Fatty's voice echoed, Lycanroc made its entrance. And this particular Lycanroc was in the exceedingly rare Dusk form. Lycanroc can evolve into 3 distinct forms depending on the time of evolution: day, night. In the rarest Dusk form, the day form Lycanroc boasts light brown fur and pale blue eyes, characterized by 4 sharp rocky tufts around its neck. Calm and loyal, the day form is the fastest and most obedient to its trainer's commands, making it the easiest to train and the most popular. When Rockruff absorbs a significant amount of lunar energy during evolution, it transforms into the night form. The night form Lycanroc possesses red fur and blood-red eyes. In stark contrast to the day form, the night form walks on 2 legs and lacks the long tufts of fur, instead sporting rocky tufts on the base and tips of its mane. The night form is known for its aggressive temperament, relishing the challenge posed by formidable opponents, and its excitement intensifies in the presence of a worthy adversary. It will stop at nothing to secure victory, even if it means inflicting harm upon itself. Impulsive and reckless, the night form prefers solitude over companionship, displaying disdain towards trainers who impose unacceptable commands. Conversely, it develops a profound trust in trainers who can guide it to unleash its full potential. The Dusk form is characterized by the highest stamina and defensive capabilities of all forms. This rare Dusk form Lycanroc has undergone a unique evolution under the setting sun, making it exceptionally precious, and it is said to be the most labor-intensive to cultivate. The Dusk form exhibits traits reminiscent of both the day and night forms, showcasing light brown rocky tufts on its neck akin to the day form, while its mane resembles that of the night form. Additionally, it possesses distinct features not found in either the day or night forms, such as orange fur and green eyes. Calm yet fierce, it remains unflustered by trivial matters and consistently displays composure. Although it generally maintains a tranquil demeanor and refrains from growling when battle intensifies, it engages in extreme close combat or retaliatory strikes, ruthlessly cornering its opponent. Typically, its eyes appear green, but they turn red during attacks. Its loyalty towards a trusted trainer mirrors that of the day form, yet it harbors an intense fighting spirit akin to the night form. This unique combination of calmness and ferocity makes it a challenging Pokémon to train, yet it will obey a trainer it trusts. The Dusk form boasts the highest attack power, despite the in-game description indicating that the Dusk form is the rarest. The Day form is actually the most sought after due to its speed, allowing it to strike first. In reality, however, the Dusk form, which combines the strengths of both the Day and Night forms, is the most popular. The Day form is favored by novice trainers, while the Night form appeals to mid-level trainers, but the Dusk form is cherished by all trainers. Chapter 34. Lycanroc vs. Treecko. Noticing the astonishment on Xiaoyu's face, Wu Yaozu felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired, and he couldn't help but wear a proud expression. Confident of his victory today. I told you, today is the day I take my revenge. Surrender, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, however, was indifferent to the outcome, as this was merely a friendly spar, not a life-or-death battle. The priority was to train the Pokémon effectively. Woobat, our opponent has grown stronger. Are you confident? Xiaoyu addressed Woobat. Whoop. Woobat responded, its expression revealing a hint of trepidation. Having faced Rockruff multiple times, Woobat had lost every encounter, instilling a sense of fear towards Rockruff. Now, with Rockruff having evolved into the Dusk form Lycanroc, the disparity in strength was even greater, naturally causing Woobat to feel intimidated. Do not be afraid. It is simply stronger than you now, but you will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. If you lack the courage to battle, you will never improve. Xiaoyu reassured Woobat, encouraging it to cultivate a brave spirit. Whoop. Hearing Xiaoyu's encouragement, Woobat's response grew more resolute, its gaze towards Lycanroc imbued with newfound determination. Yes, that's the spirit, Xiaoyu affirmed. Hey, on the other side, Wu Yaozu exclaimed loudly. Why do I feel like the villain here? How much longer will you take? Just a moment, Wu Fatty. Allow me to show you the bond between Woobat and me. Xiaoyu encouraged Woobat with a loud voice, though he was aware that Woobat would likely be swiftly defeated by Lycanroc. Wu Fatty, unable to contain himself, commanded Lycanroc. Lycanroc, use Rock Slide. Woobat, use Supersonic. Wu Fatty aimed to have Lycanroc eliminate Woobat in one swift move with Rock Slide, but Xiaoyu also sought a chance. If Woobat could successfully land Supersonic, there might be a chance of victory. Lycanroc and Woobat moved almost simultaneously, with Lycanroc manipulating the rocks to soar towards Woobat, while Woobat released Supersonic towards Lycanroc. I was prepared for that move, Lycanroc. Evade. Having faced this tactic numerous times, Wu Fatty had learned to be cautious. As Woobat unleashed Supersonic, Lycanroc swiftly maneuvered, easily dodging the attack due to its speed advantage. In the game, while Supersonic is a powerful move, it suffers from a significant drawback, a low accuracy of only 55. In reality, Supersonic also has many weaknesses, such as being countered by sound-based abilities or evaded due to speed, among other methods to neutralize it. After dodging Supersonic, Lycanroc propelled the rocks towards Woobat, striking it down effortlessly. Return, Woobat. Naturally, this round ended with Woobat's defeat, and Xiaoyu recalled Woobat, placing it on the sidelines to rest while diligently observing Treecko, particularly aiming to learn from Treecko's tenacity and courage. Even though he had only defeated Woobat, Wu Yaozu was beaming with delight. Smugly addressing Xiaoyu, your potential as a trainer is the best I've seen, second only to myself. Bring it on, unleash your second Pokémon. In the realm of bravado, Wu Fatty truly had a flair. Go, Treecko. Xiaoyu's second Pokémon was indeed Treecko. When the wood gecko first laid eyes on its opponent, the evolved Lycanroc, a flicker of surprise crossed its features. But it was quickly replaced by a fervent spirit of combat. The wood gecko's temperament was such that, unlike its counterpart, the Zubat, it thrived on the challenge presented by formidable adversaries. Wood gecko, your opponent is even stronger than yesterday. We must give it our all, Xiaoyu declared. The wood gecko emitted a brief sound, acknowledging Xiaoyu while keeping its gaze firmly fixed on Lycanroc. It's time to strike, Fat Wu, Xiaoyu said. Let us go for the kill, Fat Wu replied. Wood gecko, use grassy terrain, Xiaoyu commanded. The disparity in strength made tactical choices exceedingly vital. It was evident that the wood gecko could not hope to quickly vanquish the Lycanroc. Thus, having prepared for a protracted battle, Xiaoyu opted for the wood gecko to employ the grassy terrain skill. Grassy terrain, a grass-type transformation skill, would turn the battlefield into a lush green field for 5 turns, allowing Pokémon on the terrain to recover health each turn while enhancing the power of grass-type moves. This skill's effects in reality closely mirrored those in the game, with the sole distinction being that the duration of the terrain was influenced by the user and could be disrupted. As the wood gecko unleashed a surge of fierce grass-type energy, the ground transformed into a verdant meadow, pulsating with vitality. Lycanroc, use Howl. At that moment, Wu Yaozu shed his seemingly simple exterior, exhibiting a cunning demeanor. Having faced Xiaoyu multiple times, he anticipated that the wood gecko would likely initiate with grassy terrain, prompting him to command Lycanroc to use Howl to bolster its offensive capabilities. Howl, a normal-type transformation skill, enhances the user's attack power by raising it one level through a thunderous roar. Both sides took a cautious approach in the first round, employing enhancement tactics. Despite it being merely a spar, each combatant was exceedingly earnest. Lycanroc, Rock Smash. After the enhancements, it was time to capitalize on them, and Wu Yaozu directed Lycanroc to execute Rock Smash. Rock Smash, a rock-type physical move, allows the user to charge at the opponent swiftly, ensuring a priority attack. The choice of this move was due to 3 reasons. Firstly, like Quick Attack, it was a priority move with remarkable speed. Secondly, Rock-type moves benefited from same-type attack bonus for the Rock-type Lycanroc. And thirdly, the Dusk-form Lycanroc possessed the excellent ability Tough Claws, which amplified the power of contact moves. Thus, Rock Smash was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Lycanroc, cloaked in Rock-type energy, lunged fiercely toward the wood gecko, moving with such swiftness that it was challenging for the wood gecko to react. Wood gecko, use Leech Seed, Xiaoyu calmly instructed. Since evasion was not an option, he decided to strike back as Lycanroc closed the distance. Thud! Lycanroc collided with the wood gecko, sending it flying. The combination of the same type move bonus, the enhanced attack from Howl, and the Tough Claws ability elevated the power of Rock Smash to an extraordinary level, severely injuring the wood gecko. However, seizing the opportunity during their contact, the wood gecko unleashed the cunning Leech Seed skill. Leech Seed, a grass-type transformation skill, implants seeds that gradually drain the opponent's health each turn while restoring an equivalent amount to the user. In reality, Leech Seed differs slightly from its game counterpart. It can be released in 2 ways. The first mirrors the game's effect, where small seeds are thrown to sap health. The second, akin to Ash's Bulbasaur in the anime, ensnares the opponent in a web of seeds, but this method can only trap Pokémon significantly weaker than itself, as stronger opponents can easily break free. The wood gecko employed the first method, as using the second against Lycanroc would be futile. Lycanroc, use Rock Smash again. A successful strike prompted Wu Yaozu to command Lycanroc to execute Rock Smash once more. He understood that prolonging the battle was not an option. Otherwise, with Leech Seed in effect, the wood gecko would only gain an increasing advantage over time. A swift resolution was imperative. Lycanroc transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at the wood gecko with remarkable speed. Wood gecko, use Detect. Detect, a fighting-type transformation skill, allows the user to perfectly block an opponent's attack, though consecutive uses risk failure. The effect of Detect is akin to that of Protect. Both serve to completely shield against a single attack. However, few Pokémon can learn Detect, which offers a slight edge against sealing skills, marking its sole advantage. As Lycanroc, enveloped in rock-type energy, barreled toward the wood gecko, the latter successfully defended against the assault. Meanwhile, Leech Seed continued to siphon energy from Lycanroc, replenishing the wood gecko's vitality. Lycanroc, Rock Smash again. Wu Yaozu, growing impatient and eager for victory, commanded another Rock Smash. If Xiaoyu instructed the wood gecko to use Detect once more, the chance of success would diminish to 1/3. A dismal probability, thus making it difficult to consecutively employ such defensive skills. Even should the wood gecko attempt to use Detect again, it would face a 2/3 chance of success. Wu Yaozu, undoubtedly willing to take the risk, saw Lycanroc enveloped in rock-type energy once more, charging at the wood gecko with the same move again. Wood gecko, use Quick Guard. Quick Guard, a fighting-type transformation skill, protects the user and allies from priority attacks. Given that Rock Smash is a priority move, the moment Lycanroc approached the wood gecko, it was met with a surge of fighting-type energy emanating from the wood gecko, perfectly defending against the strike. Frustrated, Lycanroc emitted a series of roars. Quick Guard effectively countered Rock Smash, allowing the wood gecko to withstand another assault from Lycanroc. The combined effects of Leech Seed and grassy terrain enabled the wood gecko to recover, nearly negating the damage incurred from the previous Rock Smash. Wu Yaozu ground his teeth in frustration. Xiaoyu, you're truly infuriating. When did the wood gecko learn that skill? Yes, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. The Quick Guard skill had been learned by the wood gecko only 2 days prior, and although it was not yet mastered, it had never been utilized in a real battle until today. Its performance, however, was remarkably effective. Most Pokémon tend to learn some priority moves, such as Water Gun or Quick Attack. Thus, if employed correctly, Quick Guard could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. I wonder how long you can continue hiding like a turtle. Xiaoyu, Are you brave enough to face me like a true warrior? Lycanroc, use Fire Punch. Wu Yaozu, exasperated, resorted to other skills since the priority moves proved ineffective. Fire-type moves exert a formidable advantage over the Grass-type Treecko, capable of inflicting significant damage even in the absence of type bonuses. With the Hard Claw ability enhancing its power, a successful hit from the Fire Punch could likely vanquish Treecko. Moreover, Treecko possesses no defensive recourse at this moment. The Quick Guard move proves ineffective against the Fire Punch, and the success rate of the piercing move has diminished. Provocation has no effect on me, Xiaoyu declared thoughtfully. He pondered on how Treecko could withstand the impending Fire Punch. The combination of type disadvantage and Hard Claw ability presented a daunting challenge for Treecko, leaving Xiaoyu with two potential strategies. The first was a gamble. Treecko could employ a move known as Grass Whistle, which would lull the opponent into a slumber with the sound of a soothing flute. If successful, it could dramatically alter the course of the battle. However, akin to the move Supersonic, its accuracy was not guaranteed, and it could easily be countered by sound-based attacks such as Howl or Roar. Grass Whistle was a Grass-type status move that induced sleep in the opponent. The second option involved using the move Leech Seed, a functional ability that was quite effective. Its sole effect was to alter the opponent's ability, transforming it into insomnia, rendering them incapable of sleeping. Originally, the Fire Punch from the Arcanine, bolstered by its Hard Claw ability, had a high likelihood of defeating Treecko in one blow. However, if Leech Seed were to change Arcanine's ability to insomnia, the potency of the Fire Punch would significantly diminish, thereby increasing Treecko's chances of survival. Faced with a time constraint, Xiaoyu swiftly made his decision. This was merely a friendly match, not a life-or-death struggle. There was no need to gamble on uncertain outcomes. Friendly battles were meant to hone skills and develop sound tactical reserves. Even if Treecko were to successfully use Grass Whistle to put Arcanine to sleep, such a move might not hit in a real battle, rendering this training ineffective. Treecko used Leech Seed. Arcanine surged forward, leaping high into the air, its claws enveloped in fiery energy as the Fire Punch charged towards Treecko. In that fleeting moment, Treecko seized the opportunity and launched Leech Seed at Arcanine, infusing it with Grass-type energy, which swiftly transformed Arcanine's ability from Hard Claw to Insomnia, just as the Fire Punch struck Treecko, erupting in flames. The fierce flame seared Treecko's body, inflicting considerable damage, yet Treecko did not succumb to defeat. The earlier Leech Seed and the grassy terrain had restored a significant portion of its health. Furthermore, without the Hard Claw boost, the Fire Punch lacked the lethal force it once held, allowing Treecko to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, the healing effects from the Leech Seed and grassy terrain continued to mend Treecko's wounds. Excellent. As long as it can endure, there remains hope, Xiaoyu thought, a smile gracing his face. Arcanine, swiftly finish it off with Fire Punch. Once more, the same Fire Punch advanced toward Treecko. Treecko, use Pierce, Xiaoyu commanded calmly. Having just utilized Leech Seed, Treecko effectively refreshed the success rate of the Pierce move, ensuring 100% accuracy this time. Martial energy surged within Treecko as it entered a defensive stance. Even though Arcanine's Fire Punch appeared formidable, it could not breach Treecko's protective state. Concurrently, the healing effects of Leech Seed and grassy terrain once again enveloped Treecko, steadily restoring its health. Ah, how infuriating. This is utterly shameless, Wu Yaozu exclaimed, nearing madness at the combination of defensive maneuvers and healing tactics employed by Xiaoyu. This time, let us see how you defend against my Fire Punch. He seethed, vowing revenge. He had resolved that after today, regardless of the cost, Arcanine must learn the move Provocation. Old schemers like you rely on such underhanded tactics. Isn't it better to engage in straightforward combat? Xiaoyu mused, recognizing that the tide of battle had begun to shift in his favor. His current strategy was to have Treecko use the move Solar Beam, which would replenish its health significantly, allowing it to withstand another Fire Punch and follow up with another Pierce. However, just as he contemplated this, a gentle white light enveloped Treecko's body. Is this evolution? Treecko had been on the brink of evolution since residing within the Secret Realm, and after Xiaoyu's capture, it had been replenishing its Grass-type and Dragon-type energy blocks. The substantial infusion of energy had brought Treecko to the threshold of evolution, making this transformation entirely natural. Regarding the energy blocks, Xiaoyu's brother, Xiaoluo, had been perplexed as to why Xiaoyu supplied Dragon-type energy blocks to a Grass-type Lizard King, deeming it somewhat wasteful. Xiaoyu naturally could not divulge the future potential of Lizard King to evolve into a dual Grass and Dragon type. Arcanine, cease your attack. Both Wu Yaozu and Xiaoyu watched in astonishment. Despite their frequent verbal sparring, they shared a bond akin to siblings, and in this moment, Wu Yaozu instinctively commanded Arcanine to halt its assault, ensuring Treecko's evolution remained uninterrupted. The white light enveloped Treecko, causing it to grow taller and more robust. When the light dissipated, Treecko had evolved into a forest lizard. Its height multiplied several times, and its mass increased exponentially. Such a magnificent forest lizard. Wu Yaozu marveled, genuinely impressed. This forest lizard's size far surpassed that of an ordinary one, nearing that of a typical lizard king. Clearly, this forest lizard possessed exceptional attributes. It is well known that a Pokémon size serves as a fundamental criterion for assessing its capabilities. Larger and more robust Pokémon generally exhibit superior physical prowess, often possessing greater potential than their peers, making them more likely to emerge as leaders within their species. Thus, the remarkable stature of Xiaoyu's colossal forest lizard spoke volumes about its extraordinary potential. Hey, Xiaoyu, what level of aptitude does your forest lizard possess? Wu Yaozu inquired with curiosity, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. Xiaoyu's luck seemed extraordinary, capturing such a powerful forest lizard during the emergence of the secret realm. I haven't tested it, but it should be at least champion level, Xiaoyu replied. He had indeed not conducted any tests on his Pokémon, deeming it unnecessary, as such probing would only kindle the desires of others. Thus, he modestly remarked, the battle is still underway, Wu Fatty, you can concede now. Xiaoyu deftly diverted the conversation, successfully inciting Wu Fatty's indignation. Who is conceding? My Arcanine is destined to win. The forest lizard gazed at its evolved form, emitting a proud sound as its eyes locked onto the rock rough, revealing a fierce battle spirit. If the previous Treecko had lacked the capital to confront the Rockruff head-on, the evolved forest lizard was now fully capable of a contest of strength. The battle continued. Come on, Rockruff, use Flame Punch, commanded Wu Yaozu. Forest lizard, use Giga Drain. The Rockruff employed its Flame Punch, a move effective against grass types. Yet this time, Xiaoyu did not instruct the forest lizard to evade. Instead, he opted for a counter with Giga Drain. Giga Drain, a special grass-type move, siphon the opponent's vitality to inflict damage while restoring half of the inflicted damage's health. Given that the forest lizard excelled in special attack, Xiaoyu naturally chose to have it unleash a special attack. The grass energy surged, forming a slender needle of energy that shot towards the Rockruff. Roar! The Rockruff let out a fierce howl as it charged towards the forest lizard, its flame punch igniting in a dazzling blaze that engulfed the forest lizard in an instant. Simultaneously, the energy needle struck the Rockruff, voraciously draining its vitality. With a thunderous crash, both combatants collided and quickly retreated. This clash bore no tactical finesse. It was a sheer test of strength. Both sustained considerable injuries, yet it was evident that the Rockruff had suffered more. Despite its formidable flame punch and the advantage of the grassy terrain's restorative effects, the forest lizard's Giga Drain, bolstered by both its grass typing and the terrain's enhancement, matched the power of the flame punch. Crucially, Giga Drain restored half of the damage dealt, nearly healing the forest lizard's injuries. Coupled with the recovery from leech seed and the grassy terrain, the forest lizard had barely been harmed. The Rockruff panted heavily, finding itself at a disadvantage for the first time in the battle, while the tide had completely turned in Xiaoyu's favor. This turn of events left Wu Yaozu feeling regretful. He had indeed underestimated the situation and should not have rushed to secure a victory. Had he opted to use Howl a few more times to enhance his attack, he could have concluded the match earlier rather than allowing it to reach this unfavorable point. Wu Fatty, it seems very likely that I will win again today, Xiaoyu said with a smile. As the effects of the grassy terrain began to fade, it became inconsequential. Forest Lizard, continue using Giga Drain. Rockruff, Flame Punch. Chapter 37. Zhao Ruhan, alright, don't be upset. I just treated you to a meal, Xiaoyu said cheerfully. The recent battle concluded with the Forest Lizard triumphing over the Rockruff. The Treecko, now evolved into the Forest Lizard, began to shine with remarkable strength, already matching the power of elite-level Rockruffs. Xiaoyu was naturally elated by this outcome, while Wu Yaozu simmered in silence, feeling frustrated that despite having a significant advantage, he still lost. The sensation was akin to watching a cherished childhood friend being whisked away by someone else, immensely painful and disheartening. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's gesture of treating him to a lavish meal alleviated his spirits somewhat. Another steak, please, Wu Yaozu declared, channeling his frustration into appetite, devouring his meal voraciously. Watch me eat you out of house and home today. Go ahead. This amount is still within my means to cover, Xiaoyu replied with a grin. Dining together without consuming alcohol would typically cost them a few thousand yuan, a sum Xiaoyu could manage, especially since his parents reimbursed all expenses related to raising Pokémon. Otherwise, without any income, he would have been financially strained. This situation instilled in Xiaoyu a sense of urgency. He needed to devise a way to earn money, as nurturing Pokémon was exceedingly costly. Soon, the two finished their dinner, with Wu Yaozu leaving the restaurant, his stomach protruding and letting out a satisfied belch. Shall we game tonight? School starts tomorrow. If we don't go now, we might miss the chance. After his meal, Wu Yaozu was eager to indulge in some gaming. Having spent recent days battling with Xiaoyu, leaving little time for online play. Not going, I'm heading home. Xiaoyu had lived 2 lives previously. He would occasionally play games out of boredom, but now, with Pokémon in his life, gaming seemed trivial to him. He aspired to become a dragon-type Pokémon master. How boring. Fine, I'll head back too. By the way, I heard there's a beautiful new freshman this year, Wu Yaozu said with a hint of mischief. What do you think? If I make a move, do I stand a chance? Xiaoyu assessed Wu Yaozu. Despite his slightly overweight stature, his facial features were quite decent. You might, especially since you're financially well off. Get lost. I meant relying on my charm and talents, Wu Yaozu retorted angrily. In truth, his family was relatively affluent, which explained his possession of rare Pokémon like Rockruff and Charmander. In Star City, many common households started with Pokémon like Pidgey or Mahop. Logically, a minor tycoon like Wu Yaozu should have been quite popular, yet his self-esteem suffered due to his weight, leading to a lack of experience with girls. He had never even held a girl's hand or experienced his first love. However, the longing for romance within him remained unquenched. You're quite the lecher, Xiaoyu bluntly pointed out. How do you know the new freshman is beautiful before school even starts? She asked the school beauty from the junior high section, Wu Yaozu replied, nearly drooling with excitement. Wu Yaozu, I must seriously caution you. This line of thought is perilous. The freshmen are around 15 years old, possibly even younger than that. According to our country's laws, anyone under 15. Xiaoyu felt Wu Yaozu's thoughts were somewhat dangerous and smiled as he warned him. Come on. Wu Yaozu interjected, casting a disdainful look at Xiaoyu. Your thoughts are the truly dangerous ones. I merely seek a pure romance. I wouldn't engage in anything untoward before marriage. Why do you always think of such vulgar things? I, Wu Yaozu, am ashamed to associate with someone like you. Xiaoyu felt his cheeks flush, as a man with a soul aged over 40. It was hard not to think in that direction regarding romance, especially since pure love was rare in his era. Xiaoyu, answer me this honestly. Wu Yaozu suddenly leaned closer, wrapping his arm around Xiaoyu's neck, asking slyly, what is it like to be pursued by girls? Is it exhilarating? Also, are you still a virgin? As Wu Yaozu spoke, a lewd grin spread across his face, leaving Xiaoyu speechless. With his striking appearance, standing nearly 190 centimeters tall and having fair skin, Xiaoyu had been the school heartthrob since freshman year, consistently ranking among the top 3 academically, which led to numerous girls pursuing him, a fact that left Wu Yaozu envious. Wu Yaozu had often lamented that girls were indeed visual creatures, only seeing Xiaoyu's superficial beauty without recognizing the dark depths of his character. Unlike himself, who, despite not being as handsome as Xiaoyu, possessed a noble and pure heart, yet no girl could see through his facade of strength. In response to Wu Yaozu's inquiries, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, appearing deep in thought before responding. It's all right. Honestly, I prefer not to be pursued. I'd rather be somewhat unattractive since there are too many people coveting my looks. As I share the sentiment, my first love remains intact to this day. Listening to Xiaoyu's self-important musings, Wu, feeling an overwhelming urge, contemplated the notion of strangling him with the hand resting on his shoulder. How audacious. Does he truly wish to appear less attractive just to flaunt his pretentiousness? Is there no limit to his insolence? This reflects my innermost thoughts, at times. Excessive handsomeness can indeed be a curse. If being excessively handsome is a sin, I would undoubtedly be beyond redemption, sighed Xiaoyu. Ugh, Wu grunted. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed to the East City Battle Square. It was merely 7 or 8 in the evening, the hour when the crowd was at its peak. Upon seeing the familiar square, Xiaoyu instinctively lowered his head, wishing to conceal himself. Only half a month prior, he had been compelled by the system's task to deceive numerous elementary students here, earning a notorious reputation that now filled him with embarrassment. Although he consoled himself with the knowledge that the rewards were worthwhile, Xiaoyu fervently prayed not to be recognized, hastening his pace with his head bowed as he maneuvered around the area. Damn it, I should have just taken a cab back. Why did I accompany Wu on foot? If I get recognized, it would be utterly humiliating. Wu, why are you hiding your head? There are so many beautiful ladies in the square. You shouldn't be so lewd. Wu observed, bemused by Xiaoyu's sudden resemblance to an ostrich, burying his face. Xiaoyu? Did I hear someone mention Xiaoyu? Where is he? Is he here to deceive again? Hey, isn't that Xiaoyu? It's been half a month since we last saw him. Where has he been deceiving people this time? Is he planning to resume his old ways? Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, Xiaoyu was still quite conspicuous amidst the crowd, and soon enough, he was recognized. As teasing remarks floated through the square, Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. And he quickened his pace, cursing Wu in his heart for drawing attention to him in such a public space. Wu was equally taken aback, unaware of the extent of his friend's notoriety in this location. What on earth? Xiaoyu, what have you done? Why does everyone know you? He queried. Cut the chatter and let's move, Xiaoyu replied, his expression darkening as he quickened his long strides. After a considerable effort, they finally crossed the square and arrived at a street lined with barbecue stalls. Following their earlier sprint, Wu found himself feeling somewhat peckish. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we grab a couple of skewers? Sure, Xiaoyu replied. Just as Wu intended to order from the nearest barbecue stall, Xiaoyu abruptly pulled him back. Let us go to that one up ahead. He pointed to a rather quiet barbecue shop. Why that one? It's empty. The other one is bustling and surely tastes better, Wu protested, his mind wandering to the attractive waitress at the busier establishment. Let us go. ISNT that our classmate. Zhao Ruhan. We must support her, Xiaoyu insisted. Chapter 38. The Zhao siblings. Zhao Ruhan gazed in surprise at Xiaoyu and Wu, her eyes reflecting a hint of shyness, yet she warmly greeted them. Zhao Ruhan was a classmate of Xiaoyu and Wu, tall and slender at 5 feet 10 inches, often surpassing many boys in height. Her academic performance was commendable, making her the object of admiration for many. Unlike most girls from Shishu province, who often exude fiery charisma, she was rather demure, blushing even during conversations, rendering her somewhat of an anomaly, which only fueled the boys' desire to tease her, relishing her flustered reactions. Xiaoyu, however, found no amusement in harassing young girls. He was not particularly close to Zhao Ruhan. Their only interaction stemmed from a dance organized in class where they were paired together. Given that only someone of Xiaoyu's height could match her stature, he had heard that Zhao Ruhan's family had fallen on hard times lately, with her father suffering from a severe illness requiring hospitalization, which incurred substantial medical expenses. The school had even organized a fundraising effort, to which Xiaoyu had contributed a modest sum of 1,000 yuan, a small gesture, yet meaningful. At the barbecue grill was Zhao Ruhan's older brother, Zhao Ruoxuan. Since their father's illness, the family had lost their primary source of income, and the siblings had exhausted their savings to cover medical bills. They had resorted to operating a barbecue stall to make ends meet, especially during the summer break, when Zhao Ruhan could lend a hand. However, business had not been favorable. As a new stall, they lacked a loyal customer base, and Zhao Ruoxuan's culinary skills were not quite up to par compared to the surrounding establishments. What would you like to eat? Zhao Ruhan asked cheerfully, standing before them with a vibrant demeanor that somewhat intimidated Wu. Her gaze fell upon Xiaoyu, who had always been quite popular in school due to his towering height and striking looks, consistently ranking among the top 3 academically, with no rumors to tarnish his reputation. His father was the head of the dojo in Xinguang City, and his brother held a similar position in Honglian City. Each of these factors made Xiaoyu a focal point of discussion among the girls since his freshman year, though she rarely engaged in such discussions. Her previous dance with Xiaoyu had fostered a slight familiarity, and she was pleasantly surprised to encounter him here again. Clad in an apron, denim jeans, and a pair of slightly worn white sneakers, her appearance remained charming, exuding a refreshing and ethereal beauty. What do you want to eat, Wu? Xiaoyu inquired, turning to his friend. Anything is fine, Wu replied. Then let us order 2 skewers of everything, both meat and vegetarian, Xiaoyu decided. Although they had only recently eaten, the chance encounter with a classmate, combined with Zhao Ruhan's family struggles, compelled him to assist as much as he could. Oh dear, you can't possibly eat this much. It would be wasteful, Zhao Ruhan interjected upon hearing Xiaoyu's order. This scene brought a smile to Xiaoyu's face. Typically, vendors would hope for customers to order more, yet here was Zhao Ruhan, expressing concern over excess. No worries, Wu eats a lot, he assured her. Wu, perplexed, exclaimed, wait. Xiaoyu, I can't eat this much. I believe in you. Consider it charity. Zhao Ruhan's family is in dire straits, so eat a bit more. Xiaoyu encouraged. If we can't finish, we'll take it to go. That's more like it, Wu agreed, albeit reluctantly. As they conversed, Zhao Ruoxuan's phone rang. He answered, his tone subdued. All right, I'll bring the money tomorrow, Dr. Li. Please, my father cannot be discharged yet. I beg you. Find a solution. We'll bring the money tomorrow, I assure you. There will be no delays. Please, rest assured. Observing Zhao Ruoxuan's subservient demeanor, both Xiaoyu and Wu felt a pang of sympathy, particularly Wu, whose lewd and lustful exterior belied a fundamentally kind heart. Unable to restrain himself, he whispered to Xiaoyu, should we help them out? How? Xiaoyu tilted his head, intrigued. By giving them money, Wu suggested, his thoughts simplistic. Given their family's financial stability, he reasoned, why not assist Zhao Ruhan directly? Xiaoyu chuckled, shaking his head, But what happens after you give the money? What if her father's illness is terminal and requires ongoing treatment? Can you sustain that financial support? Moreover, if other classmates face similar situations, will you extend your generosity to them as well? Xiaoyu's perspective was far more nuanced than Wu's. He adhered to the belief that unless one is closely related or indebted to someone, one should refrain from direct monetary assistance. Teaching someone to fish is far more beneficial than simply giving them a fish. Once money is given, the nature of the relationship may irrevocably change. As Xiaoyu remarked, should the other party require money in the future and seek to borrow from you, would you oblige? If you do, a first time may lead to a second, and you might find yourself perpetually providing assistance. Conversely, should you decline, the balance of kindness and resentment may shift. They may forget your previous goodwill and wonder why. Having helped them once, you refuse to do so again, potentially harboring resentment towards you. What then? Wu Pengzi sighed, realizing he hadn't contemplated these complexities. We'll see. Xiaoyu responded, acknowledging that he too had not yet devised a plan to assist Zhao Ruhan. However, having observed the situation, he felt compelled to lend a hand amongst classmates, particularly as he admired this diligent girl with commendable academic achievements. Her future should lead her to university and a more promising stage. As they conversed, the barbecue was served. One could not deny the reasons for the lack of customers. The flavor was rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive quality. How does it taste? Zhao Ruhan inquired curiously. Having assumed the role of a dedicated server since only Xiaoyu's table was occupied. Quite decent, Wu Pengzi replied with feigned enthusiasm, unwilling to offend. Not particularly good. Xiaoyu stated candidly, the flavor is subpar, reminiscent of a novice's handiwork. Zhao Ruhan's expression fell at Xiaoyu's words, and she quickly expressed her apologies. I'm so sorry. My brother just started this stall a few days ago and is still inexperienced. In that case, have your brother stand beside me and learn. I shall teach you both, Xiaoyu offered. You can barbecue? Wu Pengzi questioned skeptically. Let's find out, shall we? Zhao, do you mind if I give it a try? Xiaoyu smiled. I need to discuss it with my brother, Zhao Ruhan replied softly. Xiaoyu rose and approached the barbecue stall. His towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches startling Zhao Ruoxuan, who initially feared a disturbance. Upon hearing his sister's explanation, Zhao Ruoxuan understood the situation. He had already noticed the expensive attire worn by Xiaoyu and Wu Pengzi, recognizing them as individuals of means. This heightened his wariness, especially towards Xiaoyu, whose handsome appearance and affluent background caused him concern that his sister might stray for the sake of money. Thus, he kept a vigilant eye whenever Zhao Ruhan drew near Xiaoyu. Brother Zhao, how much can you earn in a day? Xiaoyu inquired. Business is rather poor, but we managed to earn around 700 to 800. Zhao Ruoxuan, being an honest man, did not exaggerate. How much is still needed for your father's medical expenses? Xiaoyu continued. 1,200. Very well, I have an idea. How about this? I will give you 1,200, and in return, I will manage the barbecue stall today. Regardless of how the business fares, you will receive that 1,200. However, should the earnings exceed that amount, 90% will belong to me, and you will assist me. What do you think? Xiaoyu proposed with a smile. Sure, that sounds fine. Come, I will clear a space for you. Zhao Ruoxuan readily agreed, not wanting to forego the opportunity. Excellent, Wu Pengzi said, proceeding to pay. Chapter 39. Xiao's barbecue. Though the barbecue skills were not exemplary, they certainly surpassed Zhao Ruoxuan's lackluster efforts. However, Xiaoyu had not yet the opportunity to showcase his talents as they had no other customers aside from themselves. Pengzi Ruhan, you two go and greet potential customers. You must be proactive, Xiaoyu instructed, unable to resist stepping in personally upon witnessing their clumsiness. Observe how I do it. After calling Zhao Ruhan to join him, the two stood together, Xiaoyu at 6'3" and Zhao Ruhan at around 5'9", forming a striking pair that drew the attention of passers-by. Authentic barbecue. Passed down through 3 generations, guaranteed to be delicious. Family recipe, secret ingredients, all customers rave about it. Vegetables at 2 yuan per skewer, meats at 4, all guaranteed fresh. Xiaoyu boisterously advertised, leaving Wu Pengzi and Zhao Ruhan in awe. This was the first time they had seen such a side of him. At school, Xiaoyu was perceived as an aloof idol, but they had not anticipated this vibrant persona. Don't just stand there, mimic my calls, Zhao Ruhan. Xiaoyu encouraged. All right, she replied, attempting to echo his enthusiasm, but falling short in volume. Never mind, Xiaoyu said, rubbing his forehead. Ruhan, when customers arrive, you handle their orders and accounts. Pengzi, you're up. Coming, brother you. Wu Pengzi, emboldened by Xiaoyu's example, enthusiastically began to call out orders. Soon, the barbecue stall welcomed its first customers, 3 young women. We'd like some of this and that, they cheerfully requested while perusing the offerings. Ladies, here is a basket for you. Place your selections inside. I recommend the tofu skin and potatoes, and for the meats, the ribs and crispy bones are quite delightful, Xiaoyu warmly suggested. Is that for real? Then let us have 3 of each. The young women exclaimed, filling their basket with skewers before handing it to Xiaoyu. As he grilled, Xiaoyu asked, what spice level do you prefer? Mild, medium, or spicy? Mild, please, they replied. Very well. With the first customers secured, Xiaoyu could finally demonstrate his skills. Although it had been a while since he last grilled, barbecuing was not exceedingly complex. It merely required the right balance of heat and seasoning. Before long, the first batch of skewers was ready. Xiaoyu arranged them on a tray and personally served the initial customers. Your barbecue is ready. As a token of my appreciation, here's a complimentary skewer of vegetables for each of you. Your words are sweet. Thank you for your kindness. The girls responded, charmed by his gesture. With the arrival of these initial patrons, business began to flourish. Barbecue often thrives on the principle that once the first customers arrive, more will follow. Many have a tendency to prefer bustling venues over those that languish in solitude. Gradually, the crowd increased, and Xiaoyu found himself busier than ever. Xiaoyu, we're running low on drinks. Wu Pengzi called out, diligently managing cleanliness and beverage delivery, reveling in the rare experience. Understood, Brother Zhao, quickly restock and find a way. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's directive, Zhao Ruoxuan hesitated, questioning his newfound role. Yet, witnessing the thriving business, he promptly complied, hopping onto his tricycle to procure drinks. Ruhan, table 3 needs their barbecue. Xiaoyu called out after grilling another round. Coming. Zhao Ruhan hurried over, sweat beading on her forehead, yet her heart brimmed with fulfillment. Realizing that this thriving business could help cover her father's medical bills. Table 6 is ready to settle up. Wu Pengzi shouted. All right, Zhao Ruhan replied, armed with pen and paper as she approached to finalize the bill. Observing the cash exchange and the growing stack in her hand, a radiant smile illuminated her face. The barbecue stall was bustling with business. The waves of heat emanating from the grill, combined with the summer's sweltering warmth, left Xiaoyu drenched in sweat. Boss, please pack 4 skewers of lamb for us, he called out. Sure thing, he replied. Still medium spicy? 2 skewers mildly spicy, and 2 without chili. My wife and kids can't handle it that hot, the customer explained. All right, brother. I'll pick 2 with more meat for you and throw in an extra serving of potato slices. Kids love those, Xiaoyu said. Sounds good, thank you. You truly know how to treat customers, the customer responded, moving to the checkout. Zhao Ruhan and Xiaoyu exchanged a brief glance, momentarily taken aback. However, Xiaoyu quickly reacted, calling out to Zhao Ruhan. What are you dawdling for? Go settle the bill. How much did we make tonight? Xiaoyu inquired. Currently, it totals 632 yuan, Zhao Ruhan replied, her eyes sparkling. With a profit margin of around 70, that comes to roughly 424 yuan. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and said, as per our agreement, I'll take 90, but I'll give you a bit more. You can take 1,000, and I'll take 5,000. Does that sound all right? He smiled, knowing that this sum was trivial to him. He merely wanted to see how Zhao's siblings would respond to such a financial decision. To his surprise, Zhao Ruhan directly counted out 440 yuan and handed it to Xiaoyu, keeping only the cost and a tenth of the profit. We agreed on a set amount. Without you, we wouldn't have made this much. Zhao Ruoxuan, standing nearby, felt a pang of emotion, but he did not stop his sister. No matter how poor they were, they must maintain basic integrity, and he didn't want her to lose face in front of her classmates. Still, he mentally berated Zhao Ruhan for being foolish. After all, Xiaoyu had only asked for 5,000, yet she was giving away 440. Oh, are you certain? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Your father is in urgent need of money. Take it. No need, Zhao Ruhan replied firmly, her teeth clenched. What's due is what's due. All right, I will accept it then. If you ever need money, just let me know, Xiaoyu said, handing the money to his friend, Fatty. Let us go. It's getting late. Zhao Ruhan, school starts tomorrow. See you there. Okay, Zhao Ruhan replied softly. Once Xiaoyu and Fatty had walked away, Zhao Ruoxuan inquired. Who are those two? They seem quite affluent. They are my classmates, Xiaoyu and Wu Yaozu. Zhao Ruhan quietly introduced them. After hearing the introduction, Zhao Ruoxuan began to tidy up the tables and chairs, muttering, I don't like that Xiaoyu. He doesn't strike me as a good person. Did you not see how many girls were getting his contact information while he was grilling? He is actually quite nice, Zhao Ruhan defended. Nice my foot. Quickly pack up and get to bed. You have to report at 10 tomorrow morning. The more he listened to his sister defend Xiaoyu, the more uncomfortable he felt. As if the family's cabbage was being trampled by a pig. Although it was a handsome pig, he still felt uneasy, the more he thought about it. the worse it became. Sister, steer clear of Xiaoyu. He's just a rich kid, a fleeting fancy. You know Wu Damaya's daughter, right? She got involved with a rich second-generation kid and ended up pregnant, with the guy only providing a few thousand for an abortion, refusing to show his face. You should avoid him. Brother, what are you thinking? Xiaoyu has never even been in a relationship. He's not like you imagine. Zhao Ruhan quietly defended him. I don't care. Just don't associate with him. If things go awry, I, as your brother, can't protect you. By the time they returned home, it was already 2 in the morning, and Xiaoyu collapsed into bed. When he awoke at 6, he sported dark circles under his eyes. Morning exercises awaited. The development of Pokémon is not achieved in a day. Only through consistent training can one unlock a Pokémon's potential. Despite his fatigue, Xiaoyu persisted in rising to assign training tasks to his bat and forest lizard. After 2 hours of training alongside them, he finally paused. This was a process of perseverance. No matter the weather, Xiaoyu would not relent. After 2 hours, drenched in sweat, he took a shower and quickly returned to bed for a brief nap. When he awoke again, it was already 9:30 a.m., and Fatty was waiting for him downstairs. Rushing to get ready without even having breakfast, Xiaoyu hurried out the door. In contrast to Xiaoyu, Fatty appeared more refreshed, having slept until 9 a.m., fulfilling his basic 7-hour sleep requirement. The two arrived at school around 9:50 a.m., just 10 minutes before the registration deadline. The classroom was nearly full. Xiaoyu, Fatty, you're a bit late. Did you catch any new Pokémon over the summer? How did you spend your break? I was nearly going stir-crazy. The boys in the class greeted Xiaoyu and Fatty enthusiastically, and Xiaoyu responded with a smile, joking with his classmates. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, entered the classroom. In his 40s, bald with a round face, he exuded warmth with his smile, donning thick glasses that made him appear like an old scholar. Although Mr. Zhang lacked physical appeal, his wealth of teaching experience was undeniable. After taking roll, he swiftly transitioned into the rigorous academic life of the senior year. He reviewed the summer assignments and refreshed the students on knowledge from the first 2 years, assigning practice problems. The final year was always the most arduous, and Xiaoyu was diligently studying in preparation for the college entrance examination. The morning passed quickly. Even Fatty, usually carefree, was immersed in his studies. It wasn't until the last class before noon that Mr. Zhang entered. Quiet, everyone. Let us discuss something you're all concerned about. He scanned the classroom before leisurely sipping his tea and began. The topic of special admissions and bonus points is likely of great interest to you. The policy for this year has been released and remains unchanged from last year's. The College Cup 19 Pokémon tournament will be held in 6 months in the provincial capital, exclusively for third-year students aged 19 and under. The College Cup 19 Pokémon tournament is an official event designed to identify genuine trainer talent. To ensure fairness, 2 restrictions have been imposed. Participants must be enrolled in their 3rd year and aged no more than 19. This prevents students who have repeated several years from competing. The tournament is organized at the provincial level and consists of preliminary rounds, open qualifiers, followed by the main competition and finals. The preliminaries are hosted by local Pokémon associations and gyms, with the top 4 participants advancing to the provincial finals. The top 2 from the provincial finals will represent the province in the national championship. The College Cup 19 Pokémon tournament is one of the most highly anticipated events nationwide, not only impacting many students' futures, but also attracting significant viewership. From the main competition onward, ratings soar, endearing it to audiences across the nation, consistently ranking among the top 3 in viewership each year. The excitement peaks during the final 8 of the national championship, where talented trainers from across the country converge, showcasing a plethora of Pokémon, including semi-divine ones. When the national finals commence, major events like gym leader rankings and elite tournaments are temporarily suspended to accommodate the College Cup 19 Pokémon tournament. Upon hearing this news, the students below began to whisper amongst themselves. This competition, in truth, bears little relevance to the vast majority, as competing against so many from the entire province makes it nearly impossible for students from Xinguang City to secure a good ranking or even qualify for university admission. Typically, our city produces only a handful of students who can earn extra points. First, there will be preliminary rounds in various cities, and those in Xinguang City wishing to participate may register with me. Here is the registration form. Those interested can come and collect one. Old Zhang stated. The registration requirements are quite simple. The only stipulation is that you must have 2 Pokémon raised by yourself and registered with the Pokémon Association. Utilizing Pokémon provided by your predecessors is prohibited. It is advisable to prepare 3 Pokémon, as once you reach the main competition, all battles will become triple battles. In truth, Xiaoyu felt somewhat indifferent towards such competitions, Yet the allure of extra points was exceedingly tempting. His grades alone did not guarantee admission to his desired university, but with the addition of extra points, his chances would significantly improve. Ding. Task triggered. College Cup 19 Pokémon Competition. Task description. Battle on. Future Dragon-type Pokémon Master. Those who achieve fame at a young age, clad in fine garments and riding splendid steeds, reveal their potential early, embarking on the path to greatness. Thus, please participate in the College Cup 19 Pokémon competition and aim to reach the top 4 in the preliminaries, progressing to the provincial main event, as you strive for higher rankings. Task requirements. Stage 1. Reach the top 4 in the preliminaries and participate in the provincial main event. Stage 2. Enter the top 2 of the provincial main event and compete in the national finals. Stage 3. Claim the national championship. Task rewards. Rewards based on final rankings immensely generous. Failure penalty. None. Chapter 41. Preparing for the College Cup 19. It is important to recognize that many individuals begin training their Pokémon from a young age, and now their initial Pokémon may have reached the levels of Lord or even Overlord. In contrast, CIU's 2 Pokémon, Woobat and Forest Lizard, are of merely ordinary strength. Although enhanced by the Dragon Scale item, Woobat's growth is rapid and on the verge of breaking into the rare tier, but it remains too slow. Meanwhile, Forest Lizard has just completed its evolution and is still solidifying its strength, far from breaking into the elite tier. Only after reaching the elite tier can one aspire to the Lord tier, and with the current training regimen, it is nearly impossible for Forest Lizard to reach the Lord tier within 6 months. The minimum requirement for the task is to break into the top 4 of the preliminaries, meaning the top 4 of Xinguang City. This difficulty is relatively manageable, as Xinguang City ranks among the lowest of the 18 cities in the entire Shishu province, with the younger generation generally lacking in strength. Last year, the top 4 averaged around elite to quasi-lord levels. As long as CIU's Forest Lizard can break into the elite tier with its quasi-champion potential, there is a significant chance of securing a top 4 finish. However, reaching the top 4 in the preliminaries is not CIU's ultimate goal. He aspires to place within the top 2 of the main event, which raises the stakes considerably. In the past 5 years, the top 2 competitors from Shishu province have consistently boasted Pokémon of Lord level, with occasional appearances from Overlord level Pokémon. Even if his Woobat and Forest Lizard possess extraordinary potential, they must at least achieve Lord level strength. Achieving Lord level is imperative. CIU spent the entire afternoon contemplating the competition, his study efficiency plummeting. By the time school ended, he had yet to devise a satisfactory solution. After school, the evening was designated for self-study. But due to many students preparing for trainer examinations, the management was quite relaxed. Students could return home to train their Pokémon or head to gyms or specialized training classes, with only those lacking Pokémon remaining in the classroom for self-study. Previously, Xiaoyu was part of the self-study crowd, but now he certainly would not remain in the classroom. He had 2 Pokémon awaiting him at home. He gathered his belongings and prepared to leave with Wu Pongzi. Just as they exited the classroom, they encountered Zhao Ruhan, who was also ready to head home. Xiaoyu recalled that Zhao Ruhan usually stayed for self-study. Thus, he was curious why she was not doing so today. "Are you not going to self-study?" Xiaoyu inquired. Frowning. I need to help my brother with his stall," Zhao Ruhan replied. The evening was indeed the prime time for barbecue stalls, and her brother, Zhao Ruoxuan, could not manage alone, so she needed to assist him. Hiring someone would be a waste of money, which she could not afford. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyu frowned slightly and asked, "Which university do you plan to apply to, and what major?" "My first choice is definitely Daijing University, majoring in Pokémon breeding or nursing." When discussing her future, Zhao Ruhan's eyes sparkled with longing, momentarily forgetting her family's situation. Her academic performance was commendable, comparable to Xiaoyu's, making her chances of admission to Daijing University plausible. "With you helping your brother at the stall every day, how can you expect to get into Daijing University?" Xiaoyu stated bluntly. While Zhao Ruhan's grades were impressive, working late into the night at a stall until 1 or 2 in the morning would hinder her studies and impact her rest and performance in class the next day. "I will work hard," Zhao Ruhan replied, her expression tinged with disappointment but more resolute. She added softly, "And thank you for yesterday. Just a small matter." Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. He truly believed that with Zhao Ruhan's capabilities, she had every opportunity to attend a good university. It would be a great pity if she were held back by her family's circumstances. With this thought, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "How much more do you need for your father's medical expenses?" "Not much," Zhao Ruhan replied through gritted teeth, seemingly reluctant to disclose further information. "Just tell me." Xiaoyu insisted, raising his voice slightly, startling Zhao Ruhan. "The doctor said the surgery will cost 300,000, she murmured, burying her head in her chest. Her face flushed as she dared not meet Xiaoyu's gaze. 300,000 is not a large sum for many families. With some effort, they could scrape it together. However, for Zhao Ruhan's family, it was a considerable amount. All right, I understand, Xiaoyu acknowledged, saying nothing more as he departed with Wu Pongzi. Upon arriving home, Xiaoyu found that the housekeeper had already prepared dinner. His older brother lay sprawled on the sofa, idly passing the time. Ever since he stepped down from his position as the gym leader of Honglian City, he had been lazing around the house, doing little beyond training his Pokémon. Xiaoyu, you're back. Their parents greeted warmly. Xiaoyu placed his bag on the sofa and greeted his parents before checking on Woobat and Forest Lizard. After feeding them some energy cubes, he returned to the table to eat. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu began, I have something I would like to discuss with you. What is it? Xiaoyong, feeling quite pleased with himself of late, responded cheerfully. The construction and development of the secret realm were progressing smoothly, and it was expected to be operational within 2 months, promising a continuous stream of income. Just look at the Flame Secret Realm. With the Xia family holding a 20% stake, the annual revenue would be astonishing beyond imagination. I want to register for this year's College Cup 19 Pokémon competition. Of course, that's a good thing. Consider it an opportunity to accumulate experience for future gym leader ranking battles. Xiaoyong readily supported him without hesitation. Xiaoyu continued, Dad, I want to reach the top 4 in the preliminaries, or even the top 2 in the main event. Upon hearing his son's aspirations, Xiaoyong's smile faltered momentarily. After a pause, he said, That's quite ambitious. I support you, though he voiced his encouragement. Xiaoyong did not genuinely believe his son could secure a top 2 finish in the main event. The College Cup 19 Pokémon competition had been held for nearly 30 years, and only one competitor from Xinguang City had ever achieved a top 2 finish. And that was over 20 years ago. For 2 decades, Starshine City has failed to produce a contender who could reach the top 2 in the official competition. Were it not for the fact that this was his own son, Xiaoyong would undoubtedly give a resounding slap, exasperated by the delusions of grandeur. Beside him, Lin Xueme shot Xiaoyong a disapproving glance before turning to Xiaoyu, saying, I support you, my dear. The youth must possess ambition, unlike your father, who always finishes at the bottom during dojo competitions, yet still has the audacity to show his face. I am at a disadvantage due to my attributes. If I were the dragon-type gym leader, just see how I would rank, Xiaoyu interjected, quickly redirecting the conversation. Mom and Dad, I am truly serious about this. I've done my research. To break into the top 2 in Shishu province, it requires all Pokémon to be at the Lord level, with some even needing to be at the Overlord level. Currently, I have 2 Pokémon, the Zubat at the ordinary level and the Forest Lizard at the rare level. If I continue training them as I am, there is no way to elevate their strength to the Lord level. Thus, I aspire to participate in specialized training or venture out for half a year to enhance my Pokémon to the Lord level. No way. Lin Xueme immediately rejected her youngest son's proposition. You absolutely cannot go out alone for training. It's far too perilous. Xiaoyong echoed her sentiments, stating, Going out for training is out of the question. Many are eyeing our shares in the secret realm. You cannot venture out alone. Chapter 42. Heartfelt brotherly bonds. The first rounds of the preliminary competition were relatively straightforward. The real challenge lay in securing a position in the top 2 of the provincial finals, a task that seemed insurmountable. If you are truly determined, we will undoubtedly support you wholeheartedly, Xiaoyong said earnestly. First and foremost, to qualify for the finals, you will need 3 Pokémon, yet you only possess 2. Your Zubat, a flying dragon type, is vulnerable to ice, dragon, fairy, and rock types, while your Forest Lizard, a grass type, is weak against flying, bug, poison, fire, and ice types. Both of your Pokémon are susceptible to ice-type moves, and both Zubat's dragon and flying attributes, as well as Forest Lizard's attacks, are resisted by steel types. When facing steel and ice Pokémon, you will find it exceedingly difficult to cope, thus the choice of a third Pokémon is paramount, one that can counter these 2 types. Fire and fighting types both have an advantage against ice and steel, Xiaoyong meticulously analyzed, acknowledging the truth in Xiaoyu's current predicament. The 2 Pokémon Xiaoyu owned were utterly incapable of dealing with steel types, and their vulnerability to ice types posed a significant threat. Should they encounter an Alolan Sandslash with the Snow Cloak ability during a snowstorm, Xiaoyu's team would be utterly overwhelmed. Xiaoyu hesitated, as the choice of a third Pokémon was indeed a pressing issue. However, he was constrained by the mission requirements, which ideally called for a Dragon-type Pokémon. If he failed to encounter a Pokémon of champion-level potential within the Dragon type, he would be forced to make a choice. Either capture a Pokémon of a different type for the finals or forfeit the competition and await a Dragon type with champion potential. Naturally, the most desirable outcome would be to capture a Fire Dragon type Pokémon. In this regard, Charizard stood out as the most suitable option, possessing the fire type to counter both ice and steel, while also evolving into a dragon type, thereby not affecting Xiaoyu's mission. Of course, the inherently fire and dragon dual-type Pokémon, such as Blaziken and Reshiram, were also viable candidates. Aside from the fire dragon dual types, fighting and dragon types also represented a commendable choice, though it appeared that only the semi-divine Pokémon, the Dragapult, possessed such dual attributes, making it a daunting task that was best set aside for now. After much deliberation, it seemed that Xiaoyu had only two viable paths before him, Blaziken or Charizard. If you truly wish to compete, securing the third Pokémon must be a priority, and it should hatch as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will miss out on this half-year of specialized training, Xiaoyong advised. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Xiao Luo beside him, saying, Xiao Luo, don't you have a selection slot left? You could give that slot to your brother to choose a quality fire chick, a fire monkey, or a tepic. All three of these Pokémon evolve into dual fire and fighting types, which would be ideal for Xiaoyu. Why make it so complicated? Xiao Luo replied nonchalantly. During our last visit to the Fire Secret Realm, we found no suitable candidates among those three types. In my opinion, we chose two fire types last time. So we might as well let Xiaoyu take that Charmander egg, as it hasn't hatched yet and isn't registered with the Pokémon Association. Upon hearing his brother's words, Xiaoyu felt a spark of interest, immediately recalling that shiny Charmander, a top-tier Charmander. However, he quickly dismissed the thought of taking advantage of his brother, especially given the emotional turmoil Xiao Luo had recently endured, which made him in need of a strong Pokémon. Furthermore, should his brother later witness the Charmander's performance and demeanor, unspoken tensions might arise, sowing seeds of discord between them. Xiaoyu cherished family bonds dearly and thus outright rejected his brother's proposal. No, brother, please reserve that last slot for me. I will select my own Pokémon. Those two eggs were specifically chosen for you. Hey, Xiaoyu, Xiao Luo called out. I remember that Charmander egg was the one you picked out at first glance and insisted on me selecting. Why don't you want it? Xiaoyu shot his brother an exasperated look, saying, You have no idea the mental struggle I underwent to refuse your offer. I simply fear you might regret it later. Is it really that serious? Xiao Luo replied skeptically. As far as I see, having semi-champion level potential is already quite commendable. Champion level? Who do you think you're looking down on? Brother? What if I told you that Charmander's egg possesses champion level potential? Xiaoyu said to his brother with utmost sincerity, devoid of any jest. Can you truly discern that? Xiao Luo, already half convinced, recognized his brother's talent in assessing Pokémon potential. Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to conceal his abilities. The system was his greatest secret. He would utilize its power to assist his family, but would not divulge his capabilities. I can't say for certain, but I can make an educated guess. First, the eggs in the collection room are of good quality. Both parents are powerful Pokémon. Additionally, the shell of that egg is slightly yellow and shines more than the average Charmander egg. Many would attribute this to ample fire-type energy, but I suspect it houses a shiny Charmander, which would explain the phenomenon. After Xiaoyu's explanation, Xiao Luo, Xiaoyong, and Lin Xuemei all regarded him with astonishment. Xiaoyong, particularly surprised, asked, Are you certain? You can tell just from the eggshell? In this world, nothing is ever guaranteed, but it's highly likely. A shiny Charmander would undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities, and I believe it most likely has reached champion-level potential, which is why I encouraged my brother to select that egg. Xiaoyu stated confidently. If that's the case, Xiaoyu, then that egg should undoubtedly belong to you. Xiao Luo pondered for a moment, his eyes reflecting determination and hope for Xiaoyu. Brother, please don't rush to refuse, Xiao Luo interjected, looking into Xiaoyu's eyes with utmost seriousness. The College Cup Pokémon League is the most significant competition. One can only participate once in a lifetime. If you can secure a top 2 position in Shishu Province, it will greatly benefit your future as well as the Xiao family. But, brother Xiaoyu, let me finish. I have already stepped down from my position as gym leader. To reclaim that title, I must wait for the next gym leader ranking competition, which is 3 years away. 3 years is quite a lengthy span. I have ample time to prepare without haste. However, your situation is different, as there are merely 6 months remaining until the commencement of the University Cup. A formidable little Charizard could greatly assist you, and with proper training, it could reach the level of a master before the tournament begins. Moreover, I have observed your forest lizard over the past few days. Its size is impressive, and its potential is remarkable, likely at least at the semi-master or even master level. The combination of the forest lizard and that Charizard would significantly enhance your chances of finishing in the top 2 before the main event. Therefore, Xiaoyu, I am entrusting you with this Pokémon egg. A resolute determination flickered in Xiaoluo's eyes. For his brother's future, he was willing to make sacrifices. Brother. Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion. The more Xiaoluo selflessly cared for him, the more he felt undeserving. What if that Charizard possessed a potential even greater than that of a master, reaching semi-champion or champion level? Such possibilities seemed far-fetched, for you cannot comprehend the rarity of Pokémon with semi-champion potential. Yet, if the potential were indeed that remarkable, it would be splendid. A radiant smile graced Xiaoluo's face. Then my brother would become our family's first master trainer. Do not worry, little brother. I will never regret this decision. Regardless of the Charizard's potential, I will always rejoice in your success. Remember, I am your brother and will forever take pride in you. Isn't that right, mother? Father? Xiaoyong maintained a stern expression, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. You finally grasped some sense, you little rascal. Lin Xuemei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiaoluo is right. Xiaoyu, you will always be my pride. Chapter 43. Memories of the Lin family. Xiaoluo resolutely passed the shimmering Charizard egg to Xiaoyu, recognizing the impending significance of the University Cup in 6 months. As family, he was unconditionally supportive. Thus, the coveted Charizard egg that Xiaoyu had longed for made its way back into his hands. Yet he was now determined to repay his brother's kindness. At that moment, he recalled the item, the Thunderstone, and solemnly presented it to Xiaoluo. Brother, you must accept this Thunderstone, otherwise, I shall not take the Pokémon egg. Very well. Seeing Xiaoyu's unwavering commitment, Xiaoluo nodded without hesitation. With 3 Pokémon confirmed, you must strive to enhance your strength in the coming months. Tomorrow, you need to request a leave of absence from school to prepare wholeheartedly. Let me make it clear, it's impossible to train alone during this period. I will find a way to enroll you in a training class or locate a secret realm for concentrated training. As Xiaoyong spoke, he lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he contemplated the training programs. Do you have any particular places in mind? The training programs in the small city of Xinguang are limited in capability. At the very least, one must travel to Tianchu City every year. Many specialized training classes for the University Cup emerge. Some are genuinely effective, while others merely exploit the guise of training to swindle money. I wish to attend the Dragon-type Secret Realm training, Xiaoyu declared, for with 3 Dragon-type Pokémon, it was undoubtedly the optimal choice. There are only 2 Dragon-type Secret Realms in Huagua, one in the Imperial capital and the other in Chang'an City. The fees for training in these realms are exorbitantly high, a veritable fortune, and the spots are limited. Typically, there are only 30 slots available each year for the University Cup training classes, with registration fees soaring to 1 million. Furthermore, the secret realms require verification of a trainer's Pokémon potential. Otherwise, accepting subpar candidates would tarnish their reputation. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's response, Xiaoyong took a deep drag from his cigarette, casting a furtive glance at his wife, Lin Xuemei, before slowly saying, Xiaoyu, go to bed now. Your mother and I will discuss this and let you know tomorrow. Remember to request a leave from school. Understood, father. Xiaoluo, you should also rest. You are about to be married. It would be nice if you could ease my worries a bit. Got it, Dad. Once the 2 sons had retreated to their rooms, the couple fell into silence. After a prolonged 10 minutes, Xiaoyong finally spoke. Xuemei. Old Xia, no need to say more, I understand. Lin Xuemei sat in her chair, her expression complex. Let Xiaoyu go to the imperial capital. I will call my father. Xuemei. Why not spend a little more to send Xiaoyu to the secret realm in Chang'an City? Xiaoyong embraced Lin Xuemei, his heart heavy with concern. We shouldn't go to the imperial capital, and I'm unwilling to make that call. It's fine. It's been so many years. Lin Xuemei leaned against Xiaoyong, her voice gentle. I no longer harbor resentment towards them. The last time I saw him, he had aged considerably. After all these years, he is now in his 70s. Lin Xuemei, at 25, had just graduated from Sushio University with a master's and doctorate when she met the impoverished Xiaoyong. The moment they met, Xiaoyong fell for the refined Lin Xuemei, the daughter of a wealthy family, and he embarked on an ardent courtship. As the saying goes, a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. How could the genteel Lin Xuemei withstand such fervor? Coupled with Xiaoyong's youthful charm, they soon fell deeply in love and began discussing marriage. However, Lin Xuemei's father disapproved of Xiaoyong's lack of education and family background, firmly opposing their union. Yet Lin Xuemei was obstinate. Once she set her mind on something, no one could sway her, or she would not have pursued a relationship with someone as impoverished as Xiaoyong. After a fierce argument with her father, who angrily declared, if you marry Xiaoyong, you shall never return, Lin Xuemei, a strong-willed and stubborn woman, left home and married Xiaoyong in Xinguang City. Eventually, Xiaoyong became the owner of a Pokémon center, while Lin Xuemei became a doctor at a Pokémon hospital. Since then, She had not seen her parents, not even after the birth of their 2 sons. Her parents never visited her, and only her mother occasionally sent her a bit of money. This situation persisted until a few years ago when Lin Xuemei received a call from her elder brother, informing her that their mother was ill. She hurriedly took her 2 sons to the imperial capital to visit, resulting in a slight thaw in their family relations. Since then, every year during the new year, Lin Xuemei made it a point to send her sons to stay with her parents for a while and occasionally brought her mother to Shishu province for visits. However, her relationship with her father remained unchanged, marked by mutual stubbornness and an unwillingness to reconcile. Thus, Xiaolong felt a mix of emotions upon hearing Lin Xuemei's willingness to contact her father regarding their younger son. Xuemei, when you speak to your father, tell him I am willing to offer 10% of the Grassbug Secret Realm S shares. Xiaoyong asserted firmly. I cannot allow your future father-in-law to underestimate you. Old Xia, you really don't need to. Lin Xuemei was deeply moved by Xiaoyong's words. Xiaoyong smiled. Rest assured, I have it all figured out. This 10% share is not for your father, it is for Xiaoyu. I have already decided that once we are gone, all of this will belong to Xiaoyu and Xiaoluo. The 2% shares of the Grassbug Secret Realm will be equally divided between them. Xiaoluo, with his impulsive nature, is about to marry that girl, so it is time for him to settle down. In the future, aside from the Grassbug Secret Realm, we will bequeath our assets in Xinguang City to him. Though Xiaoyu is younger, his temperament is steady, and he is the most obedient. Recently, I have been discussing the idea of a marriage alliance with you. Haven Ti? Find a good girl for Xiaoyu. Since we are heading to the capital this time, I would like your father to help Xiaoyu find a wife from the capital. This 10% stake in Secret Realm will serve as Xiaoyu's betrothal gift. As soon as they marry, we will promptly transfer this stake into the names of Xiaoyu and his future bride, Xiaoyong said, with his 10% stake in hand. Coupled with the fact that it's his beloved grandson's marriage, given your father's nature of wanting to be involved in everything, I find it hard to believe he won't assist. Old Xia, after all this time, are you plotting against your father-in-law? Lin Xuemei feigned anger. Dear, I'm not trying to provoke you, Xiaoyong sighed suddenly. Xuemei, I've long understood your father. If I had a daughter as beautiful as you, and one day she suddenly announced her desire to marry a poor boy, I would not hesitate to break that boy's legs. Besides, what's the difference between me and your father now? Your father is arranging your marriage, while I am arranging for Xiaoyu. How can you still say that? Lin Xuemei poked Xiaoyong's forehead. Now you know how much I sacrificed to marry you back then. Just try not to make me angry in the future. Understood. That's why I say the luckiest thing in my life is marrying such a wonderful wife like you. Chapter 44. A long-awaited call. 70-year-old Qin Kuan-yun, wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in the latest scientific journals, a habit she had cultivated over the decades. As a renowned Pokémon professor at Shuemu University, she made it a point to read the latest Pokémon research before bed. Ding ding. The sudden ringing of her phone interrupted her, and upon glancing at the caller ID showing her youngest daughter, she discreetly looked at the elderly Lin Lao beside her, then moved to an empty room and answered the call. Hello, Xuemei. Mom. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Lin Xuemei, now in her 50s, felt a lump in her throat. How have you been lately? Much better. I have a good appetite and sleep well, Qin Kuan-yun replied, a smile spreading across her face as she chatted with her daughter. How have you been? I'm doing well, Mom. Lin Xuemei took a moment to calm herself and spoke gently to her long-absent mother. You need to take care of your health and rest more. You are retired now, so don't overthink things, just enjoy life. Well, you know me. I can't sit still, Qin Kuan-yun chuckled, petting old Long's head while chatting with her daughter. The two talked for about 10 minutes, reminiscing about Lin Xuemei's childhood mishaps and discussing the Xia brothers, their conversation flowing effortlessly after such a long silence. Qin Kuan-yun glanced at Lin Lao, ensuring he was not paying attention, then lowered her voice to ask, Xuemei, when you have the chance, please persuade your father to quit drinking. The doctor said it's bad for his health. You both have such stubborn tempers. You should bring Xiaoluo and Xiaoyu home for a visit. Your father is already over 70 and approaching 80. He's truly aging. Mom. Lin Xuemei felt tears welling up as she listened to her mother's words. At that moment, she no longer harbored resentment towards Lin Lao. After years of motherhood, she understood her father's past decisions, which is why she allowed their children to visit him every year. However, both she and Lin Lao were too stubborn to apologize first, leaving their relationship tense. But Lin Lao was indeed getting old, and continuing their standoff seemed increasingly pointless. Mom, I understand. I called to let you know that in a few days, I will be bringing Xiaoyu to the capital. Lin Xuemei spoke softly. Really? You better not be teasing me, Qin Kuan-yun said, her face lighting up with joy at the thought of her daughter returning to the capital. Truly, no jesting. Mom, put the phone on speaker. I'd like to say a few words to Dad. Xiume, your father can be quite stubborn. Don't worry, I know how to handle him. I won't argue. Qin Kuan-Yun reassured her, trembling slightly as she approached Lin Lao, who was reading the newspaper, still retaining a hint of his youthful handsomeness. He looked up at Qin Kuan-Yun and asked, "Who called? You've been chatting for so long and seem so cheerful. Your youngest daughter. She wants to talk to you. And I've put her on speaker." Upon realizing it was his daughter, Lin Lao's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly composed himself and adopted a serious demeanor. However, having lived with him for decades, Qin Kuan-Yun could easily see through his tension. This was the first phone call between him and his daughter in many years. "Hello." Lin Xiume's voice came through the phone, causing Lin Lao's heart to tremble. "It's me." Lin Lao tried to keep his voice steady, but at over 70. His tone was filled with age and raspiness. Hesitant to call him Dad, Lin Xiume felt her eyes moisten at the sound of his weary voice. "Dad." Silence enveloped the call for several seconds before Lin Xiume continued. "In a couple of days, I plan to bring Xiaoyu to the capital to visit you." Qin Kuan-Yun interjected, "Are you coming back for business? Do you have a place to stay? You can stay at our home. I'll have some rooms prepared for you. Your old room has been kept vacant." "Yes." Lin Xiume felt a wave of emotion at her mother's words, and this time did not refuse her suggestion. Unlike her previous visit when she insisted on staying in a hotel. What business? While Qin Kuan-Yun was concerned about Lin Xiume's accommodation, Lin Lao was more interested in her purpose for returning. Despite claiming to avoid contact, he often discreetly inquired about his daughter's life. Xiaoyu is in his senior year and will soon participate in the Pokémon League competition. I want him to train at the Dragon's Secret Realm for 6 months. Lin Xiume explained. Isn't Xiaoyu aiming to be a researcher? Hasn't he captured a single Pokémon yet? Qin Kuan-Yun asked. Feeling a sense of guilt for her 2 grandsons who had always been absent, thus her concern for them surpassed even that for her own grandchildren. She recalled that during the new year, Xiaoyu hadn't captured a single Pokémon, so how was he now preparing for the league? Yes. He recently began capturing Pokémon and has already caught 3, Lin Xiume replied. At this moment, Lin Lao spoke up. When will you arrive? Lin Xiume softly responded. It will probably take a couple of days. Xiaoyu's 3rd Pokémon is still hatching in the Fire Secret Realm in Sichuan Province. And we need to wait for it to hatch before coming. Which 3 Pokémon? Lin Lao asked, wanting to prepare the necessary items and complete Xiaoyu's paperwork. Zubat, Treecko, and Charmander. Alright, I understand. At this point, the conversation abruptly halted, and silence fell on both ends of the call. After a moment, Lin Xiume slowly spoke up. Dad, Xiaoyong has something he would like your help with. Go ahead. Mentioning the son-in-law, Lin Lao had little enthusiasm, as he had taken his daughter away for years. If not for his daughter's sake, he would have preferred to ignore him altogether. Xiaoyong wants you to help find a partner for Xiaoyu. Recently, wasn't there a bug-type secret realm in Xinguang City? The Pokémon Association granted Xiaoyong a priority purchase right for a 20% stake, and we have already acquired it. Xiaoyong expressed his willingness to allocate 10% of his shares as a dowry for Xiaoyu's marriage. Upon their union, these shares would be transferred to Xiaoyu and his bride, with each receiving 5%. Conveniently, as Xiaoyu was planning a trip to the capital, it would be an opportune time for them to assist in finding a suitable partner for him. I have taken the liberty of assuring your father of this. Before Lin Lao could interject, Qin Laotai preemptively stated, this matter is under my purview. However, Xiaoyu is still in his 3rd year of high school. We must at least wait until he enters university before discussing engagement. It's all right, Mom. This is merely a suggestion. There is no rush. Just keep it in mind. Lin Xiume replied, her tone softening. I must take my leave now. Please take care of your health, and I will come to visit in a few days. All right. In Chapter 45, Fate's Narrow Path, Xiaoyu took a 6-month leave from school. Simultaneously, Jiang Qinglan from the Flame's Secret Realm contacted him, indicating that the eggs of the Dharma Baboon and Charmander were expected to hatch within a day. If they wished to witness the hatching of these 2 Pokémon, Xiaoluo and Xiaoyu needed to promptly make their way to the Flame Secret Realm. Without hesitation, they set off. This time opting for the higher safety of a train instead of flying Pokémon, following the previous incident. Approximately an hour later, the trio arrived in Tiandu City and transferred to a car that would take them to the Flame Secret Realm. Upon arrival, Jiang Qinglan was already waiting at the entrance, having meticulously styled her hair into soft waves and applied exquisite makeup. As she spotted Xiaoyu and the others from afar, she waved enthusiastically. Sister, let us assist you with your luggage, she called out as she approached. After greeting Linmu, her affectionate address of sister brought a smile to Linmu's face. Jiang Qinglan then enlisted the help of the staff to carry their belongings, informing them that 3 rooms had been prepared. The staff will take care of your luggage, you need not worry. Let me first take you to see the Pokémon eggs. Oh, you are quite the charmer. I must be much older than you. Just call me Aunt Lin. What is your name? Lin Shui-mei asked with a beaming smile. Aunt Lin, are you their mother? I thought you were their sister. You look so youthful. I'll call you Lin Jia instead. My name is Jiang Qinglan. You can just call me Xiao Jiang. Jiang Qinglan responded with a sweet smile. Engaging warmly with Lin Shui-mei on their way to the hatching room. Lin Jia, what skincare products do you use? You look so youthful. Meanwhile, Xia Yu and Xia Luo exchanged glances, their expressions revealing exasperation as they quietly conversed. Brother, you still have one slot available. Should I help you find another? Sure. It's been half a month since I last came. I wonder if there are new Pokémon eggs at the Flame's secret realm. Upon reaching the hatching room, Xia Yu noticed that many of the previous Pokémon had been replaced, with several eggs possessing potential champion-level qualities. However, there were none of the coveted champion-level eggs. The previous acquisition of the Dharma Baboon egg had indeed been a stroke of luck. These 2 eggs are yours, Jiang Qinglan announced. They are expected to hatch at any moment. Both eggs have excellent qualities, absorbing significantly more energy liquid than typical Pokémon. Our supervisor even remarked that hatching these eggs is an unwise investment. This Dharma Baboon egg has been infused with fire-type energy liquid as per your request, and it has absorbed it remarkably well. The other Charmander egg has been treated with a mixed energy liquid in a 2:1 ratio of fire, flying, and dragon types, which was later adjusted to a final ratio of 3:5. As Jiang Qinglan elaborated, a familiar voice interrupted from behind. Xia Yu and Xia Luo turned to find Zhao Shan and Zhao Jingyi approaching, their expressions stiffening at the unexpected encounter. Clearly, they too had entrusted a Pokémon egg to the Flame's secret realm, and both groups had chosen their eggs for hatching during the same period. Compared to their previous encounter, Zhao Shan and Zhao Jingyi were notably more subdued. Upon seeing Xia Luo and Xia Yu, their faces betrayed a mix of tension and resentment. Especially Zhao Shan, whose clenched fists revealed his suppressed anger. Since the late-night visit from Wei Yeqin to the Zhao family, Zhao Shan had faced severe reprimands from the family patriarch, Zhao Xuesong, resulting in a suspension of his allowances and a mandate to avoid trouble, particularly concerning the Xia family. To prevent provoking a champion-level expert, the thought of Wei Yeqin's strength instilled fear in Zhao Xuesong. He felt greater pressure facing him than even the 4 kings of the southwest region. Initially, Zhao Shan complied with the restrictions, remaining at home and only addressing minor matters. However, as time passed and his funds dwindled, he found it increasingly unbearable, fostering resentment towards Xia Luo, whom he blamed for his predicament. Although he dared not act out in the Flame's secret realm, he felt emboldened to taunt Xia Luo with a few words. Are these not the 2 young masters of the Xia family? I hear your chosen Pokémon eggs are about to hatch. Let me see what you have selected and their qualities, Zhao Shan remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Mu furrowed her brow at Zhao Shan's words, while Jiang Qinglan quietly informed her of their identities and past encounters. Upon learning of the 2's background and the previous incident, Lin Mu felt a surge of anger. But Xia Luo stepped forward, regarding Zhao Shan with disdain. It seems you are faring quite well. I heard that my elder brother Wei Yeqin visited the Zhao family recently. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend. I will make sure to visit again with him soon. Zhao Shan's resentment deepened at the mention of Wei Yeqin. Yet he refrained from provoking Xia Luo further, instead feigning casual conversation with Zhao Jingyi as they walked away, planning to leverage the Pokémon egg situation to assert dominance. The cardi dog we selected is hatching soon. I had an expert evaluate its egg, and its potential is at least champion level. We were fortunate to secure it before someone else could snatch it away. Some eggs appear promising, but may not hold the same potential as ours. Listening to Zhao Shan's boastful remarks, Xia Yu retorted coolly, what we overlook is hardly worthy of being considered a treasure. Zhao Shan, agitated but cautious, turned his attention to the cardi dog egg, which had begun to tremble. Cracks appeared on its surface, signaling imminent hatching. As the fissures deepened, both Zhao Shan and Zhao Jingyi held their breath, watching as the cracks spread like intricate patterns. Finally, with a burst of light, the top of the eggshell shattered, revealing the cardi dog, newly hatched and enveloped in radiant flames, its extraordinary potential immediately evident. Both Zhao Shan and Zhao Jingyi beamed with satisfaction at the sight of the cardi dog, recognizing that this companion would significantly ease Zhao Jingyi's path ahead. This cardi dog possesses excellent posture, with at least champion-level potential. Jingyi, nurture it well, Zhao Shan proclaimed, casting a provocative glance at Xia Luo and his brother. Indeed, Zhao Jingyi responded, his face alight with excitement as he gently stroked the cardi dog's fluffy head. At that moment, the Charmander egg began to gently tremble. Chapter 46, Shiny Charmander. Crack. A fissure appeared at the top of the eggshell, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, nearly enveloping the entire shell. with a crisp sound. The egg shattered entirely. A golden charmander hatched from within, its size exceedingly small, destined to undergo a brief, yet rapid growth phase before reaching the typical dimensions of a standard charmander. A shiny charmander. As a gasp echoed through the crowd, onlookers rushed closer, their eyes gleaming with envy, some even offering bids on the spot. Are you willing to sell this charmander? I offer 3 million. 3 million is insufficient for such a prized shiny charmander. I bid 4 million. 5 million. The crowd erupted into a bidding frenzy, the price skyrocketing to 5 million. Fortunately, staff from the Flame's secret realm arrived, calming the restless crowd. The Tao family wishes to purchase this charmander. Please name your price, declared a middle-aged man in a suit, seemingly confident that the Xia brothers would not dare to refuse him. The Tao family, can you compete with Wei Yaqin? Haven't you noticed that Master Xia is present? A voice from the crowd interjected. Once the crowd recognized Xia Luo, they fell silent, refraining from further discussion about acquiring the shiny charmander. The Tao family quickly retreated into the throng. Is the Tao family truly so formidable? Come and challenge Wei Yaqin's Lucario. Did you not see how Zhao Xuesong from the Zhao family was effortlessly defeated? At that moment, Zhao Shan and Zhao Jingyi's faces flushed with embarrassment. They had been so proud, only to find that the Charmander egg was, in fact, a shiny. So what if it's a shiny? Our Houndoom is no less impressive. If we can find a Firestone for it, its potential will surely increase, they muttered. However, the evolved form of Houndoom is indeed quite striking. Quietly, Zhao Jingyi and Zhao Shan left the Flame's secret realm, while Xiaoyu pondered other matters as he observed their departure. The animosity between the Xia and Zhao families had long been established. Had it not been for Wei Yaqin last time, he and his brother's ordeal would have been unimaginable. Currently, their restraint from retaliating against the Zhao family stemmed from the Xia family's limited strength. While Wei Yaqin would protect them, he would never act as their enforcer. Thus, both families exercised caution, maintaining a fragile equilibrium. However, this balance would eventually shatter, and if the opportunity arose, Xiaoyu would not hesitate to seek vengeance against the Zhao family. In this Pokémon world, there existed countless methods to make a person vanish without a trace. The following day, Xiaoyu boarded a flight to the capital with his newly hatched Charmander and his mother, while Xia Luo's Darumaka also hatched, preparing to return to Starlight City. Before departing, Xiaoyu briefed his brother on several matters, such as the urgent need to nurture the Darumaka due to its exceptional potential. Furthermore, he mentioned a competent Bulbasaur residing in the Buggrass secret realm that should be captured if the opportunity presented itself. Xiaoyu had not forgotten the Bulbasaur population within the Buggrass secret realm, which included one that had reached champion-level potential. However, due to time constraints, he had opted to capture a Treecko instead. Still, he was determined not to overlook that Bulbasaur if given the chance. As for the kings of both groups, the King Lizard and the equally powerful Venusaur, many had their sights set on these two formidable Pokémon. Given the Xia family's limited resources, competing with these individuals was unfeasible. It was more prudent to pursue the Bulbasaur and aim for future prospects. Lastly, Xiaoyu casually mentioned the illness of Zhao Ruhan's father, noting that this academically gifted girl deserved the Xia family's investment. The Xia family could cover her father's medical expenses and support Zhao Ruhan through college, even offering her brother, Zhao Ruoxuan, a stable job. With the Buggrass secret realm nearing completion, it would create numerous employment opportunities, making it relatively easy for the Xia family to secure a position for Zhao Ruoxuan. However, all of this would come at a cost. Zhao Ruhan would need to sign a long-term contract with the Xia family, committing to work for them upon completing her studies. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. After seeing Xiaoyu and his mother off at the airport, Xia Luo reflected on his brother's recent remarks regarding an impressive Bulbasaur and a girl worth mentioning. A smile crept onto Xia Luo's face as he thought, I must see what kind of girl is deserving of such special attention from Xiaoyu. In the capital, at the Lin family residence. This was not Xiaoyu's first visit. He made it a tradition to visit during the new year. Grandma Qin and Grandpa Lin, his maternal grandparents, were renowned Pokémon scholars with their own laboratory. His uncle Lin Shuiyan also worked in the lab, while Grandpa Lin had mostly retired, leaving the lab in Lin Shuiyan's capable hands. Xiaoyu also had a younger uncle, Lin Shuiyang, the youngest son of Grandpa Lin, currently serving as the vice president of the Pokémon Association's capital branch, a champion-level trainer skilled in dragon-type Pokémon. Although the Lin family was not particularly famous among trainers, with only Lin Shuiyang holding the fort, they were undoubtedly esteemed in Pokémon research. The first bracelet in Huagua was developed by the Lin family, which granted Lin Shuiyang possession of a pure crystal dragon-type Pokémon, placing him among the elite champion trainers, second only to the four great champions. As Xiaoyu entered the Lin household with his mother, he immediately spotted Grandpa Lin and Grandma Qin seated in the living room. Their gazes fixated on Xiaoyu and Lin Xuemei. Xiaoyu keenly observed that both his mother and grandparents appeared somewhat anxious and awkward, while he himself remained the calmest. Xiaoyu's here. Come, sit down. First, put down your luggage. Xuemei, you sit too. At that moment, Grandma Qin broke the ice, taking the initiative to speak. Xiaoyu, eager to ease any discomfort, smiled and replied, Grandma, Grandpa, I missed you. Mom, please sit. Let me help you with your luggage. Xiaoyu, you're so considerate. Grandma Qin beamed. We missed you too, didn't we, old Lin? Don't put on that stern face. Xuemei, you sit as well. Stay a little longer this time. Mom misses you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuemei settled onto the sofa and after a moment's thought, gently spoke. Mom, Dad, I only took a week off. Once I finish attending to Xiaoyu's matters, I'll have to return. With those words, years of estrangement between father and daughter were shattered. Although Grandpa Lin maintained his stern facade, he could not hide the tremor in his hands, his heart unsettled. Struggling to maintain his composure, he said, now that you're here, stay a few more days and spend time with your mom. She constantly mentions how much she misses you. Indeed, Grandma Qin chimed in, I bet you're hungry. Let us eat while we chat. The Lin family, though scholarly, had no rigid dining etiquette. Their meals were lively and cheerful. With everyone encouraged to enjoy themselves, even the elderly dragon enjoyed a place at the table. Xiaoli, fetch me a bottle of white wine, Grandpa Lin said, evidently in good spirits and wishing to indulge in a few drinks. Xiaoli, the family's maid, promptly rose to comply. Li Jie, don't go, Lin Xuemei interjected, raising a hand to stop her, her gaze shifting to Grandpa Lin. Dad, perhaps it's time to quit drinking. You need to take care of your health. Typically, Grandpa Lin was not easily swayed, but upon seeing his long-absent youngest daughter, he waved his hand, signaling for Xiaoli to disregard it. This scene felt reminiscent of decades past when Lin Xuemei was still a young girl. In his youth, Elder Lin had an insatiable desire for alcohol, and no one could dissuade him from indulging, except for his most cherished daughter, who would daringly snatch the wine glass from his hand and coax him with her playful charm, causing him to chuckle and abandon his drink. This scene feels like a fleeting dream, and now, over 30 years have passed. Chapter 47. The Dragon Realm Secret. Having neglected the posts about stone acquisitions for quite some time, I am unaware if there are any valuable finds. As I peruse recent private messages, I find that the majority consist of worthless stones, flashy yet utterly useless, with the remainder being advertisements from deceitful charlatans. After another fruitless search, I adjusted my location to the capital, thereby allowing more locals to view my posts, and increasing my chances of uncovering treasures in the city. Once I resolved the stone matter, I began reviewing other messages on my phone. Among them, Wu Fatty had sent multiple messages filled with photos of his training sessions with the rock-type werewolf. Like me, he had taken leave to attend specialized training in the rock realm. For such a close comrade, I simply replied with 2 words, fool, allowing our brotherly bond to shine through. Jiang Qinglan also messaged me, inquiring about my experiences in the capital, sharing that her 3-month internship in the Flame Realm was about to conclude, and she was uncertain if she could remain. I found her concerns puzzling and could only respond politely. If you cannot stay, you are welcome to come to the Grasshopper Realm in Starlight City. There were many other messages, primarily from a girl I had met during a barbecue, most of which were flirtatious inquiries such as, hello handsome, do you have a partner? And more daringly, some sent me alluring photos. I ignored these messages entirely but browsed through the images, which ultimately made it difficult for me to sleep. And I found myself awake until midnight. At 6 in the morning, I adhered to my unyielding routine of 2 hours of morning exercise. By the time I finished, Aunt Lee had prepared breakfast. As the family gathered to eat, we watched the news. Reports of poaching rare Pokémon by the Dawn Alliance surfaced, leading to significant losses for the Pokémon Association. In the Peace District of the capital, a new wave of ghostly incidents had occurred, suspected to be linked to ghost-type Pokémon. The Pokémon Association dispatched experts in psychic, evil, and ghost types to investigate. The disappearance of Darkrai has led specialists to speculate its presence in the Magic City. The strongest Lucario is also in the spotlight, as the Pokémon Association plans to recruit Wei Yechin as a special investigator. While absorbing the news, I prepared my essential luggage for the Dragon Realm. Each year, the Dragon Realm Secret Training Program offers only 30 slots, primarily reserved for influential individuals and not available for public sale. Securing a position is not solely a matter of wealth. One must possess connections, power, strength, and prestige. This year's 30 slots were filled a month ago, leaving me without the qualification to join the Dragon Realm training camp. I could only pay to train daily in the Dragon Realm, benefiting from its energy. However, With the esteemed Elder Lin's intervention, Dragon King Longfan made an exception and granted me an additional slot. Upon arriving at the Dragon Realm, I first headed to the dormitory for the next 6 months to drop off my luggage. After bidding farewell to my family, I hurried, guided by staff, to the training ground to join the camp. The training in the Dragon Realm had commenced 2 days prior, meaning I was already 2 days late, missing crucial training sessions. When I arrived, the 30 students were diligently training their Pokémon, most possessing 1 or 2 Dragon-type Pokémon. I couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of Dragon-type Pokémon here, with several semi-divine beings visible, akin to a bustling marketplace. In a corner of the training field, a tall and alluring young woman leaned casually against the wall, casting a glance at the newly arrived me. The staff introduced me to her with a slight bow, respectfully stating, "This is Xiaoyu, the new recruit mentioned by the Dragon King." "Understood," she replied, nodding while eyeing me. Long Yin Ning was exceptionally tall. At my height of nearly 1.9 meters, she could almost meet my gaze at eye level. With her slender figure, fair complexion, and striking long legs adorned with stylish ankle boots, she was undeniably captivating, although her facial features were rather ordinary. Initially, upon hearing about an incoming transfer student, she felt quite dissatisfied. Allowing someone to join the training camp indiscriminately seemed to disrupt established norms, and she disdained such behavior. However, upon learning that Elder Lin personally called her father, she reluctantly suppressed her discontent, deciding to give this transfer student a stern welcome. Seeing me towering over her, she felt even more displeased, silently vowing to wear high heels the following day to diminish my imposing presence. "First, let us register. Which Pokémon do you have?" Long Yin Ning asked, her demeanor cold, yet she maintained a sense of responsibility as a teacher. "That's Forest Lizard and Charmander," I replied. "Your Pokémon types are quite diverse: Flying, Dragon, Grass, and Fire. You should be in the Flying realm instead, with 2 Flying-type Pokémon. That would be far more suitable." She frowned, suggesting I transfer to the Flying realm for training. With 3 Pokémon, only one, the Bat, was a Dragon type, while the other 2 were Flying types, making the Flying realm a more appropriate choice. I was at a loss for words, wanting to explain that I possessed 3 Dragon Pokémon and to ask if she understood evolution, yet I could not voice these thoughts. As I pondered how to respond, she continued, "Well, since you are here, let us proceed. Which of your Pokémon is your ace, so I can help you devise a training plan?" "The Forest Lizard and Charmander," I replied without hesitation. These 2 Pokémon, both with the potential to become champions, would undoubtedly be my future mainstays. I considered the dilemma of which Pokémon to prioritize, the seasoned Charizard or the Lizard King. After some thought, I decided on the Lizard King, given that Charizard had the advantage of Gigantamax. Upon hearing my answer, Long Yin Ning's irritation grew. Out of 3 Pokémon, only one was a Dragon type, while the other 2 were non-Dragon types serving as my main forces. "What purpose do you serve in the Dragon Realm, then?" she thought, her frustrations mounting. For those who strive to enter the Dragon Realm, the goal is to nurture the strength of Dragon-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, I was there to develop a Grass-type Lizard King and a Fire-Flying-type Charizard. Her dissatisfaction with me as a student was palpable. Had it not been for her father's approval, she would never have accepted this transfer student. Thus, she forced herself to temper her anger, secretly vowing to find ample opportunities to reprimand me later. "What is the current strength of your 3 Pokémon?" "The Bat is nearly a month old, at ordinary level, soon to reach rare level. The Forest Lizard has just evolved and possesses rare level combat strength. The Charmander just hatched 2 days ago." "What?" Long Yin Ning stared at me in shock. 2 of my Pokémon were less than a month old, and the so-called ace was only at rare level strength. What kind of novice was this? What sort of student had her father sent her way? To understand, participants in the Dragon-type training camp in the capital city typically possess at least 1 Lord-level Pokémon, with some even boasting Dominator-level Pokémon. Such novice trainers threatened to tarnish her reputation, as well as the prestige of the Dragon-type secret domain. How could you agree to accept such a transfer student? Chapter 48. Long Yin Ning observing the seemingly frail Xiaoyu. Long Yin Ning found herself on the brink of losing her composure. Her expression darkened and silence enveloped her. This reaction was quite understandable. It was akin to a renowned high school, where the average score of the elite class is 700. Suddenly admitting a student who has just begun learning first-year high school material. One could only imagine the homeroom teacher's displeasure. Xiaoyu's arrival also captured the attention of the training camp students, who were curious to gauge the strength of this capable transfer student. Many of them leaned in, eavesdropping on the conversation between Xiaoyu and Long Yin Ning. Particularly, the boys felt a sense of pressure regarding Xiaoyu's height and appearance. However, when they learned of the strength of his 3 Pokémon, numerous students could not help but burst into laughter. To be frank, Xiaoyu's current level was such that he could not even measure up to most middle school students in the capital. What are you laughing at? Long Yin Ning exclaimed, hearing the laughter from the surrounding students, her irritation mounting. She turned to Xiaoyu and instructed, find a spot to train. Release your 3 Pokémon. I wish to see them. Xiaoyu appeared unfazed by the laughter, maintaining a calm demeanor. You underestimate the resilience of a man whose soul has aged over 40 years. Let them be strong. Let the winds brush the mountaintops. Let them boast. Let the moon illuminate the great river. You few who laugh the hardest, I've taken note. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I am Xia Yin, in the world of Pokémon. Let us first examine your Woobat. Long Yin Ning and Xiaoyu moved to a corner of the training field, the only available space left. Standing side by side, they exuded an unexpected sense of harmony, which particularly irked Long Yin Ning, who stood a head shorter than Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, however, paid little mind to such matters. He quietly retrieved a Pokéball and released his Woobat. Upon its emergence, the purple Woobat flapped its wings, reveling in the abundant dragon-type energy surrounding it. Soaring joyfully through the air, quite well developed, decent size, Long Yin Ning observed critically, noting the strong flaps of Woobat's wings and its commendable stature, indicative of good potential. At that moment, she produced a Pokéball from her waist. Let me test its supersonic ability. Go, Noivern. With an excited roar, the quasi-king level Noivern burst onto the scene. Its gaze fixed curiously on the petite Woobat. The little Woobat, in turn, regarded Noivern with intrigue, wondering if it too could one day exude such might. Do not envy. Woobat, you shall evolve into something just as formidable, Xiaoyu encouraged, ruffling Woobat's fluffy body. Have your Woobat unleash its supersonic with all its might, Long Yin Ning commanded. All right, Woobat, unleash your most powerful supersonic. With Xiaoyu's command, Woobat immediately directed its full strength towards Noivern, sending forth a stunning sound wave from its ears. Simultaneously, Noivern's large ears began to pulsate, sensing the intensity of the supersonic. Not bad, Long Yin Ning provided a measured assessment. The proficiency of supersonic will influence Woobat's ability to learn Dragon Pulse. Moreover, Woobat's evolution into Noivern is contingent not only on level, but also on mastering Dragon Pulse. Thus, practice supersonic diligently. Next, let us assess Woobat's affinity for Dragon-type energy. As she spoke, Long Yin Ning retrieved a small device from the side of the training field and affixed it to Woobat, resembling a heart rate monitor. If the little one can endure for a minute, we shall have our results. Despite her brusque demeanor towards Xiaoyu, Long Yin Ning had a genuine fondness for Dragon-type Pokémon. Influenced by her father from a young age, her obsession with Dragon types was profound. With most of her Pokémon being of that type, while the few exceptions were still formidable like Aerodactyl, Gyarados, and Ampharos. Beep, beep, beep. A minute passed swiftly, and Long Yin Ning removed the device, her eyes widening at the displayed data. An affinity at the king level? Seeing the results, Long Yin Ning's mood lightened somewhat. While Xiaoyu's current strength was lacking, at least his Pokémon exhibited promising potential. This Woobat's affinity for Dragon-type energy reached the king level, indicating it was a Woobat of exceptional quality. With diligent training, it could shine in the College Cup. Often, students with less than stellar rankings in the College Cup are specially recruited by top universities, recognizing their potential. Though Xiaoyu appeared weak now, should he demonstrate sufficient talent and promise, he too could be sought after by elite institutions. Long Yin Ning glanced at her Noivern, which also possessed king-level potential. Though its combat power had only just reached the quasi-king level, she pondered if there might be an opportunity for them to battle in the future. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu contemplated the small device, internally vowing not to allow Long Yin Ning to test the affinity of his forest lizard and charmander for dragon-type energy. Should they turn out to be champion level, it would spell trouble for him. King-level potential for Woobat, not bad. Train diligently, Long Yin Ning remarked indifferently, then continued. Now, let us see your forest lizard. I can offer you some advice on training Woobat, but the other 2 Pokémon will rely solely on your efforts. Understood. Xiaoyu nodded, releasing his forest lizard. He had not intended to solicit Long Yin Ning's advice for the training of either forest lizard or charmander. In this world, everyone primarily trains forest lizards with a focus on grass-type attributes, occasionally incorporating a bit of dragon-type energy. However, none would train as Xiaoyu did, balancing both grass and dragon attributes equally. This limitation in understanding stemmed from their ignorance of evolution. Their narrow perspective meant their training strategies were not sufficiently visionary. Unlike Xiaoyu, who benefited from his experiences as a transmigrator lizard, as forest lizard made its entrance, it immediately captivated everyone's attention. Its size nearing that of a typical lizard king, a testament to its exceptional potential. Long Yin-ning gazed at the forest lizard and could not help but praise. What a splendid forest lizard! Its physique is perfect, and its quality is undoubtedly high, at least king level. No wonder Xiaoyu would forsake a king-level Woobat to consider this forest lizard his trump card. Contemplating this, Long Yin-ning grew curious. If this forest lizard's potential was so remarkable, what about the Charmander? As Charmander was also Xiaoyu's trump card, could its potential surpass that of Woobat? Could it be that Xiaoyu possessed 3 Pokémon of king-level potential? Long Yin-ning startled herself with the thought. When did the Lin family amass such formidable strength? Preparing 3 king-level Pokémon for their heir? I only have instruments to test the affinity for Dragon-type energy. I lack those for Grass-type. Would you like to test it? Long Yin-ning inquired. Never mind. It's not necessary. Xiaoyu hastily declined. Very well. Release your Charmander. Long Yin-ning continued. Understood. Xiaoyu hurled the final Pokéball, and a brilliant light flashed, revealing a golden Charmander. Shiny Charmander. Charmander, gender, female type. Fire qualification, near champion level combat power. Ordinary level ability, solar power skills, scratch, growl, ember, ancient power, bite, belly drum, iron tail, dragon tail. Metal claw, dragon rush. Chapter 49. Special training begins. Moreover, its combat prowess is unique. This Charmander possesses the exceptional ability of solar power, which enhances its special attack under sunny conditions while it gradually loses stamina. However, the skills it has inherited, aside from Ember and Ancient Power, are predominantly physical attacks, leaving Xiaoyu in a quandary regarding the optimal training path for this fiery creature. Additionally, the Charmander's personality is quite distinct from that of other Pokémon. While the Zubat is known for its clinginess and gentleness, and the treecko for its serious and calm demeanor, this Charmander can be aptly described as a bully. Despite having just hatched 2 days prior, it has already exhibited a remarkable level of aggression, frequently challenging Zubat. Moreover, it refuses to heed commands from anyone other than Xiaoyu, a rarity among starter Pokémon, which are generally more docile and suited for novice trainers. Such a combative nature is exceedingly rare among Charmanders. This led Xiaoyu to ultimately resolve to develop this shiny Charmander along a dual-path strategy, focusing on both physical and special attacks. The surrounding students clearly noticed the shiny Charmander, their eyes widening in astonishment. Shiny Pokémon are a rarity and a treasure, but the quality of this particular Charmander remains to be seen. Roar. The Charmander let out a fierce growl towards the onlookers, its gaze warning and menacing. As it fixated on each person, Long Yin-ning, observing the scene, also displayed a hint of surprise at the sight of the shiny Charmander. Understanding why Xiaoyu intended to cultivate it into a star Pokémon. Your Charmander has a rather fierce temperament, Long Yin-ning remarked, clearly noticing its unruly nature. Upon hearing her voice, the Charmander turned its head, fixating its intense gaze on the nearby Zubat, exuding an aura of challenge, emboldened by Xiaoyu's presence as a protective shield. Indeed, Xiaoyu acknowledged, well aware of the Charmander's unfriendly disposition. Yet, he did not perceive it as a disadvantage. Rather, its fierce nature was highly conducive to battles, as long as it could follow commands. Let me outline the training schedule for you. Generally, the morning is reserved for physical training and battle practice. You can initiate physical training for your Pokémon, and once sufficient progress is made, you may apply for battle training to gain practical experience. In the Secret Realm, you can request various attribute training partners at any time, provided no one has claimed them before you. Otherwise, you must queue. In the afternoon, energy training focuses on honing your Pokémon's mastery over energy and resistance to various elemental energies, allowing for targeted training sessions. The evening is free time, where you may either return home or engage in battles with classmates. From Monday to Friday, the Secret Realm is designated for intensive training. While Saturdays are reserved for skill training courses, make sure not to miss that day, as you can learn specialized moves, though an additional fee is required. Sundays are the only rest days of the week, allowing for personal arrangements. Lastly, I am Long Yin-ning, your instructor for this training class, as well as the physical training teacher. Do you have any questions? None, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head. You may now commence physical training with your Pokémon. Long Yin-ning instructed. By the way, your Pokémon's strength is considerably weaker than others, so you must invest more time and effort into training. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. Also, if you require any energy cubes, inform the staff in advance, and they will deliver them to you. But you will need to cover the cost. Understood. After delivering her instructions, Long Yin-ning shifted her focus away from Xiaoyu, as there were 31 students in the training class, and it was impractical for her to concentrate solely on him. Xiaoyu welcomed this, as having someone constantly hovering over him would make him feel uncomfortable, and he needed time to explore the diverse training tools available in the arena. This is a flight weight bag, designed specifically for flying-type Pokémon to enhance their aerial endurance. Xiaoyu picked up a flight weight bag and equipped it onto Zubat. This apparatus is quite costly, crafted to develop a Pokémon's flying capabilities. It can adapt to various sizes of flying Pokémon and allows for adjustments to the weight to meet different needs. Additionally, if a flying Pokémon is unable to bear the weight, it will activate a weight reduction system to prevent accidents. Xiaoyu initially set the flight weight to 5, which equates to approximately half of Zubat's weight. The sudden increase in weight immediately slowed Zubat's flight. Can you manage? Xiaoyu observed Zubat's flying condition and noted that, although it was flying slowly, it remained stable. Encouraged, he increased the weight by another 5. At this point, Zubat's burden matched its own body weight. Keep going. The significant weight made Zubat's flight laborious, reducing its speed. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu was aware that this was not Zubat's limit. Generally, Zubat can lift prey weighing 1 to 15 times its own weight. Struggling, Zubat flapped its wings, its eyes glistening with tears as it looked at Xiaoyu. Emitting soft buzzing sounds and affectionately rubbing against his arm, seemingly pleading for relief from the burden of the weight bag. Seeing Zubat in such a state, Xiaoyu steeled himself, understanding that he was lagging significantly behind his peers. The other students were preparing for the prestigious high school cup, each with a Pokémon of master-level strength and several with quasi-divine capabilities. In a battle against such opponents, he felt utterly outmatched. Thus, if Xiaoyu did not exert himself to train vigorously, there would be no chance of catching up to his contemporaries. Zubat, hold on. Whether it's you or Treecko, or Charmander, or even me, we must all give our utmost effort. Encouraging Zubat, Xiaoyu increased the weight by another 5. This latest addition made the task of flying exceedingly challenging for Zubat, reducing its speed drastically and causing it to struggle to maintain its direction. Yet, it persevered. While this was not Zubat's ultimate limit, Xiaoyu felt satisfied, as the weight bag was meant for prolonged use. Alright, hold steady, Zubat. Once you acclimate to flying with this weight, we will proceed to practice your claw strength and biting power. Zubat, along with its evolved form, Noivern, leans more towards special attacks, having limited physical offensive capabilities focused on wings, claws, teeth, and tail. Currently, Zubat's tail is too short to learn tail-related moves. Only upon evolving into Noivern can it begin to train its tail capabilities. Therefore, Zubat's training will primarily concentrate on its wings, claws, and teeth. While the flight weight bag trains wing-related abilities, Zubat's remaining training will naturally focus on its claws and teeth, with no shortcuts available. Just like practicing martial arts, it requires relentless repetition. If 1 attempt fails, try 10. If 10 fails, try 100. If 100 fails, try 1,000. Keep it up, Zubat. Encouraging the buzzing bat, Xiaoyu turned his attention to arranging training for the forest lizard. Chapter 50. Training plans. Although Xiaoyu had yet to devise a specific training regimen for it, the forest lizard had already begun its training autonomously. Observing the forest lizard, Xiaoyu pondered the best approach for its specialized training. The ultimate evolution of the forest lizard is the Lizard King, which, like the Sonic Dragon, excels in special attack. In fact, Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon, the Sonic Dragon, the Lizard King, and the Charizard, are all primarily special attackers. The only one suited for physical attack appears to be Charizard, which, upon evolving into its final form, gains a significant boost in physical attack, nearly rivaling its special attack capabilities. At this stage, Charizard can effectively pursue both special and physical attack paths. However, the ability Solar Power that the Charmander possesses is more conducive to a special attack focus, thereby skewing Xiaoyu's team towards a special attack orientation. This poses a challenge when encountering Pokémon with high special defense, such as the elegant Florigel with a special defense of 154, possessing only steel and poison weaknesses, and the blissful Happiny, boasting a staggering special defense of 135, reaching 255. If Xiaoyu's team were to face either of these Pokémon, it would be exceedingly difficult to overcome them. Thus, the need for a physical attacker becomes paramount. Xiaoyu's 4th Pokémon should ideally be a physical attacker, with formidable options among Dragon-type physical attackers such as Garchomp, Bagon, Salamence, and Dragonite. Alternatively, he could strive to unearth the physical potential of his 3 existing Pokémon, training them to enhance their physical capabilities. The first option, comprising 3 semi-legendary Pokémon along with a Bagon of comparable caliber, presents a considerable challenge in terms of capture. Presently, the second option seems more feasible. Returning to the specialized training of the forest lizard, despite its inclination towards special attack, it also demonstrates commendable physical attack prowess, indicating it possesses the opportunity and capability to pursue a physical attack route. It can learn powerful physical moves such as Swords Dance, Leaf Blade, Earthquake, Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw, Drain Punch, Rock Slide, and Acrobatics. This diverse array of skills suggests that the forest lizard could indeed adopt a physical attack strategy, albeit less effectively than with special attacks. The focus of the forest lizard's physical training will primarily revolve around three aspects: speed, hand strength, and tail agility. The forest lizard's greatest strength lies in its speed, which will be the core of its training. Consequently, Xiaoyu opted to increase the weight load to enhance the forest lizard's speed. Unlike the buzzing bat, which was reluctant to take on extra weight, the forest lizard actively requested additional burdens. Observing the escalating weight, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of concern. Forest lizard. Perhaps that's enough now. Let's not overdo it. The weight strapped to the forest lizard's legs reached nearly 20, a seemingly modest amount. However, it is essential to note that this weight is applied to its legs, requiring considerable energy expenditure with each step. For instance, while the buzzing bat can carry a weight of 15 while flying, it would be impossible for it to take flight with even a mere 5 attached to its wings. For speed training, the remaining two aspects to address are the strength of the forest lizard's hands and tail, with particular emphasis on the hands, as nearly all of its offensive techniques are executed with them. Moves such as Brick Break, Throw, Drain Punch, Leaf Blade, Dragon Rush, and Dragon Claw are all performed using its hands. Therefore, Xiaoyu concentrated on enhancing the strength of the forest lizard's wrists, with the tail training taking a back seat. Forest lizard, you must focus on strengthening your hands and enhancing their agility, as this will aid you in mastering powerful techniques, Xiaoyu instructed. The forest lizard dutifully acknowledged and immediately immersed itself in training. Next, Xiaoyu arranged training for his charmander, which was relatively straightforward and could mimic the training regimen of the buzzing bat. However, there is a slight distinction. While enhancing the buzzing bat's flying abilities is paramount, Charmander, yet to evolve into Charizard and lacking wings, does not require flight training. Instead, Charmander's training will emphasize strengthening its claws, as Charizard's ability Tough Claws augments the power of contact moves, thereby yielding the most significant training benefits. After scheduling the training for all three Pokémon, Xiaoyu did not remain idle. He picked up equipment from the ground and began to work out alongside his Pokémon, simultaneously improving his own physique and nurturing their bond. The morning swiftly passed, and one cannot deny that intense training can become addictive, exhausting yet exhilarating. After a half-day of physical training, Xiaoyu and his three Pokémon were drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. It was at this moment that the true essence of the secret realm revealed itself. Within the Dragon-type sanctum, a specialized therapeutic hot spring was provided for trainers and Pokémon alike, effectively alleviating the weariness of the day and preventing muscle injuries from excessive exertion. After an hour in the hot spring, Xiaoyu found himself ravenous, heading directly to the dining hall to satiate his hunger while also feeding his three Pokémon energy cubes. The energy cube for the buzzing bat slightly reduced the proportion of dragon-type energy cubes due to the rich dragon energy within the sanctum. To maintain a balance between flying and dragon-type energies, the proportion of dragon-type cubes needed to be decreased while increasing that of flying-type cubes. Similarly, the forest lizard and Charmander also experienced a slight reduction in the proportion of dragon-type energy cubes. Following a brief midday rest, the afternoon brought forth an energy training class, led by a middle-aged instructor. Compared to the morning's physical training, energy training was considerably simpler. This simplicity arises from the fact that energy training lacks shortcuts. Progress can only be achieved through continuous practice. To strengthen control over dragon energy, one must engage in repeated exercises. Of course, within the dragon-type sanctum, the influence of the concentrated dragon energy accelerates the mastery of dragon energy control to twice the speed compared to the outside world, showcasing the advantages of the sanctum. In addition to energy control training, the afternoon also included resistance energy training, essentially focusing on special defense training. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity for all three Pokémon to engage in a session of weakness training. Before long, the day had passed, and as night fell, some of his classmates chose to return home, while others lay on their beds to rest, and some opted to continue training into the evening. Xiaoyu could have returned to the Lin family, yet a sense of urgency prevailed in his heart. His three Pokémon still lacked strength, compelling him to seize every moment for training. The gap he had fallen behind could only be bridged through the innate talent and hard work of his Pokémon. Bright incandescent lights illuminated the entire training area as Xiaoyu and his Pokémon trained vigorously. As the hours progressed towards 9 o'clock in the evening, nearly everyone had vacated the training grounds, leaving only a few stragglers. The vast training area felt exceptionally spacious, devoid of the daytime crowd's bustle. Let us rest for 15 minutes, then we'll train for another hour before heading back, Xiaoyu announced to his 3 Pokémon. Upon his command, the buzzing bat promptly halted, flying to Xiaoyu's side and nuzzling his palm. The forest lizard, however, remained engrossed in its training, seemingly oblivious to Xiaoyu's words. While Charmander gritted its teeth, also persisting in its efforts, embodying a fierce determination. From a distance, Long Yin observed Xiaoyu's diligent training within the grounds, slightly altering his impression of him. While he may be weak, at least he demonstrates diligence. It remains to be seen how long he can sustain this effort. The narrative unfolds in a realm divided into 7 distinct regions: East China, North China, South China, Central China, Southwest, Northwest, and Northeast. Each region boasts 4 kings and 1 champion, culminating in a total of 28 kings and 7 champions. Presently, the following figures have emerged. Li Yunyao, the flying-type king from the Southwest region, wielding a fossil pterosaur. Yalikuan, the fire-type king from the Northwest region, commanding a lava snail. Tan Yongsan, the water-type king from the Southwest region, accompanied by a pure crystal. And Long Fan, the dragon-type king from North China. Chapter 51. The Lesson on Techniques. Dragon Breath. The lesson on techniques is bifurcated into 2 segments. The first dedicated to the simplistic teaching of moves, while the second elucidates their application in real combat situations. Yesterday, Long Yin informed the class that today's lesson would focus on the technique known as Dragon Breath, urging everyone to prepare accordingly. Dragon Breath, a dragon-type special attack that unleashes a formidable breath towards adversaries, occasionally inducing a state of paralysis. While Dragon Breath is a standard skill among dragon-type moves, it is not particularly formidable, yet it cannot be deemed ordinary. This technique is a classic among dragon-type Pokémon, as it is accessible to the vast majority, including non-dragon types like Charizard, Steelix, Fossil Pterosaur, Lizard King, and Milotic. Regrettably, in the game, the dragon-type Pokémon, Soundwave Dragon, cannot learn Dragon Breath, a minor disappointment for Xiaoyu. However, in reality, it remains uncertain whether the Soundwave Dragon can master this skill. In the training arena, Long Yin donned a new outfit today. Her elegant style accentuated her tall frame, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. At 25, she embodies the pinnacle of femininity, harmonizing youthful innocence with the allure of maturity. Beside her, the Pokémon has transformed from Soundwave Dragon to the semi-divine Pokémon, Stinger-Scaled Dragon. Yet, despite this change, many students' gazes remained fixated on Long Yin rather than on her companion, Stinger-Scaled Dragon. Stinger-Scaled Dragon, a semi-divine Pokémon from the 7th generation, may not stand out aesthetically. Its arms are clad in scale-like armor, its body predominantly gray, with small, tooth-like spikes on either side of its jaw. The top of its body is adorned with finely arranged scales, and it walks upright, its tail and head brimming with scales. Its appearance is not favored by the mainstream, and its unique dual typing of dragon and fighting makes it the only Pokémon of this type combination, aside from the 9th generation's legendary Gardevoir. This combination, unfortunately, is lackluster, as it is vulnerable to flying, psychic, ice, and dragon types, with a critical weakness to fairy types. Since the introduction of fairy-type Pokémon, it has been the fighting-type Pokémon that have suffered the most, with numerous fighting types fading into obscurity. Only a handful, like Machamp and Lucario, have managed to uphold the honor of fighting-type Pokémon. Given the dire plight of fighting types, Stinger-Scaled Dragon, which is quadruple weak to fairy moves, finds itself with limited opportunities to battle. Due to its attributes and outward appearance, Stinger-Scaled Dragon has consistently ranked low in battle rates and popularity among semi-divine Pokémon, often languishing at the bottom of the tier list. However, is Stinger-Scaled Dragon truly weak? On the contrary, if we set aside its quadruple weakness to fairy types, it possesses remarkable strength. Let us examine 3 of its moves. Its exclusive move, Scale Noise, is a dragon-type special attack with a power of 110 and a 100 accuracy, albeit with the drawback of lowering its defense by 1 stage. Its exclusive move, Soul Dance Flame Burst, sacrifices 1/3 of its health to enhance all its capabilities by 1 stage, an exceedingly powerful ability. Lastly, the move Soundwave is a standard special attack boasting a power of 140 with a flawless accuracy and no adverse effects. Such formidable moves, if bestowed upon other swift special attackers, would yield devastating results. While these moves are indeed potent for Stinger-Scaled Dragon, it may not seem particularly strong within the confines of the game. In reality, however, it is remarkably powerful. It is essential to recognize that games operate on a turn-based system, and Stinger-Scaled Dragon's speed stat of 85 may render it susceptible to being swiftly defeated by fairy types. However, reality does not adhere to speed stats. In the real world, Stinger-Scaled Dragon is not only remarkably swift, but also possesses the agility and reflexes of a fighting-type Pokémon, allowing it to shine among semi-divine Pokémon. Moreover, unlike the game, where dodging moves is a rarity, the real world allows for evasion, making it unlikely for a single move to result in an instant knockout. Thus, if Stinger Scale Dragon utilizes Soul Dance Flame Burst once, its capabilities double. And if it uses it a second time, its powers are amplified even further, potentially enabling it to dominate the battlefield. Long Fan, one of the 4 kings of the North China region, has Stinger Scale Dragon as one of his prized Pokémon. As the daughter of Long Fan, Long Yin Ning naturally possesses a Stinger Scale Dragon of remarkable strength and potential. This particular Stinger Scale Dragon has already attained a level of prowess akin to that of semi-king trainers, capable of competing with standard king-level Pokémon without being outmatched. At such a young age, this level of power is almost unimaginable in Sushio province, yet it is entirely reasonable in the imperial capital. Notably, Long Fan, at the age of 25, was hailed as the youngest semi-king trainer in Sushio province, making the gap between him and Long Yin Ning even more pronounced. Similarly, during his prime, the illustrious Sha Luo would not have stood a chance against Long Yin Ning. The Dragon Breath technique is a fundamental skill for Dragon-type Pokémon, and mastering it will facilitate the acquisition of more formidable Dragon-type skills in the future. Today, clad in elegant high heels that nearly match Xiaoyu's height, Long Yin Ning, with an expression of earnestness, elaborated on the Dragon Breath technique for her students. Whenever she spoke of Dragon-type Pokémon, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Dragon Breath is quite simple. It involves exhaling a breath infused with Dragon-type energy. It proves to be quite practical during battles. And even when you attain gym leader status in the future, the paralysis effect of Dragon Breath will remain highly effective. The execution of Dragon Breath is not complex, and I shall now have Stinger Scale Dragon demonstrate it for everyone. Long Yin Ning gently stroked the scales of her companion, signaling it to showcase the Dragon Breath technique. Xiaoyu shifted his gaze from Long Yin Ning to Stinger Scale Dragon, witnessing the majestic creature for the first time. Stinger Scale Dragon inhaled deeply, its cheeks swelling, before unleashing a torrent of red dragon breath forward, a display of sheer power. Remarkable! Is this the prowess of a semi-king? It feels less like dragon breath and more akin to a dragon meteor shower. After Stinger Scale Dragon's demonstration, Long Yin Ning addressed the audience. This skill is not overly complex. The key lies in the application of dragon-type skills. You must convert the dragon energy within you into dragon breath, storing it in your abdomen. The higher the affinity for dragon energy, the easier it will be to master this skill. Everyone should first attempt to have their Pokémon practice. Following this, I will guide each of you in turn. Chapter 52. The Dragon Breath Skill Wombat and Charmander. You have just witnessed the Dragon Breath technique demonstrated by the dragon with the stout tail. It is now time to begin your own practice. Xiaoyu patiently observed the 2 Pokémon as they trained, and then an astonishing scene unfolded. Charmander inhaled deeply and opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful dragon breath. Dragon Breath. Although its potency was somewhat limited, there was no doubt that it was indeed the Dragon Breath skill. Excellent work, Charmander. A beaming smile adorned Xiaoyu's face as he lavished praise upon Charmander. It was no surprise that Charmander, with its near-champion caliber, learned the Dragon Breath skill after only one demonstration. Charmander was visibly excited and took immense pride in being the first to master this skill. However, Xiaoyu found it quite normal, as the majority of Charmanders automatically comprehend the Dragon Breath skill once they reach the rare tier. Although Xiaoyu's Charmander had not yet attained that level, its near-champion potential allowed it to grasp the skill quite readily. In contrast to Charmander's impressive performance, Wombat struggled to execute the Dragon Breath skill after several attempts. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu was unfazed, uncertain whether Wombat could learn the skill at all. He merely encouraged Wombat to try. If it succeeded, it would be a bonus, and if not, it could use the opportunity to practice its control over Dragon-type energy. Looking around the training area, none of the other trainers' Pokémon, aside from those that had already mastered Dragon Breath, could learn the skill after just one demonstration. This was, of course, a normal occurrence. Had all Pokémon been able to learn skills so quickly, devices like the TM would not exist. Do not worry. Charmander is simply well suited for the Dragon Breath skill, which is why it learned it so swiftly. Wombat, continue to try without pressure. Just consider it practice for mastering Dragon-type energy, Xiaoyu said, gently patting Wombat to encourage it. Nearby, Charmander, buoyed by Xiaoyu's praise, appeared excited and looked challengingly at Wombat, then shifted its gaze to the forest lizard, seemingly eager to challenge its older brother's authority. The forest lizard, upon observing Charmander's demeanor, stepped into a clear area, inhaled sharply, and then exhaled a dragon breath that was even more powerful and impressive than Charmander's. The forest lizard had learned the dragon breath skill long before Xiaoyu had captured it. After executing the dragon breath skill, the forest lizard approached Charmander, lightly tapping its shoulder, as if to say, "Young one, your path is narrowing." Following this, the forest lizard resumed its diligent training, embodying the demeanor of a sage who achieves great things without seeking recognition. Charmander, feeling somewhat provoked by this display, responded with a call directed at the forest lizard and then charged towards it, eager to follow in its footsteps and engage in the training endeavor. At that moment, Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. Charmander's spirited nature should be tempered by the forest lizard, lest it continue to act superior and bully Wombat. "Have your two Pokémon already mastered the dragon breath skill?" Long Yin Ning, who had just approached Xiaoyu, clearly having witnessed the demonstration by Charmander and the forest lizard, inquired. "Yes, only Wombat has yet to learn," Xiaoyu replied. Upon hearing this, Long Yin Ning furrowed her brow and said, "Wombat will not be able to learn the dragon breath skill. It can only do so after evolving into a Soundwave Dragon. However, by that time, the Soundwave Dragon will have already learned the more powerful Dragon Pulse skill, rendering the learning of Dragon Breath rather insignificant." "I see," Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. "Allow your Pokémon to practice for a while longer. We will discuss practical applications later," Long Yin Ning said before moving on to the next student. It must be said that Long Yin Ning was exceptionally dedicated, providing detailed guidance to each student. With over 20 students, each receiving an average of 5 minutes of attention, the session lasted around 2 hours. Once she had finished instructing all the students, Long Yin Ning took no rest and stepped forward to address the group. "Given your current abilities, Dragon Breath remains a commendable special attack skill, particularly when enhanced by the Dragon-type moves. The damage output is quite considerable, especially before your Pokémon have mastered more powerful techniques like Dragon Pulse and Draco Meteor. In battle, you must pay attention to the timing and accuracy of the Dragon Breath skill's execution, as it possesses a chance to paralyze opponents, which is indeed a valuable ability. Additionally, since Dragon Breath does not require the use of claws or feet, it can be effectively paired with skills like Dragon Claw." Long Yin Ning generously shared her knowledge, illustrating the practical applications of the Dragon Breath skill while demonstrating with the dragon with the stout tail. Time flew by, and soon the morning's instruction on skill learning came to an end. Following that was the weekly break. The Saturday afternoon training session was not scheduled, and many students opted to return home after the morning class, Xiaoyu included. After packing his belongings, Xiaoyu returned to the Lin family home with his 3 Pokémon. Knowing that Xiaoyu was returning today, Grandpa Lin and Grandma Qin had instructed Aunt Li to prepare a lavish lunch. "Grandma, Grandpa," Xiaoyu greeted them with a smile. "I'm back." Grandma Qin looked at her grandson with growing satisfaction, saying, "It's good to have you back. You must be exhausted from training. Quickly, put your things down." Xiaoyu set down his belongings, placed his 3 Pokémon in the backyard under supervision, and sat back down at the table, gazing at the abundant spread of food. Unable to resist exclaiming, "It smells delicious." "Then eat plenty," Grandma Qin replied. "Are you adjusting well to the training sessions, Xiaoyu? Are you tired?" "Not too bad. It's manageable," he replied. "Manageable? Of course, it's tiring." He has to rise at 6 in the morning for 2 hours of morning exercises, followed by physical training classes, and then additional training for several hours in the evening. Naturally, it is tiring, Xiaoyu thought, but could not voice it, not wanting Grandma Qin to worry. A man should endure a little hardship, after all. Grandpa Lin shot a glare at Grandma Qin, saying, "You coddle him too much. This is my grandson. What is wrong with indulging him a little?" Grandma Qin retorted, not wishing to engage in further argument with Grandma Qin. Grandpa Lin turned his attention to Xiaoyu. "Your abilities are considerably lacking compared to your peers, so you must work even harder. I have heard Yanning mention you, saying your foundation is somewhat weak, but you make up for it with hard work. Continue in that vein." "Rest assured, Grandpa," Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "However, do not put too much pressure on yourself. Maintain a steady heart and calm mind, and do not rush," Grandpa Lin advised Xiaoyu, offering a few more words of encouragement. "You have the afternoon and tomorrow to rest. If you wish to train, I can have Yin Ning give you extra lessons." "Grandpa, I actually wanted to visit your laboratory this afternoon," Xiaoyu said after a moment's thought. He had always been quite interested in Grandpa Lin's laboratory, wishing to learn more. Establishing a connection would be beneficial for his future research and publications on evolution, crystallization, and gigantfication. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Grandma Qin smiled. The Lin family was renowned for their scientific contributions, and she was pleased that Xiaoyu harbored such ambitions. She quickly said, "I heard Shui Mei mention that you aspire to become a Pokémon researcher and wish to attend the Imperial Capital University. Very well, this afternoon, I will have Shui Yin take you to tour the laboratory." Old Lin furrowed his brow slightly. The act of bringing outsiders into the laboratory for a tour was contrary to the established regulations. However, he felt a sense of obligation toward Xiaoyu and Lin Shuimei, especially since he was the one who had overseen the establishment of this very laboratory. Allowing Xiaoyong a special privilege would likely go unnoticed. This afternoon, I shall take Xiaoyu with me. Shui Yun is currently occupied with critical research, making it inconvenient for her to join us. Chapter 53, the Yuanquan Laboratory, named by combining one character from Lin Shiyuan and Qin Quanan. Along with the character he, symbolizes their harmonious union for 100 years. This perhaps reflects the romantic sentiment inherent in literary souls, Xiaoyu mused. The Yuanquan Laboratory has been established for over 40 years, renowned not only in the imperial capital but throughout the nation as the most prestigious Pokémon laboratory. The reason for its fame lies in the fact that Yuanquan was the first laboratory in all of Huagua to successfully develop the hand ring and its associated techniques. After the development of the hand ring, the principal researchers, Old Lin and Old Madame Qin, retreated to the background, entrusting the management of the laboratory to their eldest son, Lin Shuiyun. Nevertheless, the elderly couple would visit the laboratory 2 or 3 times weekly. As Old Lin guided Xiaoyu through layers of security checks into the laboratory, the researchers clad in white lab coats greeted him warmly while casting curious glances at the young man following him. Those with even a slight connection had already surmised Xiaoyu's identity. Recently, many had heard that Old Lin's dearly beloved second daughter had brought her grandson to the imperial capital, intending for him to participate in the dragon-type training camp. The Dragon King himself had personally made an exception to increase the number of slots for this training, a decision that had stirred discontent among many. Old Lin, Xiaoyu. The director has asked me to escort you, announced the assistant, who was none other than Lin Shuiyun, Xiaoyu's maternal uncle and the current director of the laboratory. Originally, Lin Shuiyun intended to personally greet them, but an urgent matter had arisen, prompting him to send his assistant instead. Our laboratory is vast, divided into numerous sections, housing Pokémon of all attributes, and categorized by diverse environments such as mountains, lakes, deserts, and plains. We care for various species, including the cherry blossom Pokémon from Sakura Kuni and the flame ace from the west. Even the exceedingly rare Carbon Knight is present. These represent the culmination of Old Lin's lifelong dedication. The assistant elaborated as they walked, assuming the role of a guide. Hearing about his laboratory filled Old Lin with pride. It was his life's work, and to call it his child would not be an exaggeration. All is but history. The youth must look to the future, he remarked, leading Xiaoyu to the entrance of the main laboratory. This is the main laboratory where I often conducted experiments in my younger days, sometimes not returning home for days. And explosions were a frequent occurrence. Many of my students quietly took out insurance because of it. I remember their complaints about how their first paycheck each month would go straight to cover their insurance premiums. A smile crept onto Old Lin's aged face as he reminisced. Although the laboratory had undergone countless renovations, it held the memories of his life. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the laboratory. While the sound was jarring, it posed no harm to the 3 outside. After numerous reconstructions, the laboratory's safety standards had reached an exceptionally high level. Dr. Shuiyun is working on a new project concerning pure crystals, the assistant explained cheerfully, leading them further into the laboratory after confirming their identities through dual biometric verification. Upon entering, Xiaoyu spotted a man in his 50s, resembling his mother significantly. This was his uncle, Lin Shuiyun, whom he had seen a couple of times during family gatherings. Among the others, Xiaoyu recognized one, Long Yin-ning, the beautiful instructor from the training camp. Standing beside her ace Pokémon, the scalebound dragon, she appeared troubled, her expression clouded with worry. The other individual was a tall, distinguished man in his 50s, with graying temples yet a robust physique, bearing some resemblance to Long Yin-ning. Dragon King, Yin-ning, you have arrived. Old Lin greeted them with a warm smile, then introduced the middle-aged man. Yin-ning, you surely know this is your father, Long Fan, the Dragon King of North China. You owe your entry into the training camp to your Uncle Long. Thank you, Uncle Long. Both Long Yin-ning and Long Fan acknowledged Old Lin with respect. It's a mere trifle. Assisting Old Lin is my honor. Father, you are here. Lin Shuiyun, who had a portly build and wore gold-framed glasses, greeted them with a forced smile, though his face betrayed his worries, indicating that the experiments were not proceeding smoothly. Xiaoyu, it's been a while. Uncle, one cannot rush experiments, Old Lin remarked sagely, noticing the disappointment etched on Lin Shuiyun's face, clearly indicating another failed attempt. Is it again that pure crystal? Yes. Long Yin-ning nodded. The Long family possessed 2 pure crystals. One was the dragon-type crystal held by her father, and the other was the one in her possession. This crystal, found by Long Fan within the territory of the Scalebound Dragon clan, was handed to his daughter, but despite her efforts with various attribute techniques, she could not activate it, leaving her quite despondent. Lin Shuiyun shared her frustration. This was the second ineffective pure crystal they had encountered. Neither appeared to belong to any of the 18 known attributes, yet the instruments detected immense energy within them, causing considerable vexation. Xiaoyu glanced at the pure crystal, and the system immediately provided a prompt. Scalebound Dragon. When equipped, it transforms the exclusive move Scale Noise into a special move. Fiery Soul Dance, Raging Sound Explosion. Fiery Soul Dance, Raging Sound Explosion. A move of great power, guaranteed to hit, enhancing all personal attributes, attack, defense, special attack, speed, by 1 level upon use. Requires a powerful hand ring. Xiaoyu quickly discerned the issue. This pure crystal was not an ordinary one, but rather a rare exclusive crystal. Like the Scalebound Dragon crystal, it would only be effective when used by the Scalebound Dragon itself. Furthermore, it required the hand ring to be upgraded to a powerful version, and the Scalebound Dragon needed to execute the Scale Noise move. All 3 conditions were indispensable. Long Yin Ning had been unable to activate the crystal due to the absence of the crucial powerful hand ring. In both games and animations, Ash's hand ring was upgraded to a powerful version by the 4 guardian deities of Alola, suggesting that the key to upgrading a hand ring lies in energy. What should I do? Xiaoyu pondered. Since hand rings had already been developed in this world, it was only a matter of time before powerful hand rings emerged. He could leverage his foresight to seize the opportunity, securing substantial benefits for himself while solidifying the Lin family's position in Pokémon scientific research, an endeavor that would yield dual rewards. Chapter 54. The Ultimate Dragon Shakes the Earth. Old Lin, just in time. Have you resolved the matter I previously asked you about? At that moment, Long Fan, standing aside, suddenly inquired. The question of how to stabilize the power of moves has always been a significant topic of our research. However, the current findings are far from satisfactory. Old Lin shook his head, remarking that pure crystals have only been developed for a few years and that the domestic stage is still in its infancy, with some minor issues and flaws remaining in practical applications. One particularly evident problem is that the power of pure crystals is not fixed and exhibits considerable fluctuations. Take Long Fan as an example. Even when using the same Pokémon and executing the same skill, the power varies significantly, leading him to seek Old Lin's assistance in resolving this issue. The inconsistency in power sparked a thought in Xiaoyu's mind, as he subtly sensed the crux of the problem. Firstly, there are 2 methods of utilizing moves. The first is the gameplay method, requiring Pokémon to possess a corresponding attribute pure crystal to execute the associated move. However, this presents a challenge, as a Pokémon carrying a pure crystal cannot hold any other items, such as stones, berries, or momentum bands. The second method is derived from the animations, where, unlike the game, Pokémon do not need to bear pure crystals. Instead, trainers wear bracelets embedded with pure crystals on their wrists. Both methods have been officially released, one for the game and the other for the animation. As for which method is applicable in this world, Xiaoyu remains uncertain, having yet to witness anyone executing moves or see any footage of move usage on television, as each individual's moves remain an absolute secret. Regardless of the method employed in this world, there exists a crucial element, the corresponding dance steps for moves. The thought of the 29 awkward dance steps from his past life made Xiaoyu want to laugh. He speculated that the key to Long Fan's inconsistent move power lay here. He believed that while this world could develop moves and bracelets, it was unlikely that it could also devise all 29 dance steps. These dance steps are essential to maintaining the energy of a move without dissipating. In the animation, Team Rocket discovered that if one could consistently maintain the pose for using Z moves, the power of the Z move could be preserved indefinitely. In instances where the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon is at an extraordinary level, the corresponding dance steps and the prelude actions of the Pokémon executing the move are nearly identical, creating a sense of unity that results in astonishing move power. For instance, Ash and his Pikachu exhibit nearly identical movements when Pikachu unleashes Thunderbolt. The more Xiaoyu contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Just then, Old Lin spoke again. Dragon King, since you are in the lab today, could you please demonstrate a move? We need to record the data. All right, Long Fan replied, not declining, as he retrieved a Pokéball from his waist and tossed it. The Sceptile emerged, larger than the one in Long Yan's possession and clearly at its peak state, boasting semi-champion level strength, nearly invincible among Pokémon below the champion tier unless faced with another semi-legendary or mythical Pokémon. The pure crystal adorning its neck was conspicuous, and it was no wonder Long Fan had become one of the Elite Four in North Huabe. This Sceptile, could rival ordinary champion-level Pokémon. Moreover, Long Fan possessed a second semi-legendary Dragon-type Pokémon. Observing the pure crystal on Sceptile's neck, Xiaoyu understood that the method of utilizing pure crystals in this world was likely akin to that in the game, requiring the Pokémon to bear it. Sceptile faced the wall and unleashed an ultimate Dragon Strike. Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the move's name, internally suggested renaming it to something more poetic, like Flying Dragon in the Sky or the Dragon's Wrath. Xiaoyu fixated on Long Fan, intently observing each of his movements, only to see Long Fan remain completely still, waving his hand as the pure crystal emitted a brilliant light that resonated with the bracelet on his wrist, an infinite surge of energy flowing into Sceptile. Xiaoyu couldn't help but internally shout, "What about the dance steps? Where are your dance steps?" Sceptile unleashed a tremendous dragon-type energy from its mouth, transforming into a soaring dragon that struck the distant ground, resulting in a colossal explosion. The ensuing gale swept through, causing garments to flutter and scattering numerous fragments. Although the absence of the soul dance steps was notable, the power remained remarkably impressive. Truly the Dragon King. Each time you execute a move, it is awe-inspiring. Old Lin praised. The Lin and Long families have maintained a cordial relationship across generations, which is why Long Fan was among the first to acquire a bracelet. Likewise, Xiaoyu's ease of entry into the Dragon-type training camp stemmed from this connection. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a moment to rest. The test results will be available shortly. Long Fan smiled, acknowledging the effort of Old Lin and Brother Lin. He then turned his attention to Xiaoyu, offering a compliment about him. "This must be your grandson, right?" Yanning mentioned him. Although his foundation is somewhat lacking, his talent is commendable. Perhaps he could train with Yanning during the weekends. I mentioned it to him. But he seems more interested in the laboratory and aspires to become a Pokémon researcher, which is why he came to the lab, Old Lin said with a smile. Feeling quite proud of his grandson's ambitions. That's a good thing. With such an outstanding Pokémon researcher in the Lin family, it's essential to have someone to inherit that legacy. Xiaoyu's aspirations are indeed commendable, Long Fan encouraged. At that moment, Long Yanning cast a glance at Xiaoyu. Having noticed his diligent efforts over the past few days, she was quite satisfied with his earnest attitude. If Xiaoyu could maintain such training intensity over the weekends, given his Pokémon aptitude, he might have a chance to advance to the main event in the University Cup. However, if he wasted the precious time of the weekend, such possibilities would dwindle significantly. Long Yanning felt a mix of disappointment and concern. Dragon King, Xiaoyu suddenly interjected, capturing everyone's attention. I have my own thoughts regarding the fluctuations in move power. Perhaps I can provide a solution. Xiaoyu, his uncle Lin Shuiyan remarked, startled by his boldness. Quickly addressing Long Fan, Dragon King, he's just a child speaking without restraint. Lin Shuiyan frowned at Xiaoyu, disapproving of his audacity. A mere 18-year-old boy who hasn't even attended university dares to claim he can solve a problem that has stumped the entire laboratory. He is clearly naive, lacking decorum, and overly bold. Perhaps my sister should discipline him further. Chapter 55. The dance steps of moves. While it is commendable for the youth to have ideas, Long Fan, despite his polite words, did not genuinely believe Xiaoyu possessed the capability to resolve the issue. After all, Xiaoyu was just a student, and he was skeptical that a mere 18-year-old could tackle a problem that even Old Lin and Lin Shuiyun could not solve. Xiaoyu, what are your thoughts? Please share. Old Lin encouraged, genuinely interested in hearing Xiaoyu's ideas. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, glanced at Long Fan, organized his thoughts, and slowly spoke. Having just observed the moves executed by Dragon King and reflecting on my previous research, I have discerned that the essence of these techniques comprises three core elements: pure crystal, the bracelet, and the resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon. Oh, Lin Lao, Lin Shiyun, Long Fan, and Long Yin listened intently to Xiaoyu. Their expressions varied. In the academic realm, it is widely acknowledged that the fundamental components in executing moves are pure crystal and the bracelet. Yet the inclusion of the trainer Pokémon resonance as a pivotal factor was a novel concept for them. I believe that to successfully execute a flawless move, all three conditions are indispensable. The bracelet and pure crystal are essential prerequisites, determining the ability to perform the move, while the resonance between trainer and Pokémon serves as a softer criterion, influencing the move's maximum potential. Are you suggesting that the bond between my Sceptile and me is insufficient? Long Fan inquired with a smile, confident in the deep connection he had cultivated over the years with his Sceptile, dismissing Xiaoyu's implication. Not at all, Xiaoyu shook his head, fixing his gaze on Long Fan. Your bond with Sceptile is undoubtedly strong. However, when Sceptile performs its skills, you must align your intentions with it, achieving resonance. Intent alignment? That's an intriguing notion, Long Fan chuckled. Intent alignment is merely a more refined expression. To put it plainly, when executing a move, the trainer must feel as though they are simultaneously performing the move. Xiaoyu elaborated. For instance, Dragon King, when you execute a move, you could incorporate gestures identical to those of Sceptile, thereby enhancing resonance. Moreover, I surmise that even if the bond between trainer and Pokémon is not particularly strong, or if the Pokémon has just been captured, as long as synchronized movements are made to establish resonance, it might still unleash a move of remarkable power. Xiaoyu's perspective was not without merit. As in the gaming realm, even newly captured Pokémon could perform moves if equipped with pure crystals. Let us revisit this later. Your idea is quite fascinating and merits experimentation. However, we cannot execute any more moves now, as we have just performed one. And we must wait for a while before attempting again, Longfan thought to himself, though he remained skeptical of Xiaoyu's assertions. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous demeanor towards Xiaoyu for Lin Lao's sake. Upon hearing Longfan's words, Xiaoyu recognized that he likely would not be believed. Yet he understood that this opportunity was too crucial to forego. He needed to leverage Longfan's presence to establish his reputation, thus earning the privilege to enter the laboratory freely rather than relying on Lin Lao's endorsement. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu promptly stated, "This is merely my conjecture, Dragon King. You must have heard of Wei Yaqin. His Lucario is the most formidable Pokémon I have ever encountered and shares an exceptionally profound bond with its trainer. After meeting Wei Yaqin, I have contemplated the possibility that the bond and resonance between trainers could significantly impact a Pokémon's abilities." While it would be challenging to persuade Longfan solely with his words, the mention of Wei Yaqin sparked a contemplative expression on Longfan's face. Wei Yaqin's feats had spread far and wide, with all 7 regions of the nation offering lucrative incentives for him to join. It was rumored that he had seemingly joined a special department in Huagua, though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain. "Grandfather, does the laboratory possess any additional pure crystals and bracelets?" Seeing Longfan appear intrigued, Xiaoyu hurriedly continued, "I wish to experiment with my hypothesis. Isn't this sheer folly?" Lin Shuiyun immediately dismissed Xiaoyu's request, reprimanding him sternly. "Xiaoyu, conducting experiments is not merely a matter of fanciful ideas. You must have data and empirical evidence to support your claims." "Uncle, that is precisely why I wish to conduct this experiment. Data is obtained through experimentation." "Absolutely not." Lin Shuiyun firmly shook his head. "If we allowed everyone to conduct experiments based on mere ideas, the laboratory's regulations would descend into chaos. Even if you wish to experiment, you must formulate your conjecture into a paper, which should then be subjected to the laboratory's research discussions to ascertain its feasibility before applying for an experimental permit." Observing the dispute between his eldest son and grandson, Lin Lao remained silent. Suddenly realizing that Xiaoyu bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, possessing the audacity to experiment and validate ideas without being bound by constraints, prioritizing research outcomes above all else. In contrast, his eldest son Lin Shuiyun appeared to be ensnared in a web of regulations, applying administrative principles to academia, resulting in a scarcity of substantial research achievements. For instance, ever since he entrusted the laboratory to Lin Shuiyun, no significant research contributions had emerged. "Xiaoyu, the laboratory has its own rules that must not be disrupted." Lin Lao, despite having his own opinions, recognized Lin Shuiyun's authority as the actual overseer of the laboratory. Even though he felt dissatisfaction, he could not undermine Lin Shuiyun's authority in front of others. Otherwise, rumors might circulate that Lin Lao was displeased with Lin Shuiyun, potentially leading to discussions about replacing the laboratory director. Having engaged in research for decades, Lin Lao was well aware of the intricate dynamics at play. Listening to Lin Lao's words, Lin Shuiyun felt a surge of joy, and just as he was about to sternly lecture his nephew, he heard Lin Lao's voice resume. "However, if you genuinely wish to experiment, I have pure crystals and bracelets that you may borrow." Lin Lao's demeanor softened as he removed his own bracelet and pure crystal, handing them to Xiaoyu. "Dad!" Lin Shuiyun couldn't help but exclaim, his heart tinged with bitterness at Lin Lao's favoritism towards Xiaoyu. As the eldest of the Lin family, he had been subjected to Lin Lao's rigorous standards, while others were expected to achieve a score of 100. He was required to attain 120. Lin Lao's apparent bias upset his balance, yet he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 56. The Frenzied Earth and Endless Ice. Lin Lao's explanation fell on deaf ears for Lin Shuiyun, who was too irate to listen. Nevertheless, as Lin Lao had made his decision, Lin Shuiyun's expression soon returned to calm. After several years as the laboratory director, he had developed a certain level of composure. "Let Xiaoyu give it a try." At this moment, Lin Shuiyun's address shifted from little yu to Xiaoyu, though it was a mere difference of a syllable. It signified a notable shift in their relational dynamics. "Thank you, grandfather." Xiaoyu sighed with relief. He had aimed to leverage Longfan's presence to elevate his name and secure the freedom to access the laboratory, and he had narrowly avoided a setback. Fortunately, Lin Lao's support had saved him. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable difficulty today. This experience served as a valuable reminder for Xiaoyu. Moving forward, regarding the exclusive pure crystal for Sceptile, he should strategize patiently, drafting a research paper for Lin Lao's review before embarking on practical development. The Pokémon academic community is not devoid of complexities. Where there are people, there are intricacies, and it bears striking resemblance to the academic world of his previous life. Rife with darkness and hidden agendas, Xiaoyu could not help but ponder that without Lin Lao as his backing, he may not only struggle to secure experimental opportunities, but even submitting a well-crafted paper might lead to it being appropriated as someone else's scholarly achievement. With a stroke of luck, his name might be relegated to a lesser position, or in a worst-case scenario, his work could be wholly claimed by another. This encounter left Xiaoyu with a rather unfavorable impression of his uncle Lin Shiyun, who appeared more of a political businessman than a scholar. It is commendable for young individuals to possess aspirations, yet it is imperative to have sufficient theoretical support. One must not act recklessly, but rather plan meticulously before taking action. Lin Lao imparted with earnestness. Upon receiving the ice pure crystal and the bracelet from Elder Lin, Xiaoyu was determined to seize the rare opportunity that had come his way. This was the Ice Ninetales, a creature typically utilized in experiments. Elder Lin released Ice Ninetales and instructed it. Ice Ninetales, heed Xiaoyu's commands. The creature affectionately nudged Elder Lin and nodded in acknowledgement of Xiaoyu. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu recalled the awkward dance moves associated with ice from his previous life. As a seasoned Pokémon enthusiast, he vividly remembered the ice techniques of his beloved Lily. Wait, did Lily also have lines? The tranquil snow descends from the heavens. Countless sparkling ice crystals, the frigid ice that blankets the earth, ascending to the skies with my fervent soul. The earth is engulfed in an icy frenzy. Should he recite such lines? If he didn't, what if they provided some sort of enhancement? Yet, reciting them as a tall adult would seem rather juvenile and embarrassing. Should he prioritize pride or results? Xiaoyu found himself in a deep quandary, but ultimately he valued results more than appearances. He had long since lost any sense of shame, especially after deceiving elementary school students in the plaza. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. He was quite accustomed to such situations. Silently donning the wrist guard, he attached the ice pure crystal to Ice Ninetales. Once prepared, he began to execute his technique. Long Fan and Long Yen Ning watched with keen interest, though they held little hope for success. Ice Ninetales, are you ready? Xiaoyu asked, taking another deep breath. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he performed the initial movements of the technique, crossing his hands. At the same moment, Ice Ninetales crossed its front paws. In that instant, Xiaoyu felt a connection form between the bracelet and the ice pure crystal on Ice Ninetales. Despite it being their first encounter, they resonated with one another. Ice energy erupted from Xiaoyu and intertwined with Ice Ninetales, leading to the classic dance steps and dramatic lines. Xiaoyu's focus was unwavering as he immersed himself in the performance, fully embracing his spirited side. The tranquil snow descends from the heavens, countless sparkling ice crystals. The frigid ice that blankets the earth, ascending to the skies with my fervent soul. The earth is engulfed in an icy frenzy. As Xiaoyu's voice resonated, none of the onlookers laughed. They sensed the immense ice energy surging into Ice Ninetales, peaking with the final line. The energy surrounding Ice Ninetales reached its zenith, causing an ice pillar to rise beneath it, lifting the creature into the air, where a massive blue energy sphere formed before it. With a cry, Ice Ninetales unleashed a beam of ice energy from the sphere, sweeping forward like a laser, freezing everything in its path until it culminated in a spectacular explosion, encasing the surroundings in ice. Quickly, calculate the power of the move and compare it to previous data. Elder Lin instructed a nearby staff member. Long Fan and Long Yen Ning gazed at Xiaoyu in astonishment, realizing that this was his first coordinated attack with Ice Ninetales. And the results were not only successful, but astonishingly powerful. In just a minute or two, an excited staff member rushed in with the data. Elder Lin, the results are in. We have shattered the record for maximum power, exceeding it by 20. Indeed, it seemed that youth bore heroes. Elder Lin, you have a remarkable grandson. Long Fan took a moment to regard Xiaoyu, committing the image of this talented young man to memory. What you just said was inspiring. I should explore the resonance with Pokémon upon my return. If this research topic were to be published, the laboratory would surely gain significant recognition. Elder Lin, pleased with Long Fan's praise, smiled at Xiaoyu. Long Yen Ning's gaze softened as she watched him, her admiration renewed. Although Xiaoyu's abilities were still lacking, his dedication to training was commendable, and he had displayed remarkable ingenuity in overcoming such a challenge. Could he also unravel the mystery of her peculiar crystal? Everyone in attendance was elated, except for one, Lin Shiyun, who had initially scolded Xiaoyu. Though she wore a smile, she felt as though she had swallowed a fly. Xiaoyu, I will arrange for a card to be made for you, recording your identity information, and a position will be reserved for you in the laboratory. Elder Lin said to Xiaoyu, beaming. If you have any ideas in the future, feel free to share with this old man. Chapter 57. Two artifacts. Long Fan's comments reflected his recognition of Xiaoyu's potential. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for his daughter to provide individual training. Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude profusely. Even though he was reluctant to train alongside Long Yanning, he felt compelled to show appreciation after Long Fan's generous offer. Reflecting on his performance in the laboratory, Xiaoyu considered his impulsiveness, yet he understood the rarity of such opportunities. Missing this chance could mean an indefinite wait for another. So he resolved to embrace it fully. Although he had taken a risk, the rewards were substantial. He had earned the privilege of unrestricted access to the laboratory and the role of first author on the technique paper. Once this paper was published, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the academic community. Following that, if he could publish a research paper on the exclusive pure crystals as the first author, he would gain national recognition, becoming a technique expert following in the footsteps of Elder Lin and Elder Qin. If Elder Lin was the pioneer of techniques in Huagua, Xiaoyu would be the central figure in their refinement, garnering fame and establishing connections with other experts possessing pure crystals, such as Long Fan and Tan Yongshan. This would undoubtedly aid him in presenting Gigantamax and Dynamax in the future, allowing him to assert his strength before those who coveted his rare possessions. After dinner, Xiaoyu diligently trained his 3 Pokémon for 4 hours. Although the system could assist him in acquiring supportive items, move tutors, and even enhancing attributes, the strength of the Pokémon had to be earned gradually through training. It was not until 10:30 p.m. that Xiaoyu finished his evening routine and lay in bed, contemplating his future plans, balancing academic research with personal strength, both of which he deemed essential. In academia, he could present a new research topic every 3 to 5 years. For instance, he could first unveil Gigantamax, then, 3 years later, introduce Dynamax, ensuring that his reputation remained ever vibrant and solidifying his status as the foremost figure in Pokémon academia. Secondly, regarding combat prowess, the short-term objective is to secure a position within the top 2 at the provincial level this year, striving for commendable rankings on a national scale. Xiaoyu's expectations for the championship are modest. He believes that unless he utilizes evolution, claiming the title is beyond his reach. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, he recognizes the gap between himself and those prodigies who have possessed quasi-divine Pokémon since childhood. When contemplating battle strength, Xiaoyu recalls that he still possesses 2 items awarded by the system. One is the Rare Treasure Detector, single use, capable of uncovering the most precious treasures within a radius of 100 kilometers that have yet to be discovered. The other is the reward for capturing 3 Dragon-type Pokémon, the Permanent Move Learning Machine, Dragon Pulse. Both items hold significant importance. First, the Permanent Move Learning Machine, Dragon Pulse, is invaluable, especially given the potency of the Dragon-type skill. However, due to its extreme rarity, Xiaoyu cannot display it to others, nor can he use it openly on his Pokémon without caution. Should he allow all 3 Pokémon to learn Dragon Pulse simultaneously and be discovered, it could lead to numerous complications. Consequently, thus far, he has only permitted the Forest Lizard to learn Dragon Pulse. The Zubat and Charmander can wait until they mature further before learning it. As for the other item, the Rare Treasure Detector, single use, it has the potential to reveal the most precious treasures within a 100-kilometer radius that remain undiscovered. Upon acquiring this item, Xiaoyu recognized its critical function. The term most suggests that he must select an appropriate location for its use. This leads him to ponder whether, if he were aware of the general location of the Arceus plate, he might employ this item to locate it. Theoretically, this should be feasible. However, he is uncertain whether undiscovered refers to unclaimed items or artifacts that have not yet been unearthed. He has refrained from using the item thus far to maximize its potential value. Now that he has arrived in the imperial capital, the most prosperous city in Huagua, which naturally boasts the greatest abundance of treasures, the timing for utilizing this item seems ideal. Xiaoyu's initial plan was to visit the laboratory today and utilize the Rare Treasure Detector, single use, to embark on a treasure hunt in the imperial capital tomorrow. However, on one hand, Elder Lin has arranged for him to train intensively with Long Yanning every weekend, making it inconvenient for him to refuse. On the other hand, Xiaoyu also needs to dedicate time to drafting a thesis on exclusive crystallization, necessitating a postponement of his treasure-seeking plans. After safely storing the 2 items in the system's space, Xiaoyu reopened the thread for purchasing stones. In contrast to the lack of interest he experienced in Starlight City, the response rate surged upon his arrival in the imperial capital, indicating that he has a greater opportunity to acquire rare treasures. After reading through the replies one by one, he discovered that there are indeed numerous rare stones available in the capital, with various evolution stones and even everstones being offered. A premium light stone of excellent quality is available for face-to-face transactions only. A top-tier evolution stone for Chansey promises to transform it into the ultimate tank. A rare stone. The Pine Spring Stone features patterns reminiscent of pines and clear springs, boasting significant collectible value. Xiaoyu continued browsing and unexpectedly stumbled upon a Mega Evolution Stone, which, at a glance, appeared to resemble a Jengar Evolution Stone, though he could not be certain. Simultaneously, he discovered an item resembling a wishing star, albeit this particular star emitted no light and appeared rather dim. The emergence of these 2 special stones filled Xiaoyu with excitement, prompting an immediate desire to purchase them. However, perhaps due to the tales of serendipitous finds involving pure crystals from a few years back, the asking prices for these stones were generally quite high. The story of the pure crystal recounts a collector who possessed a pure crystal but, unaware of its significance at the time, sold it as jewelry for 8,000. At that time, everyone regarded it as merely a beautiful crystal, hence the price was not exorbitant. A year later, when the move was announced, the value of the pure crystal skyrocketed to over 100 million. The fortunate buyer then auctioned it for an astronomical price, netting several tens of millions in profit. Due to this incident, the prices for such peculiar stones have surged significantly. The item resembling the Jengar Evolution Stone is priced at 28,888, while the Wishing Star is a bit cheaper at 8,000. Despite the steep prices, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Gazing at his dwindling savings, he contemplated the necessity of prioritizing profit-generating ventures alongside his academic and combat aspirations. Chapter 58. News of Wei Yeqing titles such as Genius Researcher and Successor of Elder Lin have been affixed to Xiaoyu, circulating among the research community. Some rumors even suggest that after Lin Shuiyun took over the laboratory from her father, Lin Shuyuan, she failed to produce any notable results for several consecutive years, ultimately relying on the contributions of a young man to secure a second author title and scrape by. Such gossip, amidst growing dissatisfaction with Lin Shuyuan, has intensified, causing Lin Shuiyun to retreat into her office to pen papers, avoiding contact with her nephew. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Long Fan and his daughter Long Yanning arrived at the laboratory early. After witnessing Xiaoyu's techniques yesterday, Long Fan's intentions were clear. He sought to discover methods to maximize the efficacy of Dragon Pure Crystal. Dragon King, Xiaoyu respectfully addressed Long Fan. Xiaoyu, you're here? Long Fan replied with a fleeting smile, foregoing formalities to state his purpose directly. After observing your techniques yesterday, I had some ideas and was eager to experiment today. So I specifically came to consult you, Researcher Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Long Fan's words, Xiaoyu hurriedly waved his hand. Long Fan's request for consultation was merely a formality. He had no intention of adopting an air of superiority. Instead, he respectfully responded, Dragon King, you jest. Just call me Xiaoyu. I merely stumbled upon this by chance. If there's anything I can assist you with, please feel free to instruct me. Well, then I won't hold back. Long Fan replied candidly with a smile. Xiaoyu, what do you think should accompany dragon techniques in terms of gestures and incantations to maximize their power? Gestures? Incantations? Xiaoyu felt a sense of foreboding. He sensed that the techniques in this world seemed to be veering off course, heading towards a peculiar direction. A vivid image flashed through his mind during intense battles. The king suddenly breaking into awkward dances while reciting melodramatic lines. The mere thought of it filled him with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Dragon King, language and gestures are merely mediums, facilitating resonance between trainers and Pokémon, Xiaoyu attempted to explain. The most crucial aspect is to embody the feeling of being the Pokémon while unleashing the technique. Long Fan pondered this and nodded thoughtfully before turning to Xiaoyu. Why not let you demonstrate for me? Since you managed to execute an ice-type technique, I'm certain you can handle the dragon type as well. Observing the smile on Long Fan's face, Xiaoyu could not help but feel that this Dragon King was quite cunning. With an outwardly refined demeanor, he harbored a wealth of mischief within, clearly plotting to have Xiaoyu perform a demonstration. Faced with the Dragon King's request, Xiaoyu naturally found it impossible, and indeed unwise, to decline. He began to mentally recall the dance steps and lines corresponding to Long Chun Jing. It seemed that only Glajo, Lily AI's brother, had utilized the dragon in the animation. However, setting aside the awkwardness of the dance and lines, the dragon motif was undeniably the most striking among all the pure crystals. I can only give it a reluctant try, Xiaoyu said, steeling himself. Little you, I have faith in you, Long Fan replied with a beaming smile. If it doesn't work out, I want to hold it against you. Just do your best. Hearing Long Fan's words, Long Yin Ning, who stood nearby, could not help but stifle a laugh. Whenever her father displayed such an expression and tone, it usually meant someone had caught his attention. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, not overthinking the situation. Silently accepting the bracelet from Long Fan, he gazed at the tail spear dragon before him, recalling Glajo's dragon movements and lines. The dragon movements seemed rather silly, requiring him to clasp his hands together and mimic the turtle school's Kamehameha wave. Then slowly spread his arms to simulate the opening dragon's mouth, a notion that felt quite embarrassing. The lines were even more so. They were far more humiliating than the ice techniques. Brilliant radiance. Let us dance. For whom does the ultimate champion stand? Let its name be engraved upon the battlefield. Ultimate dragon, shake the earth. The thought of uttering ultimate champion in front of Long Fan made Xiaoyu feel utterly flustered. After all, whether or not the lines were present in the game was inconsequential. Perhaps he could omit that line. It would also allow him to test whether the lines influenced the moves. With this in mind, Xiaoyu resolved to attempt it. Under Long Fan's watchful gaze, he concentrated and began to chant. Brilliant radiance. Let us dance. Xiaoyu spoke slowly yet earnestly. The moment he opened his mouth, a resonance of power echoed between him and the tail-spear dragon. His voice was deep and raspy, as though recounting a tale. By the time he finished that line, he had completed all the corresponding dance steps. Ultimate dragon, shake the earth. Roar. Accompanying Xiaoyu's voice, the tail-spear dragon could not contain a simultaneous roar, as though they both unleashed their cries together. At that moment, a purple orb of light erupted from the dragon's mouth, transforming into an energy dragon that soared toward the wall, resulting in a tremendous explosion and roar. Clapping his hands, Long Fan praised Xiaoyu exuberantly. Remarkable. Truly marvelous. This is the first time I have witnessed such a splendid display from the tail-spear dragon. The power of the move is extraordinary. If this were our first encounter, I would undoubtedly believe the tail-spear dragon to be your initial Pokémon. Your conjecture was indeed correct. The essence of the move lies not only in the pure crystal and the bracelet, but also in the resonance between the trainer and the Pokémon. What a genius insight. Actually, it's not entirely my idea. I was inspired by Wei Yiqin, Xiaoyu humbly replied, using Wei Yiqin as a shield. You may look down upon my abilities, but surely you cannot dismiss Wei Yiqin's prowess. My apologies, Brother Wei, for throwing you under the bus. He continued. He and his Lucario have reached a perfect state, achieving true unity of thought. During battles, they don't even need to converse. They can communicate directly through their minds. The Dragon King murmured Wei Yiqin's name. I have heard he is coming to the imperial capital. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to battle him. Even Old Tan fell to Wei Yiqin. I am keen to see just how formidable he truly is. Xiaoyu seemed to have stumbled upon a shocking piece of gossip. Tan Yongsan had lost that battle while using moves? Was Wei Yiqin truly that powerful? Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a voice interrupted from behind. Dragon King, the data has arrived. The power of the move just surpassed the highest recorded power by approximately 15 units. A researcher, panting and holding equipment, rushed in to convey the measured data to the Dragon King. Long Fan's smile widened as he patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, satisfaction radiating from him. Excellent. I shall not disturb you further. Make the most of your training. I look forward to seeing you make it to the national finals. Chapter 59. Weekend intensive training. In response to the Dragon King's goodwill, Xiaoyu naturally accepted with a smile, following Long Yin Ning for one-on-one intensive training. Such a rare opportunity, coupled with the fact that Long Yin Ning was an exquisite beauty, made it a coveted chance for many. However, Xiaoyu endeavored to maintain a safe distance from her. Teacher Long, I shall begin my training now, he announced before moving to a nearby open area. Intent on training as far away from Long Yin Ning as possible, he was genuinely concerned that she might discern his Pokémon's exceptional qualities and expose his secret. Last time, when Long Yin Ning used a device to measure the potential of his Wobbuffet, it had startled him. Xiaoyu had 3 Pokémon, a King-level Wobbuffet, a near-champion-level Forest Lizard, and a near-champion-level Charmeleon. Should the qualities of these 3 Pokémon be revealed, Xiaoyu might very well vanish without a trace the following day. Thus, he was earnest in his desire to keep a distance from Long Yin Ning, wishing to develop in secrecy and strength. Yet, Xiaoyu could not refuse the Dragon King's kindness, for any normal person would not turn down such a rare opportunity for intensive training. To refuse would be strange, suggesting guilt, and possibly drawing further scrutiny from the Dragon King. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to train alongside Long Yin-ning. "Why are you going so far away?" Long Yin-ning inquired with a frown, feeling somewhat displeased by Xia Yu's seemingly deliberate avoidance of her. "This isn't a training camp. I need not guide other students. As you are my only pupil." With no choice, Xia Yu nodded and silently walked back to Long Yin-ning's side. "Release your 3 Pokémon. I wish to see how they have progressed in their recent training." After the events of the past 2 days, Long Yin-ning had developed a significantly improved impression of Xia Yu, even finding his previously lackluster abilities less off-putting. She now wished to aid him in enhancing his strength while also seeking Xia Yu's assistance with her peculiar pure crystal. Xia Yu nodded and released his 3 Pokémon. The shimmering Charmeleon immediately caught Long Yin-ning's attention. "Every time I see your shiny Charmeleon, I am in awe. Shiny Pokémon are exceedingly rare," she remarked. Unable to restrain her admiration, she too longed for a shiny Pokémon, such as a shiny Axu or a shiny Amalga, as they looked magnificent. Long Yin-ning was momentarily surprised, but she quickly resumed her serious observation of each of Xia Yu's Pokémon, measuring their height and weight, leaving no detail overlooked. Regardless of her previous disdain for Xia Yu, Long Yin-ning was an exceptionally responsible teacher, ensuring fairness in her assessment. "All 3 Pokémon are developing well and progressing rapidly. Your efforts over the past few days have not been in vain, but you must continue to persevere. By the way, how has your Pokémon been practicing the Dragon Breath technique that we discussed in class yesterday?" After inspecting the physical condition of the 3 Pokémon, Long Yin-ning recalled the lesson on technique learning, raising her brows as she questioned Xia Yu. "Mastering a technique is not enough. It must be practiced for proficiency. Just half a day on Saturday is insufficient for a Pokémon to truly master a technique. After descending, you must encourage them to practice more. Starting this weekend, you can come to the laboratory every weekend, and I will explain the techniques I taught on Saturday in detail once again." Listening to Long Yin-ning's words, Xia Yu felt a throbbing pain in his head. Every weekend? How would he be able to search for treasures? Her overly responsible attitude left him somewhat breathless. But Long Yin-ning was only acting out of concern, making it hard for Xia Yu to refuse. He could only quietly think that there was no rush for the treasure hunt. Once he completed the thesis on the exclusive crystal, he would see how things unfolded. "Okay." Teacher Long Yin-ning, with one hand on her hip, accentuated her perfect waist, captivating Xia Yu's gaze. Truly, Teacher Long had a slender waist. A fitting description of a waist beauty. Wait, what am I thinking? Xia Yu felt compelled to cast aside these peculiar thoughts, yet the more he tried to suppress them, the more vivid they became in his mind. Xia Yu. Long Yin-ning's delicate brows furrowed into a straight line as she crossed her arms, gazing at him. "Teacher Long, I'm here," Xia Yu quickly responded. "You need to pay attention to your rest. Your focus seems a bit scattered." Without dwelling too much on this matter, Long Yin-ning continued, "Let your little fire dragon and forest lizard demonstrate the dragon breath technique. I want to see how well you have learned it." "All right. Little fire dragon, you go first. Use dragon breath," Xia Yu commanded. "Roar." As Xia Yu's voice rang out, the little fire dragon took a deep breath, its cheeks swelling instantly, and then erupted with dragon breath. Witnessing the entire process, Long Yin-ning couldn't help but praise, "Very good. This little fire dragon has a commendable grasp of dragon-type energy. Now, it's the forest lizard's turn." Xia Yu nodded and similarly instructed the forest lizard to unleash its dragon breath technique. Compared to the little fire dragon, the forest lizard's execution was swifter. It inhaled and exhaled in an instant, leaving no time for reaction, and the range of the dragon breath it emitted was also broader, resulting in greater damage. It overwhelmingly surpassed the little fire dragon, leaving the latter feeling disheartened, as if a mountain were pressing down on it. Yet, it would never give up. The little fire dragon vowed silently to surpass the forest lizard. After witnessing the forest lizard's dragon breath, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Long Yin-ning's eyes. This forest lizard exhibited extraordinary talent in dragon-type energy, surpassing the majority of dragon-type Pokémon. Paired with its robust physique, its potential was beyond imagination, nearly flawless, rendering it a Pokémon nearing perfection. The only drawback was that it was not a dragon-type Pokémon. Long Yin-ning mused that if the Lizard King were a dragon-type, she would have considered capturing it. "Your forest lizard possesses excellent potential. Nurture it diligently, as it will be crucial in determining whether you can enter the national finals," Long Yin-ning sincerely commended. The subsequent time saw Xia Yu engaging in targeted training for his 3 Pokémon under Long Yin-ning's guidance. It must be said that she truly possessed remarkable skills in training dragon-type Pokémon, especially since she herself had a Soundwave Dragon. providing invaluable insights into nurturing Xiaoyu's buzzing bat. Moreover, she offered tailored advice for the forest lizard and little fire dragon, assisting Xiaoyu significantly. Chapter 60. The Ghost of the Imperial Capital. The weather in the Imperial Capital is notoriously fickle. What began as a bright and sunny morning suddenly transformed into a sky overcast with dark clouds, and in the blink of an eye, torrential rain began to pour. At this moment, in the outskirts of the Imperial Capital, in the most remote area, the ground was pockmarked and flooded. Splash! Black boots sank into the puddles, sending sprays of water flying. A silver lightning bolt streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Clad in black raincoats, a man and a woman navigated through the dilapidated buildings, entering a narrow alley and arriving at a somewhat run-down old courtyard. Knock, 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 knock. The rhythmic knock, too long and too short, followed by 3 urgent raps, echoed like a secret signal. Soon, the sound of a lock turning emerged, and the door creaked open. The two stepped inside and promptly locked the door behind them. Upon entering, they removed their raincoats, revealing their true appearances. If Xiaoyu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the man as Sushio, who had appeared in the secret realm a month prior. No one expected that the wanted Sushio had stealthily arrived in the Imperial Capital. The woman beside him appeared to be around 27 or 28. Her face adorned with exquisite makeup and striking red lips that were simply stunning at first glance. No one noticed me, right? A middle-aged man's voice echoed from within the dimly lit room, obscuring his face. Sushio shook his head and casually sat on a nearby chair, saying, I had Zoroark disguise itself as me in the southwest region, occasionally revealing itself to keep those investigators spinning in circles. No one knows I'm here. Another woman spoke up, her voice sounding somewhat peculiar, not quite like that of a Huagua person, as she expressed in broken Chinese, rest assured, no one knows I've come to Huagua. I bring you good news. The reward is on its way, and you should have already received the information. It is expected to arrive at the designated location by tomorrow at the latest. The security isn't strong, and you only need to launch an attack to seize that batch of items. Remember, don't let anyone escape. The middle-aged man seemed to trivialize the matter, pausing before continuing. Having discussed the reward, now let us address our task requirements. I need you to find something. His raspy voice continued. We do not know the precise location of that item, but we can identify those who might know about it. Here is a list of names. All individuals on this list may have had contact with that item, and you need to investigate them yourselves. The middle-aged man seemed to recollect something and hastily reminded, also, the Imperial Capital is unlike other places. It's best not to act recklessly. If you must take action, remember to handle it discreetly. Understood, Sushio replied. Glancing at the thick list, Sushio and the other woman furrowed their brows. This was no simple task, as the list contained at least several hundred names. This is why I am compensating you with such a hefty reward. We are under considerable pressure too. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Sushio and the woman, stating, we are taking significant risks here. We will need at least a month, and no more than 3 months, the woman declared. We accept the task. A pleasure to cooperate. A pleasure to cooperate. The sudden downpour interrupted Xiaoyu's training plans, forcing him to transition from outdoor training to indoor sessions. He trained diligently until around 5 in the afternoon, just as he was preparing to conclude his training and head home when he heard Long Yinning's phone ringing. Hello. Long Yinning stood by the window, her expression grave as she answered, This is Long Yinning. Are you certain? Long Yinning's expression turned frantic, and she appeared momentarily disoriented, incredulously asking, When did this happen? I will head over immediately. From Long Yinning's demeanor, it was evident that something extremely urgent had transpired. Otherwise, her face wouldn't bear such a grim expression. Xiaoyu, stay in the laboratory and do not go anywhere, Long Yinning gravely instructed him. Then swiftly donned her raincoat, released her sound wave dragon, and leaped into the rain-soaked night, disappearing from sight. Ding ding. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was Elder Lin calling. Xiaoyu? Grandfather, Xiaoyu responded. Stay in the laboratory for now. Someone will come to pick you up shortly and take you home. The voice of Elder Lin was grave, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Has something occurred? Xiaoyu inquired with cautious trepidation. The recent reaction of Long Yinning and Xiaoyu's telephone conversation hinted at the gravity of the situation in the Imperial Capital. Let us discuss this in person. It is not suitable to elaborate over the phone. Upon returning home, Grandma Qin approached eagerly, affectionately grasping Xiaoyu's hand, her eyes brimming with concern. Grandma, what has happened? Xiaoyu could not restrain his curiosity. You should check the news first, Elder Lin suggested without elaboration, gesturing toward the television. The news reported that the Peace District of the Imperial Capital had once again been plagued by a terrifying phantom incident, resulting in 3 fatalities. Citizens were urged to exercise caution and refrain from venturing out at night unless absolutely necessary. Xiaoyu frowned at the unfolding news. He recalled a similar report from just days prior, which speculated that ghost-type Pokémon were involved. At that time, powerful trainers specializing in psychic, dark, and ghost types had been dispatched to investigate. The situation remained unresolved. 3 lives lost. Yet, such an incident did not seem sufficient to incite Long Yan-ning's evident alarm. Perceiving his grandson's confusion, Elder Lin began to explain. Among the deceased, one was a student from the Dragon-type training class, while the other 2 were a bodyguard and a driver. They had set out for the Dragon-type secret realm after lunch. But both the vehicle and its occupants vanished en route. It was only an hour ago that their abandoned vehicle and the 3 bodies were discovered, prompting the authorities to be alerted. Understanding now, Xiaoyu realized why Long Yan-ning displayed such distress as the head instructor of the training class. The death of a student en route to the secret realm inevitably placed a degree of responsibility upon her. Will this incident affect the Long family? Xiaoyu inquired. It certainly will, Elder Lin replied decisively. The family of anyone admitted to the training class possesses considerable influence, but as long as Long Fan remains, the repercussions for the Long family will be minimal. However, Long Yan-ning may experience some fallout from this tragedy. Nodding, Xiaoyu pressed on, Grandpa. Has the police uncovered any leads? Elder Lin shook his head. Details have yet to be disclosed, but it is said the scene was horrifically chaotic, marked by clear signs of a struggle. Several Pokémon were found dismembered, and the human corpses had been desiccated. This points to the involvement of an exceedingly malevolent Pokémon, though it remains unclear if they were being controlled by a trainer. At this, Elder Lin cautioned. For the time being, the training class has suspended lessons. You should train at home and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. Understood, Xiaoyu acknowledged. Given the perilous circumstances, he had no intention of risking a venture outdoors. Instead, he could utilize this time to diligently work on his thesis. Chapter 61. Malevolent Pokémon Reluctantly. Xiaoyu found himself compelled to devote the majority of his energy to training his 3 Pokémon, while the remaining time was consumed by drafting a thesis on exclusive crystals. Composing a thesis is a rather tedious endeavor, requiring substantial empirical evidence to substantiate one's hypotheses. The necessity of a powerful bracelet for exclusive moves posed a significant challenge for Xiaoyu. The anime and games offered no insights into how to upgrade the bracelet. Only the guardian deities of the islands assisted Ash in enhancing his bracelet to a powerful version. Thus, Xiaoyu speculated that the crux of the upgrade must involve energy. Whether this assumption holds true can only be verified through experimentation, and if unsuccessful, researching the powerful bracelet alone would consume considerable time. 2 days later, Xiaoyu gazed out the window at the relentless downpour. After a brief respite, the weather in the imperial capital had reverted to torrential rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning that cast a pall over his mood. During this time, he received video calls from his parents, elder brother, and Wu Pongzi, all of whom had evidently heard about the malevolent incidents in the imperial capital through the news and expressed their concern for his well-being. Concurrently, the atmosphere in the imperial capital was fraught with anxiety, particularly in the Peace District, the site of the incident, where pedestrian traffic had diminished significantly, rendering the area eerily desolate. The police of the imperial capital had mobilized extensive resources for a thorough investigation, reviewing surveillance footage and conducting searches, yet they yielded no results. They were even unaware if the mysterious Pokémon had a trainer. The only pertinent information was that the Pokémon in question possessed formidable strength, at least at the Quasi-King level. Otherwise, it would not have been capable of stealthily claiming 3 lives. The imperial capital had long been purged of wild Pokémon by trainers, and encountering such a powerful being was undoubtedly a rarity. Since the day of the 3 fatalities, no further incidents of malevolent killings had occurred, as if the enigmatic Pokémon had vanished without a trace. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely a temporary withdrawal. Biding its time for new prey. The insidious nature of ghost-type Pokémon lies in their ability to conceal themselves. Once they choose to hide, detection becomes exceedingly difficult. However, they inevitably return to claim more victims, as some Pokémon, once they have tasted blood, become utterly terrifying, instinctively viewing humans as prey to be hunted relentlessly. Xiaoyu harbored a curiosity about this enigmatic Pokémon, yet he recognized the limitations of his own strength. With his current trio of Pokémon, he was in no position to confront or investigate this formidable creature. To participate in such matters, he surmised that at the very least, his Pokémon would need to possess gym leader-level strength to ensure his survival. Otherwise, facing the Pokémon that had dispatched the bodyguard and his Pokémon would be tantamount to walking into certain doom. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within Xiaoyu. He must exert every effort to enhance his strength. The feeling of being utterly powerless, unable to seize control of his fate, was profoundly disheartening. This state of affairs persisted for 2 days until the training class issued a new training notification. However, unlike the previous session, this one would be entirely closed off, with 4 quasi-king level trainers personally overseeing student check-ins to ensure their safety. Additionally, until the malevolent entity was apprehended, no one was permitted to leave the dragon-type secret realm. Of course, participation in this training was entirely at one's discretion. Naturally, Xiaoyu was determined to participate. The abundant dragon-type energy within the secret realm would greatly benefit the growth of his 3 Pokémon, and he had no intention of remaining at home. Regarding safety, he felt reassured, given the gravity of the situation. Long Fan would undoubtedly be stationed at the dragon-type secret realm around the clock, complemented by the presence of elite trainers within the realm, rendering it a far safer environment than staying at home. Having confirmed his participation in the closed training session, Xiaoyu informed Elder Lin and Grandma Qin to alleviate their concerns. After packing his belongings, he awaited the arrival of the car. 2 hours later, the doorbell rang, revealing a disheveled Long Yin-ning, her hair drenched and her demeanor weary. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Was this truly the glamorous Long Yin-ning he knew? In just 2 days, she appeared significantly haggard, dark circles surrounding her eyes. She had hardly slept, and even though this incident was not directly her fault, the murder of a student weighed heavily on her conscience. After all, the student had perished after departing the secret realm, entrusted to the bodyguard, a fact that indeed connected her to the tragedy. Nevertheless, Long Yin-ning had spent the past 2 days searching for the perpetrator responsible for the student's death. Yet she had found nothing. In the vast expanse of the imperial capital, searching for a ghost-type Pokémon proved to be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Teacher Long, Xiaoyu greeted. Let's go, she said, gesturing toward the car parked outside in the rain. All right, Xiaoyu nodded and joined Long Yin-ning in the back seat, while the driver silently began to drive. The distance from the Lin family residence to the Dragon Realm is approximately an hour's drive, but with traffic congestion, it could take up to 2 hours to arrive. As soon as they got into the car, the weary Long Yanning rested her head against the window. After 2 consecutive days of sleeplessness, she was profoundly fatigued, her eyelids growing heavy, and before she knew it, she had succumbed to deep slumber. Xiaoyu chose not to disturb her, but instead turned his gaze to the outside world. Unfortunately, a torrential downpour obscured his view, reminiscent of the rain from 2 days prior, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The vehicle glided smoothly along the streets towards the Dragon Realm, and as they passed through the bustling city, the crowds gradually thinned, with only the trees flanking the roadside flashing by outside the window. Long Yanning slept soundly, and perhaps due to the hardness of the window, she slowly leaned her head onto Xiaoyu's shoulder. Frowning, Xiaoyu looked at her, tempted to wake her, for propriety dictated that men and women maintain a proper distance. However, seeing her haggard expression, he ultimately refrained. Yet, why must she drool while sleeping? As he grumbled internally, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a momentary stillness in the surrounding space and time, which seemed like a mere illusion. At that instant, a dazzling red light flashed, and under the cover of night, he witnessed the crimson glow penetrate the driver's window, abruptly bringing the car to a halt. The red light pierced through the driver's body, leaving him unable to utter a cry, resulting in his untimely demise. Blood gushed forth, splattering both Xiaoyu and Long Yanning in an instant. In that moment of sheer panic, Xiaoyu violently flung open the car door, yanked Long Yanning out, and jumped out himself, tumbling to the ground, drenched by the rain. Long Yanning was jolted awake by the commotion, and as they looked up, they beheld 2 Pokémon before them. Clearly, they had encountered a malevolent spirit Pokémon. No, it was 2 malevolent spirit Pokémon. Neither of them was responsible for the attack. It was the 2 Pokémon, and whether a human was orchestrating this behind the scenes remained a mystery. Chapter 62. Symbiotic Pokémon with yellow irises, red pupils, and black sclera. Its gaze resembled that of the Grim Reaper. The patterns on its chest appeared to form an angry face, while on its back, a similar pattern morphed into a circular shape for the eyes, with a horizontal line resembling a mouth that seemed to smile. This was the Dark Spirit. The Dark Spirit traverses between the realms of the living and the dead, and no one knows if it possesses consciousness. It can walk in the spirit realm, guiding souls to the afterlife. It often approaches those nearing the end of their lives, leading their souls to the underworld, and occasionally mistakenly takes the souls of the living. The Dark Spirit consumes its prey whole with the mouth on its abdomen, feasting only on their souls, and when it departs, it expels their bodies. It is said to absorb souls with nowhere to go into its elastic body, transporting them to another world, which instills fear in many. In the game, The Dark Spirit is merely a formidable tank-type Pokémon, yet in reality, it is one of the most terrifying ghost-type Pokémon. The Dark Spirit possesses the ability to enter and exit the spirit realm freely. And some benevolent dark spirits will only guide the souls of the deceased into the spirit realm to help them find peace. However, exceptions exist. Some malevolent dark spirits choose to hunt humans, dragging the living into the spirit realm, killing them, and devouring their souls to enhance their own power. Such dark spirits are the most fearsome of Pokémon. Consequently, the Pokémon Association has mandated that all trainers possessing Dark Spirit family Pokémon must register under their real names. Otherwise, they would be committing a crime. This is akin to the gun ownership permits of the past. Dark spirits are comparable to firearms, as ordinary individuals possess no means to combat them, necessitating strict oversight. The absence of registration signifies illegality, underscoring the Pokémon Association's stringent control over dark spirits. Xiaoyu finally comprehended why, despite deploying numerous personnel, the Pokémon Association still could not locate the malevolent spirit Pokémon. The dark spirit can enter the spirit realm at will, hiding there after killing a person unless a trainer of elite-level psychic or ghost-type Pokémon conducts a specific search with knowledge of its whereabouts. Otherwise, it remains undetectable. However, this was not what instilled the greatest fear in Xiaoyu. It was the other blood-red Pokémon, with a massive crimson sword stained with the driver's blood. The single eye on its blade fixated on Xiaoyu and long yawning, complemented by a black and gold shield that appeared particularly eerie in the downpour. This was a shiny shield sword Pokémon. Legends speak of the shield sword Pokémon using its immense psychic power to control both humans and Pokémon, establishing kingdoms suited to its existence. It seems capable of discerning which individuals possess the potential to become kings. Those it endorses are said to ultimately ascend to royalty. It has historically accompanied monarchs, manipulating the hearts of both men and Pokémon to ensure their obedience. Although kings with shield sword Pokémon once ruled entire nations, they ultimately fell victim to its insatiable thirst for their life force, leading to the demise of their realms. The greedy gaze of the single eye on the blood-red sword scrutinized Xiaoyu and long yawning as its blade slowly penetrated the driver's body, voraciously siphoning his life force. Coalescing into its sword, the driver visibly transformed into a desiccated corpse at a remarkable speed, while the shield sword Pokémon's form grew increasingly grotesquely crimson. Once the driver's body had completely withered, the dark spirit suddenly opened its mouth, extracting the soul from the driver's emaciated corpse and swallowing it whole, a satisfied expression emerging on its visage post-consumption. What the hell, a full-service deal? The shield sword Pokémon absorbs life force, and the dark spirit feasts on souls. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, isn't it? No wonder the three individuals met such a grim fate. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing he had underestimated the Pokémon world, this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre and terrifying duo. Two horrifying ghost-type Pokémon coexisted and hunted symbiotically, the Dark Spirit and the Shield Sword Pokémon launching surprise attacks from within the spirit realm to prey on humans. The Shield Sword Pokémon required the life force of humans, while the Dark Spirit sought their souls, a truly perfect combination. It remained uncertain whether these two Pokémon were backed by trainers. Indeed, it was highly probable they had trainers behind them, as the evolution of the Shield Sword Pokémon necessitated a Dark Stone. Simultaneously, while the Dark Spirit does not require trading for evolution in reality, it still necessitates fabric from the spirit realm. This rarity of their appearance in the wild further reinforced Xiaoyu's suspicion that they were indeed under the care of trainers. One was an elite-level Dark Spirit, while the other, a Shield Sword Pokémon, possessed king-level strength and was a shiny variant. Xiaoyu scratched his head in frustration, faced with such formidable Pokémon. Long Yanning's expression was equally grave, yet without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Xiaoyu, firmly shielding him despite her stature being half a head shorter. While this sensation of being protected by a woman felt rather uncomfortable, Xiaoyu found himself unable to protest, as his poor stomach permitted a bit of reliance. "Xiaoyu, stay behind me," Long Yanning exclaimed, producing all of her Pokeballs and tossing them forward. 6 Pokémon, Soundwave Dragon, Dual Axe War Dragon, Staff Tail Scaled Dragon, Tyrannosaurus, Electric Dragon, and Two-Headed Evil Dragon, were summoned to battle. This was a life-or-death struggle, and fairness was a luxury they could not afford, with their lives on the line. They would summon as many as they could. Among them, the Soundwave Dragon, the Double Axe Dragon, and the Stout Tail Armor Dragon have all attained the status of Quasi-King level, while the Gyarados and Electrode are merely at Gym Leader level. The Double-Headed Evil Dragon is even less developed, still in the process of growth, having recently evolved from a single-headed dragon to a double-headed evil dragon, just reaching Gym Leader level. As for Xiaoyu, he has also released his 3 Pokémon, Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, every bit of combat power counts. The Woobat can still unleash supersonic, although its effectiveness is uncertain, while the forest lizard can create a grassy terrain, and the shiny Charmander, with its purely offensive skills, is relegated to the role of an observer. With a 9-2 advantage, it appears that Xiaoyu and Long Yanning possess a decisive upper hand, yet collectively, their strengths are somewhat lacking, particularly with the menacing Crimson Shield Sword Pokémon, which exudes an aura of terror. Dragon Master, the phone line is dead. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu attempts to make a call, only to discover a complete lack of signal. He surmises that they have likely been transported into the spirit realm by the Night Demon, severing their connection to the outside world. The sudden sensation of inertia they experienced in the car must have signified their entry into the spirit realm. The only way back would require powerful Pokémon of the Psychic, Ghost, or Dark types, but regrettably, neither of them possesses such a Pokémon. Thus, their sole path forward is to triumph over the Night Demon and that formidable Shield Sword Pokémon. Chapter 63. The mysterious Ghost type. The Shield Sword Pokémon strikes first with a fierce assault, its blood-red blades swinging as it activates the Sacred Sword skill. The Sacred Sword is a formidable fighting type physical move that slashes the opponent, disregarding any changes in their abilities and inflicting direct damage. The sheer potency of the Sacred Sword is evident, boasting high power without any negative effects, and most crucially, it can bypass any alterations to the opponent's abilities, delivering unmitigated harm. It is evident from the name that the Sacred Sword skill is extraordinarily powerful. Only a select few Pokémon can learn it. Firstly, the Dusknoir lineage from the starter Pokémon can only acquire it through inheritance. Additionally, only the Galade and the Shield Sword Pokémon can learn Sacred Sword through leveling up, while the 4 Sacred Sword Pokémon, Keldeo, Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion, are also capable of mastering this skill, along with the ultimate anomaly, the Paper Sword, the legendary Cresselia, and the mythical Glisker. The exclusivity of these Pokémon serves as a testament to the prestige of the Sacred Sword skill, as it is predominantly accessible to legendaries or ultimate anomalies, devoid of any weak contenders. The Shield Sword Pokémon, with its inherent sword and shield stance, possesses an exceptionally high attack power, further enhanced by the Sacred Sword skill, allowing it to pose a lethal threat to its adversaries. The Shield Sword Pokémon, enveloped in a colossal blood-red blade infused with fighting-type energy, charges towards Long Yanning. Defend! Roars the stout-tail armor dragon, which immediately raises its scaly arm, surrounded by normal-type energy, forming a light shield to withstand the Shield Sword Pokémon's assault. The force of the Shield Sword Pokémon's attack is formidable, compelling the stout-tail armor dragon to resort to its defense, unwilling to take the hit directly. Stout-tail armor dragon, use flamethrower. Long Yanning commands, drawing upon her extensive battle experience. She understands that against a Pokémon like the Shield Sword Pokémon, close-range physical attacks are ill-advised. Special attacks are the only viable option. The Shield Sword Pokémon possesses a powerful core skill, King's Shield, which allows it to switch to a shield form while blocking incoming attacks, significantly boosting its defense and drastically reducing the offensive power of any opponent it encounters. Indeed, the Shield Sword Pokémon has remained a top contender in battles until the advent of the 8th generation's Dynamax feature, coupled with the official reduction of its base stats, which has diminished its former glory. In the face of such a formidable Pokémon, the optimal strategy is to employ special attacks. However, the Shield Sword Pokémon's prowess also includes its exceptional resistances, being immune to 3 types, resistant to 8 types, and possessing a quadruple resistance to 1 type. With weaknesses only to fire, ground, dark, and ghost, without any quadruple vulnerabilities. Among Pokémon with ghost and steel types, only 2 exist, the Shield Sword Pokémon and the rare Sceptile. Notably, Sceptile is even rarer than the Shield Sword Pokémon, with no known instances of its discovery in this world, requiring an exorbitant 999 coins of the Spirit Coin to obtain, an exceedingly arduous feat in reality. Returning to the matter at hand, the Stout-Tail Armor Dragon has few skills that can counter the Shield Sword Pokémon effectively. The Earthquake skill is off the table, as it poses a risk of harming allies, leaving Flamethrower as the only option. Roar! Upon hearing Long Yanning's command, the Stout-Tail Armor Dragon engulfs its mouth with a massive blaze, unleashing it with fervor. Soundwave Dragon, Shadow Ball. Attack the Shield Sword Pokémon. Double-Headed Tyrant. Dark Pulse. Attack the Shield Sword Pokémon. Long Yanning simultaneously commands the Soundwave Dragon and the Double-Headed Tyrant to unleash their attacks on the Shield Sword Pokémon, utilizing moves that exploit its weaknesses. As for Gyarados and the Double-Axe Dragon, both physical attackers, they focus solely on the Night Demon. Meanwhile, although Electrode is also a special attacker, Its moves are ineffective against the Shield Sword Pokémon, prompting Long Yin-Ning to direct it towards the Night Demon instead. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Double Axe Dragon, Crunch. Attack the Night Demon. Electrode, Thunderbolt, attack the Night Demon. With Long Yin-Ning's commands, besides the Gyarados performing Dragon Dance, the other Pokémon join the fray. The Shadow Ball from the Soundwave Dragon, the Dark Pulse from the Double-Headed Tyrant, and the Thunderbolt from Electrode all launch towards their respective targets. The Double Axe Dragon, akin to a tank, charges fiercely into battle against the Night Demon. The scene quickly devolves into chaos as 6 Pokémon appear, providing Xiaoyu with a modicum of reassurance. Despite the undeniable strength of the 2 malevolent spirit Pokémon before them, Long Yin-Ning's prowess is equally formidable. Observing the tense situation and glancing at his 3 smaller Pokémon, Xiaoyu decides against entering the fray, given their strength. Even a glancing blow from a single attack could severely injure his Charmander and Woobat. It seems the only viable course of action is to allow the forest lizard to create a grassy terrain. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu resolves to have the forest lizard use grassy terrain. After all, by establishing this terrain, Long Yin-Ning's 6 Pokémon can recover health, while the enemy has only 2. However, he wonders if the grassy terrain will remain effective in the spirit realm. Forest lizard, use grassy terrain. As Xiaoyu's voice resonates, the grass-type energy emanates from the forest lizard, which then activates the grassy terrain skill, spreading the energy across the ground and nourishing the Pokémon present. Long Yin-Ning, upon witnessing the transformation of the battlefield into grassy terrain, turns in surprise. This skill is quite rare, and she did not expect the forest lizard to possess it. Boom. Simultaneously, all the skills collide against the Shield Sword Pokémon and the Night Demon, erupting in a massive explosion. Yet, the Shield Sword Pokémon swiftly employs King's Shield, entering a defensive state that nullifies all incoming attacks, while simultaneously transforming into its shield form. Conversely, the Night Demon engages in a fierce battle with the Double Axe Dragon. Faced with an opponent of equal strength, along with the attacks from Electrode and the recently enhanced Gyarados, the Night Demon soon finds itself at a disadvantage. It is undeniably outmatched by the trio of Pokémon. Only after vanquishing the Night Phantom could they launch an assault on the shielded sword monster, creating a 6-to-1 advantage. As the situation began to tilt in favor of Long Yin-Ning, a sudden tearing sound resonated through the surrounding space, as if the spirit realm was being forcibly breached. Opening a rift, a voice of astonishment emerged from the fissure, and a figure appeared, cloaked in a raincoat and masked, rendering her features unrecognizable. However, more striking than her appearance was the Pokémon beside her, the Crystal Flame Spirit. Typically, a Crystal Flame Spirit stands around 1 meter in height. Yet this one towered nearly 1.8 meters, floating beside the woman, its yellow eyes surveying all present. A Pokémon of king-level strength. A wave of foreboding washed over Xiaoyu, prompting him to discreetly take out his phone and dial a number. With the rift in the spirit realm now opened, his phone regained signal, allowing him to make the call. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic woman sent both Xiaoyu and Long Yin-Ning into a state of alarm. She was likely the trainer of the 2 ghost-type Pokémon, the mysterious ghost-type trainer. Chapter 64. Mysterious items. The presence of the mysterious ghost-type trainer, her 2 ghost-type Pokémon, and the duo of Xiaoyu and Long Yin-Ning rendered all parties hesitant to act impulsively. Moments later, an astonishing scene unfolded as all 3 factions opted for retreat simultaneously. The shining shielded sword monster and the Night Phantom, sensing the arrival of another human and the formidable ghostly energy emanating from the Crystal Flame Spirit, chose to flee without hesitation. Faced with Long Yin-Ning's 6 Pokémon and now an additional powerful adversary, they naturally harbored thoughts of retreat. The Night Phantom unleashed a dark mist skill, vanishing alongside the shielded sword monster into the obscurity. Long Yin-Ning and Xiaoyu, mistaking the mysterious ghostly woman as merely the trainer of the 2 Pokémon, felt compelled to escape for their lives. Although they had initially deemed their odds favorable, the sight of the Crystal Flame Spirit ultimately swayed their decision. Unbeknownst to them, the woman was not the trainer of those 2 Pokémon, but rather Mayano Ranjin, a ghost-type trainer from Sakura Country, who had appeared alongside Sushio. While investigating the individuals listed on a roster, her Crystal Flame Spirit had detected a nearby surge of ghostly energy, indicating the presence of a powerful spirit. As a king-level ghost-type trainer, Mayano Ranjin could not resist the opportunity to capture such potent ghost-type Pokémon. Thus, she ordered her Crystal Flame Spirit to tear open a rift in the spirit realm, and upon discovering the 2 Pokémon, her interest was piqued. The Night Phantom, an exceedingly rare Pokémon, was one thing, but the shimmering shielded sword monster was enough to drive anyone into a frenzy. She was no exception, however. She had not anticipated the presence of others. Particularly alarming was the fact that 6 other powerful Pokémon were in the spirit realm, including a quasi-divine Pokémon, the wand-tailed scale dragon. This realization plunged her into despair. Despite her formidable prowess, even with all her Pokémon summoned, she could not swiftly neutralize the 2 trainers. Moreover, with the shielded sword monster and the night phantom lurking nearby, there was a risk of disastrous outcomes. Crucially, she was in the Imperial capital on a special mission and could not afford to reveal her identity. Weighing the risks, Rangine opted for a strategic withdrawal. She cast a lingering glance at the retreating shining shielded sword monster, her eyes gleaming with determination, as long as it was a ghost-type Pokémon. She had ways to track it. This was why she chose to retreat. Breathless, Xia Yu and Long Yin Ning mounted the wave dragon and flew directly back to the Dragon Clan's secret realm, rain pouring down and drenching their clothes. Upon arrival, Long Yin Ning immediately reported the encounter with the 2 malevolent Pokémon to Long Fan. After hearing her account, he promptly mobilized a team to investigate the incident site, where they discovered the wrecked vehicle and the lifeless driver. Before long, investigators from the Pokémon Association arrived swiftly, cordoning off the area for examination. After confirming that the malevolent Pokémon were indeed the shielded sword monster and the night phantom, the association urgently dispatched 2 king-level trainers specializing in ghost and psychic types from distant regions to the Imperial capital for reinforcement, aiming to capture the 2 Pokémon as soon as possible. Concurrently, Long Yin Ning reported the mysterious woman and her enormous crystal flame spirit. While engaged in battle with the 2 Pokémon, the spirit realm had been breached by an outsider, cloaked in rain gear and masked, concealing their identity. However, the presence of a massive crystal flame spirit, nearly the height of an adult, indicated formidable strength. Exhausted from nearly 3 days of continuous activity, Long Yin Ning stifled her fatigue and remarked, "It must possess strength close to that of a king-level Pokémon." Long Fan's heart ached as he gazed at his daughter, then spoke gently, "Yin Ning, you should rest. You haven't had any sleep in 3 days. Go and recuperate. I will handle the rest." Understood. Long Yin Ning, indeed on the brink of exhaustion, returned to her room, took a shower, and collapsed into bed. Meanwhile, the Pokémon Association began to investigate the identity of the woman. The enormous crystal flame spirit was exceedingly rare, and those reaching quasi-king level were even scarcer. It did not take long for the association to narrow down the woman's identity. Rangine, the former gym leader of the ghost-type dojo in Sakura Country. At 30 years of age, Rangine had served as the ghost-type dojo leader since she was 24. A month prior, she had abruptly resigned, leaving her position to another. Speculation abounded regarding the reasons for her departure, with the most compelling theory being that her crystal flame spirit had ascended to king level, leading to her own promotion as a king-level trainer, thereby surpassing the requirements to remain as a dojo leader. Since then, she had vanished from the public eye, with no further news of her. Clearly, the information at hand led the Pokémon Association to conclude that she was likely Rangine, raising questions as to why she had appeared in the Imperial capital. This revelation heightened alertness among the association's higher-ups. A king-level trainer from Sakura Country had secretly infiltrated Huagua, suggesting the presence of undisclosed motives. The Pokémon Association promptly dispatched additional personnel to search for the 2 ghost-type Pokémon while simultaneously seeking Rangine. In the outskirts of the Imperial capital, within an old, dilapidated building, a middle-aged man addressed Rangine and Sushio with a serious demeanor. "You 2 will remain here for the next half-month. Without venturing out, supplies will be provided." The Pokémon Association has publicly dispatched 2 king-level trainers to the Imperial capital under the pretense of capturing the shielded sword monster and the night phantom. However, it is highly probable that they have covertly dispatched another member from a different region's Elite Four into the capital. I do not know who it is, but the association has become aware of internal issues, and their confidentiality measures are exceptionally tight. They have also begun investigating potential traitors within their ranks. For the time being, I will not be in contact with you. We must lay low until the storm passes, after which I will reach out again. Should you choose to act recklessly, do not involve me. Understood. Sushio and Rangine nodded, clearly grasping the gravity of the situation. If what that fellow just said is true, then the capital is currently guarded by 3 formidable warriors of the 4 heavenly kings. Should they dare to reveal themselves now, it would be tantamount to courting death. How is your investigation proceeding? After detailing everything, the middle-aged man inquired about the task assigned to the 2. There have been no discoveries. Sushio shook his head, stating, "You haven't even told us what we're looking for, which makes our task exceedingly difficult. You need not concern yourselves with the specifics of what it is." The middle-aged man interjected, continuing, I can only tell you that it is of great importance. I requested your presence because you are well-versed in the energies of malevolence and specters. This object relates to the realms of superpowers, malevolence, and specters. Do not ask further. Rest assured, Sushio reassured the middle-aged man, the reputation of our Dawn society is well established. We are committed to our tasks and do not meddle in extraneous matters. However, if you could provide us with more information, it would greatly facilitate our search, allowing you to acquire the item sooner. After all, we've known each other for decades. Do you not trust me? It's not a matter of trust, Sushio. This task was commissioned to me by others, and I lack the precise details. All I know is that it pertains to superpowers, malevolence, and specters. Very well. Chapter 65, Special Training Battles, Little Fire Dragon vs. Wobat, Xiaoyu, naturally, lacked the capacity to partake in the grand events of the capital. His sole focus was to continually enhance his abilities and immerse himself in training. Long Yinning had recently found herself quite unoccupied, as the incident involving a student's demise had mildly affected her, leading other responsibilities to be temporarily suspended, leaving her solely to manage the training sessions. Life had returned to its tranquil state, and Xiaoyu devoted himself wholeheartedly to training his Pokémon while also refining his thesis. This Saturday's skill learning class continued the practice of Dragon Breath, with new techniques being introduced every 2 weeks. Currently, both the Forest Lizard and Little Fire Dragon had mastered the Dragon Breath skill, while Wobat could only watch enviously as the other two performed. As the weekend arrived, the Dragon-type secret training class adopted a closed training format, meaning all students were unable to return home and had to remain within the secret realm. Today, I have an announcement, Long Yinning declared from the training ground, addressing the 28 students before her. After 2 weeks together, everyone has more or less become acquainted. Today, we will select 2 class monitors, 1 male and 1 female. Please write down your nominations on a piece of paper, and I will collect them shortly. Xiaoyu held no interest in such matters. He casually scribbled down 2 names and submitted them. While some may relish the idea of being a class monitor, Xiaoyu felt it more productive to devote his time to training his Pokémon. Of course, if rewards were involved, he would gladly reconsider, even if it meant compromising his dignity for the position. The voting results were soon revealed. A boy named Shin Zijuan was elected as the class monitor. Xiaoyu recalled him as being quite generous, with a cheerful disposition, coming from a well-off family, and getting along well with his peers. The girl elected was named Su Muji, who Xiaoyu remembered for her beauty and figure. She was the first person he noticed upon joining the class. Indeed, good looks often confer certain advantages. Beyond her appearance, Xiaoyu knew little about Su Muji, except that she seemed to possess a rather talented haxorus. However, the most surprising revelation was that Xiaoyu received 5 votes. He pondered, stroking his chin. How could anyone have voted for him? Was it perhaps due to his striking appearance? After the election, Long Yinning announced the end of class. Given that it was the weekend, she allowed the students to arrange their own schedules, with the stipulation that they could not leave the Dragon-type secret realm. That evening, everyone would dine together, marking their first class gathering. Newly elected class monitor Shen Zijuan generously offered to treat everyone, and the others readily accepted, bustling with excitement about the dinner plans. Well then, it's settled, they agreed. Class monitor, you're going to spend quite a bit tonight. Shin, you're so generous. The surrounding boys teased. For those attending the Dragon-type secret training were generally from affluent families, seeking camaraderie and connections. For some, participating in the training was secondary to forging relationships. Xiaoyu, are you coming tonight? Shun Zijuan, acknowledging the Lin family's reputation, extended a cordial invitation to Xiaoyu. In response, Xiaoyu shook his head, politely declining. I have other commitments this evening, so I will not be attending. Shun Zijuan's brow furrowed slightly at the direct refusal, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But he maintained his composure and persisted. Xiaoyu, one must balance work with rest to enhance training efficacy. Besides, it's the weekend. A little relaxation won't hurt. I truly have matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves, Xiaoyu reiterated firmly, despite Shin Zijuan's repeated invitations. He was genuinely busy, needing to train his Pokémon and devote time to his thesis, hardly any time for frivolous distractions. One must diligently toil rather than seek shortcuts. Seeing Xiaoyu's steadfast refusal, Shun Zijuan relented. Very well, focus on your work. Just give me a call if you change your mind. All right. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu continued training but decided to alter his approach. He intended for the Forest Lizard to train independently, while Little Fire Dragon would engage in a battle against Wobat. Mere monotonous training would not suffice. Occasional battles were essential to gauge training outcomes. Wobat, you will battle Little Fire Dragon. At Xiaoyu's command, Little Fire Dragon brimmed with enthusiasm, embodying the spirit of a warrior, eager to face Wombat with fiery determination. In contrast, Wombat displayed a hint of trepidation. Yet it was not intimidated, having battled against Wu Yaozu's Little Fire Dragon numerous times, gaining ample experience. Moreover, Wombat had long wished for a chance to engage in battle with Little Fire Dragon. Prepare yourselves, you may fight freely. Xiaoyu ushered Little Fire Dragon and Wombat to the battleground, and with his command, the battle commenced. The battle begins. Roar. Without Xiaoyu's guidance, Little Fire Dragon exhibited an aggressive demeanor, charging forth with its metallic claws gleaming silver gray. Metal Claw. A steel-type physical move that slashes the opponent with iron claws, sometimes raising its own attack power. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. Little Fire Dragon was still lacking in battle experience, attempting to close the distance for a melee confrontation. However, Wombat would not grant it such an opportunity. As Xiaoyu anticipated, Wombat flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, swiftly escaping Little Fire Dragon's attack range. Capitalizing on the advantages of a flying-type Pokémon. Supersonic. Employing its signature strategy, Wombat unleashed a supersonic wave from its violet ears, striking Little Fire Dragon directly and plunging it into a state of confusion, its head spinning. In that moment, Wombat's body began to move rapidly, and soon, multiple images of Wombat materialized in the air. Shadow Clone. The Shadow Clone technique, recently acquired by Wombat, belonged to the normal type category, enabling it to create several duplicates. Roar. Amidst the chaos, the Little Fire Dragon exhibited a rather frenzied demeanor. It inhaled sharply and then opened its mouth to unleash a breath of dragon fire. Despite being in a state of confusion, the Little Fire Dragon successfully executed its skill. The technique it employed was the very dragon breath it had been practicing for the past fortnight, enveloping the air in draconic energy as it aimed at the hovering Bumblebat. However, the dragon breath merely passed through the Bumblebat's form, clearly indicating that it had struck a mere illusion. The winds began to stir. A mist strike. The Bumblebat flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce gale that struck the Little Fire Dragon with precision. In this level of combat, flying-type Pokémon held the advantage, and the tide of battle was momentarily in favor of the Bumblebat, which had the upper hand from the outset. Chapter 66, Bumblebat vs. Little Fire Dragon Roar. The enraged Little Fire Dragon let out a fierce roar, now fully liberated from its state of confusion, rapidly regaining its clarity. It was then that a surge of rocky energy began to emanate from its body. Primordial Power, a special rock-type skill that launches an attack using primordial energy, sometimes enhancing all abilities. The Little Fire Dragon conjured a mud-yellow sphere of rocky energy before hurling it towards the airborne Bumblebat. Buzz. The Bumblebat swiftly flapped its wings, deftly evading the Little Fire Dragon's primordial power attack. Just as it narrowly dodged the primordial power, a dragon breath followed closely behind. The Little Fire Dragon had learned from its earlier experience. After launching the primordial power attack, it immediately unleashed a second dragon breath, catching the Bumblebat off guard. The intense dragon breath struck the Bumblebat squarely, inflicting substantial damage. In comparison to the superficial harm dealt by the Bumblebat's gust, the Little Fire Dragon's dragon breath was evidently far more potent, simultaneously exploiting the Bumblebat's dual dragon and flying-type vulnerabilities. Buzz. Now injured, the Bumblebat became furious, frantically flapping its wings to once again execute the gust skill. Presently, the Bumblebat's arsenal of offensive techniques was still limited to just absorb and gust, which led Xiaoyu to ponder whether he should have the Bumblebat learn the Dragon Pulse skill upon returning or perhaps speak to Long Yin Ning about teaching it next week. This way, he could ensure both the Bumblebat and the Little Fire Dragon mastered the Dragon Pulse skill. As Xiaoyu contemplated, the gust skill effectively struck the Little Fire Dragon once more, yet at this moment, the Little Fire Dragon disregarded its injuries and opted for a more aggressive approach. Exchanging blows indiscriminately. Lacking strategy, it resorted to sheer brute force. Roar. The Little Fire Dragon unleashed the primordial power skill again, sending another rocky energy sphere hurtling towards the Bumblebat. Shadow Clone. This time, the Bumblebat had wised up. Instead of forcing a dodge and risking being hit by the Little Fire Dragon's dragon breath, it chose to use the Shadow Clone skill once more, instantly creating 4 or 5 clones to confuse the Little Fire Dragon's attack. Left with no choice, the Little Fire Dragon could only direct the rocky energy sphere to strike one of the Bumblebat's clones. Unfortunately, with a 1/6 chance of error, it misjudged the target, resulting in a wasted attack. Sonic Boom. The Bumblebat exhibited remarkable poise and expertise, effectively circumventing the shortcomings of its limited offensive moves, showcasing a guerrilla-style harassment tactic with aplomb. Once again, the Sonic Boom successfully struck the Little Fire Dragon, plunging it back into a state of confusion just after it had regained clarity. Gust. The Bumblebat now fully seized the initiative in the battle, continuously employing Shadow Clone, Sonic Boom, and Gust to harass the little fire dragon, leaving it in distress and at a distinct disadvantage. All right, stop. Xiaoyu timely intervened, recognizing that further combat was unnecessary. Victory for the Bumblebat was inevitable. Given the advantages of the flying-type Pokémon, the battle was won by the Bumblebat. Xiaoyu gently stroked the Bumblebat's purple ears, offering encouragement. And the Bumblebat affectionately nuzzled his palm, clearly delighted. Little fire dragon, do not be disheartened. Keep striving. Once you evolve into a Charizard and take to the skies, the Bumblebat may not stand a chance against you. In stark contrast to the Bumblebat's elation, the little fire dragon felt utterly despondent, struggling to accept its defeat. Now placing it at the bottom among the three Pokémon, the forest lizard was undoubtedly the alpha, and having lost to the Bumblebat, the little fire dragon found itself relegated to third place. Little fire dragon, it's all right. You were the last to be born. With more training, your strength will surely grow. Xiaoyu observed the little fire dragon's dismay and quickly offered words of comfort, leading both the little fire dragon and the Bumblebat to the infirmary for treatment. While the Pokémon were being healed, Xiaoyu wandered into the hatching room of the dragon-type secret realm, hoping to stumble upon a desirable dragon egg. However, upon entering, he discovered that there were no dragon-type eggs available for sale. Hello, Xiaoyu inquired of a guide. Do you not have any dragon-type eggs for sale? Sir, is this your first visit? The guide, noticing Xiaoyu's handsome appearance, beamed a bright smile and replied, the dragon-type secret realm is unlike other realms. We have a fixed time each month for selling Pokémon eggs. This is due to the extremely low reproductive rates of dragon-type Pokémon. Only a few dragon eggs are available each month, and they are highly coveted. Typically, those who acquire them choose not to sell. Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Indeed, this made sense. In contrast, bug-type Pokémon often reproduce prolifically but possess comparatively weaker abilities, while dragon-type Pokémon breed sparingly yet are generally much stronger, a rule of nature. However, sir, you need not worry. Next Sunday is this month's public sales day. You can come and choose from the eggs available to see if any catch your fancy. The guide cheerfully added, do you have any legendary Pokémon eggs for sale? Xiaoyu could not resist asking. The guide's face turned awkward as he replied, sir, you are quite humorous. Legendary Pokémon are not available for sale. Very well, Xiaoyu felt a pang of disappointment, but considering the rarity of legendary Pokémon, it was to be expected that the League would not sell them. Next weekend, I will remember. Thank you. Upon learning that no Pokémon were available for sale, Xiaoyu felt a sense of ennui and left the hatching room, returning to the infirmary to retrieve his two Pokémon before heading to his room to rest. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he entered his room, the phone rang. Xiaoyu answered to find it was his grandmother calling, and he quickly connected. Hello, Grandma. Xiaoyu. Qin Laotai's voice beamed with warmth upon hearing her grandson's voice. Little Li just told me that you have 2 packages that arrived. I placed them in your room. Xiaoyu remembered the 2 stones he had purchased, one of which was a suspected Mega Evolution Stone for Jengar, and the other a Dim Wish Star. Grandma, just leave them in my room, Xiaoyu said. What did you have for dinner today? Be mindful of your diet, and don't let Grandpa drink too much. We ate well. Qin Laotai's smile widened at her grandson's concern. You know your grandfather's temperament. No one can dissuade him. Only you can talk some sense into him. Isn't it common for men to drink? Lin Lao's voice chimed in from the side, then paused before continuing. Xiaoyu, Xun is almost done with the paper. It should be published in a few days. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa, and thanks to Uncle as well. Xiaoyu replied, acknowledging that it had only been a week since the experiment, and Uncle Lin Shuyun's ability to produce a paper so quickly was commendable. Once I can leave the secret realm, I will come back to visit you. A determined young man sets his sights on distant horizons, dedicating himself to rigorous training within the secret realm. Should there be any uncertainties, he is advised to seek guidance from Long Yinning. After a lengthy conversation with his grandparents, Xiaoyu hangs up the phone, hastily prepares a simple meal, and heads to the training ground with his 3 Pokémon, who have just consumed energy cubes. Even if I must perish, let it be on the training field. As night falls, Xiaoyu persists in his training alone on the expansive grounds, illuminated by bright lights that cast shadows of him and his Pokémon. Woobat, hang in there. Woobat struggles under the weight of a massive tire, laboriously flapping its wings and moving forward at a snail's pace. After focused training, Woobat's capacity for weight has remarkably improved, now able to bear 20 units. In response, Xiaoyu intensifies the training regimen, continuously pushing the boundaries of Woobat's potential. Meanwhile, the forest lizard is bound with weights yet moves at high speed, unleashing magical leaves, dragon breath, and Dragon Pulse with every stride. After being bested by Woobat, Charmeleon resolves to train fiercely throughout the night, spinning and striking the training dummy with its tail, producing a resounding thud, followed by sharp claws raking at the target. Xiaoyu, too, is relentless, honing his physique alongside his Pokémon. This is the fervor of youth, growing amidst sweat and exertion, a truly fulfilling endeavor. In the restaurant of the Dragon-type Secret Realm, students of the training camp indulge in a festive meal, laughter and conversation filling the air. The boys, clad in fresh attire, some sporting trendy hairstyles, appear notably more dashing compared to their dusty selves on the training field. The girls, having also taken great care in their appearance, wear light makeup, their manicured nails captivating the hearts of their male counterparts. As they gather, the atmosphere brims with camaraderie, and amidst the crowd, Shun Zijuan is playfully pushed to the forefront by a few friends. Shingu, sing us a song. Amidst the enthusiastic encouragement, Shun Zijuan reluctantly takes the microphone. Bowing to the audience, I shall embarrass myself for your entertainment and sing a song. Despite his humble words, he has studied vocal performance and, amidst the cheers, delivers a pop song with a raspy voice that closely resembles the original, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Some girls gaze at Shun Zijuan with sparkling eyes. Handsome, talented, youthful, affluent, and powerful, he epitomizes the ideal romantic partner. If not for Xiaoyu, he would undoubtedly be the heartthrob of the training camp. As the song concludes, applause erupts, followed by calls for the female class representative, Sumuzi, to perform. With grace, she sits at the piano, dressed in a white pleated skirt, her delicate legs drawing attention. In an instant, the melodious notes fill the air, her slender fingers dancing across the keys like a gentle breeze, captivating all who watch. In that moment, Sumuzi becomes the center of the universe, exuding an unmatched beauty that culminates in thunderous applause. The lively atmosphere of the restaurant starkly contrasts the solitude of the training ground. The revelry and merriment are of no concern to Xiaoyu, whose sole focus is the unwavering belief in his own strength, reminiscent of the forest lizard's unwavering dream of proving itself as the strongest Pokémon. This goal drives the forest lizard to be the most diligent, possessing both talent and effort, albeit lacking time. Yet, with time sown, it will undoubtedly reap the fruits of its labor. Xiaoyu yearns for the youthful exuberance and enjoyment of life, but after the turmoil involving Sushio, the Zhao family, and the malevolent Pokémon, his heart is solely set on becoming stronger. Other distractions, such as women or indulgences, would only hinder his progress. Any enjoyment must be predicated upon corresponding strength. As the meal draws to a close, the atmosphere influences nearly everyone to partake in a drink, including Long Yin-ning, who is particularly susceptible to the effects of alcohol. Even after just a small glass of red wine, her cheeks flush a rosy hue. Remember to return early to rest. Training awaits us tomorrow, she instructs her students. Girls, please walk with me. I shall escort you back to your dormitory. Understood, Teacher Long. Thank you. After ensuring all students are safely returned to their rooms, Long Yin-ning prepares to retreat to her own quarters, planning to check on the training ground. During the gathering, she noticed Xiaoyu's absence and felt a sense of relief. His dedication has left her both astonished and impressed. Through their interactions, her impression of Xiaoyu has transformed entirely. Though his strength may currently be the weakest in the class, he is undoubtedly the most diligent. Each night at 9, she sees him training tirelessly with his Pokémon, undeterred by harsh weather. At 6 each morning, he promptly appears on the training grounds. And this tenacity has earned him her respect, causing her to forget her initial disdain for this transfer student. With such a dedicated student, Long Yin-ning naturally wishes to assist Xiaoyu in any way she can. As she approaches the training area, she spots him still hard at work, a smile gracing her lips. However, just as she plans to evaluate his progress and offer him guidance, she notices a familiar figure entering the training ground with a bottle of water. Xiaoyu, Sumuzi beams, handing him the water she just purchased. Here, this is for you. Xiaoyu, taken aback, glances at her and finds her smiling at him, causing a flush to rise to his cheeks. How embarrassing, he thinks, turning to accept the water from her hand, unabashedly gazing at her face. Thank you, Class Representative Su. Have you finished your meal? Xiaoyu takes a sip of the water, noting its sweetness and pondering. She wouldn't have slipped anything in, would she? Yes, I just finished eating. I didn't see you there, so I thought I would come check on you. Sumuzi replies directly. Xiaoyu, I voted for you as class representative today. Xiaoyu's heart races at her words, wondering if she might harbor feelings for him. Before he can contemplate further, Sumuzi continues, relying solely on training isn't enough. Would you like to engage in a real battle? I have a Pokémon that is roughly equal in strength to your forest lizard. What do you say? Oh, I was just looking for an opportunity to practice. Since you've offered, I shan't hold back. Let's see who prevails. Chapter 68. Milotic. This sparked a bold conjecture within her heart. The flames of gossip blazed fiercely. Why did Su Muzi secretly bring water to Xiaoyu after the dinner? Could it be that the two of them were romantically involved? Their secrecy was indeed commendable. Upon this realization, Long Yin-ning felt a sense of regret. If Xiaoyu were to become lost in the throes of love, squandering his time and energy, it would be a waste of the efforts he had invested for so long. What a pity. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyu, Long Yin-ning's imagination ran wild. Although he was somewhat curious about Su Muzi's presence, he refrained from inquiring further. Go, Milotic. Su Muzi was the first to release her Pokémon, a remarkably rare Milotic. It was said that Milotic was the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, evolving from the ugly Feeba. Xiaoyu took a glance and could only affirm that Milotic was indeed quite beautiful. Its delicate pink hues were quite appealing, certainly more attractive than many of the grotesque Pokémon. At the same time, Xiaoyu discreetly checked the strength of Su Muzi's Milotic through the system. This Milotic possessed exceptional potential, yet its strength was merely at the elite level, indicating that it had recently evolved. The elite level strength was slightly superior to Xiaoyu's forest lizard, but after extensive training, the forest lizard was on the cusp of breaking into the elite level. Thus, the power disparity between them was negligible, especially since the forest lizard had a type advantage over Milotic, effectively neutralizing the difference in strength. Overall, it was indeed a well-matched battle. Come forth, forest lizard. Xiaoyu wasted no time and summoned his ace, the forest lizard. After a long hiatus from battle, the forest lizard appeared particularly invigorated, eager to engage with Milotic across the field. Excellent. As expected of my forest lizard, it is not easily swayed by Milotic's allure. Xiaoyu had been concerned that the naive forest lizard might fall under Milotic's spell. It seemed both Pokémon belonged to the Dragon Egg group, and there was indeed a possibility for them to connect. Observing Milotic's gender, which was female, Xiaoyu cautioned the forest lizard to be on guard. Women could only slow down one's reflexes, and the same applied to female dragons. It's time to begin, Su Muzi said with a smile, suddenly shifting the topic. Xiaoyu, shall we raise the stakes? What stakes? Xiaoyu inquired cautiously, suppressing a smirk. At last, she revealed her true intentions after all the build-up. Whoever loses must grant the other a favor, Su Muzi stated earnestly. No way. Xiaoyu rejected immediately. What if I lose, and you ask me to marry you? Su Muzi's expression morphed into one of confusion. What do you mean by that tone? I assure you, I won't demand anything excessive, just simple requests. Well, that can be considered. After contemplating Su Muzi's words, Xiaoyu acquiesced. If he were to lose and Su Muzi made unreasonable demands, he could always renege on the agreement. After all, one's reputation could be lost over time. Rest assured, I will give it my all, Xiaoyu declared earnestly. Then let us commence. I will count down. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Forest Lizard, keep your distance and use Magical Leaf. As Su Muzi's countdown concluded, Xiaoyu commanded the Forest Lizard to launch the first attack without hesitation, initiating with the Magical Leaf skill as a probing strike. Freed from its burden, the Forest Lizard moved with remarkable speed, a green blur darting across the arena as it executed the Magical Leaf technique. Magical Leaf, a grass-type special attack skill that releases scattered leaves capable of homing in on the target, ensuring a hit. In the game, Magical Leaf is guaranteed to hit. But in reality, it might not. Sharp leaves flew from all directions, infused with grass-type energy, slicing through Milotic's form. Ugh. Milotic. Recover. Recover restores the Pokémon-less health significantly by regenerating all its cells. Milotic chose to endure the Magical Leaf, emitting a pained sound. As a water-type Pokémon, it was weak against grass-type moves and suffered immediate damage. However, the recovery allowed Milotic to return to peak health. With inherently high special defense and decent special attack, Milotic was a clear special attacker. Conversely, its physical attack was quite low, and its defense paled in comparison to its special defense. Thus, the most effective strategy against Milotic was to employ physical attacks for a direct breakthrough. As Magical Leaf was a special attack, the damage inflicted on Milotic was naturally limited. At that moment, flames suddenly ignited around Milotic, triggered by the flame orbit war on its chest, inflicting a burn status. Simultaneously, the scales on Milotic shimmered with a captivating glow. Flame orb inflicts a burn status on itself. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He realized he might have fallen into Su Muzi's trap. Although her Pokémon was only at the elite level, it was evident that Milotic had mastered a complete set of strategies, significantly lowering the Forest Lizard's chances of victory. Milotic's breeding direction diverged based on its distinct abilities, primarily categorized into two types, one being the competitive variant. Competitive, when its abilities are lowered by the opponent, each reduction enhances its special attack significantly. This variant was undoubtedly suited for offensive play. When facing Pokémon with Intimidate abilities, such as Gyarados or Infernape, any attack reduction would instantly boost its special attack, potentially leading to a decisive strike. Intimidate lowers all opposing Pokémon's attack upon entering the battle. The other breeding direction for Milotic was more tedious and frustrating. Yet it was once Sushio's preferred playstyle, the Marvel Scale variant. Marvel Scale increases defense when affected by a status condition. Milotic's defense was its weak point, but the Marvel Scale ability compensated for this vulnerability, which is why it carried the Flame Orb, intentionally inflicting burn upon itself. This variant leaned towards being a tank, with core skills including Toxic, Protect, Hypnosis, Recover, Mirror Coat, Haze, and White Smoke, alongside offensive moves such as Scald, Surf, and Ice Beam. It could be quite the nuisance. Just imagine a Milotic inflicting Toxic, then alternating between Recover and Protect, occasionally using Hypnosis. While you amplify your special attack, it counters with Mirror Coat. And when you enhance your abilities, it utilizes Haze. Gradually, it could wear down its opponents, making it exceedingly vexing. After inspecting Milotic's data, Sushio noticed that its skill pool was replete with insidious tactics. Witnessing this scene, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Unfair! Rematch! This match does not count." The young woman appeared quite charming, yet her tactics were ruthlessly underhanded. "Someone, bring forth my shadow tag, Gengar." Chapter 69, Forest Lizard vs. Milotic. This was troublesome, too troublesome. Faced with such a vexing strategy, Sushio felt quite challenged. The only silver lining was that this Milotic had yet to learn Substitute, which was a small mercy, nonetheless. It still left him feeling repulsed. In that moment, Sushio completely forgot the time he used Zubat to annoy Wuyuzu's Charmander and desperately wished for a Pokémon capable of learning the taunt skill. In the verdant expanse known as the grassy terrain, Summer Feather hesitated for a moment before deciding to unleash the terrain, knowing that the grass-type skills would gain potency, thereby enhancing the output of the Forest Lizard. As the Forest Lizard executed the grassy terrain skill, it refrained from immediate aggression, and Sushio mirrored this calmness. Milotic. Water Pulse. The Water Pulse enveloped Milotic in a shimmering veil of water, continuously replenishing its vitality. This aqueous energy surrounded Milotic, soothing its form and effectively mitigating the lingering damage from burns. After both sides released their skills, they opted for a temporary stalemate. Summer Feather dared not let the Forest Lizard approach, wary of Milotic's venomous capabilities. In reality, skills akin to poison are most effective at close range. Maintaining distance is crucial to avoid such attacks. Observing Summer Feather's strategy to keep the Forest Lizard at bay, Sushio remained unfazed, patiently awaiting an opportunity for Summer Feather to strike. Forest Lizard Seed Bomb. After a brief moment of contemplation, Summer Feather commanded the Forest Lizard to unleash the Seed Bomb, fully aware that this battle would be prolonged and recognizing the utility of this skill. Milotic. Water Pulse. Sushio, discerning Summer Feather's intentions, immediately instructed Milotic to execute Water Pulse as the Forest Lizard launched the Seed Bomb. The swirling orb of water collided with the Seed Bomb, sending it flying. While maintaining distance helped the Forest Lizard avoid poison, it also rendered it challenging for skills like Seed Bomb and Troubling Seed to hit Milotic, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Additionally, Milotic possessed the skill Mirror Coat, which warranted careful consideration. If the Forest Lizard attempted a desperate move with a powerful grass-type skill like Leaf Storm and fell prey to Mirror Coat, defeat would be imminent. Summer Feather, if you choose not to attack, then I shall let my Milotic take the initiative. Milotic. Ice Beam. Observing Summer Feather's hesitance, Sushio commanded Milotic to strike first. Milotic gathered ice energy in its mouth, unleashing Ice Beam toward the Forest Lizard. This Ice-type skill posed a significant threat to the Grass-type Forest Lizard, and sustaining a direct hit from Ice Beam would undoubtedly inflict substantial damage. Thus, Summer Feather instructed the Forest Lizard to evade the Ice Beam and charge forward. This was the moment to test the Forest Lizard's training. As it skillfully maneuvered through the terrain, adeptly dodging the Ice Beam and closing in on Milotic, Summer Feather's intention was clear. He aimed for a swift resolution to the battle. The decisive moment approached. If a powerful strike could not subdue Milotic, the Forest Lizard would surely face defeat. Critical hit. Poison. Both trainers issued their commands almost simultaneously. In the instant they closed the distance, Milotic unleashed a spray of venom, successfully poisoning the Forest Lizard. While the Forest Lizard executed a critical hit, its dark energy enveloping the blades on its wrists, swiftly slicing through Milotic's scales and drawing blood. Summer Feather anticipated that Milotic would employ its poison skill upon close proximity. Thus, he commanded the forest lizard to unleash a powerful dark-type attack in hopes of inflicting maximum damage. Defend. Following the wave of attacks, Milotic activated its defensive skill. Summer Feather had foreseen this and promptly instructed the forest lizard to use Absorb. Forest Lizard, Absorb. This was merely a tactic to breach the protective barrier of the defense shield, and as expected, the grass-type energy was effectively nullified. Milotic, Recover. Forest Lizard, Grass Whistle. After the defense, Milotic initiated its recovery, healing its injuries, a scenario Summer Feather had anticipated. Thus, his true ace was the Grass Whistle skill that followed Absorb. While Milotic was engaged in recovery, it was left vulnerable, ensuring that the Grass Whistle would undoubtedly land. A flute composed of grass-type energy materialized before the forest lizard, the melody resonating through the air. Milotic, caught unawares during its self-recovery, succumbed to the Grass Whistle, falling into a deep slumber. In the game, a Pokémon can only experience one status condition at a time. However, in reality, multiple conditions can coexist, allowing Milotic to be asleep despite being burned. The duration of Milotic's slumber remained uncertain, yet this period would be crucial for the forest lizard to seize victory. Forest Lizard, unleash the most powerful magical leaf. Summer Feather commanded, directing the forest lizard to execute the magical leaf skill, the strongest grass-type attack in its repertoire, second only to Leaf Storm. With the grass-type skill enhanced by the grassy terrain and the inherent advantage against water-type moves, the magical leaf surged forth with tremendous force. The razor-sharp leaves sliced through Milotic, inflicting numerous small wounds and causing blood to flow. However, having just utilized Recover, Milotic's vitality was replenished, and its special defense remained formidable. A mere 2 magical leaves were insufficient to fell it. Having endured 2 strikes from Magical Leaf, Milotic began to sway, showing signs of awakening from its pain-induced slumber. Observing this, Summer Feather recognized the urgency of concluding the battle. Once Milotic regained consciousness, the combination of its defensive skills would leave the forest lizard with no chance of victory, compounded by the poison now taking effect. Forest Lizard, Leaf Storm. With Summer Feather's command, the leaves whirled in a frenzied dance, forming a colossal leaf storm that surged toward Milotic, enveloping it in a tempest of green foliage, each blade slicing into its form. Milotic, Sushio exclaimed with concern, rushing to Milotic's side and promptly recalling it into its Pokéball. Let's head to the infirmary. Summer Feather, recognizing the severity of Milotic's injuries, spoke up. The forest lizard, now afflicted by poison, also required treatment, and the two made their way to the infirmary together. As they departed, Long Yin Ning returned to her dormitory, increasingly convinced of her suspicions. Summer Feather was indeed involved with Sushio. Your forest lizard is quite formidable, Sushio remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unbothered by her defeat. Luck played a part, Summer Feather modestly replied. If your Milotic had learned Mystical Guard, it could have been immune to status conditions. Then, I would surely have lost today's battle. The forest lizard's victory hinged entirely on the successful application of Grass Whistle. Had it not lulled Milotic to sleep, defeat would have been inevitable for Summer Feather. Xiaoyu's earnest demeanor elicited a smile from Sushio, who, in turn, spoke with unbridled enthusiasm about their battle. You emerged victorious. Is there anything you require my assistance with? Anything at all? Xiaoyu couldn't help but inquire, a thrill of excitement stirring within him as a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Well, as long as it isn't too outrageous, anything is permissible, Sushio replied, her bright eyes fixed on Xiaoyu, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Then I shall not hold back, Xiaoyu declared without hesitation. You possess a female Harklong, do you not? How about having it lay an egg for me? Sushio's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing into slits. So, after I changed my clothes and refreshed my makeup just to bring you water after our dinner gathering, and after the battle training where Minas was injured, you still want my Harklong to produce an egg for you? This is akin to playing a lute to a cow. How dare you? Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Sushio quickened her pace towards the infirmary. Throughout their journey to the infirmary, a tense silence enveloped them, neither uttering a word. The on-duty doctor examined the 2 Pokémon and slowly stated, although Minas's injury appears severe, it is not as dire as it seems. It can be treated within half an hour. The poison from the forest lizard has been resolved, and you may take it whenever you wish. Upon hearing that the poison from the forest lizard had been neutralized, Xiaoyu sprang to his feet, eager to leave with it. However, Sushio seemed to have anticipated this very scenario. She no longer expected Xiaoyu to offer her a ride home, and promptly spoke up. Hey, are you not going to take me back? You have a Harklong, don't you? Why would I need to escort you? Besides, in the Dragon Realm, What trouble could you possibly encounter? I have urgent matters to attend to. I must depart, Xiaoyu replied, rushing back to write his paper. Watching Xiaoyu's departing figure, Sumyuzi felt a sense of frustration welling up inside her, sulking in her chair. Observing this exchange, a nearby nurse chuckled softly, remarking, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful. This boy is quite handsome, yet he lacks consideration for others. Young lady, is he your boyfriend?" The nurse continued, "He is indeed handsome, but it is not unusual. After all, you are both quite young. Girls tend to mature sooner, while boys often retain a certain immaturity. However, with age and the arrival of children, they will inevitably grow more mature, much like my husband. When we were dating, the nurse seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation, chattering away until Sumyuzi finally interjected, "Sister, he is not my boyfriend. We are merely classmates." The nurse's face flushed with embarrassment upon realizing that they were simply peers. As night fell and Xiaoyu returned to his dormitory, he completely cast Sumyuzi from his mind and began to gnaw on the end of his pen, continuing to refine his paper. His primary focus was on his core hypothesis. He needed to conduct a qualitative analysis of this unknown pure crystal, unveiling its true nature and asserting that this unique pure crystal should be classified as an exclusive pure crystal. The effect of the exclusive pure crystal is to transform specific Pokémon's designated moves into distinct techniques. Next, Xiaoyu intended to demonstrate that exclusive moves require significantly more energy than standard moves, indicating that an ordinary wristband cannot provide the necessary energy for casting exclusive moves. It must be upgraded to a powerful wristband. Hence, until now, no one has successfully executed an exclusive move. Finally, to validate his hypothesis, he needed to successfully perform an exclusive move, and it was evident that Long Yin Ning and her tail-scale dragon were the perfect experimental subjects. As long as he could get the tail-scale dragon to execute the soul dance, fiery sound explosion, it would be deemed a success. However, a pressing challenge remained unsolved: how to upgrade the wristband into a powerful one. This was the crux of Xiaoyu's dilemma, the very point where his paper had hit a wall. After all, the notion that upgrading the wristband to a powerful one requires a more formidable energy source was merely Xiaoyu's conjecture. He could not be entirely certain, and only through continuous experimentation could he find a resolution. Xiaoyu tapped away at his laptop, meticulously choosing his words, laboring into the late hours of the night to perfect his paper. Meanwhile, the lazy Woobat had succumbed to sleep, nestling atop Xiaoyu's head, treating his messy hair as a cozy nest, snuggling contentedly against him. Xiaoyu could only smile wryly at this indolent little creature, finding it exceedingly challenging to rely on it for rigorous training, hoping instead for its swift evolution into a Noivern, which might temper its temperament. On the other side, the forest lizard was tirelessly exercising with simple gym equipment, while the little charmander, typically fast asleep by now, was also diligently pushing itself to practice, embodying the spirit of perseverance. Meanwhile, other boys in the training class were engaged in discussions about which girls were the most beautiful, which were gentle and virtuous, whose voices were the most melodious, and which girls stirred their hearts the most. They hesitated, contemplating whether to courageously send a message to the girls they admired, even if it was just a simple good night. This is the restlessness of youth. Everyone has their own choices, yet each must bear the responsibility for their decisions. In the girls' dormitory, Sumyuzi had just finished washing up and collapsed onto her soft bed, seething over Xiaoyu's behavior. Just then, her phone buzzed with a new message. Upon checking, she discovered it was from Shinzijuan. "The moonlight is beautiful, just like you tonight." His eloquence was commendable. No wonder he was Shinzijuan. However, Sumyuzi merely glanced at the message before tossing her phone aside. This was already the fourth message she had received that night, all with similar flirtatious sentiments, and she had long since developed immunity to such words. It must be said that Shun Zijuan was indeed exceptional, tall, handsome, from a good family, possessing considerable strength, a delightful personality, and a wide social circle, leaving little to criticize. Many girls in the class held affections for him, yet Sumyuzi found herself indifferent to him, perceiving a hint of hypocrisy beneath his sunny exterior. In contrast, she found herself preferring Xiaoyu slightly. Although his current abilities were lacking, she held a strong belief in his potential. Chapter 71. The Pokémon that was perfectly overcome on Monday morning. Xiaoyu arose early, the television broadcasting the news. The shiny shield sword monster and the dark spirit have yet to be located since their last attack on Xia and Long. Citizens are advised to avoid isolated and desolate areas. At 3:16 a.m. yesterday, the Dawn Society launched a surprise assault on the Pokémon Association's egg transport team in Liang City, resulting in significant casualties. None of the transport team survived, and all Pokémon eggs were stolen, including an egg of a round land shark. The fugitive Sushio was sighted 3 days ago in Shishu province. In the southwest region's 4 kings, Li Yunyao will personally lead the pursuit. The capital seems to have regained its previous calm, yet everyone remains on high alert. As long as the shiny shield sword monster and the dark spirit remain at large, no one dares to relax their vigilance. Xiaoyu's life continued in its monotonous and mundane fashion. Apart from the daily training, there was no other form of entertainment. He was always the first to arrive at the training ground and the last to leave. During his morning practice today, Xiaoyu discovered that the forest lizard, having emerged from last night's battle, had advanced from rare to elite level and had also learned a new skill, malicious pursuit. This was indeed splendid news. In the morning, the physical training class remained as unyielding as ever. Following yesterday's gathering, most of the students had grown familiar with one another, greeting each other with warmth. Except for Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat out of place. Xiaoyu acknowledged the class leader, Shun Zijuan, with a nod and a smile, replying politely, "Good morning." He then immersed himself in training. Finding a secluded corner, he released 3 Pokémon and trained silently. If he possessed the strength of his peers, with his Pokémon averaging Lord-level combat power, he would not need to train so desperately. Weakness was the root of all his troubles. From a distance, several girls were covertly observing Xiaoyu. As the most handsome boy in the class, he had long been the center of discussion among the girls. They were well aware of his background. Although the Lin family had only one champion-level trainer, their standing in academia was remarkably high. As long as Lin Lao and Qin Lao Tai were alive, the Lin family would continue to thrive. However, since Lin Shuiyun took over the laboratory in recent years, Yuan had not produced any remarkable results, leading many to speculate that if the 2 elders were to pass away, the Lin family's academic status would plummet. "Muzi, where did you go after last night's gathering?" asked a girl in a pink dress, smiling at Su Muzi. Surprised, Su Muzi maintained a calm facade, replying, "I didn't go anywhere." "You're lying," the girl exclaimed, her voice rising and attracting the attention of those nearby. Realizing her volume, she quickly lowered her tone, teasingly looking at Su Muzi. "I saw you sneak into the supermarket to buy a bottle of water and head towards the training grounds. Who were you delivering water to?" Everyone knew who was training at that hour, and they exchanged knowing glances at Su Muzi. "Muzi, when did you make your move? You acted swiftly to win over someone as handsome as Xiaoyu." "Stop talking nonsense," Su Muzi said, a blush rising to her enchanting face. "You're overthinking it. If you don't admit it, I might just ask Xiaoyu," the girl replied. "I truly didn't," Su Muzi sighed, recalling last night's encounter. "I just felt sorry for him being alone and not attending the gathering. So our esteemed class leader showed mercy and offered himself? You mischievous girl. I'll tear your mouth apart." The girl's chatter went unheard by Xiaoyu, who was completely focused on training his Pokémon, oblivious to the presence of Long yawning behind him. Ahem, she pretended to cough. "Is there something you need, Teacher Long?" Xiaoyu turned to her. Long yawning hesitated, wanting to remind him to concentrate on training his Pokémon and spend less time on romance, but she was unsure how to phrase it. "It's nothing. I just wanted to see how your training was going. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions." "Thank you, Teacher Long. I have no questions for now," Xiaoyu replied, then paused. "By the way, can you teach the Dragon Pulse skill this Saturday? I want my Pokémon to learn it." "Dragon Pulse? I plan to cover that later. I just taught Dragon Breath this month, and since the 2 skills are highly similar, both being special attack moves of the dragon type, it's not suitable to teach now." Long yawning considered and said, "How about I cover it the week after next? For this session, I plan to teach Dragon Claw." "All right, thank you, teacher." Xiaoyu added, "By the way, when do you plan to visit the Yuanyuan laboratory? I'd like to accompany you." "Not for now." She shook her head. "I haven't found those 2 Pokémon yet, and even Gong Yuanjin is missing. It's not safe outside. We need to wait a while. By the way, how is that paper on moves coming along? When do you plan to publish it?" Xiaoyu wasn't sure. After all, he was merely the first author, and the entire paper had been written by his uncle. However, he had heard from his grandfather that it should be published soon. "Well, focus on your training and don't get distracted. Your only task now is to prepare earnestly for the College Cup. The rewards for the College Cup are extremely generous. The top 2 in the provincial competition can choose some exceedingly rare Pokémon from the secret realms. Seize this opportunity and don't let anything else interfere." Long yawning reminded him once more before walking towards another student. Xiaoyu scratched his head, pondering what was up with Teacher Long today. She seemed to have a lot to say. Was she urging him to focus his energy on training his Pokémon and set aside experimental matters? Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiaoyu's life had been quite fulfilling. He wished he could split the 24 hours in a day to accommodate both training and writing. In terms of physical training, the forest lizard was engaged in weight training, while a little Charizard diligently followed as it learned to emulate its mentor. The Charizard was now fully focused on the forest lizard, striving to match its prowess. Meanwhile, the bats were soaring through the air, primarily honing their flying abilities. Of course, the arduous effort did not go unrewarded. The Charizard finally broke through from ordinary to rare level, mastering the smokescreen skill. During this time, the Charizard faced the bats in battle daily. With a record of 2 losses and 1 victory, it was still unable to counter the bat's annoying combination of Shadow Clone and Supersonic, with its sole victory coming from guessing the true form of the Shadow Clone, while the rest ended in defeat. Meanwhile, the forest lizard had been intensifying its special attack training, digging deep into its potential. Xiaoyu's plan was to develop it into a dual-threat Pokémon, capable of executing Leaf Blade up close and Dragon Pulse from a distance, enabling comprehensive, all-angle assaults. Additionally, Xiaoyu had been concentrating on another crucial matter, Ice-type resistance training. Both the final evolution of the bats, the Soundwave Dragon, and the Lizard King had a 4-fold weakness to ice, which posed a significant threat. Thus, Xiaoyu needed to prepare in advance. Moreover, he had been contemplating the selection of his 4th Pokémon, a matter that required prompt attention, as he recently discovered that his 3 Pokémon were completely countered by one particular Pokémon. If encountered, it could potentially sweep his entire team. Chapter 72. The Dragon Slayer. A vivid image formed in his mind. A bloated Marilioli unleashing Water-type moves against a Charizard, Fairy-type skills overwhelming the Soundwave Dragon, and the Herbivore trait nullifying the Lizard King's Grass-type attacks. Faced with such a Pokémon, Xiaoyu found himself at a loss. Not only Marilioli, but many Fairy-type Pokémon posed a significant threat to Xiaoyu's team. Ever since he accepted the task of becoming a master of Dragon-type Pokémon, Fairy-types had become his lifelong adversaries. To resolve the dilemma posed by Fairy-types, he needed to capture Pokémon that countered them, Poison or Steel-type Pokémon. The options appeared limited: Poison Vine Dragon, Aluminum Steel Dragon, or the regional Gluttonous Dragon from the Sinnoh region. As for Dialga, Four-Mouth Needle Dragon, or any other unrealistic options, they were out of the question. Firstly, Poison Vine Dragon could be ruled out as a pure special attacker. Xiaoyu urgently needed to supplement his physical attackers, leaving only the Aluminum Steel Dragon, which also leaned towards special attack. This left Xiaoyu in a quandary. Was he destined to rely solely on special attackers and risk being overwhelmed by a single flower-cleaning lady? Rubbing his temples, Xiaoyu was genuinely troubled about selecting a 4th Dragon-type Pokémon that needed to be a physical attacker and also possess steel or poison attributes. Where could he find so many favorable options? Why not simply acquire a powerful Steel-type Pokémon, a Metagross, and abandon the task of becoming a Dragon-type Pokémon master? I refuse to endure such indignities. However, the rewards for capturing 4 Dragon-type Pokémon include a Dragon Pure Crystal, which is undeniably enticing. The reward for capturing 5 Dragon-type Pokémon is even more alluring: 6 Dragon Scales, and capturing 6 Dragon-type Pokémon will enhance the attributes of all my Pokémon. What a tempting prospect. Summer Feather contemplated these generous rewards, feeling increasingly conflicted. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve, dismissing his concerns. He would first capture 6 Dragon-type Pokémon. After all, they are merely vulnerable to Fairy-types. He could endure the shame of being countered by Fairy-types. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Once he secures the rewards for capturing 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, he would elevate his Team S attributes, unleashing a champion-level Lizard King and a champion-level Charizard to wreak havoc. Then, he could capture other types of Pokémon to exact his revenge. A gentleman waits patiently for retribution. The humiliation inflicted by the Fairy-types would be repaid tenfold. As Summer Feather pondered over his 4th Pokémon, he suddenly spotted Su Musi, dressed in a short skirt and a purple top, making her way through the crowd toward him. Today, Su Musi looked particularly charming. Her knee-length skirt showcased her long and slender legs, complemented by cute white shoes, while her purple top exuded elegance. This was their first conversation since their last battle. Su Musi was taken aback, as long as she didn't approach Summer Feather. He seemed to treat her as a complete stranger. "What brings you here, Miss Su?" Summer Feather inquired, observing her approach. Unfazed by Summer Feather's demeanor, Su Musi handed him a bottle of water, saying, "Here, I bought this for you." "Thank you," Summer Feather replied, unscrewing the cap and drinking it without hesitation. Su Musi stood quietly beside him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at his face, remaining silent. Their unusual interaction caught the attention of others, who occasionally glanced in their direction. Shun Zijuan's gaze drifted toward them, and upon witnessing Su Musi handing water to Summer Feather, he felt a crushing sense of defeat, more painful than death itself. Nonetheless, Shin Zijuan maintained his composure, pretending nothing was amiss as he continued training his Pokémon. "Hey, brother Shin, did you see Su Musi delivering water to that guy?" Being handsome has its perks. There are plenty of women who will fawn over him. If you ask me, Sushio is just a common girl. What does Summer Feather have besides good looks that could possibly compare to Brother Shin? Despite the gazes and murmurs directed at her, Sushio remained unfazed, allowing others to scrutinize her with grace. Having grown accustomed to such attention throughout her life, she was unbothered by the whispers, knowing she could not please everyone. Although Sushio appeared calm, Summer Feather felt increasingly uncomfortable under the spotlight. Is there something you need? Classmate Su? He asked. Hearing Summer Feather speak, Sushio's eyes brightened with a smile, her expression radiant as she said softly, Summer Feather, would you join me for lunch today? I don't have time, Summer Feather replied directly. As he had been skipping lunch to focus on completing his paper to show his grandfather within the next couple of days. Unperturbed by his refusal, Sushio maintained her cheerful demeanor, her smile dazzling enough to make Summer Feather feel uneasy. Don't worry, it won't take up much of your time. At lunchtime, Summer Feather casually picked some food at the cafeteria, and as he settled at a table, he noticed Sushio sitting across from him with her own meal. Classmate Su. If you have something to say, just say it, he said, feeling a bit exasperated. I read your paper, Sushio stated directly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. The correlation between the movements and verbal commands of moves enhances their power. You're remarkable. How did you discover that? Earlier that morning, Sushio had received a call from her mother, inquiring if she was in the same class as Summer Feather. Upon confirming, her mother revealed that the 18-year-old Summer Feather had submitted a paper as the first author. The paper demonstrated that the effectiveness of moves could be amplified through specific actions and phrases, achieving power levels approximately 20 to 40 higher than those produced under normal circumstances. Notably, the paper had been validated by Dragon-type champion Long Fan, who confirmed that with Summer Feather's assistance in establishing fixed commands and actions, the move's power could increase by 20. The concepts of bonds and resonance introduced in the paper also opened a new avenue for academic exploration regarding the impact of trainer-Pokemon relationships on Pokemon strength. Her mother, being among the first to review the paper due to her profession, mentioned that the paper would be officially published in a day or two. She also noted that Long Fan praised Summer Feather as an exceptionally talented young man. Despite his current lack of strength, his dedication and research aptitude promised a bright future. Since Sushio was also attending the Dragon-type training camp, her mother had called to inquire. After hearing her mother's words, Sushio was profoundly shocked. While she had always admired Summer Feather for his dedication and believed he would excel as a trainer, she had not anticipated his early academic recognition. Upon hearing Sushio's words, Summer Feather finally understood her attitude. It stemmed from having seen his paper. It was merely luck, Summer Feather said, feeling pleased yet determined to maintain his aloof persona. I am just an ordinary researcher. I see from your paper that you've already designed movements and commands for Dragon and Ice types. That's impressive. By the way, my mother would like to know if you could design movements and phrases for Fairy types, Sushio mentioned, pausing slightly as she realized her forwardness. Quickly, she added, never mind, it was just a casual inquiry. You don't have to feel pressured. If you're not willing, I can decline on your behalf. If you agree. My mother said she would offer a satisfactory price. It wasn't a matter of money. Summer Feather had no desire to create those embarrassing phrases and movements. Especially for Fairy types, his lifelong adversaries. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances will I compromise myself for money or bow to the Fairy types. Even if I starve today, I will never yield. However, he quickly realized that Sushio's mother had Fairy Pure Crystals, suggesting she was at least a champion-level trainer. He promptly asked, who is your mother? My mother is a colleague of Uncle Long. Her surname is Xiao Wanyu, Sushio replied. Summer Feather furrowed his brow, recalling the name. Wait a moment, why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't Xiao Wanyu one of the 4 champions in the East China region, specifically the Fairy-type champion? Realizing this, Summer Feather looked at Sushio, deducing that her mother was indeed the Fairy-type champion. Hold on, if you're the daughter of the Fairy-type champion, why are you here at the Dragon-type training camp? Are you here as a spy? Isn't your mother the Fairy-type champion? Why are you at the Dragon-type training camp? Summer Feather questioned, now seriously doubting her intentions. I'm here primarily for my Dragonair. I wanted to evolve into a Dragonite during the competition, Sushio explained. She, like her mother, primarily focuses on Fairy-type Pokemon. However, her initial Pokemon is a Dragon-type, Dratini. To enhance Dratini's strength, she has come to the Dragon-type secret realm for training. Upon hearing Sushio's words, Xiaoyu pondered that for Hakuryu to evolve into Dragonite, it would typically require the strength of a gym leader. Does this imply that Sushio's Hakuryu is already nearing gym leader level? A Hakuryu of such caliber? If this Hakuryu truly evolves into a Dragonite during the High School Cup, a gym leader level Dragonite participating would certainly be an overwhelming force. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaoyu asked, "What is your Hakuryu's current strength?" "Dominant level," Sumuzi replied candidly, showing no intention of concealing her main Pokemon's prowess. "Well, a dominant level Hakuryu," Xiaoyu expressed with envy. "If this Hakuryu evolves into a Dragonite, it will indeed be unstoppable in the High School Cup. How I wish I had one too." Sumuzi gazed at Xiaoyu, her face brimming with anticipation. "So, are you free? My mother is quite wealthy. As long as you agree, she is very generous." Upon hearing Sumuzi's words, Xiaoyu suddenly recalled that Xiao Wanyu was not only one of the Elite Four in East China, but also a wealthy individual with numerous properties. If it were the case of Elite Wanyu, Xiaoyu felt inclined to assist. After some contemplation, he decided to accept Sumuzi's request, acknowledging that he could not refuse a request from an elite. However, it will take some time. "That's fine, thank you." Sumuzi smiled in response. "Come on, let's eat." After lunch, Xiaoyu returned to his dormitory. Sitting on his bed, he did not immediately begin writing his paper. Instead, he reflected on the events of the afternoon, his thoughts swirling. The situation concerning Xiao Wanyu served as a wake-up call for Xiaoyu. With the publication of his paper on the corresponding movements of techniques, it was inevitable that many elite-level trainers possessing pure crystals would seek him out to inquire about the movements and incantations associated with the power amplification of techniques. How would he respond? Could he possibly refuse the requests of elite trainers? In truth, he had no standing to deny them. He could only acquiesce. Once he agreed to one person, a second would inevitably follow, and once the floodgates opened, he would no longer be able to refuse. Ultimately, he would be tasked with designing the corresponding movements for all 18 attributes. In reality, designing movements was not cumbersome. He was merely transcribing the ideas. However, the benefits he could gain were exceedingly limited, as these elite trainers would only be willing to part with a modest sum to learn the corresponding movements. Money, in this world, loses much of its significance once one's strength and status reach a certain level, particularly since divine Pokémon cannot be acquired with wealth alone. Determined not to remain passive, Xiaoyu resolved to take the initiative rather than waiting for the elite trainers to approach him. He would seize control of the narrative, using the movements of techniques as bargaining chips to obtain what he desired. He contemplated how to maximize his benefits. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu received a phone call from old Lin. "Xiaoyu," came the voice of his grandfather from the other end of the line. "Hello, grandfather," Xiaoyu replied. "How have you been lately?" Old Lin inquired. "Quite well, though a bit tired. Life has been fulfilling," Xiaoyu responded honestly. Sensing that old Lin had a purpose for calling, he asked, "Is there something you wanted to discuss?" "I need you to come to the laboratory tomorrow," old Lin said with a hint of reluctance. "A friend of mine hopes you can help him design a set of ghost-type movements." As expected, Xiaoyu had anticipated this when old Lin called. "Sure, grandfather," Xiaoyu replied thoughtfully. "But I have an idea. Let me know if you think it's feasible. I propose to hold a press conference under the laboratory's name to announce that we will design the corresponding movements for all types of techniques, and then offer these movements free of charge to the Pokémon Association. After that, any elite trainer can learn the corresponding movements through the Pokémon Association. Your friend, for instance, can simply go to the Pokémon Association to learn the movements. What do you think?" This idea had struck Xiaoyu during lunch. By delivering all the movements to the Pokémon Association at once, he would effectively shift the burden of pressure from elite trainers away from the Lin family. Furthermore, the purpose of holding a press conference was to create public pressure on the Pokémon Association, while he claimed it was a gift. Would the association dare to accept it without acknowledgement? Certainly. Without the press conference, the higher-ups at the Pokémon Association might indeed attempt to take it for free. But once the press conference was held and the matter was made public, they would not dare to do so. Otherwise, who would willingly contribute their research findings to the Pokémon Association, allowing scientists to toil and suffer without recognition? In this way, Xiaoyu would effectively place the Pokémon Association under scrutiny, ensuring that their rewards could not be meager. Lastly, this approach would compel all elite trainers with pure crystals to owe a favor to the Lin family, one that could not be compensated with money, as he had declared it to be free. It is well known that many things in this world are most valuable when they are offered at no cost. This strategy could be described as achieving 3 objectives with a single action. After hearing Xiaoyu's proposal, old Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom behind Xiaoyu's approach. He was impressed with Xiaoyu's ingenuity. In contrast, Lin Shuiyun had suggested a different plan, proposing that the laboratory design movements, but only for one person per month, utilizing a strategy of scarcity to inflate prices and profit handsomely. While this approach could indeed yield substantial financial gain, it would alienate many individuals and tarnish the reputation of the Yuanquan laboratory. All right, I will contact the laboratory immediately and proceed with your idea. Once the timing is confirmed, I will reach out to you. Old Lin concluded before hanging up. Chapter 74. The paper controversy. Xiaoyu's paper on the necessary conditions for the perfect release of techniques was officially published and quickly created a stir. The concepts outlined in the paper regarding the bond between trainers and Pokémon, the unity of intent when executing techniques, and the corresponding movements and incantations sparked widespread discussion within the academic community. Had it not been for the verification of the paper's authenticity by the esteemed Dragon King Longfan and Old Lin, Xiaoyu would have faced severe backlash. Simultaneously, the Yuanquan Laboratory held a press conference today, with the once-retired Old Lin making a reappearance before the public. The venue was packed with official news outlets, social media personalities, and even some foreign journalists. We at Yuanquan Laboratory have decided to commence the design of corresponding movements for 18 types of techniques, which will be submitted to the Pokémon Association. Currently, we have completed the designs for Ice and Dragon techniques and are now seeking trainers with pure crystals of the remaining 16 types nationwide to assist us in perfecting the corresponding movements. Old Lin, seated at the forefront, appeared vibrant and lively, embodying the adage that good news brings joy. Old Lin, I would like to ask, is it true that the author of this paper, Xiaoyu, is your grandson? One reporter raised his hand to inquire, subtly revealing the relationship between Old Lin and Xiaoyu. Mr. Lin, there are rumors circulating that this paper was entirely crafted under your guidance, with Xiaoyu merely lending his name. Is there any truth to this? Mr. Lin, considering Xiaoyu completed such a paper at the tender age of 18, how significant was your assistance to him? Mr. Lin, given that Xiaoyu is only 18 and has achieved this, do you foresee him as the successor to the Yuanquan Laboratory? Mr. Lin, Professor Lin Shuyun has led the Yuanquan Laboratory for several years without notable achievements. Is Xiaoyu your chosen successor? A barrage of pointed questions ensued, leaving Lin Shuyun visibly distressed, as the reporter seemed intent on undermining him. Fortunately, Mr. Lin, being a seasoned veteran, remained unflappable and calmly stated, Xiaoyu is indeed my grandson. However, this paper, from inception to validation, was independently completed by Xiaoyu. Aside from some assistance from Lin Shuyun during the drafting process, I did not offer him any other support. At that moment, a foreign reporter with blonde hair and blue eyes abruptly interrupted Mr. Lin, rising to declare loudly, Mr. Lin, the Yuanquan Laboratory should disclose these techniques to the world. They belong to humanity as a whole. Our esteemed trainers abroad are eager to assist in designing the corresponding movements for these techniques. Mr. Lin replied, I apologize, but we currently have no plans to disclose this technology. If you desire access, you may submit a request to the Pokémon Association. That is unjust. Next question. Following this, the reporters posed additional inquiries, all of which were deftly navigated by the experienced Mr. Lin. Despite minor disruptions, the press conference concluded successfully. As a result of the conference, Xiaoyu's name gained recognition in academic circles, sparking a wave of online discussions. Prodigious young researcher, 18-year-old unravels the mysteries of technique. Mr. Lin's successor, high school senior successfully tackles global challenges. National pride, 18-year-old pioneers the theory of technique execution. Imperial University plans an extraordinary admission. Shocking revelation. Dragon King visits the laboratory with his daughter, seemingly for him. Fame and fortune. The mentor and protege engage in delightful conversation. The genius youth may be betrothed to the Long family. Excessive flattery. The 18-year-old risks becoming the next prodigy lost to obscurity. The headlines were increasingly outrageous, with official media maintaining a semblance of objectivity, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. In contrast, unscrupulous self-media outlets prioritized sensationalism, prompting Long yawning to feel a surge of indignation upon reading the articles. Why did it portray her as seeking attention? How could they dare to write such nonsense? While Xiaoyu, training within the dragon-type secret realm, was somewhat insulated from the fallout, he was not entirely unaffected. Since this morning's training session, his classmates had been casting him peculiar glances, clearly aware of the latest developments. Now you see my prowess, right? Feeling the weight of his peers' stares, Xiaoyu secretly reveled in their admiration, although he maintained a cool demeanor, continuing his training in solitude. I must remain humble. This is merely my first paper. Once the second is published, I shall relish the expressions on their faces. I too wish to maintain a low profile, yet my abilities do not permit it. Besides, with Su Muji's admiring gaze upon him, Xiaoyu found it challenging to suppress a sense of elation. Xiaoyu, you are now famous. Su Muji remarked playfully. You are destined to be a luminary in the realm of research. Those articles even refer to you as the future star of science. Xiada, the doctor. You won't look down on your classmates, will you? Not at all. Rest assured, I shall continue to interact with you all as a regular person. And please, call me Dr. Xia. Let us keep it understated. You need only know what is necessary. Xiaoyu replied with a meaningful expression, glancing at Su Muji. Su Muji, puzzled by Xiaoyu's words regarding modesty while addressing him as Dr. Xia, found it somewhat perplexing. Observing Xiaoyu and Su Muji engaged in light-hearted banter, Long Yaning, already irked by the sensationalist media, felt her irritation deepen. Striding over with an imposing presence, she addressed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, focus on your training during class. Do not let your recent academic achievements inflate your ego. Accomplishments in research do not translate to strength. There are no shortcuts in the path of a trainer. And do not be swayed by the empty praise from those disreputable outlets. Remain grounded. After Long Yaning's lengthy admonition, Xiaoyu nodded cautiously, acutely aware of her displeasure, though uncertain of its cause. Once she departed, Su Muji inquired, "Did you offend Teacher Long in some way? She seems rather upset." "Not that I am aware of." Xiaoyu scratched his head, pondering. He had not crossed paths with Teacher Long recently, and his dedication to training made it unlikely he had angered her. Suddenly, he recalled a previous conversation with Teacher Long. Could it be that she believed he was overly focused on research at the expense of training, feeling disappointment in him? Or perhaps it was simply that time of the month, as everyone has days when their mood sours? The complexities of a woman's heart are unfathomable. Chapter 75. The Association's Reward Impressive. Having a remarkable grandfather is indeed enviable. If only I had a grandfather like Mr. Lin, I could have authored 3 papers by 18. A 30-year-old researcher lamented, at 18, I could barely step into a laboratory, while others are publishing papers. I am still just a helper. Most comments were laced with skepticism and malice, with a few individuals asserting with conviction that Xiaoyu's paper bore issues, claiming Mr. Lin was the true author. Paving the way for Xiaoyu's recognition. Xiaoyu regarded such remarks with amusement. No matter one's efforts, critics would always find countless reasons to disparage. Rather than dwell on negativity, he resolved to dedicate his time to training. With the paper's publication, Xiaoyu found himself increasingly busy, receiving numerous media interview requests. While he could easily decline the ordinary invitations, he was unable to refuse the official ones and scheduled an interview for this afternoon at the laboratory. Additionally, the laboratory and the Pokémon Association had arranged for him to design the corresponding movements for 2 types of techniques each day over the next 8 days, excluding dragon and ice types. Thus, he would remain in the laboratory, unable to venture outside. For safety, Dragon King Longfan personally escorted Xiaoyu to the Yuanquan laboratory, which left Xiaoyu both astonished and grateful. "Thank you for your kindness, Dragon King." "Not at all. It was merely a matter of convenience. As the association has tasked me with overseeing the design of these movements." Long Fan waved it off. "Let us proceed. The interview begins at 2. "Indeed. Xiaoyu, how does it feel to be famous?" Long Fan inquired, smiling warmly as they rode in the car. "To be honest, I do not feel much different." Xiaoyu replied earnestly. "I've been training in the secret realm. Aside from my classmates showing increased interest, there has been no significant change." "Do not call me Dragon King. Uncle Long will suffice," Long Fan interjected. "In addition to escorting you, the Pokémon Association wishes to inquire about your desired rewards." "What rewards?" "Naturally. I wish for a quasi-divine Pokémon. May I choose a quasi-legendary Pokémon?" Without a hint of hesitation, Xiaoyu expressed his thoughts. This might prove to be a challenge. Long Fan pondered before speaking. Quasi-legendary Pokémon are exceedingly rare, although their numbers have increased in recent years due to breeding. The demand far surpasses the supply. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, it is not entirely impossible. The Pokémon Association is currently negotiating with other countries regarding the pricing of corresponding moves. If the sales go well and a deal is struck, there is a possibility that you might be rewarded with a quasi-legendary Pokémon. As for the selection, that is out of the question. Whatever the Pokémon Association assigns to you is what you must accept. There will be no choices. I won't be picky. I only desire a dragon-type quasi-legendary Pokémon." Xiaoyu quickly added. He thought to himself, should the association assign him a Tyranitar or a Metagross, he would truly be at a loss, unable to refuse. And failing the mission would be catastrophic. "Oh, so you aspire to become a dragon-type trainer?" Long Fan observed Xiaoyu, realizing that he had not previously recognized Xiaoyu's intention to pursue this path. After all, among his 3 Pokémon, only the Zubat was of the dragon type, while both the Lizard King and Charizard were not. Becoming a dragon-type trainer is no easy feat. Long Fan knew this well. Dragon-type Pokémon, while powerful, have long growth cycles and exorbitant training costs. He glanced at Xiaoyu, contemplating his talent as a trainer, and resolved to inquire with Yin Ning upon their return. "Yes, I wish to become a dragon-type trainer," Xiaoyu affirmed without reservation. His path as a dragon-type trainer was already set. Even if he were reluctant, there was no alternative. At most, he could only wait until he gathered 6 dragon-type Pokémon before training a secondary team. I will inquire on your behalf. If it is at all possible, I will do my utmost to assist you, but prepare yourself for the likelihood that it may not be feasible, Long Fan replied, pausing slightly. Aside from quasi-legendary Pokémon, is there anything else you seek? Xiaoyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. If he were to consider non-quasi-legendary Pokémon, his options were quite limited. Currently, he urgently needed to bolster his team with physical attackers, leaving only a few optimal choices: the Hydreigon, the Dragapult, the Appleton, and the Dialga. Among these, the Dialga and Dragapult were the most coveted, thus his first choices were undoubtedly these 2 Pokémon, Dialga or Dragapult. It appears you are resolute in your pursuit of the dragon-type path, Long Fan noted, recognizing Xiaoyu's steadfastness and refraining from further inquiries. After a moment of thought, he continued, acquiring a Dialga will be quite challenging, as there are no wild Dialgas within the borders of our country. You would need to capture one from abroad. However, the chances of obtaining a Dragapult are considerably higher, and I will convey your wishes to the Alliance. As they continued their conversation, Xiaoyu seized this rare opportunity to seek Long Fan's guidance on training dragon-type Pokémon. Long Fan, ever cheerful, gladly provided answers to Xiaoyu's inquiries, as he held high hopes for him. By the time they reached the laboratory, it was nearly 1:30. In a hurry, Xiaoyu applied a quick touch of makeup before settling in front of the camera for the interview. The interviewer was a man in his 30s, which disappointed Xiaoyu, who had anticipated a female host. Xiaoyu, I heard before my arrival that you are still studying. I would like to ask how you conceive the idea that the power of moves is related to the resonance between trainers and Pokémon, and how you designed corresponding actions to enhance this resonance. I found inspiration from Wei Yechin, Xiaoyu replied. Is he the trainer of the legendary Lucario? Indeed. The bond he shares with Lucario is the strongest I have witnessed among all individuals. It left a profound impact on me. During an accidental visit to a move release, the Dragon King pointed out the instability of move power, which led me to contemplate whether the power of moves might be linked to the bond between trainers and Pokémon, thus inspiring this paper. Due to prior review of the manuscript, the interview progressed smoothly, completing within just over 2 hours. After the interview concluded, Xiaoyu immediately sought out Old Lin, who had come to the laboratory specifically for his visit. Grandfather, I have something to ask you. Xiaoyu, what is it? Speak freely, Old Lin said, smiling at Xiaoyu. In recent days, a smile had become a frequent visitor on his face, especially upon hearing praises from old friends about Xiaoyu, delighting him even further. Let us discuss this in your office. It's not suitable here, Xiaoyu cautiously suggested, glancing around. Very well. Recognizing Xiaoyu's cautious demeanor, Old Lin understood that the matter was of great importance and promptly agreed. Chapter 76. The new paper. Young people truly possess vigor, having just embarked on a major project. They are already making significant strides. Exclusive Pure Crystal, a stronger variant distinct from Attribute Pure Crystal. Exclusive Pure Crystal was a term Old Lin had never encountered before. Piquing his curiosity, under the expectant gaze of his grandson, he began to read the paper. Exclusive Pure Crystal. This can transform specific moves of particular Pokémon into special Pure Crystals. Intriguing. As Old Lin delved deeper into the paper, his smile gradually faded. His fingers, gripping the mouse tightly, revealed the veins on his frail hands. As the inventor of the wristband in China, Old Lin was undoubtedly one of the foremost authorities on moves. He could discern the immense value of this paper. If Xiaoyu's previous paper had established his reputation in the academic realm, the publication of this paper could elevate him to a position of prominence in the study of moves. Undoubtedly, the combination of exclusive pure crystals and attribute pure crystals represents the true essence of pure crystals. Currently, across the globe, all nations have only managed to explore attribute pure crystals, which is merely half the battle. No one has yet uncovered the secrets of exclusive pure crystals. Xiaoyu's paper effectively unveiled the veil surrounding this half of the domain, ensuring that China could achieve a remarkable leap forward in pure crystal research, emerging as a leader. This paper is yours? Old Lin's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Xiaoyu. Have you shown it to anyone else? No, Xiaoyu replied, taken aback by Old Lin's stern demeanor. He anticipated that the emergence of this paper would certainly stir a significant commotion, but he did not expect even an experienced figure like Old Lin to react with such excitement. Old Lin sat in contemplation, his eyes flickering with indecision. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. How confident are you? In experiments, certainty is elusive, but I possess 99% confidence regarding exclusive pure crystals. As for whether it cannot be activated due to a lack of energy, I can only assert a 50% likelihood. 50%? Old Lin's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation. After a moment of reflection, he resolutely decided, since Long Fan is present, I will discuss this matter with him and ask Yin Ning to come over. For the next few days, you should concentrate on designing the corresponding actions for the moves. I will arrange for the creation of a powerful wristband based on your paper. Understood. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Xia Yu and Old Lin continued to deliberate for an additional hour on the details of exclusive pure crystals and the features of the powerful wristband before Xia Yu finally departed from the office. 50%? Old Lin sat on the sofa, and after a long moment, he slowly retrieved his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in quite some time. Beep. The call was quickly answered, and a commanding voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. Mr. Lin, it has been quite a while since you last called me on this number. What good news do you bring this time? The last time you suddenly reached out was when you developed a new technique. Qin Champion. Mr. Lin's voice was hoarse as he began. I have something to report to you. Mr. Lin, you jest. With your esteemed reputation, there is no need for reports. As night fell, Xia Yu lay in bed. His phone already filled with dozens of missed calls. He first returned a call to his family. Hello, you little rascal. You finally decided to answer your phone? His father's voice boomed through the line, clearly still miffed about Xia Yu not picking up earlier. Father, I was a bit busy this afternoon. I only have time now. He explained dutifully in response to his father's admonition. It seems you are enjoying life in the capital, even managing to publish a paper. His father remarked with a hint of envy. In half a month, your brother will be getting married. Remember to come back early to be his best man. Of course. Xia Yu replied, well aware of his brother's momentous day on October 1st. Don't just promise with words. You must return early for the rehearsal, understood? Yes, Xia Yu acknowledged. Noting that today was September 18th. He needed to return by September 29th at the latest, allowing him 8 days to finalize the movements for his techniques. Which would be sufficient. Father, my grandfather, and the others should be coming too. I know, let them come. By the way, your mother misses you. Make sure to talk to her. As he spoke, Xia Yong handed the phone to Lin Xuemei. The mother and son engaged in conversation, and unlike his father, Lin Xuemei seemed more concerned about Xia Yu's living and eating habits, among other mundane matters. Regarding Xia Yu's published paper, she did not overly concern herself with the magnitude of his accomplishments. Rather, she felt joy that he was on this path, inheriting the family legacy, ensuring a safer future. Free from the dangers of being a trainer constantly on the move, Xia Yu chatted with his mother for nearly 10 minutes before the phone was finally passed to his elder brother. Brother, how have you been? With the wedding approaching, are you feeling excited? Xia Yu inquired. What's there to be excited about? It's just a wedding, his brother Xia Luo retorted nonchalantly. After years of traveling, a wedding is merely a trivial matter for me. By the way, brother, have you invited Wei Yechin and your other friends? You know, the Bug Hero and the Ladybug Hero? Xia Yu recalled his brother's friends, noting that aside from the eldest, Wei Yechin, the others seemed questionable. Of course, they will come. I'll make sure you meet them properly, Xia Luo said with a smile. But don't let Ladybug Hero lead you astray. Xia Yu felt a sense of helplessness at the shift in conversation. By the way, Xia Luo suddenly remembered something, hurriedly stepping onto the balcony with a mischievous smile. I've taken care of your little sweetheart. She's now working part-time at the dojo, and our parents like her very much. Dad has even considered taking her on as a disciple. Her father's illness has been treated, and he just underwent surgery today, with the doctors saying his recovery is going well. Xia Yu, initially puzzled about who his little sweetheart was, suddenly realized he was speaking of Zhao Ruhan. He recalled the evening they had spent grilling together. Brother, don't say such nonsense. Who is my little sweetheart? Xia Yu retorted, quickly changing the subject. She doesn't even have an initial Pokémon. How could Dad think of taking her as a disciple? Your little sweetheart is quite diligent and talented, which is why Mom likes her so much. Plus, she has a genuine gift for Pokémon training, excelling in assessing Pokémon's potential, Xia Luo praised Zhao Ruhan, acknowledging that aside from her family's circumstances, one could hardly find fault with her. In fact, sometimes having a less affluent background could be advantageous, free from the complications often found in prominent families, allowing for a more straightforward life. By the way, brother, did you manage to acquire that Bulbasaur I mentioned? Xia Yu inquired, recalling the creature with urgency. Chapter 77, Verifying the Exclusive Technique over the course of 8 days. Xia Yu faced a total of 16 social embarrassments as he demonstrated the movements for 16 different attribute techniques, excluding ice and dragon types. Initially hesitating and feeling constrained, he gradually released his inhibitions, igniting his youthful spirit. Thank you, little Xia Yu, a middle-aged woman in a flowing white dress spoke. She was Xiaowan Yu, the mother of Su Muzi and one of the 4 kings of the East, specializing in fairy-type Pokémon. It was my duty, Xia Yu replied promptly. I shall take my leave now. Do visit me in Magic City. I've heard from little Sue that she often speaks of you. Yes, I will certainly make time, Xiaoyu assured her. Goodbye, Aunt Xiao. With the departure of King Xiao, Xiaoyu finally completed the task of designing the corresponding movements for the techniques, exhaling in relief. However, a new task awaited him, verifying the hypothesis for his exclusive technique. Earlier that morning, Mr. Lin had brought good news. The powerful bracelet had been crafted as per Xiaoyu's specifications. However, its efficacy remained uncertain, and preparations for the experiment could commence at any moment. Long Yin and Long Fan arrived at the laboratory that afternoon. After reading Xiaoyu's paper, both wore expressions of astonishment. They found it difficult to articulate just how extraordinary this young talent was, especially Long Fan, who understood that if Xiaoyu's hypotheses were validated, it would cause significant ripples in their field. Thus, Long Fan regarded Xiaoyu with a newfound respect. As long as Xiaoyu's talent as a trainer was at a normal level, his achievements in research promised a boundless future. He rarely encountered someone of Xiaoyu's remarkable gifts. By the way, he aspires to be a dragon-type trainer. Perhaps I could take him on as an official disciple. Long Fan mused, his thoughts beginning to take shape. If he truly accepted Xiaoyu as a disciple, it would strengthen the bond between the Long and Lin families. However, Xiaoyu was indeed ambitious. To take him on, one would need to prepare a formidable Pokémon. Would it be a dual-axe dragon or an aluminum dragon? Or perhaps a quasi-divine Pokémon? Regrettably, Yin Ning was significantly older than Xiaoyu. Had she been only 3 to 5 years older, they could have been potential in-laws. Was Mr. Lin recently searching for a match for Xiaoyu? He had reportedly faced numerous rejections. Xiaoyu's recent paper publication might have caused some to reconsider their earlier decisions. Should this new paper be published and validated, those who had turned Mr. Lin down would surely regret their choices. As night descended, Xiaoyu, Mr. Lin, Lin Shuyun, and Long Fan stood within the testing grounds. I have had a powerful bracelet crafted over the past 8 days. It can unleash energy 15 times that of a standard bracelet. And this is the best version that could be produced in such a short time, Mr. Lin stated gravely, presenting an upgraded powerful bracelet to Xiaoyu. Its design closely mirrored that of the one in the game. Now we can proceed with the experiment. The details of this experiment must remain strictly confidential. Aside from the 5 of us, no one else can be informed, Mr. Lin reiterated solemnly. Long Yin and Long Fan watched Xiaoyu intently from the sidelines, their expressions serious. If Xiaoyu's hypotheses were validated, it would mark a revolutionary experiment. At this moment, Xiaoyu had donned the powerful bracelet and stood within the testing arena. Before him, the staff-tailed scale dragon was adorned with the exclusive crystal of the dragon smoke condensation. Xiaoyu felt a wave of tension wash over him. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the powerful bracelet in his hand. Uncertain if he could successfully summon the staff-tailed scale dragon, he resolved to give it his utmost effort. Are you ready, Xiaoyu? Elder Lin inquired from outside the arena. Yes, Xiaoyu nodded, recalling the corresponding actions and incantations associated with the staff-tailed scale dragon. In the animation, the staff-tailed scale dragon was performed by 2 brothers, and the dialogue was nearly non-existent. Thus, Xiaoyu could only hope that the corresponding movements would yield the desired effect. The actions for the staff-tailed scale dragon in the game were quite simple, resembling those of a dragon, yet in the animation, they involved a rhythmic waving of both arms, akin to drumming. Ultimately, Xiaoyu opted to perform both actions, first the game-s, followed by the animated version, as a precaution to ensure success. Following the movements etched in his memory, Xiaoyu commenced the summoning of the staff-tailed scale dragon. As he moved, the powerful bracelet erupted in a dazzling radiance. Subsequently, numerous energy bonds formed between him and the staff-tailed scale dragon, as if they were intertwined at that moment, both enveloped in a golden aura of energy. Dragon Fan and Dragon Smoke Condensation exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. From this initial step, it was evident that Xiaoyu's hypothesis was correct. The crystal truly belonged to the staff-tailed scale dragon. Now, it all hinged on whether Xiaoyu could successfully execute the exclusive move. As the luminosity between Xiaoyu and the staff-tailed scale dragon intensified, just when success seemed imminent, an unexpected turn of events occurred. This is bad, Dragon Fan remarked. Furrowing his brow, he discerned that the energy link between Xiaoyu and the staff-tailed scale dragon began to flicker, its brightness fluctuating. Clearly unstable and on the brink of collapse. Xiaoyu is about to fail. He must stop immediately to avoid injury. As the user of the technique, Xiaoyu felt the instability acutely. He could distinctly sense that the energy provided by the powerful bracelet was insufficient. Despite the fact that this bracelet offered energy 15 times greater than a standard one, it still fell short. At least twice that amount was necessary. Xiaoyu's brow furrowed in concentration, realizing that he needed to devise a solution swiftly, or this experiment would end in failure, leaving him disheartened. Dragon King. Direct your Dragon-type Pokémon to channel Dragon energy into my bracelet. Xiaoyu, in a moment of desperation, called out to Dragon Fan. Understood. Without hesitation, Dragon Fan released his staff-tailed Scale Dragon and other Dragon-type Pokémon, urging them to infuse the powerful bracelet with Dragon energy. Infuse the bracelet with Dragon energy. With Dragon Fan's command, all the Dragon-type Pokémon unleashed their energies into the bracelet, stabilizing the precarious link. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu swiftly executed the core movements of the staff-tailed Scale Dragon, his fists moving rhythmically as if drumming. The staff-tailed Scale Dragon mirrored his actions, their movements synchronizing. Both their foreheads bobbing in unison, tails swaying, merging their intentions once more. Suddenly, the scales of the staff-tailed Scale Dragon emitted a cacophony, generating a visible wave of sound. Is this the sound of the scales? With a powerful leap, the staff-tailed Scale Dragon soared into the air, enveloped in Dragon energy, releasing purple sound waves that surged towards the wall. Fiery soul dance, raging sound explosion. The force was tremendous, shattering nearby glass and amplifying the staff-tailed Scale Dragon's momentum, with all energy converging into it, significantly enhancing its strength. With the successful execution of the exclusive move, the powerful bracelet on Xiaoyu's wrist could no longer endure the immense energy burden and exploded in a shower of tiny fragments, lacerating Xiaoyu's arm and leaving him bloodied. Quick, summon medical personnel. Elder Lin exclaimed, watching his grandson in distress, urgently addressing Lin Shuiyun beside him. Right away, Lin Shuiyun responded promptly. At that moment, Dragon Fan and Dragon Smoke Condensation turned their concerned gazes towards Xiaoyu. Just as Dragon Fan was about to speak, Dragon Smoke Condensation interjected, prompting a meaningful glance from Dragon Fan towards her. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Dragon Smoke Condensation rushed to Xiaoyu's side, disregarding his disheveled appearance, helping him to his feet. Observing his blood-soaked attire, she frowned. You didn't have to push yourself so hard. Even if the experiment fails, it can still validate your theory. There will be another opportunity. There's no need to take such risks, especially with your current injuries. I'm fine. Just a minor wound, Xiaoyu replied with a grin. He harbored his own plans, eager to validate his conjectures, intending to leverage this to negotiate with the Pokémon Association. I'll offer the corresponding actions of the move to the association for free, but I find the rewards they propose to be rather meager. If they wish to benefit from my newly developed exclusive move and powerful bracelet, they must be prepared for me to withhold my submission to the Pokémon Association. He was confident that through this paper, the Pokémon Association would reconsider the rewards they had previously offered him. Chapter 78. Homecoming simultaneously. The rewards originally intended for Xiaoyu by the Pokémon Association were temporarily shelved for re-evaluation. It was evident that Xiaoyu's contributions now far exceeded their expectations. Given his remarkable achievements, it would not be unreasonable to award him 2 semi-divine Pokémon. But the Alliance's nature dictated that they would only grant 1 semi-divine Pokémon at a time, with the remaining rewards either dispensed in other forms or delayed for several years. The internal discussions regarding Xiaoyu's reward proposal within the Pokémon Association grew increasingly heated. Let us discuss how to reward Xiaoyu, said an elderly man with graying hair, who spoke first at the conference table. The original rewards are inadequate. A young talent like Xiaoyu deserves our investment. Given his contributions and age, he should be recognized as a role model. And I believe he deserves rare rewards such as semi-divine Pokémon. Lin Shuiyang, the vice president of the Pokémon Association and Xiaoyu's uncle, was quick to support his nephew. I disagree, interjected a middle-aged man around 50 years old named Jiang Hong, who was also a vice president of the Pokémon Association and specialized in fairy-type Pokémon. His son had finally secured a spot to claim a semi-divine Pokémon this year after 5 years of waiting. However, if the association decided to grant Xiaoyu a semi-divine Pokémon as a reward, it would displace his son's opportunity, pushing it back by a year. Thus, he had vehemently opposed the notion of rewarding Xiaoyu with a semi-divine Pokémon since the onset, though he understood that his opposition was unlikely to sway the decision. He felt it essential to express his stance. While Xiaoyu possesses remarkable talent in research, it does not necessarily translate to prowess as a trainer. I have heard that his strongest Pokémon is only at the elite level. Granting him a semi-divine Pokémon would be a waste. I propose we offer him alternative rewards, as the semi-divine Pokémon should be reserved for those in greater need. Old Jiang, what do you mean by those in greater need? We all know you are merely looking to benefit your son, Lin Shuiyang retorted, unyielding in his confrontation of Jiang Heng's ulterior motives. Lin Shuiyang candidly confronted Jiang Hong, who remained unperturbed, responding with a calm demeanor. In comparison to Xiaoyu, My son is indeed more suited to handle a quasi-legendary Pokémon. I acknowledge that in terms of research, my son cannot compete with Xiaoyu. However, from the perspective of a trainer, my son far surpasses him. How old is your son? Xiaoyu is just starting his journey as a trainer this summer. Lin Shuiyang's frustration was evident, with veins bulging on his forehead as he gripped the edge of the table, gazing intently at Jiang Heng, eager to continue the argument. Suddenly, Long Fan interjected. I believe Xiaoyu is entirely capable of obtaining a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Not only has his contribution warranted one, but his talent as a trainer is also commendable. Over the past month in the Dragon-type secret realm, he has shown remarkable progress. The others fell silent at Long Fan's remark. His status and strength were unparalleled among them. Although they were all elite trainers, there remained a significant gap when compared to the true Elite Four. After all, possessing a Pokémon of Elite Four caliber qualifies one as an elite trainer. Most elite trainers fail to ascend to the Elite Four, ultimately taking on roles within the Pokémon Association. The Elite Four comprises the 4 strongest individuals in the region, each possessing Pokémon with strength exceeding that of elite trainers, typically starting with at least 2 quasi-championship level Pokémon. As long as the champion is absent, Long Fan holds considerable influence in the capital. Recognizing Long Fan's authority, the others gradually voiced their agreement. I support giving Xiaoyu a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Xiaoyu, unaware of the discussions unfolding within the Pokémon Association, swiftly returned to Shishu Province after nursing his injuries for a day. Upon landing in Starlight City on September 28th, he was accompanied by Lin Lao and Qin Lao Tai, marking their first visit to the city in many years. Due to pressing work commitments, his uncle Lin Shuiyan and his little uncle Lin Shuiyang would only be returning on the wedding day. Upon returning to Starlight City, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Although it was merely a small city, it represented his home in this world. Thanks to the Grass Bug secret realm, Starlight City had experienced rapid development over the past month, with property prices skyrocketing from around 7,000-8,000 per square meter to 12,000-13,000 and still rising. Upon arriving home, Xiaoyu found a lavish dinner prepared for them. Summer Yong stood inside, feeling somewhat awkward as he greeted Lin Lao and Qin Lao Tai with a forced smile, given the historically strained relationship between the two families. The presence of Lin Lao and Qin Lao Tai was undoubtedly a gesture of respect towards Summer Yong and Lin Xuemei. The family was elated to reunite after a month apart, though Lin Mu's heart ached at the sight of Xiaoyu's bandaged arm. During dinner, lively conversation filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Even Lin Lao and Summer Yong, who typically found each other insufferable, partook in drinking for the first time, maintaining a semblance of civility as they downed their drinks. After the meal, Lin Mu engaged the elders in conversation while Xiaoyu was whisked away by his older brother to try on the groomsman outfit. Not bad, not bad. As expected of my brother, truly the most handsome man in the world aside from me. Summer Luo remarked approvingly at Xiaoyu in his groomsman attire. Well, with you. I too am the most handsome, Xiaoyu retorted without hesitation. You've become conceited, daring to challenge my looks. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Hurry up and change, don't soil the outfit, Summer Luo said as he led Xiaoyu towards the dojo. Along the way, he mentioned the dojo's recent success, attributing it to the Grass Bug secret realm, which had attracted numerous new apprentices. How is your Daruma monkey coming along? Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Very well. That Daruma monkey is making rapid progress, Summer Luo replied with a smile, then shifted the topic to the Bulbasaur. By the way, what are your plans for that Bulbasaur? Are you bringing it back this time? I don't want it. It's obviously for you or Dad. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. Open your horizons, Summer Luo. I aim to become a dragon-type trainer. I don't even regard a mere Bulbasaur. Furthermore, being a grass and poison type, it effectively counters the weaknesses of the Daruma monkey to water, rock, and ground types. Summer Luo, that Bulbasaur is yours. Oh, look at you. Thinking you're all that after just a month. Now you look down on non-dragon-type Pokémon? Chapter 79. Brothers Night Talk. Xiaoyu and Summer Luo sat on the ground, reminiscing. They often did this as children, watching their father run the dojo, while Summer Luo tended to the burning bugs. It was astonishing how quickly time had flown. And now Summer Luo was on the brink of marriage. For some reason, the thought of marriage filled Xiaoyu with an inexplicable sense of pressure. Summer Luo, self-deprecating, remarked, I constantly fear I won't be a good husband. You're experiencing pre-wedding anxiety. The pressure is overwhelming, Xiaoyu chuckled, offering comfort. Is that so? Summer Luo replied skeptically. You understand this? I read it online, Xiaoyu admitted candidly. Stop consuming that nonsense online. Last time I looked for medical advice, people were suggesting I amputate anything below my neck for the slightest discomfort. The internet is just trash. Xiaoyu shook his head. You didn't say that when you were liking pictures of beauties on your secret account, Xiaoyu teased. I recall you once said you were grateful to be born in the internet age. Otherwise, how could we see other people's wives dancing for us? Hearing this, Summer Luo's mood soured further as he stared at the sky. Little brother, I plan to quit. Should I give you my secret account instead? I must tell you. 2 days ago, I was browsing videos online and saw a beauty whose dance was utterly mesmerizing, and her figure was simply breathtaking. Xiaoyu gasped, feeling that his brother was increasingly eccentric. Little you, I'll completely hand over that secret account to you. It contains my treasures from the past few years. Summer Luo said with a heavy heart, sharing the account details. Promise me you'll treat them well, and check in on them from time to time. Xiaoyu was left speechless, and the brothers continued to reminisce about amusing stories from their past, recalling everything from childhood adventures to their favorite beauties on Douyin. Little you, who would have thought that in just a month, you've become a Pokémon researcher? Summer Luo remarked, amazed that Xiaoyu had published a paper and gained recognition in Huahua in such a short span. Brother, I'll be honest with you. I usually interact with you all as an ordinary person, but now I won't pretend any longer. I'm laying it all out, Xiaoyu stated with confidence. In the presence of his brother, he felt free to be himself without the burden of maintaining a humble FAMILY. This was the essence of family, comfort, and ease. If even home, the last bastion of solace, only brought you distress and suffering, that would be true misfortune. Xiaoyu felt fortunate to have family like Xiaoyong, Lin Xuanmei, and Summer Luo. You really have become a bit arrogant. Summer Luo playfully patted Xiaoyu's head, then suddenly sprang to his feet, letting out a roar as if releasing his pent-up anxiety. With renewed vigor, he turned to Xiaoyu. Come on, let us see how your Charmander has been raised. Let us have a match between my Daruma monkey and your Charmander to see who is stronger. All right, brother. Confronted with his brother's challenge, Xiaoyu exhibited no fear and retorted without hesitation. Today, I shall demonstrate that without the advantage of age, as we both nurture our Pokémon. You are unequivocally no match for me. You merely rely on your defenses. Your arrogance is truly intolerable. Cease your boasting. In response to Xiaoyu's provocation, Xia Luo's spirit was equally ignited, leading to a spirited exchange of banter between the two. Politeness is merely a FAMILY for outsiders. Only true friends can exhibit such casualness. Against a weakling like you, I will resolve this in under a minute. Come on, come on. I fear you may not be able to accept the truth later, retreating to your bed to weep alone. You speak nonsense. I guarantee today I will knock you senseless. As they traded insults, a familiar figure appeared at the edge of the arena. Zhao Ruhan, you're just in time. Come over and officiate. Before Xiaoyu could speak, Xia Luo had already waved and shouted towards Zhao Ruhan. Zhao Ruhan, upon seeing Xiaoyu, beamed a radiant smile that blossomed in the summer night and nodded vigorously. All right. Xia Luo. After speaking, she waved at Xiaoyu. Long time no see, Xiaoyu. Indeed, long time no see. Xiaoyu and Xia Luo stood on opposite sides of the training ground, ready for battle. In the center of the arena, Zhao Ruhan stood as the referee, holding a flag. The dazzling Charmander and the fiery red Gyarados were equally spirited, gazing intently at one another. The red Gyarados appeared exceedingly adorable, with its short limbs and bouncy movements, its yellow eyebrows exuding a delightful charm. Are you ready? Xiaoyu, if you can't hold on, concede early, Xia Luo taunted. Fear not, brother. I shall show mercy. As you are my elder, I will grant you some dignity. The two brothers continued their verbal sparring, leading one to believe they were engaged in a debate. Prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. With Zhao Ruhan's command, Xia Luo immediately took the initiative. Red Gyarados, yawn. Despite his impulsive demeanor, Xia Luo remained remarkably composed during the battle, opting not to rush the red Gyarados into an attack, but instead allowing it to use the yawn move. The effect of yawning in the game induces drowsiness in the opponent, causing them to fall asleep on their next turn. The real-world effect is quite similar, with the only distinction being accuracy. The red Gyarados opened its mouth to yawn, and a wave of energy surged forth towards Charmander. Charmander, smoke screen, evade. Xiaoyu exhibited caution, promptly releasing a thick cloud of smoke beneath him, concealing himself within it and evading the yawn attack. Hiding, are we? Xiaoyu. When did you become so cowardly? A turtle retreating into its shell. I am not a one-track brute. I am employing both wisdom and strength. Do you understand? Even amidst the battle, the brothers continued to exchange mental jabs, influencing one another. Red Gyarados, roll out. The red Gyarados suddenly curled into a ball, enveloped in rock-type energy, and began to roll swiftly toward the dense smoke. The rolling move in the game bears little difference, as its speed and power increase with time. Charmander, belly drum. Xiaoyu commanded, allowing Charmander to execute the belly drum move. a powerful enhancement skill for physical attackers, sacrificing half its health to maximize its attack. One belly drum is equivalent to 3 sword dances, resulting in a terrifying increase in attack. The sounds of Charmander drumming its belly echoed from within the smoke, completing the belly drum enhancement, and its attack had now reached an alarming level. After using belly drum, Charmander's stamina significantly diminished. Xiaoyu knew he must hasten to conclude the battle. Chapter 80. The Wedding Feast Roar. Charmander, concealed within the smoke, suddenly unleashed a mighty roar, enveloped by dragon-type energy. Its eyes fierce and imposing, it charged forth from the smoke towards the red Gyarados. Bang! The rolling red Gyarados collided violently with Charmander. Under normal circumstances, their strengths would be comparable, even if there was some disparity. However, after the belly drum, Charmander's attack had reached an unfathomable level, rendering the red Gyarados utterly defenseless against the onslaught, as it was sent flying from the impact. With just one strike, the red Gyarados was gravely injured. The power of a post-belly drum Charmander was indeed formidable. Red Gyarados yawned. Xiao Luo remained calm, understanding that he could not afford to confront Charmander head-on. He had to rely on yawning for victory. Charmander, bite. Xiaoyu urged Charmander to launch a fierce attack, knowing that one more strike would secure the match. Both sides issued commands almost simultaneously, and the red Gyarados once again deployed the yawn move as Charmander lunged towards it, mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth, enveloped in dark energy, ready to bite down on the red Gyarados. The yawn hit Charmander directly, just as Charmander closed in on the red Gyarados. If the bite landed, victory would be assured. Red Gyarados, hold on. Xiao Luo, drawing on his extensive experience, recognized that the red Gyarados could not withstand another hit from Charmander, thus opting for the yawn to endure the attack and gain a fleeting opportunity for triumph. The hold-on move allows the red Gyarados to retain a sliver of health even after sustaining a fatal blow, but if the strength disparity is too great, it proves ineffective. It was evident that Charmander and the red Gyarados were evenly matched, thus the hold-on move was indeed effective. Charmander bit down fiercely on the red Gyarados, but the latter had successfully executed the hold-on move, enduring the strike. Simultaneously, the yawn's effect took hold, and Charmander began to sway, succumbing to slumber. Now, it was time for the red Gyarados to retaliate. Red Gyarados, or a punch. Uncertain of when Charmander would awaken, Xiao Luo commanded the red Gyarados to unleash its most potent Aura Punch. The diminutive fist of the red Gyarados, cloaked in fighting energy, focused intently on Charmander before delivering a powerful blow. Boom! The full-force strike sent Charmander hurtling away, inflicting significant damage, awakening it from its slumber. Both Charmander and the red Gyarados were panting heavily, clearly fatigued, as the moment of truth approached. Red Gyarados, incinerate. Charmander, unleash primordial power. In this final showdown, both parties abandoned physical attacks in favor of ranged special moves, aiming to secure victory without drawing near to one another. The red Gyarados employed the incinerate move, which, while not particularly powerful, could destroy the opponent's held berries. In contrast, Charmander unleashed the rock-type primordial power, specifically effective against fire types. The collision of the rock energy sphere with the flames resulted in a slight explosion. Bang! With a soft sound, the rock energy sphere pierced through the flames, successfully striking the red Gyarados, depleting its last vestige of stamina. A smile graced Xiaoyu's face. I concede, I concede. Xiao Luo wore a pained expression. Although he was pleased to see Xiaoyu's improvement in strength, losing to him left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was merely trying to bolster your confidence, to prevent any damage to your self-esteem, he said. Is that so? Xiaoyu replied cheerfully. Some people might have trouble sleeping tonight. The two recalled their Pokémon and made their way to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruhan quietly followed behind, her long legs graceful and straight, her black hair cascading down her back, wearing her signature white shoes. With a glimmer in her eyes, she softly said to Xiaoyu, Thank you, Xiaoyu. You needn't thank me. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. I was merely making an investment, and besides, we both signed a contract. It's just business. What are you doing here so late? He inquired. I came to feed the Pokémon in the gym before heading back, Zhao Ruhan explained. I'll be leaving soon. All right, where do you live? We'll accompany you back, Xiaoyu offered. I live not far from here, just over on Bailu Street. After healing their Pokémon, the two brothers escorted Zhao Ruhan home, chatting amicably as they made their way back. Xiaoyu, Zhao is a wonderful girl, both filial and understanding, Xiao Luo remarked meaningfully. Our parents like her as well. Brother, I'm still young and not considering such matters yet. Besides, that's merely your perspective. Zhao Ruhan may not necessarily feel the same way. You're projecting your own feelings onto her, Xiaoyu countered, waving his hand. For now, he was focused solely on preparing for the upcoming University Cup. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Xiao Luo chuckled. While we have done her a favor, we would never coerce her. Yet, I sense that Zhao has a fondness for you. She has asked me several times when you would return. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The decision is ultimately yours. Xiao Luo understood that his younger brother was quite independent-minded, and he could only offer advice, while the final choice rested with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded. Brother, perhaps you should focus on your own marriage first. On October 1st, the wedding arrived as promised, filling the starry celebrity hotel with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. The attendees were a mix of locals from Starry City and esteemed visitors from Tian City, even some from the imperial capital. Among them were Lin Shuiyun and Lin Shuiyang, whose presence stirred excitement in the crowd. One was the current director of the Yuanyuan Laboratory, while the other was a champion from the Imperial Capital Pokémon Association. Both notable figures in their own right. Sister, congratulations. Lin Shuiyun and Lin Shuiyang said in unison to Lin Shuimei. Upon hearing their titles and recalling their names, the crowd realized for the first time that Xia Yu's maternal family was actually the Lin family from the Imperial Capital, a revelation that surprised everyone. The news caused varied reactions among the guests, each calculating that the Xia family would no longer be underestimated after this wedding, likely elevating their status significantly. Before they could fully process this, Li Yunyu also entered, having long established a close relationship with the Xia family while stationed in the Bug Secret Realm. It was expected that he would show his support for Xia Luo's marriage, though his presence was somewhat surprising. When Long Yaning appeared at the door, Xia Yu was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Isn't Long Yaning in the Imperial Capital? How did she end up here? He thought. What brings you here? He asked aloud. My dad asked me to deliver a gift, Long Yaning replied, handing a red envelope to Xia Yu as she walked by. The rewards from the Pokémon Association have been announced. You should return soon. All right. Please take a seat at the main table with my grandparents, Xia Yu instructed. Next, Wei Yeqin and his companions arrived, bringing the atmosphere to a peak. Alongside Wei Yeqin were Yin Yun and He Wenbin, known as the Soundbox Bug Hero and Ladybug Hero, as Xiao Luo referred to them. Chapter 81, Pseudo-Divine Pokémon 1. Ultimately, the most profound impression left on Xia Yu from the entire wedding was one of emotion, especially when the bride, Yu Mengyu, recited her wedding vows on stage. Xia Yu noticed his older brother, Xiao Luo, discreetly wiping away a tear. Their years of love culminated in this moment, as they stepped into the sacred realm of marriage together. Watching this scene unfold, Xia Yu sincerely wished the best for his brother and sister-in-law. Xiao Luo had countless better options. He could have chosen to marry a woman more beautiful, wealthier, and more glamorous than Yu Mengyu at any time. Yet he chose the one who had silently supported him all along, from childhood companions to the moment she donned her wedding gown. Their love story was nothing short of perfect. When would he himself get married? Xiao Yu couldn't help but ponder. During lunch, the groom, Xiao Luo, inevitably consumed alcohol, and as a member of the groomsmen, Xiao Yu partook as well. After toasting several rounds, he felt a buzz in his head, his complexion flushed. Though he remained lucid, his mind felt heavy. Xiao Yu hurriedly finished his meal, managing to greet Xiao Luo's 3 sworn brothers and bid farewell to his family before hastily making his way back to the Imperial Capital, where the Pokémon Association had arranged for him to collect his rewards. Watching their busy youngest son, Xiao Luo and his wife, along with Xia Yong and his wife, felt a mix of pride and heartache. Unbeknownst to them, their son had already grown up, capable of standing on his own. Mom, I'm off, Xiao Yu said. Be safe, Lin Shuimei replied, a tear slipping from her eye. Rest on the plane and drink some tea to sober up. Yaning, please take care of Xiao Yu, she added. Long Yaning's face turned slightly red, unsure how to refuse. She could only muster a hesitant, Upon boarding the plane, Xiao Yu quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, the plane had landed, and he noticed a thin blanket covering him. Curious as to when it had been placed, he looked towards Long Yaning, realizing that aside from her, no one else could have done it. Long Yaning, caught under his gaze, appeared slightly flustered and turned away, ignoring him. The two disembarked and, after bidding farewell to Lin Lao, Qin Laotai, and their uncles, Xia Yu and Long Yaning hurried towards the Dragon's Secret Realm. Inside the Dragon's Secret Realm, Long Fan had been waiting for some time. Noticing Xia Yu's rosy complexion, he joked, Xiao Yu, are you up for this? Of course, Xiao Yu nodded. After a brief nap on the plane, he felt much better. It had been a while since he had drunk alcohol, and his tolerance had decreased significantly. In his previous life, such a small amount would have been inconsequential. No problem, he affirmed. Long Fan nodded and continued, the reason I called you over urgently today is to inform you that the Pokémon Association has finalized your rewards. First, you will receive a pseudo-divine Pokémon, and this year you have the first pick. You may choose either a Pokémon egg or any juvenile pseudo-divine Pokémon that is not yet capable of reproduction, though you must capture it by defeating the respective pseudo-divine Pokémon. Therefore, I recommend opting for the Pokémon egg. Furthermore, for the remaining rewards, you have two choices. One involves selecting any item from the treasure vault along with an opportunity to choose a non-pseudo-divine Pokémon. This opportunity is valid across all secret realms nationwide. The cash and honor rewards are secondary and not to be discussed, as they are merely nominal. The second choice allows you to receive another pseudo-divine Pokémon, but with a condition: you must reach the top 8 in the national finals of the University Cup to qualify for the second pseudo-divine Pokémon next year. Otherwise, you will have to wait 5 years to receive the second one. Note that this allocation is directly from the Pokémon Association and not up to your selection. Certainly, such generous rewards are not without their costs. You must design all corresponding moves for the exclusive techniques and submit them to the Alliance. The two rewards are not significantly different. The first reward is immediately attainable, consisting of an item and a Pokémon. The second reward, however, hinges on Xiaoyu's performance. If he can reach the top 8 in the national finals, he will be able to obtain a quasi-divine Pokémon next year. Otherwise, he must wait 5 years. One reward emphasizes the present, while the other looks to the future. The choice ultimately lies with Xiaoyu. After finishing his explanation, Long Fan gazed at him, silently awaiting Xiaoyu's decision. Uncle Long, after a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu promptly decided, "I wish to choose the first option." Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. It was rare for someone to decline the reward of a quasi-divine Pokémon. Xiaoyu's unwavering choice of the first reward stemmed from his possession of a system. The first reward allows him to actively select a Pokémon. Although it may not be a quasi-divine Pokémon, he can ensure that he acquires a high-quality Dragon-type Pokémon and top-tier items. The second reward, while seemingly appealing, is fraught with uncertainty. It might yield a king-level Pokémon like Metagross or Tyranitar, which would jeopardize his mission and prove to be counterproductive. Moreover, Xiaoyu needs to swiftly enhance his current strength, focusing on immediate combat capabilities. If he cannot withstand the present challenges, how can he contemplate the future? Very well. But you must provide me with a decision within a week, Long Fan remarked. Are we to visit the quasi-divine Pokémon now? Yes, Xiaoyu nodded. Let Yin Ning lead you, Long Fan smiled. The Dragon-type quasi-divine Pokémon reside within the Dragon-type secret realms. One is located in the Imperial capital, and the other in Chang'an. First, examine the secret realm here. If nothing suitable is found, then proceed to the one in Chang'an. Understood. In the Imperial capital's Dragon-type secret realm lies a secluded area known as Dragon Ancient Mountain, home to 3 quasi-divine Pokémon: the 3-headed dragon, Rayquaza, and the tail-whipped dragon. The Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm hosts Dragonite, Drakazalt, and Garchomp as its quasi-divine Pokémon. However, neither Glastrier nor Spectrier can be found within Huawei's boundaries. Although attempts to introduce them have been made in recent years, yet the difficulty of such endeavors is immense. Recently, reports have surfaced of possible sightings of Glastrier near the world's highest peak, the Goddess Mountain Range. The Pokémon Association is taking this matter seriously and has dispatched personnel for investigation. Accompanied by Long Yin-Ning, Xiaoyu traversed the layers of the Dragon-type secret realm's restricted area, passing through several checkpoints until they finally arrived at the foot of Dragon Ancient Mountain. The expanse of the Dragon-type secret realm is vast, with Dragon Ancient Mountain occupying nearly half of its area. The Pokémon Association has established a large camp at the mountainside, complete with incubation rooms and living quarters. Long Yin-Ning led Xiaoyu into the incubation room, which was rather small, encompassing less than 100 square meters. The number of Pokémon eggs inside was pitifully few, only around 20, of which only 5 were quasi-divine Pokémon eggs. Among them were 2 eggs of the single-headed dragon, 2 of the tail-whipped dragon, and 1 of Rayquaza. Indeed, the qualifications of these quasi-divine Pokémon are remarkable. None fall below the king level, making them significantly more powerful compared to other Pokémon. Despite having a quasi-champion level Rayquaza, Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, quasi-divine Pokémon in the game surpass even some legendary beasts, often referred to collectively as divine beasts, and in Xiaoyu's eyes, they should at least be of champion level to align with their formidable prowess. It must be said that after acquiring a quasi-champion level forest lizard and a charmander, Xiaoyu's aspirations have inflated considerably. He no longer regards the once-desired king-level Pokémon with the same enthusiasm. People are like that. As children, they are content with the occasional treat, but upon growing up, they yearn for more luxurious comforts. Naturally, the low qualifications of these eggs led Xiaoyu to speculate that they were likely the leftovers from previous selections. He made a mental note of the precious dragon egg. intending to explore the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm before making a decision. If he finds no suitable Pokémon eggs there, he would return to select the dragon egg. Well then, let us return, Xiaoyu said to Long Yinning. Long Yinning furrowed her brow and inquired, "Did you not find anything suitable?" "No. I simply wish to explore my options. I will decide after examining both dragon-type secret realms," Xiaoyu explained. "By the way, may I see the other dragon-type Pokémon eggs?" "Certainly." Long Yinning did not refuse. Xiaoyu was still permitted to select a non-quasi-divine Pokémon. So the dragon-type Pokémon within the secret realm remained within the scope of his choices. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the remaining Pokémon eggs, which included those of the Antlion, the red-faced dragon, the Yaya, the old man dragon, the Woobat, and the Swablu. Most were Antlion and Swablu eggs, while the eggs of Yaya, red-faced dragon, and old man dragon were scarce. Xiaoyu's heart sank slightly upon surveying these eggs, although 2 of them possessed king-level qualifications. His standards had risen considerably since 2 months prior when any king-level Pokémon would have sufficed. He mentally noted the 2 king-level eggs as backup options, but felt compelled to visit the Chang'an secret realm first. Having completed his inspection, he said, "Let us go." "Thank you for your assistance, Teacher Long." "Very well." Long Yinning nodded, and together they left the restricted area. Once outside, they entered Long Fan's office. "So, do you have any preferences?" Long Fan inquired as he sat in his chair, observing Xiaoyu. "There is one egg I find quite appealing, the dragon egg," Xiaoyu replied. "However, I still wish to see the dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an." "Go ahead," Long Fan nodded. "I actually agree with your decision to explore the Chang'an secret realm. As the eggs here have already been mostly selected, with only a few remaining, we must wait for the next breeding cycle, which may take another year or 2. As Long Fan spoke, he paused, contemplating before continuing. The Chang'an dragon-type secret realm is even larger than that of the imperial capital, and the energy within is denser, leading to better qualifications for the dragon-type Pokémon there. Moreover, this year coincidentally marks the breeding cycle for quasi-divine Pokémon in the Chang'an secret realm. A new batch of quasi-divine Pokémon eggs was just produced a couple of months ago, and they are expected to be of high quality. Several newly appointed kings have their eyes on them. If you wish to acquire one, you must act swiftly. After deliberating for a moment, Long Fan resolutely declared, "I will have Long Yinning accompany you right away. You must hurry to select a Pokémon egg. The Pokémon Association has only recently finalized the decision regarding your rewards, with the documentation completed just this afternoon and not yet disseminated. The personnel at the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm have just been informed but have yet to take action. Now you should directly select the elven eggs. They may not react in time. Otherwise, after a while, those individuals might use special methods to hasten the hatching of the high-quality elven eggs upon receiving the news. At that time, with your current strength, you would be unable to contend against the quasi-divine Pokémon within the secret realm. And those high-quality quasi-divine Pokémon would naturally belong to them. Do they dare to do that?" Xiaoyu was astonished. He had never anticipated such manipulation. Realizing that there were indeed dark undercurrents within the secret realm, some matters cannot be comprehended without personal experience. It is surprising to discover the myriad complexities involved. There will always be individuals seeking to exploit loopholes, and the opportunities for such exploitation are abundant. Moreover, this is tacitly approved by the Pokémon Association. Otherwise, which champion would willingly guard the secret realm? A position either comes with power or profit. Otherwise, who would be inclined to take it on? I understand now. Xiaoyu acknowledged the validity of Long Fan's words with a nod, preparing to depart immediately when he heard Long Fan's voice behind him. "I will lend you my 3-headed dragon. You can fly over directly. Go quickly and return swiftly." It must be said that Long Fan's kindness far exceeds that of a typical elder. Even though the Long family and the Lin family are closely allied, he had no obligation to such an extent, as doing so would undoubtedly offend those within the long lineage of the secret realm. Xiaoyu found it difficult to grasp Long Fan's intentions. Did he have faith in him, or was there another reason? All right. Xiaoyu did not refuse. Knowing that this was not the time for politeness, "You go ahead to the entrance. I will speak with Yinning for a moment before leaving." Long Fan instructed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu understood that Long Fan had matters to discuss with Long Yinning, and, being perceptive, stepped outside to wait. Yinning. Long Fan looked at Long Yinning and began, "If necessary, do not hesitate to reveal your abilities. Use them to assist Xiaoyu in selecting the quasi-divine Pokémon with the strongest dragon energy. I will call Elder Lin shortly, and once you return, I will announce him as my disciple." "I understand." Long Yinning did not elaborate. She had long been aware of her father's decision. Xiaoyu was indeed exceptionally talented. In the realm of research, he was practically at the level of a leading scientist. In terms of being a trainer, He possessed the two essential qualities of a top trainer, resilience and perseverance. Perseverance sharpens the sword, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from the bitter cold. As long as Xiaoyu maintains these two qualities, his future is undoubtedly bright. Chapter 83, Quasi-Divine Pokémon 3. The continuous journey left both individuals somewhat fatigued. By the time they arrived at the long lineage's secret realm in Chang'an, night had fallen. However, they were too preoccupied to eat and headed directly toward the dragon's secret realm. Wait, the dragon's secret realm is closed to the public today. Please show your credentials. The guard at the entrance stopped them and inquired. Here, Long Yin Ning had prepared in advance. Presenting the document issued by the Capital Pokémon Association today along with the badge signifying their qualification to select quasi-divine Pokémon. After a brief inspection, they were immediately granted entry. Please proceed. Notify your supervisor that we are heading directly to Dragon Lake to select Pokémon. Long Yin Ning and Xiaoyu informed the guard before continuing on without pausing, not allowing the long lineage personnel any time to react. Dragon Lake, like Dragon Ancient Mountain, is a forbidden area within the long lineage's secret realm and also a habitat for quasi-divine Pokémon. However, Long Yin Ning was well prepared this time, utilizing the badge to pass through without hindrance. When they reached the incubation room at Dragon Lake, the supervisor of the facility, drenched in sweat, hurried over. The supervisor, approximately 40 years old, was a stout man with a receding hairline, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. However, one should not judge solely by appearance. His strength was formidable, being a champion-level dragon trainer. So this is Xiaoyu, he mused, quickly recognizing Long Yin Ning and deducing Xiaoyu's identity. He had not anticipated their swift arrival at the secret realm after receiving the notification. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall we dine first before proceeding with the selection? No need, Long Yin Ning replied, hastily, as she had no intention of giving the stout supervisor any time to react. We will select first, indeed afterward. The stout supervisor, whether from the heat of running or nervousness, was sweating profusely. He was internally distressed, originally planning to wait until the next day to use some less potent substances to accelerate the hatching of the quasi-divine Pokémon eggs, hoping to avoid damaging their quality. However, he had not expected Xiaoyu to arrive so early. Had he known, he would have used some strong agents that afternoon. Although they would harm the quality of the Pokémon, it was better than losing them to someone else. Now, how could he explain this to the esteemed champion? At this moment, the stout supervisor's only thought was to delay time and keep the two at bay. Yet, Xiaoyu and Long Yin Ning arrived unexpectedly, clearly well prepared, making it impossible for him to achieve his goal. Well, it's quite late, since you arrived so suddenly. How about I treat you to a meal first and come back to select tomorrow? The stout supervisor suggested while blocking their entrance. Furthermore, you will need to go through some procedures to take the quasi-divine Pokémon with you. No need. We will only take a few minutes to select and leave immediately. The documents and proof are all prepared. Long Yin Ning discerned the stout supervisor's ploy and scoffed. Are you trying to prevent us from entering? As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, preparing to record. Upon witnessing this, the stout supervisor, no matter how bold he was, could only comply and step aside. Long Yin Ning, being well-versed in such matters, had prepared all the necessary documentation and was not afraid of the stout supervisor's obstruction. With a resigned smile and a sigh, the stout supervisor could only yield, knowing that by doing so, he would at most lose a high-quality quasi-divine Pokémon. Failing to allow entry could result in an indelible stain on his future. Moreover, considering the discerning eyes of the two youngsters, they might not select correctly. He never anticipated that one would possess a system while the other had the extraordinary ability of dragon perception. If they couldn't select correctly, it was likely that no one could. Please, come in, the stout supervisor said with a forced smile, allowing them entry. I merely feared you might be fatigued from your journey. Since you insist, please proceed. Xiaoyu curiously examined the elven eggs within the incubation room. Compared to the dragon's secret realm in the capital, the number of elven eggs here was astonishingly greater, amounting to approximately 40. Among them, there were 9 quasi-divine Pokémon eggs, 3 eggs of Dragapult, 3 eggs of Garchomp, and 3 eggs of Dratini. Xiaoyu immediately scrutinized the 9 quasi-divine Pokémon eggs to assess their quality. Out of the 9 eggs, 6 possessed champion-level quality, 2 were of quasi-champion level, and 1 was of champion level. The yield rate here was significantly better than that of the dragon's secret realm in the capital. Without a doubt, Xiaoyu's gaze swiftly fell upon the champion-level egg. Pokémon egg, shiny Dragapult gender, male type, dragon, ghost quality, champion-level ability, infiltrator skill. Undoubtedly, this Dragapult's quality perfectly aligned with Xiaoyu's expectations. Furthermore, its final evolution, Dragapult, is exceptionally powerful and is among Xiaoyu's most favored Pokémon. In the realm of gaming, Multi-Dragon Boruto has become an eminent contender, representing an exceptionally flawless Pokémon. The combination of dragon and ghost attributes grants it 2 immunities, 6 resistances, and 5 weaknesses, while notably lacking any quadruple weaknesses, an admirable rarity among dragon-type Pokémon. Examining its stats, a staggering speed base of 142 ranks it 4th among all non-legendary Pokémon, including Ultra Beasts. Its physical attack of 120 perfectly compensates for the current team's deficiency in physical attackers, while a special attack of 100, complemented by an extensive skill pool including Dragon Pulse, Surf, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Solar Beam, Fire Blast, Hydro Pump, and Meteor, ensures its prowess in special attacks as well. Coupled with its remarkable speed, it can effectively deploy Light Screen and Reflect, while also utilizing skills such as Phantom Force and U-Turn, allowing it to function as a supportive ally. Multi-Dragon Boruto can thus be regarded as an incredibly versatile Pokémon. Its only drawbacks are the exorbitant training costs and prolonged development time. Although Summer Yu is currently unconcerned about financial matters, he feels overwhelmed by the thought that nearly all the aforementioned skills require TMs for acquisition. The lengthy training period remains a significant challenge for Multi-Dragon Boruto, as its evolution from Multi-Dragon Messia to Multi-Dragon Chi necessitates the strength of a gym leader. While evolving from Multi-Dragon Chi to Multi-Dragon Boruto demands the prowess of an Elite Four member. This predicament is a source of great frustration for Summer Yu. However, a silver lining exists. By capturing 5 Dragon-type Pokémon, he can obtain Dragon Scales, which will expedite the growth of Dragon-type Pokémon, saving considerable time. Without hesitation, Summer Yu declared, "Please wrap this Pokémon egg for me. Thank you." "Are you certain?" The portly supervisor, sweating profusely, expressed his concern. Although they could not accurately assess the egg's quality through its shell, they could roughly gauge that it possessed commendable potential, placing him in a difficult position. He quickly suggested, "For newcomers like you, I would recommend Mini Dragon instead. Its gentle nature makes it easy to train, and it evolves into Dragonite, which is also quite powerful." Meanwhile, Dragon Smoke furrowed her brow, surprised by Summer Yu's swift decision. She discreetly placed her hand on the Pokémon egg, sensing its Dragon-type capabilities while Summer Yu conversed with the supervisor. A radiant glow appeared, and Dragon Smoke's lips curled into a faint smile before she quickly composed herself, clearly having received a satisfactory response. "This one will do. Wrap it up." Chapter 84. Near Divine Pokémon 4. After all, a trip to the Longan Dragon-type secret realm is not easily undertaken, and having offended someone, it is uncertain when the next opportunity will arise. Time is of the essence to explore and select a Dragon-type Pokémon of good quality to take along. Meanwhile, the portly supervisor wore a bitter expression, feeling utterly helpless to stop Summer Yu. At that moment, a figure entered through the door. 1 million. You won't choose that Pokémon egg. The newcomer said nothing further, simply extending a finger and stating succinctly, 1 million. Additionally, I promise to assist you for free once in the future. Summer Yu frowned at the stranger. He had never encountered this individual before, but Dragon Smoke had informed him on the way that this person was Yuhauran. Not one of the Elite Four in the Northwest region, but the overseer of the Longan Dragon-type secret realm. Given that approximately 50 secret realms have been discovered nationwide, and the Elite Four comprises only 28 members, only a few secret realms are guarded by Elite Four members. Most are overseen by 2 or 3 powerful elite-level trainers working in tandem. Although Yuhauran is not one of the Elite Four in the Northwest, he achieved 5th place in the regional ranking tournament, showcasing formidable strength, and has been appointed to oversee the Longan Dragon-type secret realm year-round. Apologies. Even when faced with an elite-level trainer, Summer Yu could not back down. A luminous multi-dragon Messia was not something he would allow to slip away. Moreover, this was a forbidden area of the secret realm. No matter how assertive Yuhauran might be, he would not dare act directly. "We have already chosen the Pokémon egg. You may change your selection as long as you have not finalized it. I must warn you, if we cannot be friends, we shall inevitably become foes." Yuhauran's gaze was cold as he regarded Summer Yu. He urgently required a powerful near-divine Pokémon to bolster his position among the Elite Four in the Northwest. And he had already set his sights on the very Pokémon egg Summer Yu intended to claim. He had solicited several esteemed breeders to evaluate its quality, all of whom concurred that the multi-dragon Messia egg possessed potential above the elite level, likely qualifying as near champion caliber. Thus, he was resolute in his intention to acquire it. However, due to his low selection priority this year, he could only wait for others to choose before his turn arrived. He had invested considerable effort and resources to persuade those with selection rights to trade their choices, but unexpectedly, Summer Yu emerged and disrupted all his plans, potentially rendering his efforts futile. Therefore, he resorted to this desperate measure, 2 million. Please consider it carefully. Faced with Yu Haoran's aggressive stance, Summer Yu's expression soured, irked by the unreasonable behavior of this elite-level trainer. Nevertheless, this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Without strength, even self-preservation becomes challenging, let alone acquiring resources like a near-divine Pokémon. Ordinary individuals without connections often find it impossible to ascend. Elite-level trainers nearly monopolize such rare resources, hindering the advancement of numerous gym leaders and near-elite trainers. This explains why Sushio resorted to exterminating an entire family for a Banjira's egg. This also elucidates why Summer Yu has always refrained from revealing the quality of his Pokémon. The Summer family is already weak, and the Lin family is academically inclined, with only his uncle serving as the sole elite-level trainer to uphold their reputation. Therefore, he must grow stronger, discreetly. However, he believes that offending Yu Haoran for the sake of the multi-dragon Messiah egg is worth the risk. Yet, he must remain vigilant. Even if Yu Haoran dares not act openly, covert maneuvers are likely unavoidable. Yu Haoran. Upon witnessing Yu Haoran's blatant threat towards Summer Yu, Dragon Smoke stepped protectively in front of him, positioning herself between the two and casting a frosty glare at Yu Haoran. Are you threatening us? This matter has nothing to do with you or the Dragon King. I offered you and the Dragon King 2 million out of respect. Otherwise, do you really think a researcher like you merits polite conversation? Having long established his dominance in the Long and Dragon-type secret realm, Yu Haoran had grown arrogant and dismissive, treating it as his own domain. As he stated, if not for the Dragon King's influence, he would have already expelled Summer Yu. He would then find a scapegoat among the staff to compensate, claiming the temporary worker had failed in their duties. Dragon Smoke's expression was grave as she shielded Summer Yu. This scene felt oddly familiar to Summer Yu. It seemed he was often protected by women. The last time had been Dragon Smoke as well. However, it was nice to have such a long, fair leg to lean against. He is my father's newly accepted disciple. If you have any grievances, direct them towards me. Dragon Smoke's assertion left Yu Haoran's expression notably grim. Are you certain you wish to defend him? With a sullen expression, Yu Haoran remarked. The reach of the Dragon King is rather excessive. You may be able to protect him for a moment, but can you shield him for eternity? He will inevitably find himself alone. His words cast a shadow over Xia Yu's demeanor. The man's ruthlessness exceeded Xia Yu's expectations, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Teacher Long, I need to make a call, Xia Yu said, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly to Long, yawning. He was aware that Yu Haoran's arrogance stemmed from his ignorance of Xia Yu's development of a unique technique. After all, the Pokémon Association had only announced Xia Yu's reward. The exclusive technique remained confidential, although Xia Yu preferred not to wield power over others. He recognized the necessity of having his grandfather intervene with the Pokémon Association to seek an explanation. Truth be told, given Xia Yu's current research capabilities, should he express a desire to immigrate, a multitude of offers would undoubtedly come flooding in, compelling him and his family to relocate abroad, leaving others powerless to counteract his decision. He had little faith that the Pokémon Association would tolerate Yu Haoran's behavior. Hello, grandfather. Xia Yu relayed the events to Old Lin over the phone, whose voice on the other end erupted with fury. I'll make a call, Old Lin declared before abruptly ending the conversation. Yu Haoran cast a derisive glance at Xia Yu. I hold Old Lin in high regard, but this matter concerns your future. Even his presence will prove futile. Today, consider your options. Take the 2 million and leave. It would be for everyone's benefit. Xia Yu disregarded him, and the two remained in a standoff. Estimating that Old Lin would arrive shortly, Xia Yu decided to peruse other Pokémon eggs, hoping to uncover more exceptional specimens. Observing Xia Yu's nonchalance, Long Yanning felt he was rather carefree. Even at such a critical moment, he still had the energy to select Pokémon eggs. To Xia Yu's surprise, he indeed stumbled upon 2 Pokémon eggs of champion-level quality, yet he hesitated and ultimately chose to forego the selection. At that moment, Yu Haoran's phone rang suddenly, evidently a result of Xia Yu's earlier call. He answered the call, his expression darkening as he read the name on the screen, though he maintained an air of calm, suppressing his inner fury. Hello, Chief, he acknowledged. The term Chief denotes the strongest among the 4 Heavenly Kings, distinguishing him from the others and representing the most formidable individual in the region aside from the champion. Yu Haoran's face darkened as he listened, his grip on the phone trembling slightly. Both Xia Yu and Long Yanning directed their gazes at him. A full 10 minutes passed before he concluded the call. With a fiery glare directed at Xia Yu, the resentment and anger in his eyes were palpable. Very well, he muttered before forcefully kicking the door open. unleashing his pent-up rage upon it before storming out of the incubation room. The portly supervisor, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, uncertain whether to stay or leave. The 2 Pokémon eggs will be prepared for you. The supervisor managed a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Xiaoyu harbored no regrets about offending Yuhauran. After all, resources were limited, and relinquishing them willingly to others was out of the question. Since he had decided to become a trainer, competition with others was inevitable. After receiving the Pokémon eggs, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning prioritized returning to the Dragon-type secret realm in the capital over eating. For safety, Long Yaning arranged for Long Fan to contact a champion-level trainer from Chang'an to escort them. By the time they returned to the Dragon-type secret realm, it was already 9 p.m., and the two were famished after a long day. "Thank you, Teacher Long. It's quite late. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Xiaoyu offered graciously, before inquiring, "By the way, is it true that the Dragon King has accepted me as his disciple?" "Indeed. Your grandfather has consented as well." Long Yaning replied candidly, understanding that such a decision required the individual's agreement. "What, do you hesitate?" "Of course not. I am immensely grateful for the Dragon King's favor," Xiaoyu exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of having such a powerful mentor. "Then, Teacher Long, does that make you my senior sister?" "Yes," Long Yaning responded, casting Xiaoyu a glance before guiding him toward the dining hall. "Let us have 2 bowls of noodles. Teacher Senior Long, I wish to treat you to a feast." "Not just noodles," Xiaoyu insisted, feeling a sense of indebtedness for all the assistance they had provided, especially considering the extensive time Long Yaning had spent accompanying him. "Next time. You've had a long day. It's best you return home and rest," she declined. "Very well." Soon, steaming bowls of noodles were served, and the two, having endured hunger for a considerable time, began to feast heartily. Xiaoyu had been exceptionally busy lately, from developing corresponding movements for his techniques to creating specialized pure crystals, attending his brother's wedding, and finally selecting champion-level Pokémon. Over the past 10 days, he had scarcely paused, and only now did he feel a return to normalcy. Exhausted, Xiaoyu lay in bed, exchanging a few words with his friend Wu Yuzu and responding to messages from other friends before drifting off to sleep early. The following day, as dawn broke, a rejuvenated Xiaoyu rose early, first checking on the Pokémon eggs from Duo Long Meixia before engaging in morning training with his 3 Pokémon. After 2 hours of training, while heading to the dining hall for breakfast, he overheard whispers among the crowd. "Have you heard? That shiny Aegislash has apparently been captured. It seems it was tamed by a trainer from Sakura Country. The shiny Jengar was captured by a Pokémon Association trainer. And I heard there was a conflict that resulted in casualties. After a month, the Pokémon Association finally apprehended those 2 ghost Pokémon. Finally, I can go shopping this weekend. I've been dying for it." Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyu consumed his breakfast while perusing the news, discovering that the 2 malevolent ghost Pokémon had indeed been captured the previous day in the capital. The mysterious trainer possessing the massive crystal chandelier, who had captured the shiny Aegislash, was clearly the same individual, Gong Yuranjin, whom Xiaoyu and Long Yaning had encountered. The other champion-level Black Nightmare had been apprehended by an alliance trainer. This news was splendid for Xiaoyu. The capture of 2 ghost-type Pokémon meant that he could utilize tools to treasure hunt come the weekend. However, he felt a sense of danger lurking. With Yuhauran harboring animosity towards him, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary excursions. Perhaps he should invite Long Yaning along. Recalling Long Yaning's slender and graceful form, he felt confident that her presence would ensure safety. It also provided an opportunity to treat her to a meal. Furthermore, he had a reward awaiting him, a choice from the treasure trove, with the Mega Evolution Stone for Jengar and the Gigantamax Wish Star now available. He had yet to even unwrap the package. Anticipation for the weekend surged within Xiaoyu, making his meals all the more delightful as he hurriedly devoured 2 more bowls. "Xiaoyu?" Su Muzi exclaimed upon spotting him in the dining hall, her face lighting up with surprise. It had been over 10 days since their last encounter, and Xiaoyu's sudden disappearance after gaining fame had led many of their training class colleagues to speculate whether he had abandoned the path of a trainer to focus solely on research. Thus, seeing him again filled Su Muzi with joy. "Where have you been? You haven't trained in so long." "I was occupied with some matters," Xiaoyu replied honestly. "Quickly add me as a friend, so I can contact you when needed." "What would you need to contact me for?" Xiaoyu spoke these words while simultaneously taking out his phone to add Su Muzi as a friend. The two engaged in conversation while finishing their meal, making their way towards the training ground. Xiaoyu's arrival drew attention from the crowd, particularly from Shun Zijun, whose heart sank upon seeing Xiao Luo and Su Muzi approaching together. Long Yin Ning observed the pair with a slight frown. But as Xiaoyu quickly immersed himself in training, she refrained from commenting. The students had grown accustomed to the rigorous training and were diligently focused on their exercises. Long Yin-ning approached Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, come here for a moment." "Sure," he replied, following her to a secluded corner where their classmates could not overhear. Long Yin-ning crossed her arms and stated matter-of-factly, "Tonight at 6 o'clock, you are to come to my father's office. He wishes to speak with you." "Understood." After relaying her message, Long Yin-ning turned to leave, but Xiaoyu quickly called out, "Long senior sister. Call me teacher during class." "Of course, Teacher Long. Are you free this weekend? I'd like to treat you to a meal." And, before Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Long Yin-ning had already turned away, coldly interjecting, "I'm not available." After taking a few steps, her voice lingered, "Let us discuss it again once you qualify for the national finals." Chapter 86. 2 Evolution Methods. Have you arrived? Long Fan gestured for Xiaoyu to sit on the nearby sofa as he entered. "Master," Xiaoyu greeted, recognizing the significance of this opportunity. Long Fan possessed the prowess to contend for the championship title. Should he succeed, Xiaoyu, as his disciple, would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the capital. Long Fan smiled, visibly pleased with Xiaoyu's address. He began, "I have discussed taking you on as my disciple with Elder Lin. We shall forego the formalities, but I must emphasize one point. Now that you are my apprentice, we are family. You must never betray that bond." "Yes, master," Xiaoyu replied earnestly, fully aware of the kindness shown to him by both Long Fan and Long Yin-ning, which he would always cherish. "I have heard from Yin-ning about yesterday's incident. Be cautious around you, Hao Ran. He is unpredictable, vengeful, and narrow-minded. Exercise caution when you are out, and avoid isolated places." Long Fan advised, "As long as I am in the capital, he will not dare to act against you, but remain vigilant outside. In addition, there are several matters I need to discuss with you. The first concerns your quasi-divine Pokémon, Dragomisia." Long Fan's expression grew serious as he continued, "Among all quasi-divine Pokémon, Dragomisia and Metagross are the most unique and the hardest to cultivate due to their challenging evolution process. Currently, there are 2 known methods of evolution, competition and splitting. Let us first address the competition method. If you wish for Dragomisia to evolve into Dragapult, you must find another Dragomisia." Long Fan's words weighed heavily on Xiaoyu. In the game, Pokémon like Dragomisia could evolve simply by reaching a certain level. However, in reality, he had always been curious about how a Dragapult could have a Dragomisia perched on its head after evolution. To his surprise, it required finding another Dragomisia to achieve that evolution. Does that mean evolving into Dragapult requires 2 additional Dragomisia? Xiaoyu could not help but inquire. "Precisely." Long Fan nodded. "The evolution from Dragomisia to Dragapult involves 2 Dragomisia competing against each other. The stronger one will evolve, while the other will lose its ability to evolve and remain in the Dragomisia form. The same principle applies to the evolution from Dragapult to Dragapult. This means that if you choose this method, you will need to prepare 3 Dragomisia, with only one evolving into Dragapult while the other 2 remain in their original form." Xiaoyu gasped at the thought of needing 3 quasi-divine Pokémon. "Where can I find that many Pokémon? What about the other method? Let us not rush. We will discuss that later." The competition method is currently favored by many and is the mainstream evolution path. Long Fan paused deliberately, taking a sip of tea before placing the cup down. Xiaoyu, understanding the cue, poured more tea for Long Fan. Cough, cough. "The other method, splitting evolution, as the name implies, involves one Dragomisia splitting off a smaller Dragomisia during its evolution into Dragapult. This smaller Dragomisia lacks the ability to evolve. Similarly, when Dragapult evolves into Dragapult, it will split off a second Dragomisia." Xiaoyu listened, slightly puzzled. "Isn't this method better? Why is the competition method the mainstream choice? Splitting evolution only requires 1 Dragomisia, unlike the 3 needed for competition. Because of qualifications." Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu earnestly. "Splitting evolution demands higher qualifications from Dragomisia and is significantly more challenging to cultivate, making its evolution process much more arduous. In contrast, any Dragomisia can evolve through the competition method. Therefore, you must prepare in advance and decide which evolution method to pursue. If you choose competition, you must strategize for the 2 additional Dragomisia. As for which Dragapult is superior, there is currently no consensus in academia. Perhaps you could explore that in the future." Long Fan jested. Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, contemplating deeply, torn between the 2 evolution methods. "However, there's no rush. Your Dragomisia hasn't even hatched yet. Worrying won't help. Moreover, Dragomisia's evolution is manageable. At most, you will need 3. For instance, Metagross is even more challenging to cultivate, requiring 4 Beldum for the competition evolution," Long Fan joked. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaoyu, and he promptly made a decision. "I must choose splitting evolution," he declared with unwavering conviction. "Oh, are you certain? This could significantly extend your Dragomisia's cultivation period." Long Fan observed Xiaoyu curiously. Noting the swift change in his demeanor, Xiaoyu smiled, confident in his decision, for he recalled a certain individual named De Wu from another realm, who possessed a shiny Metagross capable of evolving. If he were to utilize the competition method, the transformation of a 4-legged Metagross into an 8-legged one could not be justified. Hence it must be splitting evolution. Additionally, he had further evidence that splitting evolution was indeed the correct path. If competition evolution required 2 shiny Beldum to evolve into a shiny Metagross, then a single shiny Beldum and an ordinary Beldum would result in a Metagross with mismatched colors on its limbs. In conclusion, Xiaoyu was convinced that splitting evolution was unequivocally the superior method. Now that you've made your decision, there's one more thing. Starting tonight, you may train in the forbidden area. The dragon-type energy there is more potent and better suited for you. Long Fan handed Xiaoyu a key. I've also spoken with Yan Ning, instructing her to encourage you each night. Understood, Master. The following day marked Saturday, the time for the technique learning class. Due to Xiaoyu's absence from last week's session, he missed Long Yan Ning's explanation of the Dragon Claw skill. Fortunately, each skill is taught over 2 weeks, allowing Xiaoyu to catch up. Among his 3 Pokémon, the Forest Lizard is unable to learn Dragon Claw, with only the Charmeleon and the Zubat being capable of mastering it. Xiaoyu found it puzzling why the diminutive Zubat could learn Dragon Claw while his Forest Lizard, with its larger claws, could not. The essence of the Dragon Claw skill lies in gathering Dragon-type energy in one's hands to form a dragon-shaped claw for an offensive maneuver, fundamentally revolving around the application of Dragon-type energy and claw training. Long Yan Ning spoke slowly yet meticulously, and during her explanation, she had the seasoned actor, the Tail-Scale Armor Dragon, demonstrate the skill. The explanation and demonstration consumed half an hour, after which the floor was open for practice. Perhaps to accommodate Xiaoyu, who had fallen behind, Long Yan Ning approached him directly, offering individual guidance for the Charmeleon and Zubat, while having the Tail-Scale Armor Dragon demonstrate the technique several more times for the 2 Pokémon. Thus, Long Yan Ning devoted a full half-hour to Xiaoyu, thoroughly explaining the intricacies of Dragon Claw usage, encouraging the Charmeleon and Zubat to practice repeatedly before she departed. Watching Long Yan Ning's retreating figure, Xiaoyu mused to himself that he had indeed become a direct disciple. Such treatment was undoubtedly different. Chapter 87. The Wishing Star. It was no wonder that Long Yan Ning only taught in the morning. She spent her afternoons here training. It seemed that she was on the verge of becoming a champion-level trainer, and with her 2 semi-divine Pokémon, it was only a matter of time before she ascended to that rank. Such young champion-level trainers were rare in the entire imperial capital. Long Yan Ning's attire differed from her morning ensemble. She wore shorts that showcased her long, shapely legs and a crop top that highlighted her slender waist. Xiaoyu had previously noted that Long Yan Ning's waist and legs were her most appealing attributes, and now, in this outfit, she captivated his attention entirely. Of course, this was also due to her remarkable physique, the sole drawback being that she had already developed a notable figure at such a young age. Perhaps sensing Xiaoyu's gaze, Long Yan Ning's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained her aloof demeanor and refrained from engaging with him, focusing solely on training her Pokémon. Xiaoyu, understanding the situation, quickly redirected his thoughts and summoned his 3 Pokémon to commence his training. 2 hours later, seizing the opportunity while Long Yan Ning took a break, Xiaoyu approached her. Teacher Long, are you free tomorrow? What is it? Speak plainly, she replied, twisting open a bottle of mineral water, sipping it delicately. Beads of sweat dampening the strands of hair by her cheeks, gliding down her flushed face. Teacher, I wish to explore the imperial capital, but since I recently had a run-in with Yu Haoran, I fear for my safety. I was hoping you could accompany me. Are you available? Xiaoyu's intention was to use a one-time treasure-seeking device in the capital, with Long Yan Ning acting as his bodyguard. But he could not directly admit he was seeking treasure, so he concocted an excuse about shopping. Long Yan Ning initially considered declining, but, upon reflection, realized Xiaoyu had been in the capital for nearly a month without a proper outing. Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, she found it hard to refuse. With a stern expression, she replied, only this once. What time tomorrow? I'll contact you then. I'll call ahead, Xiaoyu confirmed. After the afternoon training concluded, he hurried back to the Lin family, where he was greeted warmly by Lin Lao and Grandma Qin. The 2 elders were delighted, especially Lin Lao, who engaged Xiaoyu in extensive conversation after dinner, inquiring about specialized techniques and any new experimental hypotheses. Lin Lao's satisfaction with Xiaoyu grew immensely, and they conversed for nearly 2 hours until Xiaoyu reminded him it was time for bed, bringing their dialogue to a close. Returning to his room, Xiaoyu eagerly opened a package that had arrived nearly 2 weeks prior, finally finding the time to unseal it. Inside, 2 stones lay on the table. One appeared to be the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone. After careful inspection, Xiaoyu was confident he was correct, elated to possess yet another Mega Evolution Stone. Now only needing a Jengar. Ideally, it would be a shiny Jengar, as the evolved form of Jengar was strikingly handsome. However, he reminded himself that he still needed 2 Dragon-type Pokémon to complete his task, and capturing Jengar would have to wait until he had gathered 6 Pokémon. His attention shifted to the other stone on the table, resembling a wishing star. Yet, unlike its depiction in games and animations, this wishing star shone dimly. Entirely devoid of the radiant glow seen in the game, it appeared rather ordinary, save for its unique shape. As Xiaoyu toyed with the wishing star, he resolved to make Dynamax his next research focus. Although he held this thought, he felt a lack of certainty regarding it. In the games and animations, Dynamax was associated with the mythical Pokémon Eternatus, which had yet to be mentioned in this world. Darkness had never appeared. Thus, Xiaoyu had no confidence in his research on Dynamax. He was also curious about the origins of this wishing star, as it was said that wishing stars, wishing star fragments, and wishing star shards were remnants of Eternatus's shattered body. Hence, the provenance of this wishing star seemed suspicious and might be pivotal in uncovering the secrets of Dynamax and locating Eternatus. Ding. Task triggered. Dynamax. Discover the hidden realm of Eternatus through the wishing star and unveil the mysteries of Dynamax. Eternatus is an extraordinarily powerful Pokémon. One must attain champion-level status to ensure self-defense. This task is a long-term endeavor and requires the completion of prerequisite tasks. Prerequisite Task 1. Collect 13 wishing stars. Prerequisite Task 2. At least 1 Pokémon must reach champion-level strength. Upon hearing the task notification, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. This task seemed exceedingly distant to him, as it would take several years to become a champion-level trainer. Thus, what he could do for now was to gather wishing stars as much as possible. He carefully stored the wishing star, planning to take it to the laboratory for in-depth research during his next visit. Ever since he developed his specialized technique, his standing in the lab had risen significantly, affording him his own office and the freedom to utilize the laboratory at will. It was an exhilarating feeling. After securing the 2 stones, Xiaoyu intended to lie down and rest while browsing his phone, but noticing the time was already 8 o'clock. He realized he had to hurry to fit in training. After 2 hours of practice, Xiaoyu took a shower and lay on his bed, scrolling through Douyin. Recently, he had gained some popularity for developing techniques corresponding to movements, leading him to register an account on Douyin, where his follower count had surged to tens of thousands. Of course, most of these followers were fans of his looks. Very few were genuinely interested in academic research. He had only posted 1 video on Douyin, an interview that garnered a commendable amount of likes, totaling several 100,000. Xiaoyu contemplated creating another video when he had the time. Perhaps leveraging his fame to acquire stones would expedite the process. However, he also worried that stones acquired under the guise of his name would come at a higher price. Speaking of Douyin brought to mind the devilish whispers of Charlotte from that fateful night when she tearfully shared her mysterious account and password with him. Should he log in for just a peek? Ultimately, his curiosity overcame his rationality, and he stealthily accessed Charlotte's alternate account, despite having no followers or original works. The collection of liked videos reached an impressive 73. These 73 cherished videos represented the accumulated treasures of Xiaoyu. As Xiaoyu perused the liked videos, a particular phrase sprang to mind. Amidst the chaotic blooms, one's vision may become entranced. Only the shallow grass can conceal the horse's hoof. This account had indeed matured, embodying a true accomplishment. Glancing over, Xiaoyu noticed that although Xiaoluo had a penchant for admiring beautiful women, he refrained from flirting or sending private messages, opting instead for a quiet appreciation through likes. This was quite commendable, pure admiration, basking in the warmth of learning. In a hurry, Xiaoyu swiftly watched a few videos before discreetly logging out of the secondary account and returning to his primary one. At the tender age of 18, brimming with youthful fervor, he recognized that lingering too long could jeopardize his moral compass, rendering the experience not worth the risk. After exiting Douyin, Xiaoyu turned his attention to Xinyu, scanning the offerings for any promising stones for sale, though the outcome was inevitably disappointing.